World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 841 to Chapter 865. Outside Mount Royal Sea. Zhang Tao's laughter shook heaven and earth. Fate King, Thousand Goblin King, since you are here, why don't you show yourselves? In the void, outside the black crack. Fate King's figure suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, another old figure appeared. The Lord of the 10,000 Demon Royal Court had arrived. He could not tell what his true form was like. He was just an ordinary old man. The Demon Lord of the 10,000 Demon Royal Court, ranked 5th on the absolute combat power ranking, after King Tianming and before King Qian. As soon as the old man appeared, the Life Kings, who weren't far away, looked at him with a solemn expression. Thousand Goblin King, Demon Lord, the monster race had 2 monster lords, the Guardian of the King's Court and the 10,000 Monster King's Court. The Master of the 10,000 Demon Royal Court, known as the 10,000 Demon King, ranked 5th. Lord of the Guardian Imperial Court, Heavenly Demon King, ranked 7th. At this moment, the Heavenly Goblin King had yet to arrive, but the Thousand Goblin King had arrived. As soon as the old man appeared, he looked at Zhang Tao with a profound look in his eyes and said indifferently, "Humans shouldn't have destroyed the Forbidden Land." The Life King had only just touched the million-cal vitality boundary. Strictly speaking, he might not have reached the level of a titled true god. But it was a titled true god that had already been nailed to the ground. The old man's voice was indifferent, but it made King Feng and the others overjoyed. Humanity was finished. The 10,000 Demon Imperial Court, the Lord of 10,000 Demons, who had once fought against Tianji and Tianming, was unbelievably powerful. Today, the resurrected warriors of the 7 southern regions had destroyed the Forbidden Land and actually lured this person out. Zhang Tao laughed calmly and insolently. So what? So what? Zhang Tao burst into laughter. The crystal book in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Dozens of words appeared in the book: kill, destroy, attack. One by one, the words that had been condensed by the other Apex experts appeared. At this moment, the words carried with them a shocking killing intent. Thousand Goblin King, if you dare to interfere, I will exterminate your goblin clan. Zhang Tao laughed out loud. His voice was vast and boundless, causing the void within 10,000 li to tremble. Try interfering. The old man's expression was cold as he said indifferently, "Martial King, could it be that you think you can fight this king? You talk too much." Zhang Tao suddenly broke through space and charged out. Li Zhen cursed, "You motherf asterisk cur." Cursing, he stopped. This bastard, crazy, he wanted to kill Zhang Tao, this bastard, right now. There were already 17 true monarchs here. 2 of them had been killed, but there were still 15 left. The strongest Zhang Tao had run away. He ran crazily to fight Thousand Goblin King. Li Zhen was going crazy. The fact that the Thousand Goblin King did not participate in the battle meant that he was still hesitating. He might not want to interfere. If Elder Zhang talked nicely, with his ability to fool others, the Thousand Goblin King would probably leave. But now? Bastard. Right now, Li Zhen was facing off against King Feng and King 100 Mountains on his own. Even though he had taken out his second Great Dao, he was still being beaten to the point where his golden body was trembling and the void was exploding. The others were even worse off. The War King was now being besieged by 3 true monarchs, and he was being beaten back again and again. As for Zhang Tao's opponents, King Hua, King Song, and the others, they were all rushing towards them. No one was chasing after Zhang Tao. Since that guy is crazy enough to challenge the Thousand Goblin King, let him be. Not far away, the Thousand Goblin King was also stunned. King Wu really came. Old worm, you dared to participate in the battle in the demon race Forbidden Land, and after the battle, you still dare to question us. Today, I will kill you to scare the demons. At this moment, Zhang Tao's body suddenly expanded countless times, and he was almost 10,000 meters tall. The bamboo branch expanded, and with one attack, it broke through the void, destroying everything, and headed towards the Thousand Goblin King. Not far away, just as the Life King was about to attack, a shadow appeared. Why bother? An old voice came, and no one knew whether it was the Life King or Zhang Tao. Heaven-suppressing King. The Life King's expression was solemn, and he said coldly, "You are the land of rebirth, do you really want to die now?" Sigh. A sigh was heard. The heaven-suppressing king did not speak, nor did he attack. However, the Life King also did not move, and did not attack. At the side, Xianxia had already attacked, and the sky changed color. The Thousand Goblin King looked extremely old, as if he could be blown away by the wind, but now, his arms suddenly turned into giant claws, and with a roar, he clawed the void in front of him. Boom, the giant claws and the bamboo branch collided, and the overflowing energy shook Imperial Sea Mountain. A few hundred miles away, a giant city was swept by the energy, and in the blink of an eye, the entire city was destroyed. This was a capital city, although it was not comparable to a king's city, it was still a big city with millions of people. At this moment, a few hundred miles away, the city was still there, but all lives were gone. No matter what grade they were all dead. Not bad. The Thousand Goblin King laughed coldly, not bad indeed. The strength of the Martial King was shocking. He was probably at the level of the Life King, but he was still lacking if he wanted to fight with the Thousand Goblin King. The Thousand Goblin King did not return to his original form, but his arms turned into claws, and tore through space. He suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia, and instantly slashed towards Xianxia's head. Xianxia laughed coldly, and the book in his hand turned into a giant wall, and the bamboo branch suddenly flew towards the Life King. Courting death. The Life King was stunned, but he was also furious. The Martial King actually wanted to fight 1 against 2. He and the Thousand Goblin King were 2 of the 4 strongest true kings in God Continent. At this moment, the Life King could not be bothered with the heaven-suppressing king anymore. The Martial King was provoking him, and if he did not attack, how could he face others in the future? Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the 3 experts tore through space, entered it, and started fighting. At this moment, Xianxia was no match for the 2. The book cracked, but he laughed loudly. Fight. Fight to your heart's content. Even if I die today, I will let you know that humans are never afraid of battle. Kill. Xianxia's roar shook the sky, and in the blink of an eye, several figures appeared in the distance. A few elders flew over, and one of them laughed loudly. Let's fight. The Martial King is indeed the pride of the human race, he deserves the title of the Martial King. Fight. Fight. The top experts instantly entered the black space where the War King and the rest were, and in the blink of an eye, they fought with all their might. In the void, many giant figures floated in the air. The experts were too strong, and their power was projected, turning into human forms. Outside the 2 spaces, the heaven-suppressing king still did not move. He looked at the direction where Xianxia was, and suddenly sighed. Want to break the situation, but some things should not be broken at this moment. Ancestor. In another space, Li Zhen was fighting a bloody battle. His eyes were filled with anger, and he shouted, Ancestor, why are you watching? Since we are fighting today, so what if we turn the world upside down? The heaven-suppressing king seemed a little helpless, and he sighed again. He grabbed the void with one hand, and in the next moment, the Myriad Demon King suddenly appeared in front of him. Myriad Demon, why bother with the juniors? The human and the demon were less than 100 meters apart. The heaven-suppressing king said softly, go back, humans do not want to fight with the demon race. It's just 2 forbidden lands, so be it. The Myriad Demon King's expression was ugly, and he said coldly, the demon race is not afraid of battle. The heaven-suppressing king can suppress the human race, but not the demon race. The heaven-suppressing king chuckled, why do you have to do this? I have waited for 1,000 years, can't I wait for a few years? You must force me to fight? At this moment, the heaven-suppressing king suddenly stood up straight, and his face was no longer illusory. An extremely ordinary middle-aged face appeared, and his eyes were deep. He said softly, if you want to fight, then I will accompany you to exercise. The Myriad Demon King sneered, and he did not say a word. In the blink of an eye, the human and the demon disappeared. A black crack suddenly appeared, and suddenly disappeared. The human and the demon directly sealed the space, and entered another space to fight. Not far away, Xianxia glanced over, and his face revealed a playful expression. He suddenly looked at Fate King, and smiled meaningfully. In the next moment, Xianxia suddenly shook off Fate King, tore the space, and appeared next to the Su family's elder ancestor. Fate King also appeared here in an instant, and his palm hit Li Zhen. 7 Southern Regions. The battle was huge. The cat did not speak at this moment, but Fang Ping was impatient. What was going on? At his feet, the Jiao's big eyes opened a slit, and its nose was a little itchy. The big cat's tail was sweeping its nose, and it felt so uncomfortable, it really wanted to bite off this annoying demon's tail, but it did not dare. Just when the Jiao and Fang Ping were impatient, the cat suddenly said, "We can't win." "Who can't win who?" Fang Ping immediately said, "Humans can't win them?" "Yes." The cat wanted to eat skewers, but found that they were all gone. It glanced at the hamster, a little annoyed, and continued, "There are so many, 1, 3, the cat counted, and shook its head, saying, "There are almost 30. You guys only have 7 or 8. You can't win." Although the top human powerhouses were all here, the catacombs had more and more true kings. If this continued, even if the fake human emperor was very powerful, he would still lose. Fang Ping was talking to the cat when Zhang Weiyu and the others suddenly walked over. Qin Yaozu's face was pale, and his face was full of anxiety and helplessness. They were going to lose. Fang Ping did not notice, but they did. Thousands of miles away, Fang Ping might not recognize the shadows that pierced through the sky, but he did. The elder ancestors' shadows trembled, showing signs of being defeated. Senior cat. Qin Yaozu and the others had actually seen the cat before, but they did not dare to come over. At this moment, they could not bear it anymore. Qin Yaozu bowed deeply, and said in a sorrowful tone, "We are useless, we can't break through. Now the humans are defeated, please help us, senior. Please help us, senior." Zhang Weiyu and the others looked worried too. Most of Sino Nation's top powerhouses had joined the battle. If they were defeated, the top powerhouses would die in battle, then it would be useless no matter how many rank 9s they killed. The cat was very innocent, blinking its big eyes, and said, "I'm just a cat, cats don't fight." It was just a cat, it didn't fight. Why did it have to beg this cat? Everyone was deeply helpless. Cats did not fight. A desperate cat was now telling them that it did not fight, it was just watching the show. What else could they do? As they were talking, at this moment, suddenly, an earth-shaking figure was struck out of the void, crashing into Imperial Sea Mountain. Rumble, even from 2,000 miles away, everyone could hear the deafening roar. This loud noise was too loud. "King Marshal!" A shrill, angry roar rang out. King Huai, who was struck out again, was burning with rage, humiliation, absolute humiliation. He was beaten like a dead dog by King Marshal. A bamboo branch was whipped out, and his golden body exploded, crashing into Imperial Sea Mountain. In extreme anger, King Huai wanted to enter again. However, there was still some fear in his heart. In the next moment, he suddenly thought of something, and suddenly looked at the 7 southern regions behind him. King Marshal had drawn himself out, then, could he not enter the 7 southern regions now? King Huai's eyes were cold and fierce. Just as he was about to step in, his face suddenly stiffened, and then he suddenly rushed into the battle, instantly fighting with King Song's opponent, the Jing family's old ancestor. He said furiously, "After I kill you, I will enter the 7 southern regions and kill all of you resurrected bugs." As soon as these words came out, it seemed to remind everyone, King Song, whose opponent was snatched by him, suddenly thought of someone. Fang Ping, the Fang Ping who ruined his plans in the 9 southern regions. Did he come here today to fight the true king resurrected? No, he came here to kill Fang Ping, but now he was actually fighting the true king resurrected. Although he already had the upper hand, he did not come here to kill the true king. Moreover, this place was dangerous. The true king resurrected was not afraid of death. Now that 2 true kings had fallen, he was not considered strong, and he could not follow in their footsteps. He glanced at King Huai out of the corner of his eye. Idiot, this idiot actually ran back after being knocked out of the battle twice. It was best if he died here. King Song's eyes were cold as he turned his head to look at Imperial Sea Mountain. The next moment, he suddenly flew out of the black fissure, flying toward Imperial Sea Mountain. "How dare you!" At this time, Zhang Tao roared, the bamboo branch in his hand breaking through the air. At the same time, his mentality covered thousands of miles, and he quickly said, "Everyone, retreat from the catacombs. Take the Jiao with you, King Song has entered the region." Old Zhang was also surprised. "King Huai, this guy. Was he pretending to be stupid? I sent you flying and told you to kill the Jiao, but you didn't go. you actually ran back, joined the battle, and lured King Song over. More importantly, he did not know if the cat would attack. At this moment, he really wanted Fang Ping and the others to retreat quickly. Danger. At this critical moment, he might not be able to return in time. At this point in the battle, there were more and more catacombs true kings, and he was already somewhat powerless. If not for Life King, this guy, who had some ideas, and the other true kings also saw that the battle situation was stable and did not want to fight to the death, humans might have already been defeated. Zhang Tao struck with the bamboo branch, but King Song quickly rushed past Imperial Sea Mountain. He did not care about the bamboo branch behind him at all. He would think about it after entering 7 Southern Territory. Perhaps he could also take this opportunity to go to the land of rebirth. The true kings have entered the region. Fang Ping's expression changed dramatically. The others also gathered quickly. Zhang Weiyu shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Minister South is still outside, everyone retreat!" Everyone began to flee in the opposite direction. The Jiao wanted to get up, wanted to run, it was afraid of death, it was in the same group as Chef now, it wanted to run too. But it had a big cat head on it, it did not dare to run. Roar roar, the Jiao growled a few times. "I want to go, I want to go." The true kings have entered. The big eyes of the cat showed a hint of conflict, dissatisfaction, unwillingness, displeasure. He was enjoying the show. The true gods have entered, what are they doing? "You haven't given me the cat food." The cat felt wrong too. "I've stabbed 12 fake gods to death, 70 bags of cat food, and you haven't given me a single bag. Now that these people have left, that fake human emperor is probably going to run too. There's no one here, and you still want to give me cat food? I can't go out, I have to go back to the grotto heaven, go back to the grotto heaven." At this moment, the cat felt like it had been struck by lightning, its tail bristled. Back to the grotto heaven? The cat was stunned. "I said I forgot something, forgot something. I'm done for, Gongjuanzi must be closed, I have no home to go back to." Stray cat. At this moment, the cat's big eyes showed confusion. What to do? If I can't go back to the grotto heaven, where can I go? Stay here. But if I stay here, then, if the true gods enter and know I'm here, what if they find trouble with me? Meow, the ash cat suddenly cried out in a low voice. This cat had forgotten something important. Damn it, I can't go back, it's all this big dog's fault. The cat suddenly vented its anger on the Jiao. The cat's tail slapped the Jiao like it was struck by lightning, making it dizzy. I won't run, stop hitting. Big dog, are you going to the human world? The cat suddenly asked. The Jiao did not know if it was asking it, but the chances were high. The Jiao barked hurriedly. You're gone. The cat was sad. The big dog was gone. Was he going to be a stray here alone? He should at least bring the big dog along. He would have a place to sleep if he brought the big dog along, but the big dog's golden armor was too disgusting, not as comfortable as the Tengu's. The cat was still thinking, but Fang Ping could not care less about the Jiao. Run, the true king had entered. If he did not run, something big would happen. He wanted to run, but the cat hooked him with its tail, saying unhappily, "You haven't given me the cat food." Fang Ping was about to cry, "You're not going to help, you're asking me to run, what cat food? How would I know what's going on? Brother cat, the true king is here, you haven't given me the cat food. If you leave, what if the fake human emperor runs away?" It stared at Fang Ping. This guy seemed to be the leader. It could see that the others seemed to listen to him. He had a clone of the fake human emperor with him before. He must be in cahoots with the fake human emperor. He could not leave. If he left, the cat food might be gone. Master cat. Fang Ping was about to cry. King Song was here. He had ruined King Song's plan in Tiannan's catacombs. Although the god general under him had fought to the death with the Yang family, everyone else was dead except for him. Who else could he look for but him? This was his biggest enemy. If he came in, he would be the first to be killed. In a moment of desperation, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Master cat, I'm not leaving. How about you kill him? Cat food, right? You can have as much as you want. Kill him, I'll give it to you." "No, old Zhang, no, I'll give you the emperor. He controls the entire human world. He is everything, countless treasures, anything you want. Having said that, he asked hurriedly, is Master Cat a match for the true king? He did not know how strong the cat was. If he really did not know how to fight, he could only wait for death. He might as well run now and find Xianxia to protect him. The cat felt like its fur was about to explode. Not a match for a true god. The true god who came in was very weak. Okay, the cat's large tail slapped Fang Ping until he was dizzy. Don't go crazy, this cat. I can't even withstand the aftermath of the battle. Even if I'm a match for King Song, let me go first. Fang Ping could not leave. At this moment, many people had gathered around him. Some of them had fled for a while, but seeing that Fang Ping did not follow, they turned back. Ironhead landed quickly, looking at Fang Ping with an anxious expression. Old Manly also looked at the cat hurriedly, saying quickly, Senior Cat, let Fang Ping go first. If you have any requests, wait. The cat was not anxious at all. It continued to use the Jiao's body as a pillow, its tail hitting Fang Ping. Half of its body was still soaking in the seawater, as if it was thinking about something. After a while, it suddenly said, I'll stab him to death. I want another 100 bags of cat food. Also, it wanted to say that it could not go back, but on second thought, it could not say it. It would be embarrassing. I want to open a cat palace here. It needs to be near the sea, so I can fish. You guys have to help me build one. I also need to rear rats, mine rats. I need to rear them fat. The cat suddenly felt like drooling. Not being able to go back seemed like a good thing. It could fish, rear mine rats, grow flowers, and cultivate bejeweled nectar. It could also bask in the sun. The sun in the grotto heaven was not good. It was a good choice. If it had nothing to do, it could go outside the grotto heaven. Why not go in and see Gong Juanzi? As the cat thought about it, it felt sleepy. It said in a daze, the bed in the cat palace can't be hard. No, I have to soak in the seawater. You have to build me a big pool. It was still narrating, but Fang Ping sighed. It was over. This cat had gone mad. The true king was here. Motherf asterisk cur, this fellow was not letting him go. Old Zhang was not reliable. What did the cat food that you owe me have anything to do with it? You've wronged me. Teacher, you guys leave quickly. If I hide my aura, he might not notice me. Hurry. As they were talking, the cat woke up and said hurriedly, that's all. That's all. Can you? Fang Ping was helpless. He laughed dryly and said, no problem, it's a small matter. But can you let us leave first? Brother Cat is not afraid of the true king, but if we're involved. Involved? The cat seemed to be thinking about the meaning of this word. After a while, it muttered, how? As soon as it finished speaking, the cat turned its head and looked at the sky-shaking figure in the distance. After a while, the cat's tail flicked. After a while, a huge, fishing rod appeared in the cat's paws. Fang Ping was stunned, it was a fishing rod. He could see the fish hook. When the fishing rod appeared, the cat swung it a little and said unskillfully, I haven't fished for a long time. I don't really remember how to fish. You're not allowed to look. If you don't catch anything, you're not allowed to laugh. Otherwise, I'll feed you to the big dogs. Having said that, the cat's fishing rod suddenly pierced through the space. The golden fish hook disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the distance, King Song, who was still flying through the air, stopped in his tracks. The next moment, a deafening scream reverberated throughout the 7th Southern Territory. D***it. The scream was short and urgent. As Fang Ping and the others stared blankly, the cat stuck its buttocks in the air and pulled the fishing rod, huffing and puffing. I forgot how to fish. This guy is different from the fish. He's so strong, it's a loss. It's a loss. I caught something he can't eat. I'm so tired. Little Sword isn't here. There's no one to pull the fishing rod for me. I'm so tired. The cat sounded aggrieved. It felt like it was not worth it this time. It felt aggrieved. Fang Ping and the others had long been dumbfounded. Not far away, Qi Huanyu looked like he had seen a ghost. At this moment, he broke through the air and fled far away. He saw a ghost. A true king powerhouse screamed. Something hooked his nose and then he was dragged into the space rift. Then, everything was gone, there was really nothing left, there was no scream, no explosion of force, no shattering of space. The only thing was that the void seemed to be surging. It was like a big fish was struggling in the water, stirring up some residual waves. Scary, there was something wrong with the 7th Southern Territory. Until now, he had not seen the cat. Even though he was 1,000 meters away from Fangping, he did not see it. Even though he looked at Fangping a few times, he still did not see the cat. Qi Huanyu was so shocked that he was going crazy. What happened? Qi Huanyu ran very fast. Fangping and the others were also completely stunned. A cat took out a fishing rod and caught a true king. What was this? A true king powerhouse was the symbol of invincibility. Now, he was caught like a fish. The cat was still pulling the fishing rod as if it wanted to pull him out. Could it be that King Song would be caught later? 9 Heavens Divine Emperor, the void was still surging. The cat stuck out its buttocks and grunted, I'm so tired. You guys, help me pull it. Big Cat seemed to be really tired. It was struggling to pull the fishing rod. Fangping and the others were already stunned. At this moment, Fangping hurriedly said, Lord Cat, that King Pine he still wants to run. The cat turned its head and gave him a look, a little unhappy. It patted Fangping's cheek with its tail. Hurry up and help me pull him over. If you do, he won't be able to escape. Although they were confused, they didn't say a word as they stepped forward and began to pull out the fishing rods. As soon as Fangping touched the fishing rod, he felt a chill in his hand. The fishing rod looked like a bamboo pole, but it was unknown what it was made of. Fangping quickly used the imperishable substance, unleashing a destructive force. However, at this time, no matter how strong the explosion was, it was as if the fishing rod did not move an inch, unaffected at all. It was not just Fangping. At this moment, the others present also came forward to help. Zhang Weiyu and the others also rushed back, each of them wearing a solemn expression, not knowing what to do. Old Manly panted as he helped to drag them. Elder Cat, King Pine has been dragged here. How do we deal with him? From the tone of the cat's voice, it seemed like it wanted to drag the Pine King here from the space. But even if a true king was dragged here, what could he do? The cat looked at him curiously as if it was looking at a fool, and said in a strange tone, I dragged him over. His power was depleted in the space passage. At that time, I can poke him to death. These people are so stupid. When fishing, of course, it was necessary to fish the other party into a spatial crack. That way, he could wear down the other party's strength. Moreover, it was impossible to recover energy inside the spatial crack. If Xiaoqian dragged him to the front of it, that king would become a cultivator with a strong physical body. His physical body would also be damaged, and his strength would decrease by more than 80%. It was stabbed to death in an instant, and these people actually asked it if it was stupid or not. Old Manly blushed from the cat's stare. He was despised by a cat. Unfortunately, in front of this cat, Oldly did not dare to speak carelessly. This cat looked easy to talk to, but it had hooked a true monarch, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous. Too strong, who would deal with a true king like this? The war king had almost been beaten to death while trying to kill a true monarch, and it took him a long time to recover from his injuries. But what about this cat? As he spoke, the void in front of Fangping and the others began to surge. The cat said happily, I'm going to catch it. You over there. You over there. Come over here. I'll poke him to death. His essence, qi, and spirit are overflowing. You guys can absorb some of it. The green cat wagged its big tail happily. He hadn't fished for a long time, but his skills were still there. Just like that, he managed to hook the true god. This true god was really dumb. It was easy to hook him and he didn't even put in much effort. As the cat spoke, a crack appeared in the void, and a figure could be vaguely seen. Who is it? Let this king go. A roar came from the space. It was a little weak and a little frightened. King Song was afraid, terrified, he didn't know what had hooked his nose. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get it off. Even if he broke his golden body, it was useless. The golden hook seemed to have hooked not only his body but also his spiritual power. Along the way, the spatial cracks continuously eroded his strength and consumed his foundation. By the time he sensed the aura of the outside world, King Pine was already terrified, an unknown expert, very, very strong. He didn't know who it was. He only knew that he had less than 10% of his strength. If he went out, he might die. He didn't want to die. King Pine was furious. He had just entered the outer region, so why did such a terrifying expert appear? It wasn't just a problem of the expert. What was the golden hook? It could actually confine an invincible true king like him? King Pine was terrified. At this moment, he struggled again. He didn't want to go out, he didn't want to come out. In the outside world, the cat seemed to be used to such a situation. It suddenly picked up the fishing rod and stabbed the void. Poochie, space rippled like water and was pierced through. The fishing rod that was several meters long suddenly enlarged countless times, turning into an incomparably huge rod. The ash cat grabbed the fishing rod with its claws and hit the pine monarch's head repeatedly. Come out. If you don't come out, you'll die inside. Come out quickly. Pung pung pung, the fishing rod hit King Pine's head until it was about to explode. A true king was actually about to be knocked unconscious. This was also an unbelievable thing. The fishing rod had the effect of intimidating mentality. King Pine felt dizzy, his resistance loosened. In the next moment, a broken figure appeared in front of Fong Ping and the others. Everyone was stunned, a true king, alive, just 3 meters away from them. Like a fish on land, his body twitched a few times, but he could not move. His eyes rolled back. At this moment, the cat was still hitting his head with the fishing rod. There was a big grin on the cat's face, so wide that its tongue was almost sticking out. He caught it, it was smiling. Fong Ping and the others were really stunned to the extreme. They had captured a true king alive, killing a true king. There were people who could do it. Suppressing Heavenly King, Zhang Tao, Li Zhan, Warlord, these people, they had all done it. They had killed a true king, killed a top monster, and had such achievements. However, capturing a true king alive, no one had done it before. Fong Ping glanced at the big cat's fishing rod. Treasure, a real treasure. He had never seen such a powerful divine weapon. The fishing hook could hook a true king, the fishing rod could hit a true king, knocking the other party unconscious. This was too suitable for him. If he carried the fishing rod, concealed his aura, and secretly hit a true king, would he be able to knock him unconscious? If he could also kill a true king. Fong Ping wanted to gulp, but he dared not show any covetousness. This big cat was too strong. Moreover, it had helped them capture a true king this time. He could be considered a partner, so he could not offend this cat. The cat did not care about this. After hitting King Pine for a while, it looked at Zhang Weiyu and the others, smiling widely. Poke him to death? If you poke him to death, you can absorb his essence, qi, and spirit to fill yourself up. If you don't poke him to death, you can stew him. Oh, right, do you eat it? This cat won't eat it, it's disgusting. Big Dog used to eat it, it's disgusting too. The cat suddenly felt a little disgusted, its big tail suddenly whipping the jiao. Big Dog was disgusting. It ate true gods. Think about it, the cat only ate skewers, only grilled fish, drank ambrosia, and sometimes to have a sumptuous meal, it only ate some miscellaneous food. Big Dog was different, it ate everything, it was not picky. Woo woo, the jiao was dizzy from the beating, it wanted to cry. Did I offend you? This cat was too despicable, the jiao was whimpering. Fong Ping and the others were stunned again. Stew a true king, these words, made them dizzy. Fong Ping said hurriedly, poke him to death. Right, poke him to death, his Tao of origin. Fong Ping suddenly remembered something. If this fellow died, what about his Tao of origin? This was a true king that was captured alive. When the cat heard this, it looked surprised. It scratched its ears with its claws and asked curiously, why do you want his Tao of origin? His Tao is short and narrow, it's getting longer and longer. It's useless to walk it, you can walk your own Tao. Zhang Weiyu was so excited that he was trembling. He said hurriedly, Senior, can you keep his Tao of origin? Just like how mysterious Jade True King's Tao of origin turned into the Tao of origin. Wu Quishan benefited immensely. this was the Tao of origin left behind by a dead true king's descendants. And this was a living true king powerhouse. I can't. The cat shook its head. If I poke him to death, I can keep a bit of my Tao of origin. Even if I leave, I won't surpass him. Do you guys want this? Yes. Everyone said in unison, what a joke. Even if they did not use it, it was not like everyone could reach the top if they let a rank 9 powerhouse walk. Even if it was comparable to King Pine, or even worse, it was still a hopeless situation. At this moment, Fan Ping even wanted to pry into the true king's Tao of origin. But after thinking about it, he gave up. The true king's Tao of origin consumed too much, he did not have much wealth now. Moreover, the current him did not need to look at the path of such a powerful powerhouse. He would be easily affected by the other party's will. The two who walked 1 to 200 meters earlier affected him a little. He would have to wait until he really walked out of his own Tao of origin. So troublesome. The cat was troubled. These people had a lot of demands. In the past, when he fished, he roasted and ate them. If he did not want to eat them, he just had to poke them to death. Now these people wanted him to strip the Tao of origin. It was really troublesome. Cat food, cat palace, the cat muttered for a while, comforting himself. Forget it, he could not go back. He did not want to work on his own, so he would let these humans work for him. He wanted to live in the cat palace and not be a stray cat. He was different from the big dogs. The big dogs had the world as their home, the ground as their bed, and the sky as their blanket. They could sleep wherever they went. It was not like that. The cat used the fishing rod to hit King Pine with all its might. As it hit and hit, King Pine trembled all over. In the next moment, something like a crystal door floated out from the other party's body. The cat was also unbearably tired. He muttered, "This is it. When he's dead, you guys can take a look. After you're done, it'll be destroyed." As he said that, the cat was afraid that they would ask for more conditions. He immediately said, "I'm going to poke him to death. Don't talk." Having said that, the cat did not attack King Pine. A strange light flashed in his big eyes. Then, he poked the air with his claws. Poke. With a poke, King Pine's body trembled. With a poke, he trembled. The cat seemed to be quite tired too, panting. After a while, King Pine suddenly let out a muffled groan. In an instant, an extremely powerful energy overflowed from his body. The world changed color again, rumble, the great Tao collapsed, and the sky turned blood red again. A true monarch died so easily. At this moment, Zhang Weiyu and the others were excited. When the energy of the true monarch's death hit them, everyone felt refreshed. Everything that had been exhausted before seemed to be recovering. Catch a true monarch and kill him. This was the first time in the world that this had happened. At the same time, in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, in the Black Rift, dozens of true monarchs were fighting. At this moment, they suddenly stopped. In the next moment, a rift exploded not far away. Heavenly King Zhen and Myriad Demon King appeared at the same time. Myriad Demon King looked slightly disheveled, but he was still calm. However, he only calmed down for 3 seconds. He suddenly looked at the 7 southern regions, and his eyes burst out with 2 terrifying lights. Who? He killed King Pine without a sound. Who is it? What's in the 7 southern regions? The master of the bounded domain has come out? No, even if the master comes out, he might not be as good as me. How could this be? Myriad Demon King could not believe it. How was this possible? Even if the master of the bounded domain really came out, he might be able to kill a true monarch, but it would not be so shocking. King Pine had died without a sound. On the side, Heavenly King Zhen seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, he frowned slightly. 7 southern regions, Quokang Mountain. Did the ash cat come out? That cat was actually born again. However, this cat had never liked to kill people. It was so lazy that it made people's hair stand on end. Even if you fought on top of its head and did not disturb its sleep, it would be too lazy to care. How could it kill King Pine? The ash cat used that thing. Heavenly King Zhen's eyes moved slightly. This cat's birth was not a good thing. The ash cat, heavenly dog, these two were not good things. The heavenly dog seemed to have disappeared. But the ash cat, the world had changed again and again, but it was still the favorite of the heavens. It could not be killed, could not be destroyed, and could turn misfortune into fortune. There were no disasters and no difficulties, no matter how big the battle was, it could not be affected. When in danger, it fell asleep. When it fell asleep, those who were stronger than it were killed by it in one sleep. The masters of this world had changed again and again, but only this cat had lived one life after another. The ash cat came out. Who did it come out for? At this moment, Heavenly King Xian's heart was in turmoil again. Sure enough, was the great era coming. Every time the ash cat came out, it would face great changes. Every time, the people who followed it were the influential figures of that era. 2,000 years ago, the ash cat did not follow Gong Zhuanzi, but unquestionable Jian. 2,000 years later, who was it coming out for? Heavenly King Xian looked at Zhang Tao abruptly. Then, there was a sudden burst of divine light in his eyes. As if penetrating thousands of miles, he saw the interior of the 7 southern regions, saw Fan Ping and the others. Who was it? Who was the target that the ash cat wanted to follow? Heavenly King Xian's heart was in turmoil. Zhang Tao was also a little shocked. How did that cat do it? He did not sense anything, nor did he feel the aura of a great battle. In his senses, it was King Pine who entered the region, then his aura disappeared for a while, and then, he died. A true king had fallen just like that. Even Zhang Tao was shocked. He had already observed the ash cat's strength when he entered the region. It was not too strong, at least not as strong as him, and might not even be as strong as Li Zhan and the others. But how did this cat kill King Pine? Even Zhang Tao was shocked, let alone the others. King Feng's gaze was frighteningly solemn. He said coldly, "There's a change in the 7 southern regions. Everyone, quickly kill King Wu and the others to prevent further changes in the 7 southern regions." At this moment, they dared not send people to investigate the 7 southern regions. It was eerily quiet there. At this moment, the best choice was still to kill King Wu and the others. When the time came, everyone could enter the 7 southern regions together to investigate. Kill. These true kings were terrified, but they were not stupid. This was also the best time to kill King Wu and the others. At this moment, a total of 10 Sino nations' top powerhouses were gathered here: Heavenly King Zhen, King Wu, Hades, King War, King Sword, and the 5 patriarchs of the Jiang, Shen, Lu, Jing, and Meng families had all arrived at this moment. 10 human powerhouses, and their opponents were also countless powerhouses. Myriad Demon King, Life King, Maple King, 100 Mountain King, King Hua. These people were all powerful true kings who entered Zhang Tao's combat strength ranking. There were close to 30 true king powerhouses. At this moment, they were also incomparably powerful, forcing the humans to retreat again and again. Even though 3 great monarchs had already perished, at this point, no one was willing to retreat anymore. Life King fought Li Zhan alone. It was a fact that Li Zhan, who had just stepped onto the second Dao, was not as strong as Life King. Even though Li Zhan had taken 2 Dao, his combat strength was only increased by about 1.6 times. However, Li Zhan was also a 9th grade golden body cultivator with a strong foundation. Even though he was not as strong as Life King, he was not completely defeated. Even so, Li Zhan had been injured in order to kill Earth's Sunflower King. Now that he was targeted by Life King, his military uniform was already torn to pieces, and he was almost naked. However, at this point, no one cared about these things anymore. Break. No one cared about what was happening in the 7 southern regions. Inside the space, 9 human powerhouses were surrounded by close to 30 powerhouses. There was no time to think. At this moment, Zhang Tao's combat strength was also unparalleled. At this moment, Zhang Tao was facing 3 supreme powerhouses: Maple King, 100 Mountain King, and King Hua. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he was still fighting, which shocked many true kings. Maple King had not gone too far on the first Dao, and he had just started on the second Dao. But no matter what, Maple King was not weaker than Li Zhen, who had stepped onto the second Dao. But at this moment, the 3 of them still could not gain an absolute advantage against Zhang Tao. The black space expanded endlessly. Apart from a few powerful supreme powerhouses, the other human supreme powerhouses were already injured. Golden blood splattered in the void. A few old men had white hair and beards. Even though their combat strength was not strong, they could still fight 1 against 2 or even 3 against 1, entangling with the enemy. The Shin family's old ancestor, the supreme powerhouse who had created the new martial era, was laughing loudly. Worth it. The creation of the new martial era was worth it. In a mere 90 years, supreme powerhouses like King Wu and King of Hell had appeared. It was really worth it. Even if they died in battle today, they would not feel wronged. Zhang Tao, Li Zhan. Kill a few more. 90 years ago, this old man was unwilling to accept defeat. I was unwilling to accept defeat, and I was unwilling to accept defeat. I have never been so vexed in my life. Today is so satisfying. The Guardian of the North, Chen Haoyin, 90 years ago, in a great battle, he and the Chen family's old ancestor were heavily injured. Unwilling, agreed, year after year, day after day, they were bullied, unable to resist, unable to fight back. Although the subduing Heavenly King was strong, he could not change all of this. That year, after the defeat, he and Chen Guion decided that great waves would purge the sand, and the vast ocean would search for the lost pearl. There would come a day when new people would emerge, and new people would rise. And today, they had done it. The new martial era had been created for less than 100 years, and supreme powerhouses had appeared, killing monarchs like killing dogs. In one battle, 3 monarchs had fallen. Delightful. Congratulations, Martial King Zhang Tao's combat strength was unparalleled. With his strength alone, he was able to fight against 3 supreme powerhouses. This was his greatest achievement, his greatest pride. The beginning of the new martial era might be the best decision Chen Haoyin had made in his life. Old Chen, it's a pity that you didn't see it. But you will see it sooner or later, ha ha ha. The old man fought against 2 monarchs alone. His golden body was cracked, blood splattered, and the void was torn apart. But the old man was still laughing, carefree, not aggrieved. Even if I die here, I saw the death of a monarch in the catacombs. This is glory. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and the old man's right arm suddenly exploded. With a roar, he swung his left arm and punched through one of the monarchs. His opponent's expression was cold, ignoring the injury, and once again joined forces with another monarch to kill Chen Haoyin. Old ancestor Shen Li Zhan, who was fighting with Fate King, suddenly roared. At this moment, sword chi pierced through the clouds, causing the sky to change color. A shocking sword aura exploded, instantly killing towards Chen Haoyin's opponent. That monarch hastily retreated, but was still hit by the sword aura. His flesh was instantly cut into pieces, and he also roared, using all his strength to shatter the sword aura. At the same time, Fate King slammed his palm towards Li Zhan, shattering his ribs and sending him flying. Outside, Heavenly King Zhen saw this scene and sighed, the time is not right. After sighing, Heavenly King Zhen's palm broke through the void, and suddenly, Fate King appeared outside the black fissure. Heavenly King Zhen glanced at Myriad Goblin King, then at Fate King, and chuckled, fine, fine. You guys together have some strength. Come and fight with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them fell into the fissure and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Heavenly King Zhen fought 1 against 2 and took away Myriad Goblin King and Fate King. In the crowd, Zhang Tao's expression was cold. Even if the 2 of them left, there were still dozens of monarchs here. Forget it, looks like they don't want to show themselves. Zhang Tao laughed at himself. What a bunch of old turtles, or do they think that since Heavenly King Zhen is here, they don't need to fight anymore? Since they don't want to fight, and they don't want to show themselves. 7 Southern Region Old Cat will fight, then forget it, other places. At this moment, Zhang Tao suddenly shouted, kill our way to the North Lake Catacombs. This angry roar caused the faces of the battle kings in the crowd to change. What is this guy trying to do? But soon, Battle King also gritted his teeth and said, let's go. Several monarchs fought as they retreated towards the North Lake Catacombs. Purple Cap Mountain was there. Zhang Tao probably had the intention to break into the bounded domain and pierce through the sky. Originally, if Old Cat did not attack, Zhang Tao was prepared to fight his way into Quokang Mountain and drag Gong Zhuanzi down with him. That was his plan, but Old Cat came out of Quokang Mountain and killed King Song. Although Zhang Tao was evil, he did not want to cause a bloodbath in the 7 Southern region at this time. But how could 9 people retreat so easily against dozens of monarchs? King Feng also shouted angrily, kill them on the spot. They also knew about the existence of the bounded domain. No one had come out of the 7 southern regions' bounded domain until now, which meant that no one would come out. Or, the person inside the 7th southern region might be the owner of the bounded domain. No matter what, the other party did not come out now, which meant that they were ignoring this battle. But if they went to other places, it was hard to say if there would be other changes. Both sides fought continuously, flattening everything nearby. Even 90 years ago, the battle between dozens of monarchs was not as intense as today. 90 years ago, no one died. But today, 3 monarchs had already died, at the same time. 7th Southern Region. When he saw the projection of the Shin family's patriarch tremble and show signs of dissipating, Qin Yaozu's face instantly turned red. He roared angrily, unwilling and furious, Chen Haoyan, his father's best friend, was about to die. Absolutely not. Qin Yaozu's aura became stronger and stronger. Unwillingness, anger, and all kinds of emotions attacked him. The Chen and Shin families had the best relationship. Chen Haoyan was slightly stronger than his father, but he was seriously injured in order to save his father. They almost died in that battle 90 years ago. Qin Yaozu knew all of this. Today, his father did not come. His father could not save him in time, but he could. If I can't reach the peak in 300 years, do I have to wait for another 300 years? Qin Yaozu roared angrily. At this moment, a giant dragon appeared. In the blink of an eye, it began to extend from 800 meters, 900 meters, 950 meters, 990 meters, in the next moment, it stopped. Qin Yaozu's eyes were cold. He suddenly laughed and said loudly, I'll go first. After saying that, he crossed 1,000 meters in a step and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Fight, the peak was achieved through fighting, fight to the peak. At the same time, Zhang Weiyu also shook his head helplessly, sighing, I'm not as good as the minister of the 3 departments, still a little lacking. He let out a sigh filled with deep regret. I'm not as good as the minister of the 3 departments, Zhang, Li, and Nan. The 3 of them had perfected their paths, fighting a rank 9 and breaking through, while they were a little lacking. If that was the case, then let's go and fight a true king. Zhang Weiyu also laughed heartily, stepping into the air and leaving. Fang Ping hurriedly threw out a large mass of imperishable substance, but Zhang Weiyu hit it back casually, smiling. The true king's legacy is enough. What they lacked now was not this. Be careful. Fang Ping roared. He was a little unwilling, a little worried. Both Chen and Zhang had not broken through to the peak. If they joined the battle now, it would be extremely dangerous. Even if they were only a step away from the peak, if they joined the battle hastily, they might die instantly. Wu Chuan and Wu Quishan were about to take a step forward when the cat said lazily, It's useless for both of you to go. Smack, kill them. Both of them can withstand a few moves and advance quickly. Although both Chen and Zhang had not advanced now, they had reached a limit. If they fought a true king, there was a chance that they would advance instantly. Wu, on the other hand, could not do it. There was still a brewing period, and he would be killed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that both of them were unwilling, the cat muttered, There's still a fake god who's almost a true god over there. Both of you go and fight him. If you kill him, there's hope for both of you too. As soon as the words came out, both of them took off in the blink of an eye. They had almost forgotten about Qi Huanyu. Chen and Zhang used the true king as a whetstone, then both of them would use Qi Huanyu as a whetstone. The cat, on the other hand, did not care about this anymore. Seeing that Fang Ping had sneakily picked up the Pine King's storage ring, it asked curiously, Who's that? Your imperishable substance just now, did it come out of thin air? Fang Ping's body stiffened, but the cat said again, This imperishable substance of yours doesn't seem to be yours, it was stolen. Who's that? Someone seems like what? The cat raised its head and looked at the sky. I forgot. My memory has been deteriorating badly recently. Am I old? But I still feel very young. I've only slept a few times in my cat life. I haven't spent much time. Didn't they say that true gods were immortal and indestructible? Why is my memory deteriorating? The cat thought about his cat life for a while. After 3 seconds of heat, he did not dwell on it anymore. Suddenly, he looked at Ironhead and said, "Who's that? You look a little familiar. Have we met before? Why have you become weaker?" Li Honsong did not know what to say. Without waiting for him to speak, the cat said again, "Forget it, I don't care. I'm not that familiar with you. You definitely haven't fed me before, otherwise, I would definitely remember you." Everyone was stunned. "You only remember if I fed you before?" The cat's dementia was acting up and it could not remember anything. Fang Ping and the others did not dare to ask. At this moment, the murderous aura in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain was soaring. Fang Ping suddenly had the urge to watch the battle. After struggling for a moment, Fang Ping said, "Lord Cat, can you bring us to Imperial Sea Mountain? Or watch the battle in other ways?" The cat shook its big head. "I can't go. I have to soak in the seawater. Once the Forbidden Sea seawater leaves the Forbidden Sea, it will be ineffective unless I open up a path to Imperial Sea Mountain." "Does Lord Cat have to hide?" Fang Ping was puzzled. Since they were already out, why hide? The cat muttered. "Gong Juanzi said that if I don't hide, everyone will kill me. Actually, I don't think I need to hide. Forget it, I'll hide. What if everyone wants to kill me?" It was actually not too afraid. It did not fight. It was a good cat. Why would they want to kill it? However, since Gong Juanzi said so, to avoid trouble, it was better to hide. The cat muttered and said regretfully, "Too bad they're all gone. Otherwise, I won't be afraid." His old backers were gone. Otherwise, where could the cat not go? Back then, when the big dog bullied him, he blew the whistle and many powerhouses came to help, although they were still beaten up by the big dog. Not talking about the past, the cat continued to look up at the sky. Watch the battle. Watching the battle was what it was best at. How was it supposed to watch the battle? After thinking for a while, a mirror suddenly appeared in the cat's paws. With a smile on its face, it said happily, "Divine Peeking Mirror. I specialize in watching the battle. It's amazing." The mirror in the cat's hand had an ancient aura. It seemed to be thinking about how to use the mirror. After thinking for a while, the cat suddenly tossed the mirror into the air and muttered, "Big dog bless me, little sword bless me, that person bless me, come out quickly, come out quickly." Fang Ping and the others were dumbfounded. That worked too, it really worked. The mirror suddenly enlarged dozens of times, like a giant wall. In the blink of an eye, a ray of light pierced through the void and headed straight for Imperial Sea Mountain. At the same time, Heavenly King suddenly appeared outside the rift. At this moment, Myriad Demon King and Life King did not appear. Heavenly King seemed to see this ray of light that ordinary people could not see. Divine Peeking Mirror. Why did it appear again? How could this be? Didn't the Divine Peeking Mirror shatter long ago? Moreover, the fragment had been lost, so how could it appear in the hands of the cat, and what was this guy doing with it? Spy on the battlefield. This cat. Heavenly King Jin suddenly had the urge to rob it. Just as he was thinking about it, the crack broke. In the next moment, the Thousand Goblin King and Fate King appeared at the same time. Fate King looked extremely pathetic. His eyes were cold and sharp, but he felt a little sullen. Compared to Heavenly King Jin Tian and Myriad Demon King, he was indeed much weaker. Although he was the lord of the true monarch palace, he hadn't reached the level of a twofold boost, and his foundation wasn't as solid as the other two. The Azure Cat was several thousand li away. If the Azure Cat felt that he had the strength of a titled true god, then it meant that he also had a trump card. As the number one person in the Destiny Royal Court, it was only natural that he had some trump cards up his sleeves. But in terms of strength, he was indeed inferior to the two of them. While Ming Wang was still thinking, the Thousand Goblin King looked towards the 7 southern regions. He seemed to have faintly sensed something and his gaze was a little strange. Did the experts of the 7 southern regions use some kind of treasure, a treasure from the ancient times? As he was thinking, the Thousand Goblin King's body suddenly trembled slightly, shattering an invisible wave. He snorted coldly but didn't speak. 7 southern regions. On the huge mirror, 3 people appeared, faintly discernible. Suddenly, one of them snorted coldly and disappeared from the mirror in the next moment. The Azure Cat muttered, "So annoying. A big snake is the most annoying. I really want to stab it to death. But it's so powerful. I can't stab it to death. The Azure Cat was a little disappointed. It hated big snakes, but it was very difficult to stab it to death. Forget it, he would let it go. In the future, he would gather people to stab the big snake to death and eat snake soup. Snake soup, the Azure Cat muttered, as if thinking of something, and murmured, this big snake. I seem to have eaten its ancestor before. Big Dog killed it. I think so? He couldn't remember. Big Dog had secretly hunted a big snake before. It was very, very strong, and its aura was similar to this big snake. It must have eaten its ancestor, right? It was muttering. Fong Ping and the others gulped again. They seemed to be facing these few powerhouses, even their auras seemed to be simulated on the mirror. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly had the urge to kneel on the ground. Powerful, 3 powerhouses, he did not recognize any of them. Actually, Fong Ping had seen Heavenly King Garrison and Life King before, but he did not see them. Or rather, he had only heard their voices. He really did not know what they looked like. It was the same now. On the mirror, one of them disappeared. The other 2 did not disappear, but their faces could not be seen either. Life King's projection seemed to be clearer. Fong Ping took a look, and seemed to see something different. Cat. Master Cat, this mirror, what is it used for? Fong Ping was stunned again, gulping a little. The others did not seem to feel anything, including Li Daong and the others. They did not realize anything. However, Fong Ping seemed to sense something wrong. In the mirror, on the Life King's projection, there seemed to be 2 horizontal lines running through the body. Fong Ping also vaguely saw another phantom. It was not very clear, and he could not see it clearly. The Azure Cat said matter-of-factly, it's for watching a show. No. I mean, that person has 2 lines on his body, lines? The Azure Cat widened its eyes and looked, its big tail whipping the Jiao. After thinking for a while, unsure, it mumbled, main path? I don't remember. Isn't the divine peeking mirror for watching a show? I forgot. It's a little like the main path. Is it for peeping into the origin space? I still don't remember. If I can't see it clearly, it's useless. The Azure Cat mumbled. Fong Ping was sure, what the hell was this mirror? It was actually somewhat similar to his system's new function. It was reflecting the powerhouse's origin path. There was actually a divine weapon that could reflect origin path. What a joke. What kind of divine weapon was this? Fong Ping had always felt that although divine weapons were powerful, when in a desperate situation, all divine weapons were fabricated. Zhang Tao and the others could casually smash a rank 9 divine weapon without any difficulty. Even if it was a supreme divine weapon, it was only equivalent to having half the combat strength of a paragon. It would definitely be useful against weak paragons, but against a powerful paragon like Zhang Tao, a supreme divine weapon would probably be average and might not have any effect. However, now, the Azure Cat had shattered all his thoughts. A fishing rod, hooked a true king to death. A mirror, spanning thousands of miles, reflecting the true king powerhouse, even vaguely reflecting his origin path. It was really too scary. Fong Ping was still in shock. The Azure Cat shook its head and said, I don't remember. The divine peeking mirror seemed to have broken once. Seems like it. I remember now. Many years ago. I don't remember how many years it has been. When Big Dog was still alive, it insisted on borrowing the divine peeking mirror. It seemed like it wanted to peep at the Emperor. It was probably so. I don't remember clearly, but it should be. Big Dog peeped, and in the end, the mirror was broken by someone. Meow, Big Dog owes me a mirror. Return it to me. Slap slap slap, the Jiao's big tail was almost swollen. The Jiao was whimpering nonstop, what now, what now? It did not say a word. This cat kept whipping it. Why, the Jiao was still whimpering. Fong Ping and the others had already forgotten how many times they had been stunned today. A dog found a cat and borrowed a mirror to peep at the Emperor. Then, it was discovered by the Emperor and the mirror was broken? Why was it that ever since this cat appeared, they felt like their worldview was collapsing? How old was this antique, the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, there was only one person who had the strength of the Emperor realm. The Demon Emperor. As for the human world, there were legends, but no one knew who it was. The only thing they knew was that the Catacombs Demon Emperor had the strength of the Emperor realm. And what was the era of the Demon Emperor? No one knew. It was said that the two kings were from the Demon Emperor era, and the two kings had a war with the sections. If that was the case, perhaps the Demon Emperor was before the sects, or even had something to do with the sections. No matter what, when the Azure Cat mentioned the Emperor realm, Fang Ping realized that this cat was probably even earlier than the sections. The Azure Cat maintained its enthusiasm for 3 seconds before forgetting. It glanced at the Heavenly King Subduer's projection and seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, it said, "This guy is so strong. He's even stronger than that fake emperor of yours." Fang Ping's gaze moved again. He did not recognize it before, but now he asked, "Heavenly King Subduer?" "I don't know." The Azure Cat stared at the Heavenly King Subduer with its big eyes and suddenly said, "Old man, do you know me?" It seemed to be talking to the Heavenly King Subduer in the mirror. There was no telepathy, no mentality outburst. It was just asking the shadow in the mirror. Just when Fang Ping and the others thought that its dementia was acting up again, in the mirror, the Heavenly King Subduer's shadow suddenly nodded slightly, its voice so low that it was almost inaudible. "Azure Cat. Yeah, you really know me?" The Azure Cat seemed to be a little excited, swinging its big tail and thinking hard. It said excitedly, I think I saw someone familiar. You know Little Sword, right? You seem to have come to Quichong Mountain with Little Sword before, right? Once, we went fishing. Did you go with us? But I'm not too familiar with you. Are you Little Sword's subordinate? I don't think so. Are you his friend? The Azure Cat was a lot more talkative this time. After a long time, it suddenly said dejectedly, "I've forgotten a lot of things. Also, if you know Little Sword, why did you walk so many paths?" Little Sword failed. "You can't walk to the end, the paths are all blocked." The Heavenly King Subduer did not seem surprised, its voice getting deeper and deeper. "Convergence of thousands of paths." The words, "convergence of thousands of paths," made Fang Ping's eyebrows twitch. He seemed to have understood something. The Heavenly King Subduer seemed to know a lot of things. He even knew that the main path was blocked. He also knew that the more paths he walked, the harder it would be. However, he still chose to continue walking, choosing to walk a few paths. He wanted to say that, when there are more paths, the convergence of thousands of paths will eventually form a great path, breaking through the blocked path. Will this work? Fang Ping did not quite understand. The Azure Cat did not seem too concerned either. At this moment, both parties were thousands of miles apart, without any mentality communication, but they just communicated just like that. The Azure Cat was deeply distressed by its memory loss, as if it was not very interested in the Heavenly King Subduer, saying weakly, "Do whatever you want." Also, the Pseudo-Emperor has appeared. You're in trouble, he'll beat you up sooner or later. Let him try. The Heavenly King Subduer gave a low laugh. In the blink of an eye, its figure disappeared in the mirror. Fang Ping's expression suddenly turned serious. What did it mean? Master Cat, what did you mean? Zhang Tao and the Heavenly King Subduer had a battle. Why? The Azure Cat said strangely, the Emperor. Human and Tao converge. This person who is a little familiar, he did not converge. Of course the Emperor will beat him up. Converge? The Azure Cat shook its big head again, saying irritably, "You have so many questions. So annoying. I'm so annoyed, stop asking. Always asking, how would I know? I only remembered it when I saw it." Fang Ping also looked embarrassed, saying hurriedly, "Master Cat, don't be angry. One last question, the kind where they have to fight to the death? Also, who will win? Fight to the death?" When the Azure Cat heard his last question, it felt that it was better to finish quickly and shut him up, saying quickly, "I don't remember, it's not necessary, right? The titled True God has jumped out of this boundary. It seems like it's fine not to care, but if I don't care, human and Tao have not converged, the Emperor will not be so strong. That's not right, this acquaintance, if he becomes an Emperor, then he can still give back to the Emperor, not really. what is it like? The Azure Cat wanted to cry. I just slept a few times, how could I forget so many things? Also, these people are really annoying, Gong Juanzi never asked. Even if he asked, he did not want to answer. If he did not answer, Gong Juanzi would not ask anymore. However, the pseudo-emperor and this thief had a lot of questions, and they kept asking. If he did not answer, what if he did not give him cat food? Skipping this topic, the Azure Cat immediately answered the next question, to prevent the thief from asking further, saying hurriedly, they are fighting, and now the pseudo-emperor seems to be unable to defeat him. But the pseudo-emperor is still getting stronger, and this acquaintance seems to be unable to go on. I don't know who will win. Having said that, the Azure Cat suddenly pulled a long face and said sternly, don't ask any more. Ask again, and I'll poke you. So many questions, this cat is getting annoyed, you know, ask again, and I'll feed you to the big dogs. The Azure Cat ignored him. The image on the mirror began to jump, and everyone's heart palpitated. Darkness, infinite darkness, outside Mount Imperial Sea, it became a dark zone. No one and nothing could be seen, as if everything did not exist, only the dark void. The Azure Cat controlled the mirror, and very quickly, it shifted to a huge crack. In the crack, they could vaguely see figures. They're fighting in the space battlefield. Fong Ping opened his mouth to ask, but after thinking for a while, he decided to forget it. He was afraid that this cat would really feed him to the dogs. He kicked Iron Head. You can ask. You're also its acquaintance, you can ask. Li Hansong was embarrassed, and whispered, Cat. Master Cat, what is the space battlefield? It's a place where true gods fight, and it doesn't destroy the world. But there are many of them, and the space battlefield is also broken, so it will affect the world, and the nearby places have all been destroyed. The Azure Cat was very easy to talk to this time, and said happily, but these people are stupid. Fighting in the space battlefield requires blood, and the source space is better. Ironhead wanted to ask again, but the Azure Cat seemed to have expected it. It stretched out its claws and pried open the Jiao's big mouth, but the cat's face was full of threat. Don't ask again, if you ask, you'll be fed to the big dogs. The Jiao's big mouth opened wide, its face full of innocence. This has nothing to do with me. I came here today to be abused. I'm a rank 9 demon king, but now I'm worse than a dog. The Azure Cat did not give them a chance to ask questions, and continued to control the mirror to watch the battle. As if the space had been penetrated, a dark battlefield appeared in front of everyone. Martial King, are you still not going to accept your fate? A loud laugh reached everyone's ears. This mirror had the ability to transmit sound. Previously, when the subduing Heavenly King transmitted his voice, everyone already knew. Fong Ping felt that this thing was much more advanced than the surveillance device in the catacombs. Fong Ping was familiar with this voice. Maple King. In the next moment, a complete picture appeared on the mirror. In the dark battlefield, dozens of true kings and many peerless powerhouses were still fighting at this moment. The humans, on the other hand, were obviously at a disadvantage. Fong Ping glanced at them. 9 of them, 3 of them were breathing heavily. Including Li Zhan, who was usually cold and powerful, was now leaning on the ground with his long sword. Golden blood dripped slowly along with the sword, and the dripping blood was extinguished by the sword aura in the blink of an eye. Li Zhan's breathing was extremely unstable, and he was surrounded by a total of 4 true king powerhouses. Not far from Li Zhan, Zhang Tao's crystal book had been completely shattered. Maple King, 100 Mountain King, Hua King, and many other powerhouses surrounded him. At this moment, the bamboo branch was also slightly broken. Zhang Tao's clothes were ragged, but he was still smiling. He chuckled. Feng Ji, do you dare to fight me to the death? Even if I die, it's enough to take you with me. Who among you dares to kill me? Although Zhang Tao was at a disadvantage, he was still laughing wildly. Kill me, would these catacombs powerhouses dare to? With the strength he had displayed, even at this stage, he still had the ability to take away a peak true king powerhouse. Who would risk their lives to kill him? Maple King did not care. He said lightly, Zhang Tao, you are indeed very strong. You are beyond our expectations. However, no matter how strong you are only one person. Everyone, after killing the other resurrected true kings, we will join forces to kill him. If 3 to 5 people were not enough, what about 10 or 20? No matter how strong they were still true kings, not emperors. When there were so many people, if all of them attacked, no matter how strong a martial king was, he would not be able to escape death. When that time came, would he still have the ability to perish together with others? The others also knew what to choose. At this moment, among the human peerless powerhouses, there were as few as 2 people surrounding them, and as many as Li Zhen and Zhang Tao. Li Zhen had 4, Zhang Tao 5. On War King's side, there were also 3 powerhouses surrounding him. Fang Ping glanced at them. There were 26 catacombs true kings, in addition to the 3 who died in battle, as well as myriad demon king and life king. This time, the catacombs had sent out 31 true king powerhouses to kill the human powerhouses. 90 years ago, there was no such scale. At that time, it was only Skyplant's royal court that attacked. Skyplant's royal court had 49 true kings. That time, they only sent out about 20 people. This time, not only did they send out more people, but they also had more powerhouses. Rumble, a great battle broke out in an instant. Beside Fang Ping, Chen Qi's breathing suddenly became unstable. He gritted his teeth and said, "Old ancestor Shen." At this moment, Fang Ping and the others' gazes also fell on an old man. His hair and beard were all white, and his body was bathed in red blood. The old man was burly, but at this time, both of his arms were shattered. On his cheek, a crack ran through his face, his bones clearly visible. Although the old man was severely injured, he was still laughing heroically. "A bunch of trash. Come on, go. Trash, are you afraid that I will self-destruct?" The old man's voice was like a great bell, his laughter carefree. There were a total of 3 powerhouses surrounding him. He was already at the end of his rope, but these people's attacks had weakened. At this stage, there was a high chance that Shen Haoyan would self-destruct. When a top powerhouse self-destructs, the power would be earth-shattering. They did not have the strength of Li Zhen and Zhang Tao, who could kill their opponents quickly. They could only wear Shen Haoyan down. This, however, gave Shen Haoyan a chance to self-destruct. The 3 true kings were even more cautious now than before. Although the 3 true kings' attacks had slowed down, they did not give up. Under the bombardment, the old man's injuries became more and more serious. "Damn bastard." At this moment, on Fang Ping's side, many people were furious. Li Daong suddenly did not want to watch anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go find Qi Huanyu. I'll go too." These people did not want to watch anymore. If this went on, Shen Haoyan might die in front of their eyes. A top powerhouse who had protected humanity for hundreds of years, a pioneer of the neo-martial era, was going to die in front of them. They could not accept it. Li Daong, Bei Gongxian, and the others all used the flight step and flew toward a battlefield in the distance. They could not kill a true king, but they could not just watch. They would kill Qi Huanyu first. Wu seemed to be unable to take down Qi Huanyu for now. The number 1 person below the true king was indeed terrifyingly powerful. No wonder Zhang Tao said that he was the whetstone for many people to enter the desperate realm. Fang Ping and the others did not leave. Fang Ping took a deep breath. His gaze was solemn, and his mind was in turmoil. "Today, in the battle of the top, I can only be a bystander. No, I don't even have the right to watch." This time, the bystander was Song Mao. He did not even have the right to watch. If he went, he would die. In the battle of rank 9, he had killed hundreds of rank 9 martial artists, fought with Origins, and even defeated a Fist Dao powerhouse who had just entered Origins. Fang Ping had been satisfied before. He was satisfied. However, at this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt that he was too short-sighted. Top powerhouses, only the top powerhouses were the true supreme combat strength. They were the invincible powerhouses who could change the direction of humanity. Only with a few more top powerhouses could humanity contend with the catacombs in terms of high-end combat strength. There were many human powerhouses. The Garrison King, the Martial King, and the Netherworld King were all top powerhouses. So what? There were too many catacombs true kings. Today, only 30 or so had come, but the 2 royal courts had a total of 103 peerless experts. The number of peerless experts in the 2 royal courts of the demon clan was much more than that. The guardian royal houses might have fewer, but the 1,000 demon royal houses had more top powerhouses. No matter how strong Zhang Tao was, could he fight 1 against 10? He could not. It was difficult for someone like Li Zhen, who was slightly weaker, to fight 1 against 3. If the top powerhouse's combat strength could not be balanced, then humans could only survive in the cracks. The Shen family's elder ancestor, the top powerhouse that Fang Ping saw for the first time, was now in front of him, surrounded by catacombs powerhouses and could fall at any time. This feeling of helplessness made Fang Ping feel indescribable grief and indignation. Just as Fang Ping was silent, a loud laugh was heard. "Old Shen, are you still counting on Chen Gaian to save you? In the end, it's still me who will save you." The next moment, a figure appeared in the black battlefield. Chen 7 hurriedly said, Wei family's elder ancestor. Today, the Li, Shen, Jing, Jiang, Jiang, Lu, Su, and Meng families' elders had all arrived. At this moment, the Wei family's elder ancestor had also arrived. Out of the 13 families in Star Town, the Yang family's elder ancestor had fallen, the Chen family's elder ancestor was guarding the West Mountain Passage, and Fang Ping knew of the other 2 families and the Zhou family. However, out of the 13 families, he only knew 12 of them. Even when he went to Star Town last time, he had not seen anyone from the last family. At this moment, Fang Ping could not help but ask, Star Town's 12 elder ancestors. Are the others not here? The Zhou family's elder ancestor was not here, and neither was the other one. Chen 7 hesitated and said, Zhou family's elder ancestor should be guarding the 26 southern territories. The situation there is more complicated. As for... Chen 7 shook his head and said, let's not talk about it. The Xiao family's elder ancestor and the Li family's elder ancestor were a little unhappy. These years, he has been guarding the territory alone, ignoring the outside world. He has not returned to Star Town for more than 100 years. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Star Town's internal problems, since Chen 7 did not say, Fang Ping did not ask. Out of the 15 top powerhouses in Sino Nation, 11 had arrived today. Zhang Tao said that he would do whatever it took to start the downfall battle. This time, it was really happening. At this moment, Fang Ping's attention was on the battlefield. The arrival of the Wei family's elder ancestor had slightly relieved Shen Haoyan's pressure. However, the situation was still bad. Fang Ping prayed in his heart. Since old Zhang had initiated this battle, there must be a backup plan. There must be. Old Zhang, stop fooling around. Fang Ping was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He did not want to suffer losses in the battle of the top powerhouses after a great victory in the rank 9 battlefield. That would make today's victory seem insignificant. Killing hundreds of rank 9s and 3 true kings was not as disastrous as losing 1 top powerhouse. Fang Ping was anxious, but the cat was watching with relish. It wanted to eat skewers, but realized that there were no more. It glanced at the gopher, then at the phoenix whose wings were broken. It wanted to eat some. If one did not eat skewers while watching a show, the taste would be reduced by 30%. It was a pity that the gopher was too smelly, and the big bird actually pooped too. Damn it, the cat was a little annoyed. It looked at the mirror again and said vaguely, it's a little familiar. That fatty. I think he brushed this cat's fur before. He was all mysterious and said that touching this cat will make it live longer. I don't know if it's him. Fang Ping's body stiffened. Did you mean Combat King? P.S. I'm a little dizzy from writing today. Strive for 3 chapters, no eagle will say. Also, at the end of the month, seeking monthly votes. Fang Ping and the others were watching the battle. Outside Mount Royal Sea. With Forefather Wei's arrival, almost everyone who could come had arrived. Zhang Tao's aura, which was initially on the decline, suddenly rose again. He sighed softly and said, to overturn this chessboard, it's going to be difficult. As soon as Zhang Tao finished speaking, the shattered crystal book in front of him suddenly returned to its original state. Since we're all here, let's kill to our heart's content. Zhang Tao suddenly laughed wildly. The way of the human sovereign, the way of returning to one. It was for battle and also for defense. In the blink of an eye, the book in front of him suddenly expanded countless times. Previously, Kong Lingyuan used a folding fan to suppress 12 rank 9s. Kong Lingyuan was not Zhang Tao's student. Did she ask Zhang Tao? At this moment, the book in front of Zhang Tao was like a gigantic screen that covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, it also covered many true kings. It wasn't King Feng and his group, but King Huai and his group of weak true kings. This included Ji Hong, Huai King, Bamboo King, Green Wolf King, and many other true kings. These people were weak and had been attacking from the rear. There were about 7 or 8 of them. At this moment, Zhang Tao's book expanded and enveloped them. Words began to appear in the book. Defend. Protect. Defend. Defend. Suppress. Suppress them for a minute. Everyone, kill. Of the 26 true monarchs, 7 of them had been enveloped. The eyes of King Feng and the others almost popped out of their sockets. King Wu. How many Daos had he fused with the Tao of Coalescence? It was much stronger than he had imagined. This fellow definitely had the strength of a hall master. Destroy his great Tao book. Maple King roared. Although the 7 true kings were weak, no matter how weak they were still true kings. Zhang Tao had only thrown out the great Tao book and did not personally control it. It could be broken through very quickly, and it could even devour martial kings. This was a good thing. However, the 7 people who were trapped seemed to be hesitating. Their attacks were weak and feeble. The Maple King's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Damn it, he had forgotten the thoughts of these weak true kings. Since he was trapped, so be it. There was no need to go out and fight to the death. Today, the true kings of the land of rebirth had gone crazy. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way and get dragged into the war. Right now, these resurrected true kings seemed to be going all out. If they went out now, they would be the first to die. Moreover, Zhang Tao seemed to be covering for these people on purpose. Ji Hong, the son of Fate King. The Green Wolf King was suspected to be a pawn of the second king. King Huai was also a problematic fellow. Previously, he had not been able to trap and kill him, and instead, King Song had died. Covering these people was a group of true kings with the most serious problems. Zhang Tao could buy himself more time. In the blink of an eye, 7 of the 26 people were trapped. The remaining 19 people were up against the top 10 humans. Zhang Tao roared with laughter, "I'll slaughter all of you today." He couldn't protect the 5 people in front of him. In other words, he had to fight 12 people at once, 12 true kings and many peak true kings. Arrogant. The Maple Monarch and the others were infuriated. They were truly too arrogant. Ji Hong, these bastards, didn't put in any effort. Weren't they afraid that the revived martial artists would make a comeback? Kill. The 5 experts dashed toward Zhang Tao at lightning speed. Even if the 7 of them did not put in much effort, Zhang Tao would still need to expend a great deal of energy to suppress them. This was also the moment when Zhang Tao was at his weakest. Rumble. In the space battlefield, there were no spatial cracks. This was the interior of a spatial crack. The energy of the true king shook the void, but it didn't destroy the space. With the 5 experts working together, it was easy for them to defeat a martial king who wasn't at his peak. Zhang Tao's bamboo branch twitched. In the blink of an eye, it was suppressed by King 100 Mountains. More than 10 mountains stacked on top of each other, instantly suppressing the bamboo branch. Zhang Tao, who was barehanded, was still incomparably fierce. He fought with his bare hands. His fist shook the void and sent King Hua flying. Blood spurted wildly in the air. The Maple Monarch took this opportunity to attack with a halberd, which pierced through Zhang Tao's shoulder blade. Zhang Tao was still fierce. With a roar, he grabbed the halberd and crushed it. This was not a divine weapon. There weren't many peak experts with divine weapons. Ordinary divine weapons were useless. This was the manifestation of everyone's origin great Tao, which was forged with mental energy and energy. You think you can kill me? Zhang Tao's eyes were filled with anger. He crushed the halberd with one strike and punched out again. A halberd appeared in the Maple Monarch's hand again. With boundless killing intent, he attacked Zhang Tao. Behind him, the other 2 monarchs also attacked Zhang Tao with their fists and palms. King Hua, who had been blasted away, and King 100 Mountain, who was suppressing the bamboo branch, also attacked. King Wu was killed. After killing King Wu, the resurrected martial artist collapsed. Kill. Zhang Tao roared again. His fist tore through the void and crushed the halberd again. However, at this moment, he was outnumbered. Being attacked by the others, he staggered and blood flowed out of his mouth. Zhang Tao roared like a bell. In the next moment, a sword appeared in his hand and he tore through the void. The void-piercing sword, it was even more like the original than the original. At this moment, not far away, Li Jin used the void-piercing sword as well. He couldn't help but curse when he saw Zhang Tao's sword light covering the entire space. Damn it, you learned my technique, but you're even stronger than me. Is there any justice in this world? Void-piercing sword. Li Jin roared furiously as well. Today, King Wu had flaunted his power and created a magnificent feat. He had fought 12 monarchs by himself without the identity of a martial emperor. There were many reasons for this, but from today onwards, King Wu's name would be enough to shock the world. Since ancient times, no one other than a martial emperor could do this. Even if the 7 monarchs were just bystanders, Zhang Tao would still be remembered by the future generations. Was the demon emperor like this? Was the heaven-conquering king like this? These powerful experts might have fought against a group of monarchs, but none of them could fight so many monarchs like Zhang Tao. King Wu flaunted his power, but the Nether King was not weaker than anyone. The only way is to stop the killing by killing. Old ancestors, let's go all out. Li Jin roared furiously. He and Zhang Tao had taken on a total of 16 monarchs and 8 ancestral patriarchs. Could they deal with 10 monarchs? Yes, not to mention that the War King and the Sword King were there. The War King gritted his teeth and laughed. Fine, fine. I'll let you have a taste of the War King's power. As soon as he finished speaking, the War King, who had never used a divine weapon, suddenly took out a huge tortoise shell. As soon as the tortoise shell appeared, the War King quickly crawled into it. In the blink of an eye, his limbs stretched out and his head appeared. Wearing the tortoise shell, he charged at the monarchs. In the crowd, the Su family's old ancestor laughed hysterically, tears almost flowing down his cheeks. Tortoise shell? Ha ha ha. Tortoise shell. Old Jiang, no wonder you've never used it in your entire life. Ha ha ha, you're dying of laughter. F***CKU. The War King cursed. What do you know? It's a good thing, a divine weapon. It's made of a desperate tortoise shell. I just didn't have the chance to use it before. Its defense is very strong. At the same time. 7 southern regions. The cat murmured, I think I ate the shell that the big tortoise threw away. Why did he pick it up? Fong Ping did not say a word. At this moment, he was shocked by Zhang Tao's strength and his arrogance. This guy must be crazy. Old Zhang was definitely not a match for 12 monarchs. At this moment, he was already powerless. Fong Ping had already seen him getting injured one after another. Golden blood splattered all over the void. This was the first time Zhang Tao looked so powerless. From the moment he met Zhang Tao until now, he had never looked so defeated. He had always been full of confidence, invincible and invincible. Even when he was chased by many monarchs last time, he had everything under control and was not nervous at all. However, this time, Fong Ping felt his powerlessness. Are you pretending? Fong Ping murmured. The cat shook his head and said, I don't think so. Maybe he still has a life-saving trump card, but he's probably reaching his limit. One battle against 12 monarchs, even if 7 of them did not contribute, Zhang Tao would not be able to pretend anymore. He had really performed to the extreme that the cat felt. Fong Ping's expression became solemn again. Could he win? Could he really win? Even if Zhang Tao single-handedly held back so many monarchs, he and Li Jin were powerless now. Li Jin's right hand had already been chopped off by a saber. The #1 person in Sino Nation on the surface, the mysterious Commander Li, who was respected by tens of thousands, was like a lonely boat in the sea, swaying in the wind and rain. Golden blood splattered continuously. The golden color of the blood became dimmer and soon appeared red. He had reached his limit. If this went on, he would die here. Li Jin, who had just stepped into the second path, could not fight 1 against 4 at all. He had overdrawn everything. Patriarch Jiang. Kill 1. Li Jin roared. He could not hold on anymore. Zhang Tao too. If this went on, he and Zhang Tao would be defeated, and Sino Nation would be in danger. What was Zhang Tao thinking? He said he was pretending to be injured, but now he was no longer pretending to be injured. If he was not careful this time, 10 paragons would die here. Warlord's face was red, sweat pouring down like rain. If he was still sweating like rain in a desperate situation, that was also a sign of overdrawing. At this moment, he heard Li Zhen's roar and cursed for a while. What was he roaring for? Did he not want to kill? Did he really think true monarchs were easy to kill? I can't hold on anymore. 8 of them against 10 true monarchs. Among them, Shen Haoyan's side was already on the verge of collapsing after fighting one. How could it be easy for him to fight 1 against 2? At this moment, Zhang Tao suddenly roared, 30 seconds left. Even if the true monarchs were idling, they also began to attack the books. At most 30 seconds, their defense would be broken. At that time it would be over. No matter how the 7 true monarchs wanted to break out of the realm, they would attack them, causing great pressure. Hearing this, the warlord panicked and suddenly cursed, "Do you really think I can be bullied? Die!" A roar resounded throughout the space battlefield. The next moment, a deafening explosion was heard. The warlord was sent flying, leaving only his head. The head returned to flesh in the blink of an eye, but the tortoise shell had disappeared. The 2 true monarchs fighting him were also heavily injured. Wearing the tortoise shell, the warlord self-destructed the tortoise shell and his body, fighting to the death. As the top paragons on the combat power leaderboard, there was no reason for the other party not to be heavily injured. Among the 2, the tortoise of one of them exploded, and his head also shot toward the warlord. The warlord took the initiative and seized the initiative. The moment his body recovered, he grabbed the other's head and roared. Golden light illuminated the sky, pierced through the void, and illuminated the entire Royal Sea Mountain. Today, I will kill another true monarch. This roar shattered the space, and even the Royal Sea Mountain was shaking. Boom, the head exploded, and the spirit manifestation appeared. As soon as it appeared, the warlord pounced on it like a ferocious tiger, tearing the spirit manifestation apart with his hands. Die! Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and blood appeared in the sky again. Another true monarch had fallen. Today, a 4th true monarch had died. Yang Wang. The Maple King roared again. He pierced Zhang Tao's throat with his halberd and shouted angrily, "Bamboo King! Do you want to die? 7 true monarchs. You didn't even break Zhang Tao's defense. You've gone too far in pretending to be weak. Because of you, another true monarch died in battle." He was on good terms with Yang Wang, but he had died here. This made the Maple King extremely angry. The Heavenly Plants Royal Court had also suffered heavy losses this time. The Purple Radish King, Earth Sunflower King, Pine King, and Yang Wang were all from the Heavenly Plants Royal Court. Something big was going to happen after this battle. The Maple King was still roaring, but the warlord had already pounced on the 2nd true monarch. The 2nd injured true monarch also had a cold look in his eyes. He didn't continue to fight to the death, but instantly fled toward Ji Hong and the others. These 7 people did it on purpose. They were avoiding the battle on purpose. Damn it, the warlord wanted to fight with his life on the line. Go find them. He wasn't going to accompany them. At this time, Ji Hong and the others also seemed to be exerting their strength. The book began to crack, and it was about to fall out. Seeing this, the warlord's face was full of unwillingness. He probably wouldn't be able to kill a 2nd true monarch in time, even if the other party was seriously injured. At this time, 2 figures appeared and entered the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The 2 of them were imposing, and without saying a word, they quickly attacked the injured true monarch. How dare you? An ant dares to attack this king. The true monarch was furious. 2 non-true monarchs actually dared to enter the true monarch battlefield. They were courting death. It's enough to kill you. Chen Yaozu roared toward the sky. His sword was as fast as lightning, going straight for the other party's head. Zhang Weiyu's long spear appeared, and he also roared crazily, fighting with all his might. Today, he would fight to the peak and pave the path of the great Tao with the blood of a true monarch. Boom, in the blink of an eye, an explosion sounded. Chen Yaozu's long sword was broken. This was not a divine weapon, but one of his big tools. His divine weapon had long been destroyed in the previous battle. Pfft, a mouthful of blood spurted out. In the distance, Zhang Tao suddenly roared, "Fight him! If you don't die, you will definitely reach the peak." Chen Yaozu, in this life, you only have one chance. If you don't succeed, you will die. Li Jun roared angrily, without battle merits, you can't die. Use the blood of a true monarch to advance. The two human leaders roared. Chen Yaozu also had a crazed look on his face. This was his only chance. If he didn't succeed this time, he would die. Chen Yaozu is willing to fight. Chen Yaozu roared, and with his bare fists, he suddenly charged forward. Zhang Weiyu also did not say a word. Two top-notch rank 9s surrounded this true monarch and started fighting. A true monarch powerhouse was unbeatable, however, they were also prepared to die fighting a heavily injured true monarch. If they did not die, they would reach the peak. King Feng smashed Zhang Tao's right hand with a palm, and roared again, do you all still want to see more false monarchs in the land of rebirth? Zhang Tao was fighting with his life. At this moment, he could not leave. Ji Hong and the other 6 came out, killing 2 not true monarchs instantly and surrounding the other resurrected true monarchs. This battle was a great victory. At the cost of several true monarchs' death, they defeated the strongest land of rebirth, Sino Nation. However, if these 7 people did not come out, once the 2 of them became true monarchs and killed another heavily injured true monarch, this battle would have many variables. Crack, there was a cracking sound, and Zhang Tao's book officially began to collapse. At this moment, Zhang Weiyu roared, and the divine spear stabbed into the other party's chest at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the spear self-destructed, the injured true monarch spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was one thing to be defeated by a war monarch, but to be defeated by 2 ants, it was a fate worse than death. Die. This person's chest was injured by Zhang Weiyu's self-destructing spear, and a hole appeared in his chest. At this moment, he was infuriated, and with a palm, he smashed half of Zhang Weiyu's skull. Zhang Weiyu's skull cracked, but he did not care, and charged forward again. Seeing that the other party was about to strike a second time, beside him, Chen Yaozu suddenly roared into the sky. At this moment, in the dark void, the sword gleamed like a scorching flame. Achieving Dao from a neo-martial. That's a neo-martial sword. A loud laugh echoed through the void. A longsword suddenly appeared in the dark space. The longsword exploded with a dazzling light, and a sword fell from the sky, slashing toward the true monarch. Damn it! The other party had broken through. At this moment, Chen Yaozu was the first to advance to the peak. The true monarch was about to smash Zhang Weiyu's skull, but at this moment, he had to change direction and hit the longsword with his palm. Rumble, a loud sound rang out again, and Chen Yaozu's longsword shattered again, but the other party's palm was also cut in half. Damn it! What's worse is this? At the same time, Zhang Weiyu, who only had half of his head left, laughed loudly. A long spear suddenly appeared, and the spear pierced through the other party's chest, piercing through. Outside the space battlefield, in the void, 2 phantoms suddenly appeared. One was holding a spear, and the other was holding a sword. The 2 of them fought a true monarch, and without dying after 3 moves, the Tao of the peak opened. Rumble. At the same time, Zhang Tao's book shattered. King Feng laughed loudly. Even if he broke through, so what? Even if a true monarch had just died, so what? 25 true monarchs, 12 true monarchs, all of them were half dead. How could they fight? King Wu was dying, King Hades was dying. How could they fight? This was a pleasant surprise. This time, the resurrected martial artists actually fought to the death, forcing the kings of Godland to fight to the death. Now, 12 true monarchs were trapped here. If they killed all of them in this battle, the land of rebirth would no longer be a threat. What do you think? At this moment, the war monarch, who had just lost his opponent, seemed to have been neglected. He suddenly appeared behind the injured true monarch, roared, and smashed his opponent's head with a punch. Chen and Zhang, the 2 newly ascended paragons, cooperated well, and a sword and a spear pierced through the air. Rumble, a wave of mental energy exploded, and blood rain actually condensed in the sky. Too many true monarchs had died today, a total of 5. This was also the most true monarchs had died in battle in the past 1,000 years. The Tao collapsed, and the more it condensed, the heavier it became. On this day, half of the catacombs saw the blood-red color of the southern region. It covered the sky and covered the sun. Even the energy sun was reflected in blood red. Blood sun. With the death of 5 true monarchs, the Tao continued to collapse. Including Mystic Jade True Monarch who had died a few days ago, 6 true monarchs had fallen in just a few months. At this moment, in Sky Plant City, Li Zhu stopped drinking and enjoying himself. He looked toward the south with a complicated expression. How many true monarchs had died, even from hundreds of thousands of miles away? He could see the thick blood-red color in the south. Next to him, the Heavenly Elm Guardian also crushed his wine cup and said with a half-smile, "At least 5 true monarchs have fallen. The war has not started yet. Zhang Tao has put in a lot of effort this time." Li Zhu suddenly chuckled and shook his head slightly. He had really put in a lot of effort. Killing 1 or 2 true monarchs might not be a big price for King Wu. Killing more than 5. King Wu was probably in big trouble this time. What a pity. Li Zhu suddenly sighed. What a pity that I am not here. Today, there might be hope to kill King Wu. But that trash Feng monarch, coupled with those fellows who seemed to be united but actually divided, there might be more changes. It would be difficult to kill King Wu, the place where the true monarchs fought. Inner area. In a huge palace. Several figures floated above the palace, as if they could see through the world wall and everything, including the scene in the south. An old and low voice said, "The true monarchs have fallen. The outside world is in chaos. Chaos is coming. It is just a sign of great chaos. With the blood of the true monarchs, let us welcome the arrival of chaos." 5 true monarchs had fallen one after another. On this day, there were disturbances everywhere. Some domains, including the Tsang mountain range, were in turmoil. The world wall trembled, and the energy tide erupted in advance. In the depths of the Forbidden Ocean, there seemed to be living beings stepping out of the sky and looking toward the 7 southern region. It had been peaceful for 1,000 years. Ever since the disappearance of the Demon Emperor, there had not been a day like this in the God continent. True monarchs had fallen continuously, and the rain of blood covered tens of thousands of miles. Breakthrough. 7 southern regions. Fang Ping did not care how other powerhouses reacted. At this moment, Fang Ping's heart was finally at ease. Zhang Weiyu's skull was almost smashed to smithereens. Fang Ping's heart was in his throat. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yaozu and Zhang Weiyu broke through. Both Warlord and Fang Ping killed the second true king instantly. Fang Ping was overjoyed. After the joy, there was nervousness. Jihan and the rest had shattered Zhang Tao's Book of Great Tao, 24 true kings. As for the humans, even with the 2 newly promoted paragons, they only had 12 people. If they were at their peak, the humans would not be afraid to fight. But now, Zhang Tao, Li Zhan, and Warlord were all injured. This situation could not be compared to before. Fang Ping was extremely nervous. They could retreat now. In one battle, they had killed 5 true kings. The humans had won. They could retreat now. However, the catacombs had suffered such heavy losses. It would not be easy to let them leave now, would it? Fang Ping turned to look at the cat who was still watching the show. He whispered, "Master Cat, do you think we can retreat safely?" The cat ignored him. It realized that this thief was a chatterbox. He was very annoying. Ignoring Fang Ping, the cat controlled the mirror and scanned the surroundings. It asked curiously, "Someone seemed to be looking at me just now." "Looking at you?" Fang Ping was stunned. "Heavenly King," the cat muttered, "someone wants to look at me through the divine peeking mirror. I don't know who it is. It's hidden very well. It's a bit far, I can't see." Fang Ping frowned. Was there someone else in the dark? The cat was only saying that. Soon, it was no longer confused. It said, "We can still win." Win? The cat's big mouth cracked open, smiling adorably. "If that familiar person goes, we can win. He's very strong, even stronger than the fake human emperor." But Fang Ping wanted to say that the Heavenly King was entangled and might not be able to go. The cat did not wait for him to finish. It said quickly, "Even if he doesn't go, we can still win." But the cat stopped smiling. Its big face looked a little conflicted. Fang Ping looked at it. The cat's big head rested on the Jiao's body. It said with flagging interest, "There are bad humans too. The fake human emperor is also a bad person." He said he would give me cat food, but he never gave it to me. In the past, this cat was very generous and often lent divine artifacts to people, but they never returned them to me. The old cat suddenly became miserable and somewhat disappointed. It mumbled, I borrowed it, but they didn't return it. Then, they were beaten to death and the divine tool was lost. I don't have many divine artifacts left, so I can't lend you any more. Big Cat was disappointed. They were all bad people. He must have been stabbed to death. It used to have a lot of useful artifacts, but they were all gone now. Many years ago, I had a cat palace. It was very warm, but someone borrowed it. That bad guy didn't return it to me. Then, I think he was stabbed to death. In the past, Big Dog lent me a stick to skewer fish, but it took it away and didn't return it to me. Now, I don't even have a stick to skewer fish with. The big dog seems to have been stabbed to death too. A long time ago, there was a fellow who borrowed my collar, and didn't return it to me. I wonder if he was also stabbed to death. Big Cat was still reminiscing about the past, but it did not have amnesia now. Fong Ping's eyeballs almost popped out when he heard that. He could not help but ask, Master Cat, where did you get so many divine artifacts? It was just a cat. Even if it had a powerful owner, there was no need to give it so many divine artifacts, right? I picked them up. The old cat said matter-of-factly, a long time ago, many people were fighting, and then they were all killed. I think they were all killed. When this cat woke up, I picked up a lot of divine artifacts. Fong Ping was dumbfounded. How could this work? Then, Fong Ping said hurriedly, Master Cat, are you saying that you can lend old Zhang the divine artifacts, the pseudo-human emperor? If he has the divine artifacts, will he become more powerful? The old cat said hesitantly, if I lend it to him and he doesn't return it to me, then he'll definitely be stabbed to death. Divine artifacts could not be lent out randomly. Once it was lent, one had to return it. However, humans were very bad. They often took it away and didn't return it. It did not have many divine artifacts now. The old cat muttered a few words and looked at the fishing rod in its hand. Should it lend the fishing rod to the pseudo-human emperor? However, if it was borrowed and he did not return it, he would not even have the divine artifact for fishing in the future. However, the pseudo-human emperor was beaten to death now, and the cat food was gone too. The old cat fell into a dilemma. Its tail flapped again, unsure if it should lend it to him. Fong Ping hurriedly smiled and said, Master Cat, lend it to me. Don't worry, he'll definitely return it to you. If he doesn't return it to you, then won't he also be stabbed to death? He's very afraid of death. The old cat did not utter a word. Fong Ping said anxiously again, then why don't I write an IOU for him? He's very prideful. With the IOU in hand, if he doesn't return it to you, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Emperor, the old cat muttered. Written IOU, the emperor would probably return it, right? A powerhouse who walked the emperor's road would not be greedy for a cat's fishing rod, would he? The old cat struggled for a moment and muttered, all right then, hurry up and finish the fight. After the fight, you guys have to give me cat food and build a cat palace for me. As he said that, the old cat picked up the fishing rod and began to poke forward. A black hole appeared when the fishing rod was poked. A black hole appeared when it was poked. After a while, the old cat looked up at the sky as if he could not reach it. How could he send it over? After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of something. The old cat picked up the fishing rod and began to poke the mirror, causing it to ripple continuously. At the same time, for the first time, Xianxia was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Both his legs were trembling and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but there was a smile on his face. Feng Ji, why don't we stop fighting now? Xianxia chuckled. We're at a disadvantage now, but there are 12 of us, and none of us has died. If we fight with our lives on the line, it won't be a problem for us to kill you, Feng Ji. As Xianxia said that, he dodged King Hua's attack and laughed again. Feng Ji, it's not easy for you to walk two paths. Is it worth it to fight with our lives on the line now? King Feng's expression was gloomy. Without a word, he attacked Xianxia with his halberd again. Xianxia dodged again. This time, he did not take the attack head-on. He laughed. Don't you want to consider it? You have to know that many old fellows are still hiding. If you fight with our lives on the line now, all your plans will be for naught. It won't be difficult for the 12 of us to kill 3 to 5 true kings before we die. And you? I'm afraid you'll be the first. King Feng said coldly. Zhang Tao, good plan. You killed 5 true kings in this battle, and now you're saying this to me? Do you think you can escape this calamity? When he was at his peak, King Wu had already killed multiple true kings. Now that his combat power had dropped, he was talking about fighting with his life on the line. Did he really think that he, Feng Ji, was an idiot? Today, King Wu revealed his combat power, which was comparable to a Fate King. If he didn't kill such a person, he would become a huge threat in the future. This was also his only chance to kill Zhang Tao. Otherwise, if this guy recovered from his injuries, God Continent wouldn't be able to hold on for a few more battles. Zhang Tao dodged again and again. He laughed. Feng Ji, are you sure you want to continue? The king battlefield is about to open. Fate Kings and the others are all waiting. They are all thinking of ways to snatch opportunities and improve. Even though you're ahead by quite a bit, if you fall this time, or if you're severely injured, will there still be a place for you in the king battlefield? Not just you, King Hua, King Baishan, all of you will have a chance to snatch opportunities. If you're severely injured here today, I'm afraid you'll miss the greatest opportunity in the past few thousand years. King Feng shouted. Don't believe his nonsense. Zhang Tao was messing with their hearts. The king battlefield was about to open. If King Baishan and the others wavered, they would miss the chance to kill Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao laughed heartily. Even though he was being beaten back by them, he still laughed. Isn't that so? Everyone, although this Zhang's injuries aren't light, it doesn't mean that I'm powerless to fight. I don't need to kill a few true monarchs, but before I die, I can still injure all of you and make you lose in the upcoming king battle. I can, Li Zhen can, Battle King and the others can. Everyone, don't forget that there are so many true kings in the catacombs. Not even 1/5 of them are here. Are there still people coming? They're all waiting to watch a good show. Is it worth it to fight with us? What's the use of defeating us now? Enter Earth and snatch the seed of rebirth? Ha ha ha, even if the seed of rebirth really appears now, I'm afraid you guys will be sacrificing yourselves for someone else. It's just a few true kings who died. It's not you guys who died. Why do you have to fight with your lives for someone else? The opportunity is ours, and so is our life. Everyone, do you really think that the 12 of us don't even have the last chance to fight back? As Zhang Tao spoke, battles broke out in other places. They were all at a disadvantage. In the 12 battlefields, without exception, all humans were at a disadvantage. No matter how weak Ji Hong and the others were, they had an absolute advantage against 2 newly advanced paragons. Having just entered the impasse realm, Chen and Zhang were not very familiar with the power of paragons. Their ultimate skills were not perfected either. How could they be a match for them? Zhang Tao was still calm. He fought and retreated at the same time. He said with a smile, "It seems that you guys are determined to fight with your lives. Since you don't care, humans won't care either." The next moment, Zhang Tao's aura suddenly intensified. He pushed back King Hua with a punch. He glanced at the others and said calmly, "At least one of you will die with me. Who should I choose?" The few of them slowed down their attacks. At this moment, even if they said they didn't care, could they really not care? In the crowd, not far away, Ji Hong fought with Chen Yaozu and sighed in his heart. God Continent, true kings, human heart. Every man for himself. Didn't everyone hear what Zhang Tao said? They heard it. The 12 resurrected true kings fought to the last moment. Was it difficult to take away a few true kings? Not at all. At least for a top powerhouse like King Wu, if they fought to the last moment, King Feng and the others might be fine. However, the weak true kings might be killed. God Continent's 4 great courts are 4 great forces. The courts are full of hidden dangers. Even the Ji family can't lead the entire Destiny Court. The 54 true kings in the True King Hall all have their own thoughts. Even I am no exception. In times of crisis, we can still stick together. Now, it's difficult. Ji Hong's heart was filled with emotions. There were a total of 31 true king powerhouses, Were they really not as strong as the Land of Rebirth's China side? Was Myriad Demon King fighting with his life? Was Fate King fighting with his life? None of them. Both of them were extremely strong. Although Heavenly King's suppression was strong, they might not lose if they fought with their lives on the line. King Feng and King Hua, which one of them wasn't strong? Was there a need for so many true kings to surround and kill King Wu, King Feng and King Hundred? Mountain teamed up and fought King Wu with their lives on the line. King Wu might not be able to take them down easily. King Hundred Mountain alone was enough to deal with Battle King. What was the result? In the end, none of the Land of Rebirth's true kings died. On their side, 5 true king powerhouses were killed. The human heart is the scariest. Jihong was in a daze. The Land of Rebirth was not indestructible. The scariest thing was that in order to survive, everyone in the Land of Rebirth fought with their lives on the line. At this stage of the battle, if there was a powerhouse who could command the entire God continent, even if a few true kings died, it would be enough to kill the 12 true kings in front of him. There was no such person. Not only that, but everyone had other ideas. For example, he thought it would be best to take King Hundred Mountain away before King Wu died. This would be in his best interest. For example, King Feng might want King Wu to take King Hua away so that he could have one less opponent. Jihong sneered in his heart. This was God continent. Since the end of the Demon Emperor era and the rule of the 2 kings, God continent looked strong but was in fact in decline. Only by rebuilding God dynasty, restoring the rule of the Demon Emperor era, even if he couldn't subdue everyone like the Demon Emperor, he had to get most of the true kings to agree. This way, the remaining true kings would have no choice but to obey. Father wants to unify God continent. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Powerhouses like Myriad Demon King, Sky Demon King, and King Qian don't even show their faces. I wonder what they are thinking. It's difficult. Jihong's thoughts were complicated. It was a battle that they could have won, but they had been beaten to such a state by this group of people. Previously, it was still fine when they were in danger, as everyone was fighting with all their might. Now, they were hesitating. Just as Jihong was letting his thoughts run wild, King Feng suddenly roared, "Everyone, kill the others with all your might. Once the others are dead, Zhang Tao won't be able to kill anyone." Among the humans, many of the pinnacle powerhouses had been severely injured. For an expert like Chen Haoyan, he didn't have much strength left. If they killed him, he wouldn't be able to bring a true king away. As long as these true kings fought with all their might, they wouldn't be afraid of getting injured. They could kill them and return to help. Did King Wu really think he was an emperor? After King Feng roared, he saw that some of the true kings were still hesitating, so he roared, "Do you really want King Wu to fight another battle? Killing a few people in one go and escaping unscathed." Recovering from his injuries, he continued to fight and kill again. Hundreds of true kings will be defeated one by one. Have the true kings of God continent reached such a stage? King Feng shouted, "I don't believe it, and I won't sit and wait for death like you." King Baishan, King Hua, attacked together. After saying that, King Feng took the lead and charged towards Zhang Tao with all his might. Zhang Tao didn't dare to die until the last moment. Once he died, the others would collapse. As he charged towards Zhang Tao, King Feng roared, "I will hold him back and kill the others. Quick!" This bunch of bastards, why were they still hesitating at this time? If they held King Wu back, would the others have the ability to kill the true kings? Seeing King Feng's reaction, the other true kings exchanged glances and made up their minds. King Feng was right, they couldn't let King Xianxia escape unscathed. Killing 5 at once, killing 5 at once. If this went on, wouldn't God continent be massacred? Since they had already reached this stage, and King Feng and the rest were holding King Wu back, they should just kill them. At most, they would just suffer some injuries. At this moment, the remaining true kings started to fight with all their might. Shen Haoyan was already heavily injured, and now, he was vomiting blood. Shen Haoyan's heavenly fate was condensing, showing signs of self-destruction. When Zhang Tao saw this, he sighed in his heart. The true kings of the catacombs weren't really idiots. The Maple King still had some courage at the crucial moment. If King Feng was afraid of death and didn't want to fight him with all his might, these 24 true kings would have collapsed. "Feng Ji, looks like you're courting death." "Zhang Tao, at a time like this, do you think I would care about your verbal threats?" King Feng sneered. His halberd was as fast as lightning, sending Zhang Tao flying. Just as he was sent flying, King Hua struck out with his palm. Behind him, King Baishan pressed down with his 100 mountains. The previously domineering Zhang Tao was like a flickering candle in the wind. His flesh and blood flew everywhere, and his golden bones were exposed. Zhang Tao didn't care about this. He looked at Xianxia, then towards the outside of the space battlefield. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes flickered. In the space battlefield, they were already in space, and they couldn't tear through it. But at this moment, the space in front of him seemed to tremble. What? Zhang Tao was surprised. There was actually someone who could tear through deeper space in the space battlefield, while Zhang Tao was still caught by surprise. A panting sound echoed in his ears. Meow. Fake human emperor, return me, or else I'll stab you to death, stab you to death. The cat was so tired that it was panting. It threatened Zhang Tao without any deterrence. Then, a fishing rod pierced through the void, revealing a corner of it beside Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao grabbed it. At this moment, King Feng and the others were also surprised. Before they could calm down, Zhang Tao suddenly shouted, "Don't self-destruct." His shout stopped Xianxia from self-destructing. In the next moment, Zhang Tao suddenly laughed, "So, there really is a divine artifact." As soon as he said that, the fishing rod suddenly turned into a spear. Zhang Tao stabbed out with his spear. King Hua, who was coming at him, wanted to dodge, but his mental energy suddenly trembled and stagnated. At this moment, Zhang Tao's spear pierced through his head and sent him flying. As soon as King Hua was sent flying, Zhang Tao's laughter became even louder. Interesting. Die. With another shout, the spear in Zhang Tao's hand instantly turned into a longsword. He used the void-piercing sword art again and slashed at King Feng. King Feng was slightly stunned, but he recovered in the blink of an eye and hurriedly retreated. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as Zhang Tao slashed at the King of 100 Mountains, shattering dozens of mountains in front of him. King 100 Mountains spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Zhang Tao did not chase after him. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the void and charged at Xianxia. Everything happened too fast. On the other side, Xianxia had just heard the noise when Zhang Tao had already arrived. He swung his sword and sent 2 true kings who were surrounding Xianxia flying. "All of you, retreat to my side," Zhang Tao shouted. He grabbed Xianxia and broke through the void again, killing in all directions. Wherever the longsword in his hand went, a true king would be sent flying. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 12 top human cultivators gathered together. At this moment, the true kings of the catacombs were all around them. They all looked at the longsword in Zhang Tao's hand. King Feng's face was as dark as water. What was that? It could cause a powerhouse like him to freeze his mental energy for a moment. It was very short, so short that it was almost immeasurable. But his opponent was King Wu. That short moment was enough for King Wu to have an absolute advantage. The 24 monarchs surrounded the 12 human pinnacle cultivators. At that moment, many people had a strange look in their eyes. Some of them were greedy. What kind of divine weapon was that? A true king divine weapon. It was ridiculously powerful. Zhang Tao ignored them and glanced at the human powerhouses. Xianxia was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Li Zhen was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The warlord's aura was also weak. The Lu family's patriarch kept coughing, blood gushing out of his mouth. Everyone was injured. The new top human cultivators, Qin Yaozu and Zhang Weiyu, were also seriously injured. Being besieged by weak true kings like Ji Hong was also a huge pressure for them. It's time to retreat, Zhang Tao thought to himself. He looked at Ji Hong in the crowd out of the corner of his eye. There was a faint look in his eyes. If you don't cooperate, then don't expect me to help. If they cooperated well, then he would not mind killing a powerhouse from the catacombs like King 100 Mountain. This time, he failed to force some of the old antiques out. The plan had failed. However, the appearance of the cat was enough to make up for everything. At that moment, the humans had obtained a fruitful result. It was time to retreat. Zhang Tao looked at the powerhouses surrounding them from all directions and said faintly, "Feng Ji, do you still want to continue?" Feng Ji did not reply. Instead, he glanced at the long sword in his hand coldly and said slowly, "Land of Rebirth, an ancient divine weapon from the ancient martial era?" Zhang Tao did not have a divine weapon. He knew this very well. A divine weapon that could be of help to Zhang Tao's realm was not an ordinary top human divine weapon. However, this divine weapon was of help to him now. Moreover, it was very powerful. This made Feng Ji extremely uncomfortable. Also, how did this divine weapon appear just now? Did someone invade the space battlefield and send it over? There were powerhouses secretly watching the battle in the Land of Rebirth? Damn it. Life King, Myriad Demon King, these be asterisk stards. King Qian, this old fart, hasn't shown himself. None of the people from Scarlet Moon came. Feng Ji was also furious. These people were only working but not putting in any effort. Did they expect him to fight the Martial King and the rest to the end? Just as the Maple King was thinking about all these, everyone suddenly appeared outside the void battlefield and looked toward the north. There seemed to be a huge battle happening there. A true king has fallen, Feng Ji frowned immediately. Opposite him, Zhang Tao's eyebrows twitched as well before he regained his composure. Battles broke out in other areas. At this juncture, who would provoke a battle between the top humans in other areas? Li Zhu. A name appeared in Zhang Tao's mind. It's him, it must be him. He did not expect this guy to not be content with being alone this time. Instead, he asked someone to take action. The one who fell now seemed to be a human's top human. Zhang Tao's heart was not very calm. Although he was not on good terms with the 5 sacred lands, top humans were limited. Currently, everyone was still united against the catacombs. One less top human would have a huge impact on humans. Chaos is coming. Zhang Tao's heart rang with this sentence. Chaos was really coming. All the demons and monsters had jumped out. This was a sign of great turmoil. It seemed like they could not wait any longer. At this moment, the space suddenly collapsed. A jade-like palm appeared in front of the 100 Mountain King. The palm looked slow, but its movement was extremely fast. The palm slapped toward the 100 Mountain King. The mountain that the 100 Mountain King used to protect himself was smashed almost instantly. The giant palm disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Zhang Tao slashed with his long sword. It instantly cut through the void and slashed toward the 100 Mountain King's head with a boom. The first thing the Maple King and the others did was to retreat at this moment. Heavenly King subduing. The Maple King growled. The look in his eyes changed drastically. The Heavenly King subduing was here. Where were the Life King and the Myriad Demon King? While he was still thinking, there was a loud explosion. The 100 Mountain King's head exploded. His mentality instantly materialized. His face was full of disbelief. Then, he let out a shrill scream. Life King! Boom, a second explosion sounded. The giant palm that had disappeared before suddenly appeared again. It reached out, grabbed the 100 Mountain King's mentality in its hand, and squeezed it hard. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The 100 Mountain King screamed shrilly, but he was still not dead. He was a top-tier true king. Even if the Heavenly King subduing and the Martial King joined forces to kill him, it would not be that easy. But at this moment, a golden hook suddenly slashed across and hooked up his remaining mental strength. The 100 Mountain King's mentality was out of control. It suddenly floated in front of Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao grinned and threw a punch. A third explosion sounded. 4 moves, the Heavenly King subduing and the Martial King joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Each of them attacked twice and killed the 100 Mountain King in 4 moves. Rumble, the sky changed color. This time, a large amount of blood rain fell. The expressions of the Maple King and the others who retreated to the side changed. The 100 Mountain King was killed. Life King! The Maple King also roared. Where was the Life King? Although the 100 Mountain King died in the hands of the Heavenly King subduing and the Martial King, the Heavenly King subduing appeared without a sound. This was not right. Where were the 2 great masters? He roared. The next moment, the Life King's aura weakened. His voice spread through the space as he said coldly, I can't stop the monsters from escaping. The 1,000 Demon King left. He was no match for the Heavenly King subduing and was defeated by the Heavenly King. In the void, the Heavenly King subduing's figure appeared and said indifferently, do you want to continue? Enough people have died today. The Maple King was unwilling, angry, and annoyed. The Thousand Demon King left. The Life King couldn't even stop the Heavenly King subduing. Does he really think we are fools? Damn it, the Life King definitely had some agreement with the real King Rebirth. The Maple King's face turned green. He said coldly, "You will regret this. You will regret it. You have ignored the Land of Rebirth again and even chose to cooperate. One day, you will regret it." With a cold snort, the Maple King flew away. He couldn't stop the Heavenly King subduing, and the Land of Rebirth's martial king obtained another powerful divine weapon. Although many people were heavily injured and dying, he didn't want to fight anymore. He didn't want to fight anymore. Xianxia suddenly sneered. "The others can leave, but you want to leave too?" As soon as he said that, he flew away and fought with the Maple King in the void. The two disappeared in the blink of an eye. A crack appeared and then disappeared. Seeing this, the Heavenly King frowned slightly. He appeared beside Li Zhan and the others and looked at the real king. At this moment, the Life King also arrived. These powerhouses gathered. Many people looked at the Life King and then at the Heavenly King subduing. Their expressions didn't change, but no one knew what they were thinking. The 100 Mountain King was dead, an origin source expert who had walked close to 8,000 meters, an expert who was ranked even higher than the Battle Kings, had died. On Zhang Tao's combat power ranking, the King of 100 Mountains was ranked 18th, second only to the Maple King and higher than the Battle King. He was fine after battling King Wu for so long. Just when the Land of Rebirth was about to lose its strength, he died. Even Li Zhan, who had taken the second path, might not be as powerful as the current King of 100 Mountains. King Huai and the others didn't die, but King Baishan died, and King Zhenwang's opponent, King Ming, actually couldn't stop King Zhenwang. If the Fate King didn't even have the ability to stop him, would he still be worthy of being the #1 expert of the Fate Royal Court? In the crowd, many true monarchs subconsciously moved away from the Fate Monarch. Fate King sensed it. He frowned slightly but didn't say anything. In fact, he was also a little surprised. Some things really weren't arranged by him, for example, Thousand Goblin King's sudden departure. For example, he didn't say anything to Heavenly King subduing, but Heavenly King subduing directly attacked King 100 Mountain. What was Heavenly King subduing planning? 9 Heaven's Divine Emperors. The tables were turned instantly. Heavenly King Zhen arrived and joined forces with Zhang Tao to kill King Baishan. The death of a peak-level true king was shocking and terrifying. If King Baishan could die, who else could? Previously, the true kings that had fallen were not too strong, and many of them still had confidence. However, at this moment, not a single one of them had the confidence to do so. King Feng escaped, but King Wu did not give up. The tables had turned. The catacombs' true kings did not retreat. They could not separate now. Once they separated, it would be even more dangerous. 6 powerhouses had died in this battle. The fox grieved for the rabbit's death, and many people's emotions fluctuated greatly. The blood rain was still dripping down, and some true monarchs didn't even have the intention to evaporate the blood rain. They allowed the blood rain to fall on their bodies and dye them red. In the crowd, Fate King frowned. He glanced at the crack in the void and said slowly, "King Wu, now that things have come to this, the Land of Rebirth did not plan this battle to start an all-out war, right?" No one answered. Fate King said calmly, "Although Heavenly King Zhen is strong, God Land will go all out if this goes on. It will start a war between the two worlds. King Wu, you should stop." These words were meant to compromise. In the crowd, Green Wolf King said coldly, "Are you going to end this war with King Baishan's death?" His words were full of mockery and meaning. In this battle, 6 real kings had died in the hands of the martial artists who had been revived. No, they died in the hands of their own people in Godland. Fate King glanced at him and said, "Green Wolf, don't you want to say something about Baishan's death?" "I have nothing to say." Green Wolf King was still cold as if it had nothing to do with him. In the crowd, another true king spoke with self-mockery, "War between the two worlds. Maybe. I thought becoming a true king would make me immortal, like a true god, invincible. Ha ha ha. What a joke. What a great war of life and death, a war between the two worlds. From now on, I will return to my 1,000 Flower Valley." The true monarch let out a bitter laugh. He didn't even look back as he tore through the air and left. The powerful true kings were acting, the weak true kings were being schemed against, some were seeking refuge from all sides, some were secretly planning something else. The true kings of the divine sects and dynasties were like idiots. They fought to the death and didn't retreat. In the end, they died in battle. Even someone as powerful as King 100 Mountains died in the end after standing in the way of some people. He cultivated to the unrivaled true king realm, but he still couldn't escape death. He couldn't escape from the chessboard of all lives. He fell into the trap and didn't know anything. Myriad flower sect leader, someone called out in a low voice. The true king who left came from a divine sect. It wasn't appropriate for him to leave now. The myriad flower sect leader, who was far away, didn't care at all. Today's battle made people's hearts turn cold. Throughout the hundreds of years of war with the land of rebirth, there had never been a moment more chilling than this moment. The death of the 6 experts was secondary. The death of the king of 100 Mountains was the most disappointing part. Peerless true monarch, at that moment, King Fate was not present. King Feng retreated, King Hua retreated, and all the other kings retreated. He allowed King 100 Mountain to be killed by the 2 peerless experts on the spot. How could he not be disappointed? The weak could be forgiven for retreating, but if the powerful true kings, the Green Wolf, and the Bamboo King, who would care about the lives of outsiders, the myriad flower sect leader left, among the crowd, some true kings from divine sects and dynasties watched coldly from the sidelines. They allowed King Wu and King Feng to fight in the void crack. This battle was so intense that it left everyone in despair. There were only 13 resurrected true kings. Even if there were peerless experts, could they not be defeated? 31 powerhouses, but the result was like this. King Fate glanced at the crowd from the corner of his eye. His eyes were gloomy. This battle was not the result he had expected. He had thought that he would kill a few resurrected true kings in this battle. These people would risk their lives to find an opportunity to kill King 100 Mountain in this battle, or even severely injure Ji Hong. But in the end, this battle had shattered all his fantasies. The land of rebirth didn't go according to his plan at all. King 100 Mountain was dead, but it was not the right time. With this death, even if he, King Fate, was innocent, this moment would be remembered. Next, there would be some trouble within the palace. Just as King Fate was thinking about this, the next moment, Zhang Tao and King Feng came out of the crack. King Feng's arms exploded. There was a clear fist mark on his head. As for Zhang Tao, even though he had obtained the fishing rod, he was already on the brink of exhaustion after fighting with the other kings. His chest had been pierced through, but he was still smiling. Feng Ji, looks like you're still lacking. King Feng said coldly, yes, I'm lacking. I'm too soft-hearted. Some things shouldn't be like this. Zhang Tao, it's time for you to leave. If you stay any longer, I'm afraid your plan will fail. King Feng's words were meaningful and full of malice. There were some things that he had thought too simply. Perhaps, he had to lie low for a while. Out of the hundreds of true kings, only 31 came today. The others were watching the show. 31 true king powerhouses. How many of them were on his side? The land of rebirth. All these years of entanglement with the land of rebirth might have been wrong. At least not now, at least not now. King Fate, King Qian, and the others were all scheming. Li Zhu might be problematic too. Scarlet Moon and the others did not come for this battle. In the north, someone started a war. Who started it? The other true kings. King Feng sneered in his heart. His arms were covered in the blink of an eye. He took a long look at Zhang Tao and the many injured human powerhouses. He suddenly sneered. King Wu, no matter how strong you are, you can't escape the general trend. You can't escape the control of the powerhouses. You and I are both pawns. Who's more pathetic than the other? Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. It was a little crazy and unwilling. In the blink of an eye, King Feng left and disappeared without a trace. As soon as King Feng left, the other catacombs true kings did not say a word and slowly retreated. Zhang Tao did not give chase again. He did not have the ability to. The human powerhouses were all heavily injured, except for Heavenly King Garrison. The injuries of the powerhouses were so serious that it would not be easy to recover. It was enough to kill 6 true kings. In this battle, They were all gone. The battle started quickly and ended even faster. Zhang Tao looked at Heavenly King Garrison. Heavenly King Garrison looked back at him. Zhang Tao's face was pale, but he still had a smile on his face. He said, "Seniorly, I'll have to trouble you with the Mount Royal Sea defense line." Without waiting for Heavenly King Garrison to reply, Zhang Tao suddenly said in a self-deprecating manner, "Maybe, it doesn't matter if this defense line doesn't exist. The war between the two worlds, the war between the races." At this moment, Zhang Tao suddenly shouted, "Do you really think that all living beings in this world belong to you? Do you really think that you're a true god, the master of heaven and earth? Who do you think you are? If I become an emperor, I'll kill all these demons and monsters." Fierce shouts spread thousands of miles. Heaven and earth trembled and blood rained down. Zhang Tao's body was dyed red. He laughed loudly. Although he did not force some people out today, he had also seen through some things. If he became an emperor one day, he, Zhang Tao, would definitely kill all those who thought that they were chess players, who was qualified to rule the world. Zhang Tao's laughter spread throughout heaven and earth. So what if he was so arrogant? What could they do to him? There were powerhouses in the neo-martial era, peerless powerhouses. If I, Zhang Tao, am not willing, who can you use as a pawn? Cowards, you deserve to be a 1,000-year-old tortoise. If you're not convinced, I'll wait for you anytime. A moment ago, Zhang Tao was incomparably domineering. The next moment, Zhang Tao cursed. At this moment, curses from the catacombs and the country were all shot out. "A bunch of old turtles, I'm cursing you." "So what?" In the crowd, Heavenly King Zhen glanced at him. When he was almost done cursing, he said slowly, "Everyone has their own path. Why force it?" Zhang Tao glanced at him and said with a smile, "Senior, please don't laugh at me. I'm just unhappy. Can I really go and tear down their turtle shells? Can I really break the bounded domain? Into the Forbidden Sea? Into the battlefield of kings? Can I really meet an old turtle and kill an old turtle? Can I? No." Zhang Tao answered his own question and then laughed loudly again. "Don't make me become an emperor, please don't. Once I become an emperor, I can't control it. Maybe I can. Ha ha ha." This laughter was extremely savage. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao waved his hand and flew toward the 7 southern territories with the injured people. At this moment, he was already close to the Nanjiang catacombs. And the Nanjiang catacombs was where Purple Cap Mountain was. The waves of laughter and curses seemed to have spread to a certain place. There was an indescribable sigh of helplessness. 7 southern territories. The cat stared at the screen for a while and sighed. The pseudo-human emperor is getting stronger and stronger. Gong Juanzi and the others might be unlucky. The big cat looked confused, but it knew what was going on. The pseudo-human emperor roared for a while. It looked like he was venting, but the great Tao was trembling. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. If this continued, once he really became an emperor, no one would participate in today's battle. Even if he appeared in the future, he would probably be beaten up by the pseudo-human emperor. The cat muttered for a while and asked in confusion, "The human world's martial path is dead. How did the pseudo-human emperor cultivate so strong? It doesn't make sense. Even in the past, such a realm would be a peerless overlord." Little Sword. Before it fell asleep, Little Sword did not seem to be as strong as the pseudo-human emperor now. After falling asleep, did Little Sword become stronger? Not necessarily. If he really fought with the pseudo-human emperor, he might not be a match for him. "Gong Juanzi, you're going to be unlucky." The big cat looked to the west and suddenly gloated. Its cat face showed joy. "I can go back after I destroy your tortoise house." Having said that, it muttered again, "The pseudo-human emperor is here. Let him destroy the tortoise house. If he did, he could go back to sleep." He did not need to build a cat palace anymore. The cat was happy. Fang Ping and the others were also beaming with joy. It was over, a great victory. Although this battle seemed to contain many things, Fang Ping could even hear Zhang Tao's helplessness. But this battle was indeed a great victory. 6 true king powerhouses were killed, hundreds of rank 9 powerhouses were killed. In one day, the world was turned upside down. After this battle, both sides might enter a period of peace. the battle between true kings might not happen again. The catacombs had also begun to shrink their battle lines. While they were thinking, a figure broke through the air in the distance. It was extremely fast, fleeing in the direction of Mount Imperial Sea, Qi Huanyu. This invincible rank 9 powerhouse was really too powerful. Wu Quishan and Wu Chuan also soared into the air, but their auras were weakened, showing signs of serious injuries. Li Daong and the other powerhouses who went to help later were also injured by Qi Huanyu because their qi was unstable. Invincible rank 9, at least he was invincible below the peak. The other party did not boast. A powerhouse who could have stepped into True King was forcibly blocked at the last line. After so many years, he did not lack resources, and his golden body was honed to the extreme. Under such circumstances, those powerhouses who had stepped into True King realm might not be a match for him before they achieved True King realm. The cat also saw Qi Huanyu escaping. It blinked its big eyes and muttered, "That person took his path. He should know, right?" Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. "You mean, the one beside the big snake?" Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. "Life King? I don't know. Probably," the cat said irresponsibly. Then, it looked in the direction of Mount Imperial Sea and said happily, "I'm back. Can you give me the cat food now?" As it spoke, waves of powerful qi activity filled the 7th Southern Territory. Shadows that pierced through heaven and earth appeared in the 7th Southern Territory. All living beings prostrated themselves. In the blink of an eye, these shadows rushed toward Fang Ping and the rest. As for Qi Huanyu, he immediately changed his path. In the crowd, it seemed like someone wanted to attack, but he stopped and did not do anything. The next moment, Zhang Tao and the rest landed in front of Fang Ping and the rest, all injured and smiling. The burly warlord first turned to look at Qi Huanyu, then suddenly looked at the big cat with a strange look on his face, not saying a word. The big cat felt uncomfortable under his gaze. It said, "Little fatty, do you still want to brush my fur?" Everyone was dead silent. The warlord's expression turned ugly when he heard this. After a while, he said with a stiff expression, "I don't know you." The cat did not care. If he did not want to brush, then so be it. He turned to Zhang Tao and said, "Cat food. Oh, and the fishing rod. Return it to me." A fishing rod appeared in Zhang Tao's hand. He smiled and threw it to the cat. He said with a smile, "Thank you for your help this time, cat. When I return to Earth, I will definitely send you cat food. If I need it next time, brother cat, can I borrow your fishing rod again?" The cat felt uncomfortable under his gaze. It grabbed the Jiao's tail and dove slowly. A human-like smile appeared on the cat's face, and it disappeared on the spot. The next moment, a shrill cry was heard. "Save me," the Jiao howled, but its voice disappeared in the blink of an eye. No, at this moment, the Jiao was going crazy. It had been dragged into the Forbidden Sea by the big cat. It did not know what it was going to do. Was it going to roast it and eat it? No, I won this time, a big victory. I'm going to be a demon king, don't take me away. The Jiao's howl was shrill. "Help, chef, save me. I don't want to die." The cat suddenly ran away. Zhang Tao did not seem surprised. He smiled faintly. "Interesting. This cat is very interesting. It might not be stupid." Fang Ping's expression was strange. "Minister, you mean, even time can't erase it? After living for so many years, how could it be stupid? Maybe, it has some special ability. It saw through something. Maybe it came out this time to do a favor," Zhang Tao said slowly. Zhang Tao said slowly. Then, blood suddenly spilled out of his mouth, and his aura weakened. He said softly, "This battle has hurt my foundation. Luckily, the catacombs are not on good terms. Otherwise, I might not have been able to return." Having said that, Zhang Tao breathed heavily. "Go back, go to the surface first. Let people enter and wipe out the Magic City catacombs. Since the rules have not been broken, then continue to follow them. Kill Magic City catacombs martial artists above rank 4. Leave no one alive. The Magic City catacombs are ours." This was an important place. They had to take it down. The cat did not leave. Zhang Tao knew that the cat was still in this territory. With the cat here, the Magic City catacombs must be taken down. This cat knew a lot and was extremely powerful. Since it came out this time, there was a chance for cooperation. Moreover, this cat could swim in the Forbidden Sea. Zhang Tao's eyes suddenly revealed a smile, a little playful. The Forbidden Sea had countless treasures, however, powerhouses did not dare to enter the Forbidden Sea without permission. Perhaps, there would be a chance to taste more of the Forbidden Sea's treasures in the future. Zhang Tao's injuries were extremely serious. The others were not lightly injured either. At this time, Li Daong and the others returned one after another. Wu Chuan glanced at Qin Yaozu and Zhang Weiyu, a little envious and a little helpless. He said, "We lost. We were no match for him." Zhang Tao smiled faintly. "It's okay. It's good that Qi Huanyu is not dead. He is not only a whetstone but also a pawn. Since everyone is playing chess, let's play and play too." Life King did not kill him. Maybe there are other reasons for not killing him. As he said that, Zhang Tao suddenly looked at Fang Ping. His smile was deep and playful. "Kid, you can take a look at him. Next time, remember." At first, Fang Ping did not understand. Then, he suddenly understood. There was a strange look in his eyes. Qi Huanyu. Life King had followed his path. Then, did that not mean that Life King's path might be the same as Qi Huanyu's? Then, when he peeped into the origin of Tao, did it mean that he could also take the opportunity to discover some of Life King's flaws? Zhang Tao laughed again. He said softly, "Life King is still worth paying attention to. His own strength may not be too strong, but that's relatively speaking. If you want to kill him, I'm afraid even Heavenly King Suppression would have a hard time. Let's go back first. Leave a few people here to keep watch. We need to go back and recuperate." In a short period of time, the outer region and Mount Imperial Sea will enter a period of endless peak, Zhang Tao said. This time, at this stage, those who needed to recuperate were recuperating, those who needed to go into hibernation were hibernating. After this battle, humans, no, Sino nation at least had a breather. The catacombs would not be so pressuring anymore. Pine King, Yang King, Ground Sunflower King, Purple Radish King. They did not kill randomly. Or rather, this time, those who came were true king powerhouses near Mount Imperial Sea. These people all ruled over a territory in the southern region. In the end, they were all killed. Then, some things would be much easier. Maple King and the other pro-war factions were seriously injured this time. They might not appear near Mount Imperial Sea anymore. As he spoke, Zhang Tao spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood vanished before it hit the ground. Zhang Tao glanced at Shen Haoyan and the others who were seriously injured. His expression was a little ugly. He exhaled softly. "This is troublesome. Let's retreat first. This time, without tens of thousands of imperishable substances, it'll be difficult to prevent our injuries from worsening." It was a casual remark, but it made many people subconsciously look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression was stiff. What did he mean? "Don't look at me, I'm not." After this battle, he had also broken his fortune. Just as they were about to leave, Li Daong suddenly said, "Commander, Minister, Old Kong, he died in battle. Also, Nan Yunping, Wang Qinghai, Xing Tao, and the others, I'm afraid, they're also at the final stage." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. Then, he casually grabbed at the air. Below Hope City's passageway, some powerhouses who were ready to retreat were caught in the blink of an eye. Guo Xingquan held Xing Tao, who was seriously injured again, his expression gloomy. Half of Wang Qinghai's head was left in Xia Yifan's arms. Xia Yifan's expression was sorrowful, but she did not say a word. As for Nan Yunping, she had been sent back to the surface. She was Nan Yunyue's sister. If she was sent back, Nan Yunyue might have a chance to save her. Zhang Tao looked at them. Beside him, Li Zhen's face was pale. After a while, he sighed softly and said nothing. Warlord also glanced at Jing Tao. After a while, he said, "This is not an injury that can be cured by imperishable substances. If we want them to live, maybe we need some special treasures, such as the rank 9 unique fruit that Fang Ping saw in the Tiannan catacombs." These people's injuries were too serious. Imperishable substances might be able to help them recover physically, but other injuries, including the injuries of the origin path, could not be cured. Zhang Tao did not say anything. He seemed to have noticed something. In the next moment, he grabbed at the air again. A figure appeared in front of everyone, eyes closed, as if asleep. Kong Lingyuan. Everyone thought that Kong Lingyuan had died in battle. He was not dead, but at this moment, he was no different from a dead person. Zhang Tao looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea, bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, brother cat." Having said that, he did not care whether the cat knew or not. He said as he walked, Kong Lingyuan's origin path was severely damaged again and overflowed. The injury last time had just healed. This time, try to save him. It's not bad to live as a normal person. The origin path overflowed again, and the power backfired. If he did not want to be backfired, it would be best if his golden body was destroyed and he became a normal person. Fang Ping hurriedly said, "It was the same last time, Vice-Chancellor. Xianyu's origin path was useful. This time, we also obtained a true king's origin path. Let's wait and see. It's a little different. We'll talk about it when we get back." Having said that, everyone sped up and arrived at Hope City's passageway. Hope City had long disappeared. At this moment, many people were still gathered here. Zhang Tao was about to leave when he suddenly looked down. Below, in the reversed seawater, the big cat appeared again. "Cat food, don't forget." Zhang Tao laughed and invited, "Brother cat, why don't you go to the human world?" "No. You want to trick me into becoming a fighter? I won't do it." The cat shook its head. Fang Ping was surprised. How did this cat become so smart? The cat did not care what they thought. He said, "Fake emperor, whether we fight Gong Zhuanzi's tortoise shell or not, we'll just break it. I don't deserve to be called emperor." Zhang Tao laughed. "Just call me Zhang Tao. Humans don't have emperors either. Everyone can become emperors, so how can there be emperors?" As for the bounded domain, Zhang Tao looked to the west and smiled faintly. "There will be opportunities. This is the first time, there will be a second time. Things don't happen more than 3 times. After 3 times, I will make my move." A faint laugh was heard, but the cat shivered. Just as he was about to dive, Zhang Tao suddenly said, "This person is like this?" As he said that, he pointed at Fang Ping. The cat stopped diving, stared at Fang Ping for a while, and muttered, "Talkative. So many questions." "That's not what I meant." The cat scratched its head with its paws, its big face bitter. It said, "I don't know, I don't remember. Besides, it's not like I know everything, but everything he's using now is stolen." "Yes. Yes." The cat did not know how to describe it at that moment. It suddenly said, "That's right. It's nothing anyway. It seems like everything he stole is ownerless. Whatever, don't detonate your mentality anymore. If the last bit of your own imprint is detonated, you'll really die. Every time you self-detonate, you'll be obliterated a little. Every time you self-detonate, you'll lose a little of yourself. In the end, you won't be yourself anymore." After saying that, the cat ran away again. Zhang Tao gave Fang Ping a deep look and said slowly, "Don't self-detonate your mentality anymore. Self-detonation is also detonating your life origin. It will leak out bit by bit. Even if you're alive, you'll still be a zombie. Maybe you'll live to the next life, but who will know that you're Fang Ping?" Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He nodded slightly, saying nothing. Self-detonation of mentality was a great weapon to kill the enemy, but Fang Ping knew that some things hurt others but also hurt himself. It was not a good thing to self-detonate too much. This was not the first time Zhang Tao said this. Previously, he and Nan Yunyue had said the same thing. Beside them, Warlord said softly, "Maybe, we're the same?" As soon as these words came out, the few paragons from Star Town trembled slightly. In their real bodies, they lived to the next life, they did not know who they were, did not know where they came from, but it was so similar. Otherwise, who had the ability to erase the memories of the paragons? 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Earth. Magic City. The moment Zhang Tao and the others returned, everyone was silent, raising their heads in anticipation, As if waiting for something, Zhang Tao smiled, looking at Li Zhen. Li Zhen's face was pale, too lazy to care, not saying a word. Zhang Tao smiled again, then raised his right arm high, shouting, "This battle! Victory!" A roar, the sound traveled thousands of miles. At this moment, almost everyone in Sino Nation heard it. Victory! Victory! Humanity will win, Sino Nation will win. The high-pitched roar resounded through the sky. In the sky, the dark clouds disappeared completely, revealing the bright sun. The sun was bright today, the sky was clear today, one battle to decide the catacombs. Perhaps others thought so, but Fang Ping and the others knew that this was not a battle of the catacombs, this was a national war. It could even be said that this battle concerned the life and death of humanity. In this battle, 44 desperation powerhouses participated, no, more than that. Other holy lands and paragons also participated in the battle. In this battle, more than 50 paragons joined the battlefield, killing incessantly. True kings shed blood. With the conclusion of this battle, the Hua nation gained an important respite period. Before the spatial passageway was completely opened, there might not be any more battles between monarchs, and the monarchs would no longer care about the affairs of the outer realms. This battle had achieved the result that everyone wanted. With a smile on his face, Zhang Tao suddenly raised his arm, shouting, "Enter the territory, kill the enemy. Today we will conquer the Magic City catacombs. Kill." The roar shook the sky, the crowd's emotions surged. Kill the enemy, destroy the catacombs. In November, MCMAU was defeated, Magic City catacombs lost. At the end of December, MCMAU counterattacked, the war broke out, fighting with all the strength of the country, killing countless enemies. Now, it was already the final stage, killing the middle-ranked martial artists in the territory, completely destroying the Magic City catacombs' strong enemies, tens of thousands of martial artists, blood boiling. After suffering for half a day, it was time for them to go into battle. How could martial artists become stronger if they did not enter the battlefield? If they did not become stronger, how could they protect the country, defeat the foreign strong enemies? Today, powerhouses shed blood, grandmaster powerhouses. Everyone returned bathed in blood, everyone could only sit and wait. How torturous it was. Only by becoming stronger could they take the lead in the next war, killing the strong enemies. Everyone prepared to enter the territory. Fang Ping poked old Zhang, squinting his eyes. "Did you forget something? Old Zhang's aura just now was very strong. That shout of enter the domain to kill the enemy was very satisfying, but you've forgotten that Hope City has been destroyed. Now that everyone has entered, they've all fallen into the Forbidden Sea." Zhang Tao glared at him. This bastard was ruining the atmosphere. How could I forget? How could I not remember? "I'm fine," he replied calmly, "it's fine." In the 7 southern regions, the old cat's head reappeared, its claws clutching the Jiao, almost strangling it to death. Its face was full of anticipation. "Where's the cat food? Wait a minute. What flavor do you like? Also, do me a favor and bring the seawater back immediately to fill up Hope City. I'm counting on you, brother Ash Cat." Old Zhang was impatient. Hurry up, someone is coming in." If he were to enter and fall into the Forbidden Sea, then that incomparably intense killing intent from before would instantly collapse. What a blunder, what a blunder. When he went back just now, he actually forgot, thinking that everyone was a top-notch powerhouse like them. Middle-ranked martial artists could perform flight step, but now everyone did not know that Hope City was gone. Some of the tens of thousands of people did not learn flight step. If they fell, they might really drown in the seawater. The old cat was a little gloomy, muttering, "Many flavors? Then give me a little of each, but if I fill up the Forbidden Sea, I won't be able to come here." "It's fine. Now that the catacombs' true king has retreated, it's okay to expose some of my aura." "Alright." The old cat did not say much. With a wave of its claws, the seawater flowed backward and began to return to the Forbidden Sea. Below Hope City, there was originally a huge crater. The old cat did not have the ability to create things out of thin air. After thinking for a while, its face suddenly flushed red, using its mentality to move something with some difficulty. In the blink of an eye, a tall mountain flew over from the sky, landing in the original crater with a loud rumble. The old cat muttered again, feeling more and more disadvantaged. He had done a lot of work today. Seeing that the mountain had landed, the old cat was still satisfied. It did not care anymore, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Before leaving, it said a little angrily, "If you call for me again and there's no cat food, I'll poke you." On the ground. Old Zhang was calm and relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief. As for what everyone would think when they went out later and suddenly appeared on the mountain, it was none of his business. Fang Ping did not think much of it, nor did he care about him. At this moment, Fang Ping was also ready to enter. He was ready to go in and hold the fort. Strictly speaking, this battle was still MCMAU's battle. Suppressing the Magic City catacombs had always been MCMAU's dream. Now, it was the last step away from realizing it. He had to go in. The main force set out, and some of the pressure cannons were also pushed into the passageway. Fang Ping saw a large number of MCMAU instructors and students. Their vitality was boiling, eager to try, ready to complete the final blow of the Magic City battle. Destroy the Magic City catacombs. One school to hold the catacombs? No, destroy the catacombs. In this battle, no matter how much effort Zhang Tao and the rest put in, it was MCMAU who started the battle first. This was MCMAU's success. Of the 18 rank 9 powerhouses in the Magic City catacombs, most of them were eliminated by MCMAU's own people. This was MCMAU's battle. One by one, the martial artists rushed into the catacombs, ready to annihilate the remaining enemies. On Fang Ping's side, Old Manly and the rest also gathered. These people were ready to go in and hold the fort. Wu Quishan sighed, somewhat satisfied, and said with emotion, "I've only been in office for 2 years, and the Magic City catacombs have been destroyed. In the future, I, Wu, will have the face to leave a mark in the school's history." Everyone looked at him. "You? How do you have the cheek to say something like this? In this battle, how many people have you killed, don't you have any idea? How did you come to this stage, don't you have any idea?" Wu Quishan did not care about this. "I'm speaking the truth. I'm MCMAU's vice-chancellor, not bad, right? I'm currently the strongest powerhouse in MCMAU, not bad, right? As for Li Chongqing being stronger than me, there's no such thing. If that's the case, of course, this battle will be on my head." "How can it be on your head?" Ignoring them, Wu Quishan smiled and said, "Everyone, let's go in together. The battle has come to this point. It's the final stage. Don't fail miserably." Beside him, Zhang Tao opened his mouth and said, "We'll go to MCMAU to recuperate. Fang Ping, get some imperishable substance. I'll repair their bodies." Fang Ping glanced at Wang Qinghai, who only had half a head left, and felt a little helpless. Without further ado, a large mass of imperishable substance appeared. This battle had really broken his fortune. In total, he had more than 1 billion wealth points. How much was left now? About 100 million points. He hoped that this time, no one would fight him for battle credits and spoils of war. It was good that Jiao had been captured. At least he would not have to fool it. Fang Ping suddenly touched his chin. Jiao's life was not destined to enjoy the spoils of war, it was the same last time. When the battle was about to end, King Huai had chased it into the bounded domain. This time, it was even more pitiful. It had been captured by the cat. It was not that he did not want to share with it, Fang Ping shook his head. This fellow had been captured by the cat. He was also very helpless. Without further ado, Fang Ping entered the catacombs in the next moment. The others entered one after another. The great battle lasted until late at night. Magic City catacombs had 13 cities. A few cities had already been destroyed. The people in the other cities were panicking. Many martial artists had fled the cities, and many people were running around in the catacombs. Tens of thousands of majestic powerhouses had pushed the pressure cannons and energy cannons to attack the cities. The remaining cities had no one to command them. They could not form an alliance. They fought on their own and were destroyed one by one. The cities were destroyed one by one. A large number of middle-ranked martial artists were killed. MCMAU's high-ranked powerhouses used flight stance to hold the line. Those who encountered the catacombs' high ranks were killed on the spot without exception. This battle lasted until dawn on the 29th. The sounds of killing only gradually subsided. The Magic City catacombs had been completely breached. For the first time, humans had killed their way from the direction of Hope City to the direction of Imperial Sea Hills. The passageway of Imperial Sea Hills had been opened. Although humans wanted to destroy the catacombs this time, it was not to the point where everyone had to be killed. The passageway had been opened, allowing some martial artists to escape into the restricted area. On this day, the 2 restricted areas had been destroyed. The demons in the direction of Imperial Sea Hills lay dormant. No matter how loud the sounds of killing were, no beast roars could be heard from within Imperial Sea Hills. They were scared, the blood of the true kings dyed the sky blood red. The demons in Imperial Sea Hills also respected the 10,000 Demon King court. In the end, even the 10,000 Demon King had escaped. How would these demons dare to show their faces? On this day, the demons in Mount Imperial Sea Hills of 7 southern regions fled in large numbers. They fled to other areas, even abandoning their homes. December 28, 2010. On this day, the pinnacle of Sino Nation's battle erupted. The most glorious battle. Not only for Sino Nation, but also for humans in the past 1,000 years. On this day, 6 true kings and 129 rank 9 powerhouses were killed. In the 7 southern regions, the number of rank 9 powerhouses who entered this time was as high as 139. In the end, Ji Yao's side had 6 rank 9 powerhouses who left 7 southern regions alive. In addition to the captive Phoenix, Gopher, Monster Rat City Lord, and a rank 9 powerhouse who was under the command of a true king, there were a total of 10 rank 9 powerhouses who survived. Sino Nation's loss was that all of them were seriously injured except for suppressing Heavenly King and a few who did not participate in the battle. Almost all rank 9 powerhouses were injured too. It was the same for some of the rank 8 powerhouses who participated in the battle. However, what everyone did not expect was that among the human high-ranked powerhouses who died in the end, only one rank 8 powerhouse really died in the catacombs. This was also an unexpected thing that happened when Fang Ping and the others were entangled in the battle later on and the rank 8 powerhouses assisted in the battle. Otherwise, there would be no high-ranked deaths in Sino Nation. A high-ranked killing rank 9 at the cost of a rank 8's death was in the triple digits. This battle was destined to be remembered by everyone. Both Qin Yaozu and Zhang Weiyu broke through to the desperation realm in this battle. Sino Nation had 2 more paragons, and their gains were greater than expected. Zhang Weiyu's breakthrough was expected. However, Qin Yaozu's breakthrough was something that no one expected. Including Qin Yaozu himself, he did not think about it before he entered. In this battle within the 7 southern regions, the biggest contributor was actually not Fang Ping, but the cat. This cat was the biggest variable. It stabbed 12 rank 9s to death in one blow. In addition to the 2 who escaped earlier, one cat killed 14 rank 9s. This was the biggest variable that turned the situation on Li Diong's side. These powerhouses that the cat killed casually actually saved dozens of Sino Nation rank 9s here. Otherwise, under the situation where there was a huge disparity in numbers, Li Diong's side would not have been able to kill strong enemies so easily. Of course, the demons in the boundaries had also suffered a lot of losses. 2 rank 9 demons were missing. As for where they went, Fang Ping felt that he should have guessed it. 9 out of 10, they had entered the cat's stomach. December 29, noon. The great battle was completely over. Magic City Catacombs was pacified. It had been 61 years since the Magic City Catacombs passageway opened in 49 years. Magic City Catacombs became the second catacombs to be pacified, but it was the catacombs with the most glorious battle record. None of the catacombs rank 9s escaped. Unlike the Forbidden Catacombs, although it was also pacified, at the end of the battle, many rank 9 powerhouses and a large number of high ranks voluntarily retreated and left the Forbidden Catacombs. This time, 26 rank 9s in 13 cities, other than those who were captured, were all killed, MCMAU. At this moment, everyone in the huge guest hall was filled with excitement and exhaustion. They were utterly exhausted. Many of the desperation powerhouses had left. More than half of Star Town's apex powerhouses had gone back. Warlord did not leave. Qin Yaozu did not leave either. Shen Haoyan, who was the most heavily injured, did not leave either. The others, on the other hand, had all returned to Star Town. Fang Ping and the others were the last to enter the hall. As soon as he entered, Fang Ping did not bother to greet the others. He sat down on a chair, crushing it directly. He did not care about this. Fang Ping simply sat on the floor, pressing down so hard that the hall trembled. We won. Fang Ping did not know if he was excited or tired. At this moment, he just wanted to sleep. He was very tired and exhausted from this battle. He had self-detonated his mentality many times, almost crushing himself. He was also deeply worried about the late-stage apex battle. Fortunately, they had won in the end. Zhang Tao was also exhausted. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "Are you satisfied this time? Kid, because of your own selfishness, Sino Nation was almost destroyed. I'm ready to give up on Sino Nation. Tell me, how should we settle this score?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes wildly. "You came to me for this? You were the one who insisted on doing this. If it weren't for you, would I need to be beaten up like this?" If old Zhang had not prepared to start the apex battle, Fang Ping would have stopped after eliminating the more than 10 rank 9s in Magic City catacombs. He would not have continued to fight. "Your Majesty," as soon as Fang Ping said this, Zhang Tao's expression darkened. He humphed and said, "Cut the crap. How can you believe that cat's words? If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot. Get someone to buy a few dozen bags of cat food and send them in. It's not just a few dozen bags. After killing King Pine, it asked for another 100 bags." Fang Ping laughed. "I'll send them later. It's a good opportunity to get closer to this cat. There are too many good things. That fishing rod is terrifyingly powerful." Zhang Tao nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "You have to pay more attention to this cat." Fang Ping looked at Warlord again and said with a smile, "It said it remembers you. Many years ago, you brushed its fur and said it lived a long life after touching it." Warlord's expression stiffened. He humped softly and said nothing. "Brush your ass, how could that be? I'm a dignified desperation top-notch powerhouse. I've killed as many as 3 true kings. How could I brush a cat's fur? Don't talk nonsense." "Right, your old tortoise shell seems to be the shell it left behind after eating the big tortoise." "Shut up." Warlord scolded, his face full of dissatisfaction. Then, he coughed softly and said, "That. When you go in later and see it, try to get some information and ask about the situation. I don't know what's going on with this cat. It came out of the bounded zone at this time. The timing is a little too coincidental." Zhang Tao nodded slightly too. "That's right. Actually, when Elvision came out, he brought back some information. I thought, maybe we're going to meet Gong Juanzi or the cat. In the end, it wasn't Gong Juanzi who came out, but the cat. Elvision also said that it was the cat that brought him in. We can't really treat it as a coincidence. Maybe this cat is also plotting something. It's a cat that has lived for God knows how many years. Don't be fooled by its stupidity. We're fine. Fang Ping, be careful. It'll kill you with one slap of its tail. You have to figure out how to communicate." Zhang Tao said, then said, "Let's not talk about anything else today. Everyone is tired. Those who should rest, rest. Those who should heal, heal. We'll talk about the post-war matters in a few days. I've gathered all of you here to tell you something." Zhang Tao's expression was slightly solemn. He said, "A desperate realm powerhouse was killed in the Andes, and a paragon was also killed in Totem City. This time, Sino Nation killed 6 true kings, but the other party also killed 2 human desperate realm powerhouses." Warlord sighed softly. "Although we don't communicate much with them, we know each other. The Andes and Totem City defend the North region together. This time, 2 paragons were killed. The strength of the 2 holy lands is also greatly damaged. They don't have many paragons to begin with, and they don't have a paragon holding the fort. This time, they were ambushed by the Sky Plant's royal court's true kings. They were outnumbered, and in the end, 2 of them died in battle. If it wasn't for us defeating the other party in the south region and killing many true kings, and the opening of the king battleground, I'm afraid the north region would be in big trouble." Among the catacombs north, south, east, and west regions, the south region was mainly defended by Sino Nation. The God's Paradise defended the West region, the ancient Buddha Holy Land as the main force in the East region, and the Wanta world also defended the East region and a part of the catacombs in the North region. This time, the North region was ambushed, and both Holy Lands lost a desperate realm powerhouse. This was also a huge loss. Zhang Tao continued, the North region was originally not the main target. The catacombs' target was actually Sino Nation most of the time. This time, the sudden ambush on the North region was probably Li Zhu's idea. This fellow can't be underestimated. If there's a chance next time, we can have a good fight with him. Zhang Tao said, then said, also, after this battle, the number of Sino Nation's paragons has reached 17. The Battle of the Paragons probably won't break out in the near future. We can take this opportunity to take a break and do something else. Fang Ping looked puzzled. Why are you telling us all this? Zhang Tao seemed to know what he was going to ask. He smiled and said, what I mean is to make some personnel changes. In the military department, Li Dayong and a few others can still manage and hold on for a while. In the education department, Bai Gongyan has to lead the Wuan army. Under normal circumstances, Xia Yifan won't be in charge. Fang Ping's gaze flickered. He said, it's not appropriate for me to be the minister, right? Everyone quietened down. Zhang Tao's expression darkened. After a while, he said with a faint smile, You're far from it now. What I mean is for Wu Quishan to be in charge of the education department for a while. During this period, we won't be able to manage other things. The education department is also the main fighting organization. It won't do if they're weak. The other rank 9s either have been guarding the catacombs for many years, or they're purely focused on combat strength. Wu Quishan has been an MCMAU for many years. He's familiar with the education department. Let him be in charge for a while. Wang Qinghai could have done it before, too bad, Zhang Tao sighed. Wang Qinghai's body had recovered, but his mentality had entered a dormant state. This weak rank 9 powerhouse had participated in a large-scale rank 9 battle for the first time. In the end, he was heavily injured repeatedly. He was really unlucky. Zhang Tao did not continue. He said, Wu Quishan is going to the education department. You're not qualified to be the vice-chancellor either. At least, not now. You can continue to lead MCMAU's matters. However, I advise you to focus on closed-door cultivation for now. In MCMAU, I think it's not a bad idea to let Gua Xingquan and the others manage the daily affairs. They've just entered the origin path. For now, improving combat strength is not the main priority. As Zhang Tao spoke, Nan Yingyue said in a low voice, FMS might have to integrate with MCMAU. Vice-Chancellor Nan. I'm afraid he can't be in charge now. You can contact Yao Qingjun. Nan Yinping was her sister. However, this time, she was seriously injured. Nan Yinping, who had just entered rank 9, was in a similar state as Wang Qinghai. If Nan Yingyue had not thought of a way to maintain her injuries, Nan Yinping might have been on the list of people who had died this time. Fang Ping felt a little embarrassed for a moment. He suddenly remembered Jiang Chao's letter. Nan Yinping had almost died this time. It was only by a thin line. A few top-notch powerhouses valued MCMAU very much at this time. There were too many powerhouses in MCMAU. This battle had also destroyed the Magic City catacombs. There might be another batch of powerhouses emerging next. In this era of war, MCMAU was so powerful that it deserved to be valued. Zhang Tao said again, I'll arrange for people to handle matters after the war. Also, don't go to the bounded boundaries that I asked you to go. I have a rough idea of these old guys' attitudes. Also, didn't Wang Jinyang say that Purple Cap Mountain has some influence on him? This matter can wait. We'll deal with it when we're back. If it's possible, bring Song Mao to Purple Cap Mountain. Maybe you can let Song Mao meet Wang Jinyang in advance. There might be unexpected gains. Minister, where are you going? Fang Ping asked, a little puzzled. The war had just ended. These people had not recovered from their injuries. If they were to leave now, where would they go? Zhang Tao laughed. You don't have to worry about this. It has nothing to do with you for now. If there's an emergency, you can use the avatar that I left behind. It's just a little bit of mentality left. It's not much. You can inform me and I'll rush back. Also, the matter of the King battleground probably won't start now. Maple King and the others are injured badly. They'll delay it, so there's no need to rush. Don't contact them without permission. These people are not kind. If they kill you, you won't be able to reason with them. That's all for now. We have to go now. Oh right, Zhang Tao stood up and said suddenly, how much imperishable substance do you have left? Give me some. We still need to bring Wang Qinghai and the others to ensure that their injuries don't worsen. We can't do without imperishable substance. Fang Ping was helpless. More, he really had no more, he only had about 100 million wealth points now. If he gave more, he would be completely bankrupt. The House of Gold had been blown up and had not been repaired yet. However, Wang Qinghai and the others were indeed injured too badly. Fang Ping was helpless. He condensed another 5,000 yuan of imperishable substance, leaving only 50 million wealth points for himself. This time, he had breached Magic City's catacombs. He could more or less gain something. Since old Zhang and the others wanted to leave, it was still up to him. He would be the one to decide how to distribute it next. That was good too. As for what the peerless powerhouses were going to do, Fang Ping was too lazy to guess. They were being so secretive. Who knew if they had some conspiracy or were preparing to scam people? Zhang Tao saw that he had condensed so much and did not say much. This brat had lost a lot this time. He was probably really out of it. Forget it. He would come back later to reap the rewards. He had been beaten up until he vomited 3 liters of blood. Whether Fang Ping admitted it or not, he would blame it on Fang Ping. After thinking for a while, Zhang Tao finally said, I left my ultimate origin technique and Li Jin's void-piercing swordsmanship in MCMAU's combat technique room. Take a look at them when you have time. Don't just F***King self-destruct. If you self-destruct again, you'll be finished sooner or later. As for the few rank 9s who were captured, I have also sealed part of their abilities and asked someone to watch over them. If they make any strange moves, kill them immediately. After throwing these words, Zhang Tao took a step and was about to leave. Fang Ping wanted to say something but stopped. Zhang Tao said without turning his head, walk your own path. In this world, you can rely on others for a while, but you can't walk for a lifetime. Remember, don't forget your own heart. Don't walk out of the origin path recklessly. Got it. Fang Ping responded, but he was a little hesitant. Zhang Tao seemed to have seen it. As he walked, he said, if you have something to say, just say it. That. Minister, do you accept a godson? At this moment, old Zhang's footsteps were slightly staggering. Nan Yunue and the others looked at each other, almost bursting out in laughter. Was this bastard brat talking about himself? Was he forcing himself to get close to Zhang Tao after seeing how powerful he was? You can look for that cat and become sworn brothers. Old Zhang scolded. Without turning his head, he took off into the sky. Accept my *SS godson? Have some face. At the end of December, the war ended. Zhang Tao and the other peerless powerhouses left, their whereabouts unknown. Wu Quishan entered the Ministry of Education and began to take charge. Conquering 7 southern territories, True King retreated. This time, Sino Nation took over the entire 7 southern territories, unlike the forbidden catacombs where King Huai took away all the mineral veins when he retreated. In the blink of an eye, it was January 1, 2011. After 3 days of counting, there was a rough calculation of the harvest this time. MCMAU, Conference Hall. At this moment, almost all the high-ranked powerhouses had arrived. A few rank 6 martial artists in charge of counting affairs had also arrived. Zhang Yu was all smiles. He picked up the folder and said with a smile, let's talk about the battle damage first. Vice-Chancellor Wu, the rank 9 divine weapon was broken, old Wu was still here. He was in charge of the education ministry, but he did not go to capital city. Currently, Magic City was the education ministry's main priority. He was still in MCMAU. Hearing that Zhang Yu was the first to mention him, Wu Quishan's expression was unfriendly. So what if a divine weapon was broken? He had been hurt time and time again, and now he was talking about it. How could he, the acting minister, keep his face? Old Wu cursed in his heart. Isn't it just 3 rank 9 divine weapons broken? I've also killed many rank 9 martial artists. It's all worth it. Young people nowadays are really annoying. Zhang Yu ignored him. He was a junior. Currently, the university's higher-ups were not doing anything serious. He was the only one in charge of these affairs. He continued, also, this time, we used the pressure cannon and the energy cannon. The university's remaining 1,700 caddies of energy stones were almost used up. When Dean Chen and the others fought, they took away all the university's remaining life essence to replenish their consumption. It's also used up. In the later stages of the battle, the Wuan military and the teachers and students from various schools participated in the battle. Some of the pills and weapons in MCMAU's storage were also distributed. Zhang Yu was still smiling as he said, so, after this battle, MCMAU is bankrupt. Completely bankrupt. The storeroom is empty now. Rats can run away. It's not just the storeroom. In order to improve everyone's strength, we dug the underground mineral veins. Now, it's also used up. MCMAU is no longer a cultivation holy land. Now, all the teachers and students in the university are penniless. After the battle, not only did Fangping go bankrupt, but the entire MCMAU savings over the years and all the resources that Fangping had scooped up before were all used up. It could be said that if there were no gains from this battle, the entire MCMAU would enter a period of bankruptcy. However, everyone did not care too much. This time, MCMAU was the main force in conquering the 7 southern regions. In terms of the distribution of the spoils of war, MCMAU was also in charge. In addition, Senior Chen 7, Commander Li Daong, Commander Tian Mu, Minister Wang Qinghai, Headmaster Nan Yunping, Senior Jing Tao, Senior Kong Lingyuan. Many 9th grade experts' divine weapons have been broken. Guard Zhang and Chen Yaozu's divine weapons have also been broken. However, they have entered the summit and no longer need to use 9th grade divine weapons. Zhang Yu's words made everyone feel somewhat helpless. Not many people died in this battle, but too many divine weapons were broken, and too many resources were consumed. In this battle, a total of 10 9th grade divine weapons were destroyed. These seniors' divine weapons have been destroyed, but Senior Chen 7 has a backup in Startown. As for the others, we need to provide them. This is also the price MCMAU has to pay for taking over Magic City's catacombs. Zhang Yu continued, of course, Minister Wang and the others are now seriously injured and unconscious, so we don't have to worry about this for now. Fangping said impatiently, cut the crap. Tell me what you got. MCMAU and he were both bankrupt. Would it not be too provocative to talk about these battle losses at this time? Who would still care about the battle losses? Zhang Yu laughed and said, this time, we broke into Magic City's catacombs and took down 9 cities. Out of the 13 cities in the catacombs, 4 of them, including Demon City, were completely annihilated. These 4 cities, we got nothing. As for the other 9 cities, we seized 9 mineral veins, which is considered complete. Other than that, the 2 big demon clans' forbidden lands seized even more, with 9 mineral veins harvested. Therefore, the big prize this time is the energy stones. We seized 18 mineral veins in total, and they are all huge mines. Although there is consumption, the reserves are still shocking. We haven't excavated them yet. Based on a rough calculation, when converted into rank 9 energy stones, there are about 400 tons. 400 tons. On average, a mineral vein converted into rank 9 energy stones was about 20 tons. It sounded like a lot, but in reality, a mineral vein was only slightly more than 40,000 caddies. However, this was converted into rank 9 energy stones. The mineral veins in the outer realm of the catacombs were not as pure as those in the Imperial City, where almost all the energy stones were high-ranked. On the other hand, the mineral veins in the outer realm contained a large number of middle-ranked and low-ranked energy stones. More than 40,000 caddies was not a small amount. Back when they conquered Skygate City, although Old Zhang dug a mineral vein of 50 tons, there were also a large number of impurities and energy crystals in it, 400 tons. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, since when were rank 9 energy stones calculated in grams now calculated in tons? Moreover, it was a few hundred tons at once. While they were calculating this, Fang Ping was calculating money. Could it be inflation? In the past, the system had calculated 300 million wealth points per caddy of energy stones. A ton was worth 600 billion. Even if converted into wealth points, a ton would be 60 million points. 24 billion wealth points, Fang Ping swallowed. Sure enough, making money from war was the most awesome. After conquering the entire outer realm, the value of the energy stones alone had reached 24 billion points, and this did not include the small mineral veins in the catacombs. The energy stones are the biggest harvest, and the other is a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures. Energy fruits like 100 honing fruits are in the hundreds. Medicinal herbs to make pills in large quantities, weapons, metals, armor. Zhang Yu's mouth was dry from all the talking. He continued, if these things are calculated according to the official price, the total value is probably more than 100 trillion. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Another 10 billion wealth points. But this time, Zhang Yu was distressed. I didn't see a single rank 9 demon corpse. Not a single one of them, be it monster plants or monsters. Some were swallowed by Jiao and the other demons, some self-destructed, and some, cough cough, disappeared. Fang Ping laughed. Forget it. That cat has already eaten them. Don't look for them. This time, the number of rank 9 demons that died in battle was not small. There were 10 rank 9 demons in the 2 forbidden lands, not to mention the cities. Including the bounded boundaries, 2 monsters had died in battle. In the end, Fang Ping and the others could not find a single hair. Zhang Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. The others were shaking their heads. No one cared too much. The old cat contributed a lot this time. Even a true king was stabbed to death. What else could they say after eating a few demon corpses? However, we also gained a lot from the rank 7 and 8 demon corpses. In total, there are 141 rank 7 demon corpses and 42 rank 8 demon corpses. However, some of them are broken. After calculating, the value is as high as 2 trillion. Zhang Yu laughed. These are the main gains. They are all useful to martial artists. The other spoils of war are countless. The catacombs' various decorations, luxury goods, a large number of books. After conquering a catacombs, we have everything. There are too many things to count for now. Moreover, there are tens of millions of catacombs humans in the catacombs. Although many have died and escaped, there are still tens of millions of people in the Magic City catacombs. Right now, it's chaos everywhere. It's not convenient for us to count these things for now. We don't have enough manpower. Right now, we are mainly guarding the mineral veins and some medicinal herb production points. Other than some powerhouses' mansions being guarded, we don't care about other places. MCMAU did not have enough manpower. Even if the Wuan Army and the Fallen Star Army had started to deploy troops, it was still not enough. Guarding an entire catacombs was not something that could be done with tens of thousands of people. They also had to prevent some martial artists from causing trouble. The team could not be too scattered. Fang Ping did not care too much about this. He looked at Wu Quishan and said, Vice Chancellor. No, Minister Wu, how do you think we should distribute the spoils of war this time? Wu Quishan glanced at him and said impatiently, You can't wait for me to step down, can you? Don't forget, I'm still the Vice Chancellor now. I'm only in charge of the Education Ministry's affairs. This kid could not wait to get out of here. Did he have a conscience? Too lazy to say anything else, Wu Quishan said quickly. According to what Minister Zhang said before he left, Magic City Catacombs still needs to be under our control. We can't dig all the mineral veins. Magic City Catacombs might be more important than the Forbidden Catacombs in the future. As for the distribution of the spoils of war, although MCMAU is in charge this time, there are too many powerhouses participating in the battle, including powerhouses from the 5 Holy Lands. Although it's already the later stage when we entered, we still have to show something. Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched as he listened. He said calmly, Vice Chancellor. You're from MCMAU. I'm the Vice Chancellor now? Wu Quishan scolded. Motherf asterisk Ker, I'm the vice-chancellor when needed. When not needed, I'm the minister. In terms of the spoils of war, MCMAU can only get 50% at most. Wu Quishan said in a low voice, Fang Ping, 50% is actually too much. This time, Star City also suffered heavy losses. Many powerhouses participated in the battle, and some powerhouses almost died. There are powerhouses from the 3 departments and 4 prefectures. We can't just consider MCMAU. The 3 departments and 4 prefectures also need to distribute resources. Shen Haoyan and Shen Yaozu could represent the East and North Guardian mansions. Zhang Weiyu and Wu Chuan, on the other hand, represented the West and South Guardian mansions. Among the 7 leaders of the 3 departments and 4 prefectures, Nan Yingyue stayed behind. The others all participated in the battle. This was a national war. Wu Quishan would not really let MCMAU take everything. After MCMAU distributes 50%, all other expenses will be paid by MCMAU. This includes some powerhouses' healing needs, the 5 Holy Lands return gifts, some damaged divine weapons, compensation for the families of those who died in the battle. All of these will be borne by MCMAU. Fang Ping nodded slightly and smiled. This is not a problem. The Vice-Chancellor is still on our side. If old Zhang was here, MCMAU getting 30% is already an overestimation. Wu Quishan laughed and said, Don't talk nonsense. I'm warning you, this is the unanimous opinion of the Education Ministry's ministers, not mine. In addition, many martial arts universities have also participated in the battle this time. MCMAU also needs to bear the expenses. Also, Fang Ping, the demons in the boundary zone can't be so stingy. Forget it once. This time, there are many demons participating in the boundary zone war. They conquered the 10,000 Ants Desert alone. There are also several mineral veins in the 10,000 Ants Desert. They lost almost 100 demons in the battle. Although Sino Nation doesn't want these demons to become stronger, we have to pay the price. Distinguishing between public and private interests is the foundation of humanity's strength. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. In that case, we still have to share some things with the demons? That's right. At least 2 mineral veins. Wu Quishan nodded. This needed to be paid. In the boundary zone, 2 rank 9 demons had died in battle. More than half of the rank 7 and 8 demons were lost. This could not be ignored. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, Based on this calculation, how much can MCMAU get? Beside him, Zhang Yu immediately said, According to this calculation, the total value of the spoils we have seized now is about 350 trillion. 350 trillion. The 3 departments and 4 prefectures will split half first, 175 trillion. We need to pay for the boundary zone, about 30 trillion. There are also many people participating in the battle in Star Town this time. At least 1 mineral vein should be given to them, about 15 trillion. The healing needs of the powerhouses, the distribution of some resources, including the additional expenses for the broken divine weapons, at least about 5 trillion. There are many martial arts universities participating in the battle. In total, we need to prepare 3 trillion. After the war, the 5 big holy lands will need to prepare at least 1 trillion. As for the miscellaneous expenses, we need to prepare at least about 1 trillion, after calculating, we need at least 230 trillion. We can leave 120 trillion resources. However, we have the first choice and can choose what we need. When Zhang Yu said this, he could not hide the smile on his face. 120 trillion, although they had seized too many energy stones this time, if they were to flow out, it would probably lead to inflation, and the value of energy stones would decline. Perhaps source stones were martial arts resources that everyone needed. Among martial artists, there were not many who traded energy stones. Although a few hundred tons was not a lot, there were as many as 4 million martial artists in Sino Nation now. If everyone used energy stones to cultivate, on average, each person would only get 200 grams. Of course, there was almost no problem of equal distribution. In this era, the strong were respected. It was necessary to make the strong stronger, mainly for the strong to use for cultivation. 120 trillion, Fang Ping was a little helpless. He coughed softly and said, that MCMAU has allocated so much, but MCMAU is a school after all. I can't take it all. Everyone looked at him. What did you mean by saying this? Were you going to take it all for yourself? Wu Kuxian glanced at him and suddenly laughed. Before the minister left, he also explained that you can have priority in personal supply. However, there are some things that everyone understands. We can't be too biased. After all, this is a national war. There are tens of thousands of MCMAU instructors and students. If we really give it all to you, even if you take it out later, it will give people a different feeling. It's not fair. Fairness is also an important point for Sino Nation to become stronger and stronger. Fang Ping, you should be able to understand what I mean. Old Zhang could judge some of Fang Ping's abnormalities. Perhaps Fang Ping needed new resources to stimulate some things. However, Sino Nation was so big. There were countless powerhouses in MCMAU alone. If they were all given to Fang Ping, and Fang Ping took it out later, he still had to say that he lent it to others. How would the others feel, who did not contribute in the war? Fang Ping, you did contribute a lot, but the victory of this war was not solely due to your own efforts. This time, the peerless powerhouses almost did not ask for any spoils of war. The 3 departments and 4 residences added up would only be slightly more than MCMAU. This was already the compromise that Zhang Tao and the others had made to satisfy Fang Ping's needs. Fang Ping smiled and said, then, Vice-Chancellor, what you mean is, you will take 50% of MCMAU's. 30% will be MCMAU's strategic reserve. The remaining 20% will be distributed. One person, half of MCMAU's, the value was as high as 60 trillion, it was equivalent to more than 1/6 of the total harvest this time. There were dozens of rank 9s who participated in the war, and more than 10 peerless powerhouses. Fang Ping alone took so much. If the plan was spread out, even if people knew that he had contributed greatly, he might still attract a lot of criticism. Wu Kuxian thought for a while and added, these that you're distributing are the sum of my, Chongqing's, and the other spoils of war. We won't do private distribution anymore. Fang Ping felt slightly regretful, but he also knew that people like old Zhang and old Wu were in a difficult position. Upon hearing that, he nodded slightly and said, all right, I have no objections. After he said that, beside him, Qin Fengqing said with a face full of envy, I say, Fang Ping, you're sharing 60 trillion alone. Why do I feel like you're reluctant? Why don't you share some with me? Fang Ping glanced at him and sneered, you? How many rank 9s did you kill this time? What contributions did you make in the war? How many rank 7s did you kill? Stop talking nonsense and distribute as usual. This time, I won't give you a cent more. Qin Fengqing said helplessly, can you blame me for this? I was already prepared to go on a killing spree. In the end, you guys were all rank 9s fighting, and then it was a battle between the absolute powerhouses. When we went in, there were a lot of rank 7 and 8 martial artists fighting for our heads. There were only so many rank 7 and 8. Martial artists, how could I kill them? He was wronged, he was prepared to go on a killing spree. Previously, Fang Ping had given him a lot of resources. Now, he was only one step away from upper stage rank 7. He was afraid that it would not be long. In the end, when they went in, there were not many high-ranked martial artists in sight. Fang Ping could not be bothered to say anything. He began to calculate in his heart. 60 trillion, 6 billion wealth points. Before the war, all his assets were only slightly more than 1 billion points. Now, after the war, not only did he not suffer any losses, but he had also earned a few times more. He was rich, now, he had money to repair the Golden House. Not only the Golden House, but perhaps this time, he could also fill up the entire city. Please don't depreciate. Fang Ping prayed in his heart. Right now, he was afraid that the energy stones would depreciate. That would be troublesome. As for the system upgrade, he was not too concerned about it now. He had not used the origin path's function much. Even if he upgraded it now, it might be a higher level ability, which was useless to him. If this was related to the ability after he reached the peak, even if he upgraded it, it would be a wasted upgrade. The most important thing is, I don't even dare to upgrade now. Fang Ping felt slightly gloomy. Perhaps he needed to have a good chat with the cat. Would there be any future trouble? Not thinking about this anymore, Fang Ping said quickly, then, let's arrange it this way. During this period, everyone is tired. After the post-war matters are settled, everyone can rest. Strike a balance between work and rest, the cultivation effect will be better. Senior Zhang is also at the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. This time, he will strive to enter rank 7. Some things can be handed over to others. Zhang Yu nodded. Beside him, Wu Quishan said, there are 5,000 Wuan soldiers here in MCMAU. Fang Ping, these 5,000 Wuan soldiers, should we transfer them or keep them to guard the Magic City catacombs? Right now, the Magic City catacombs is still a little chaotic. Most of the MCMAU students are now in a golden cultivation period. They may not have the time to guard the catacombs. What I mean is, it's better for these people to stay. If they stay, then MCMAU needs to treat them well. These soldiers who have been through hundreds of battles are the elites of the Sino Nation military martial artists. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Stay. The 9 intact cities now need to be guarded to prevent the catacombs martial artists from causing trouble. On MCMAU's side, try your best to gather 4,000 people and form a new army with 9,000 people to guard the 9 cities. Since the Magic City catacombs has been conquered, then we should manage it well and make the Magic City catacombs our backline. I've thought about it. We'll build a cat palace. We'll build it on the original site of Hope City. Let the cat dig out a tributary of the Forbidden Sea and build the cat palace on it. Fang Ping smiled slyly. With the cat, the Magic City catacombs is the safest catacombs. Even if a true king enters, unless it's like the Myriad Demon King, 2 or 3 of them will not be a problem. Oh right, about the cat food. Don't use normal food to fool me. Don't worry about the ingredients either. There's only one requirement, it must taste good. Whatever food additives and whatnot, as long as it tastes good, put them in. It won't kill that cat anyway. It just wants to taste good. It has even eaten absolute peak monsters before, why would it care about the amount of energy? There's only one requirement, it just needs to be super delicious. Everyone burst out laughing. This fellow was indeed black-hearted. But then again, to be able to poison that cat to death was truly incredible. Something that could poison an absolute peak monster to death would probably be snatched away by the absolute peak monsters. That was the real treasure. Just as Fang Ping was saying this. 7 Southern Territory. In the bounded zone. The cat suddenly sneezed. Its face was full of shock. Someone wanted to harm this cat, how dare they? The one who harmed this cat was stabbed to death. Who was it? Did they have a death wish? The Jiao, who was pinned to the ground by its paws, had a look of despair and pessimism. What was this cat doing? Was it going crazy again? The Jiao was still thinking. In the next second, the big cat smacked its nose with its tail and muttered, "You're so annoying. Scheming against this cat. You'll die sooner or later." Big dog, no, puppy, what breed are you? Where did Big Dog go back then? The Jiao and the big dog looked a little different. The cat analyzed it for a long time but could not figure out what kind of creature the Jiao was from. The Jiao's face was full of despair. "I'm not a dog, you've got the wrong monster." It wanted to get close to a real king as a backer, but this big cat kept whipping it with its tail. It had had enough, days without freedom were terrible, the cat could not care less. It said, "Puppy, you're so weak. I'll be merciful and bring you fishing. After eating, you can become stronger." The Jiao's eyes lit up, fishing for a real king, no problem, what was a little humiliation, so what if it had no freedom? This cat wanted to go fishing. It was looking forward to it. If you said it was a dog, then it was a dog. The next moment, the Jiao nodded its head and whimpered. A dog is a dog. When I become a real king, I'll deal with you, cat. The cat looked at it for a while and muttered, "Bad dog, you're just like Big Dog. You don't have any good intentions. Don't think about taking revenge on me, or else, you'll be poked to death sooner or later. This stupid puppy wants revenge. Doesn't it know that I'm not afraid of that?" The Jiao was shocked. "You know what I'm thinking?" While the cat was lecturing the Jiao. Inside the domain land separated by a thin line, Gong Juanzi's illusory figure floated above the lake of eternal destruction. He looked out and murmured, "The cat seeks advantages and avoids disadvantages." This time, it left the grotto heaven and did not return. It probably means that the grotto heaven is no longer safe. In this era of great competition, I might have to take the initiative to fight for a chance of survival. That cat was really not coming back. With the cat's lazy personality, if possible, it might sleep inside the grotto heaven for the rest of its life. But this time it did not come back. Perhaps it really meant that chaos was coming, and it was no longer safe to follow him. This old man. Will I really die this time? Gong Juanzi looked up at the sky, somewhat at a loss. The cat had left. Once it left, he was afraid that he would also be in danger. This cat's abilities were not to be mentioned, but its premonition of danger was really strong. Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages was this cat's greatest ability. As for its combat strength, that was secondary. Gong Juanzi smiled faintly. He lowered his head and looked around. Perhaps he would really die. That's good. After thousands of years, he was also tired of living. If I can't become an emperor, then let this old man die. The world had changed, and everything had changed. Were those old friends of his still well? Perhaps they would be able to meet again soon. At this moment, Gong Juanzi's illusory figure floated down and suddenly disappeared into the lake of eternal destruction. It was time to prepare for recovery. The great chaos was coming, and it was almost time to come out. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor MCMAU. The post-battle inventory had a general result, and the distribution plan had also been determined. However, the wealth points had not arrived yet. Fang Ping guessed that it was probably because the things were not in his hands yet, so he was not in a hurry. After the war, there were many things to be done. However, Fang Ping did not have time to care about these things now, including the cat's cat food. These had to be arranged later. He had gained a lot from this war. Battling the Origin Powerhouse, especially when he fought with the Fist Powerhouse. Fang Ping did not use his cheat then. If he fought with the other party alone, he would still be slightly better. After the battle, he gained a lot. In the cultivation room, Fang Ping checked his system's data. Wealth, 48 million points. Vitality, 119,600 calories, 119,800 calories. Mentality, 1,055 Hz, 7,999 Hz. Destruction power, 60 yuan, 60 yuan. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time, close to rank 88 forging golden body. Fang Ping could judge his own strength. He was now at peak 7 forging golden body, and his peak strength was 120,000 calories vitality. For a martial artist like him, the difference of 1 or 200 cal was already negligible. However, soon, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The upper limit of his mentality was high, but his mentality was injured and had not recovered until now. Self-destruction is really troublesome. Fang Ping took a deep breath. He could not self-destruct anymore. The Golden City plan had been delayed again and again because of mentality self-destruction. The Golden House kept collapsing, and there was no time and opportunity to make it into a Golden House. Breakthrough to rank 88 forging first. Then I'll think about other things slowly. Old Manly was also in closed-door cultivation. This old man had gained a lot this time. He had not used up the imperishable substance that Fang Ping had given him previously. This closed-door cultivation was probably also to break through to rank 88 forging. Old Man Li's vitality is more than 120,000 calories at rank 88 forging. If he reaches peak 8 forging, 140,000 calories vitality, double the others, reaching 280,000 calories vitality strength. This old man. Hateful. Fang Ping suddenly cursed under his breath. He was not happy. The old man had not broken through and had been staying at rank 8. He was also staying at rank 8. In the end, he was fated to be number 2 on the rank 8 ranking list forever. You win. However, after I've absorbed and digested the spoils of battle, I'll go back and learn old Zhang and Li Jin's absolute secret arts. Then, I'll increase my power control and see who's stronger between the two of us. Fang Ping hummed and groaned. Old man Li was strong, but he had a flaw. He did not have destructive energy. He could only rely on the strength of his vitality. This might also be a form of balance. There was still a limit to the unification of all Daos. Normal martial artists all had the power of destruction. Moreover, their strength was even higher than vitality. An ordinary rank 8 martial artist's destructive force could reach 30 to 40 yuan at its peak, which was equivalent to a vitality strength of 200,000 calories. When they reached rank 9, they did not advance through Golden Body 7th refinement. Under normal circumstances, many of them could also achieve 50 yuan of destruction power, which was equivalent to 250,000 calories of vitality. However, the imperishable substance could hardly be recovered. As for level 9 experts, as long as there was energy, they could recover the force of qi and blood in the blink of an eye. Thus, only at the true final stage would a martial artist use the imperishable substance to fight. Furthermore, it was the kind that could only be used once. After fighting for a while, the imperishable substance would be used up, and there would be almost nothing left. Oh right, the mentality cultivation method that old Zhang took from Dean Liu last time hasn't been passed down. Have you forgotten? Fang Ping frowned slightly. Then, he remembered that old Zhang said there were some flaws. It was probably not suitable to be passed down yet. Forget it. I can't use it for now anyway. At this moment, his mentality was almost at 8,000 Hz. It was enough for him to achieve Golden Body 8th refinement. Fang Ping did not care about this anymore. He began to condense the imperishable substance and began to forge his flesh. With each forging, his golden body became a little tighter. At this stage, his golden body was much heavier than the average golden body powerhouse. Fang Ping now was probably 20 to 30,000 caddies. If he did not control himself and let himself fall from the sky, it would not be difficult at all for him to smash a building. Golden Body 8th refinement. After 8th refinement, what does a Golden Body 9th refinement look like? It seemed like no one had achieved Golden Body 9th refinement before, even for martial artists who had achieved myriad Dao unification. The legend said that they could reach this stage might not be true. The Golden Body 9 refinement technique that he obtained in the Xuanda Grotto Heaven last time was a cultivation technique for ordinary physical martial artists. Although the Golden Body 9 refinement technique was said to be 9 refinements, in fact, the upper limit was usually only 7 refinements. To be able to complete 7 refinements of the Golden Body was already a sign of a physical cultivation powerhouse. A Golden Body 7th refinement's vitality was 30,000 cal higher than those Golden Body 6th refinement's beginner vitality. In the future, when they entered the origin path and increased, the gap would be too big. Golden Body 8th refinement. Fang Ping settled his mind, closed his eyes and began to hone his body. On this day, Li Chongqing was also honing his body. Li Hansong was also honing his body. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, stopped cultivating. He did not return to Nanjiang but wandered around MCMAU's campus. In this Magic City battle, he, Yao Qingjun, and the others were just bystanders. They only joined the battle later. Walking on campus, Wang Jinyang's brows were slightly furrowed, as if he had something on his mind. Very soon, there was another person beside Wang Jinyang. Wu Quishan appeared out of nowhere. As he walked, he smiled and said, "Before the minister left, he instructed you not to go to Purple Cap Mountain for now." "It's not that," Wang Jinyang shook his head, frowning. "Vice-Chancellor Wu, I think there's something wrong with me, Wu Quishan frowned slightly, saying slowly, "Something wrong? Tell me about it." Wang Jinyang saw that he was not acting strangely and chuckled. Fang Ping coming to MCMAU and meeting respected teachers like Vice-Chancellor Wu is indeed his blessing. I thought Vice-Chancellor Wu would be wary, or even have some doubts. Wu Quishan chuckled. Doubts? The resurrection of the Devil Emperor? Actually, there's no need to worry about this. In the neo-martial era, no one is afraid of resurrection. Even if you, Wang Jinyang, are really the resurrection of the Devil Emperor, so what? The Devil Emperor shouldn't be me. Wang Jinyang shook his head, smiling. I feel that I'm not the Devil Emperor, unquestionable Jian. It's just a feeling. However, I suspect that I might be related to the Devil Emperor. The one who summoned me at Purple Cap Mountain might be the Devil Emperor. Wu Kuishan said nothing. Wang Jinyang laughed again. Of course, this isn't important. The key is, I seem to have mutated again. Wang Jinyang said with a strange look in his eyes, my bone marrow mutated. Ever since I reached the high ranks, I'm not much different from the average person. I thought that at this point, my mutation had come to an end. But yesterday, I advanced to upper stage rank 7 and started honing my skull. Something changed again. What? Wang Jinyang took a deep breath, saying solemnly, I don't think I can hone my skull. Maybe I can't achieve a golden body. I realized that I may. Little similar to Instructor Li, but it's not the same. Wang Jinyang took another breath. My skull hasn't turned into a golden bone. I've never been involved in the issue of a golden body before. My bones haven't turned golden either. I don't find this strange. Many rank 7 martial artists are like this. If you haven't forged a semi-golden body, your bones will still be white. This is normal. Under normal circumstances, you'll only achieve a golden body when you reach rank 8. But this time, I failed to hone my skull. I realized where the problem lies. My mentality and vitality force are starting to merge. I want to hone my bones, but I can't do it. My strength is also returning to 1, but it's not transforming into a certain type of strength. Instead, it's transforming into an extremely unfamiliar energy. As he said that, Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly. According to the usual practice, when mentality and vitality force merge, it will be converted into celestiality. If you add in your physique, it will be converted into destructive power. Or you can just do what Instructor Li did and convert it into pure vitality force. But I'm not. Or in other words, my strength is evolving toward the bone marrow force. Wu Kuishan frowned, saying in a low voice, bone marrow force? I don't know if that's the case. You'll know when you see it. As he said that, a blood-red color appeared in Wang Jinyang's hands. Wu Kuishan looked at it for a while, frowning. It's not vitality force. Its purity seems to be purer than vitality force. It's a little similar to Li Chongqing's 10,000 Dao unification force, but it's also not. Wu Kuishan recalled, last time in Xishan, the book that Fan Ping got said that there were 6 paths of ancient martial arts, 10,000 Dao unification, 10,000 Dao unification, focused on the physique, focused on mentality, cultivated normally. Among them, there's the last one that even the minister doesn't really understand. Cultivate the internal, then cultivate the external, internal as the main, external as a supplement. Wu Kuishan glanced at Wang Jinyang, saying slowly, today's Li Hansong is no longer walking the path of 10,000 Dao unification. He might have been a powerhouse of 10,000 Dao unification in the past. Yao Qingjun used to walk the path of 10,000 Dao unification. The probability is not small. They must have been very pure back then, walking the ultimate path. Now, they're resurrected in the neo-martial era, but they're walking the path of the convergence of 2 paths. Wu Kuishan continued, the minister once said that people like you might have sealed yourselves and recultivated martial arts. Maybe you've discovered some flaws in the path, that's why you did it. Both of them are extreme path powerhouses who were resurrected. This time, they're involved in the North-South conflict. I suspect that both of them might have been the representatives of the North and South sects back then, walking the purest North-South path. When they reach a certain realm, maybe something went wrong, so they sealed themselves and reincarnated to recultivate. As for you, you're actually very strange, as Fan Ping. Wu Kuishan laughed. What you've resurrected is actually the bone marrow force. This is a little unusual. This means that in your past life, maybe you were a top-notch powerhouse of this path. The last path of the 6 paths of ancient martial arts is unclear, as if I've never heard of it before. If that's the case, how can the 6 paths of ancient martial arts exist? I'm guessing that there must be a top-notch powerhouse in this path, that's why there are 6 paths of ancient martial arts. And you might be a top-notch powerhouse of this path. As Wu Kuishan spoke, he frowned again. But if you think that you're related to the Demon Emperor or Purple Cap Mountain, Then what's the situation with Purple Cap Mountain? What's the situation with Unquestionable Sword? Could it be that he's also walking the same path as you? The last path of the 6 paths of ancient martial arts? At this point, Wu Kuishan said, how about this? When Fang Ping comes out of closed-door cultivation, let him accompany you to find Ash and ask. Ash knows Unquestionable Sword, and he seems to have come into contact with it a lot. Maybe he knows something about it. Don't worry too much. There are thousands of martial arts paths. Even if there are flaws, it's not impossible to correct. In the neo-martial era, everything is possible. If there's really no other way, just cripple yourself and recultivate. Wu Kuishan said calmly, smiling. Shatter your bones and shred your mentality to preserve your vitality. It's not impossible to use treasures and recultivate. You're Fang Ping's guide on the path of martial arts. He won't hesitate for such a small matter. When Wang Jinyang heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. That's true. Vice-Chancellor Wu said it. Thank you, Vice-Chancellor Wu. I'll wait for Fang Ping to come out and ask him again. Wu Kuishan was quite good at comforting people, although he did not feel very reliable. However, Wang Jinyang did let out a sigh of relief. That was true. At most, he could just cripple himself and recultivate. With his current experience and Fang Ping's help, even if he recultivated, he might only need half a year to reach rank 7. Wang Jinyang no longer frowned. He quickly bid farewell and left. As soon as he left, Wu Kuishan murmured, 6 paths of ancient martial arts. Yao Qingjun who specializes in mentality, Li Hansong who specializes in physique, and Wang Jinyang who might be the last representative. The other 3 paths, cultivate normally, focus on physique, and focus on mentality. Are powerhouses resurrected in these 3 paths? Or are these 3 the orthodox paths, and there's no need to recultivate for a lifetime? Wu Kuishan pondered for a moment. The last 3 actually existed in both mental energy and lifeblood force. Cultivating mental energy also cultivated the physical body. It was just a little biased. As for 10,000 techniques as one and 10,000 techniques as one, they were not biased. They were not learned at all and belonged to the illiterate category. Humans nowadays still cultivate more on the physique. However, it's still considered dual cultivation. Mentality and physique are not biased too much. The martial arts cultivated by modern humans were still considered the orthodox path. It was slightly biased, and the physique was slightly more biased, but the difference was not too big. Mentality had always been maintained at a normal level. Wu Kuishan felt a little strange. In the neo-martial era, the cultivation methods of the land of boundaries could not be obtained. Was it really unobtainable, or was it controlled by someone? Was it caused by the North-South War that year? Both sects had flaws, so they finally decided not to impart cultivation methods anymore. As for now, human martial arts were more or less fixed. Cultivating the physique and also cultivating mentality. Except for a few people, such as Li Chongqing, the others would not deliberately give up on one path even if they learned a cultivation method now. Su Guqing and the others were helpless in order to quickly improve their combat strength. Otherwise, they would not deliberately switch to 10,000 techniques as one. Giving us mentality cultivation methods now is the icing on the cake. It can break some of our shackles, and not make people focus on mentality from an early age. If mentality cultivation methods had existed long ago, perhaps many people would not have painstakingly cultivated the physique at all. Wu Kuishan pondered again. He was not quite sure if this was man-made or God's will. Anyway, the existence of the neo-martial era seemed to be somewhat special. Taking a deep breath, Wu Kuishan stopped thinking about this. In a few years, everything would come to light. Now, the mysterious history of the past was slowly revealing a corner. The land of boundaries, Song Cat, the land of kings, these people or demons had begun to appear. The mysterious heavenly king subduing had begun to appear this time and officially walked to the front stage. It seemed that it would not be rare in the future. Absolute peak, Wu Kuishan suddenly felt a little regretful. What a pity, it was a pity that this time, he was lacking a little and could not achieve a breakthrough in the end. On the other hand, Qin Yaozu, the senior who had been stagnant for many years, advanced by leaps and bounds this time, directly stepping into the impasse realm. The Great War is approaching, and our chances of achieving the absolute peak seem to be greater. Wu Kuishan suddenly laughed. Heroes are created by the times. In these 2 years, one powerhouse after another advanced by leaps and bounds. It seemed like a coincidence, but perhaps it was also inevitable. At this moment, Wu Kuishan suddenly turned his head to look at MCMAU's old section. A golden light shone heaven and earth. Golden body 8 refinement. Li Chongqing. At this moment, Wu Kuishan's pressure skyrocketed. This guy was terrifyingly fast. He was already a golden body 8 refinement. How could this be endured? Just as he finished lamenting, in the next moment, in the southern area of MCMAU, another golden light shone heaven and earth. Fang Ping. On the 2nd of January, Fang Ping and Old Manly achieved the golden body 8 refinement at the same time, breaking the legend that martial artists could not achieve the golden body 8 refinement. Today, many people actually knew that Zhang Tao and Li Zhen did not achieve the golden body 8 refinement, but entered rank 9 at peak 7 refinement. Just like that, the two became invincible at the absolute peak. Today, MCMAU produced 2 golden body 8 refinement powerhouses in one day. Perhaps, the times had really changed. On the 3rd of January, the Sino-Nation Martial Arts Association officially changed the rankings. This time, the changes were very, very big. Some of the older people were a little surprised by the Martial Arts Association's boldness. This time, the ranking list was cut up. It was cut into many parts. This time, the Martial Arts Association was not just doing it for the rankings. They even had the intention of changing the martial arts ranks, and this was obviously not something that the Martial Arts Association could decide on their own. Someone must have asked the Martial Arts Association to do this before they left. Absolute Talent Ranking. Origin Ranking. Golden Body Ranking. Grandmaster Ranking. This time, the names on the ranking list had changed. It was no longer the previous rank 7, 8, and 9 ranking list. Of course, the general meaning was similar, but there were indeed a lot of changes. For example, the origin ranking was no longer a general name for rank 9, but first refinement, second refinement, third refinement. The moment the ranking list appeared, Fang Ping actually knew that this was done by old Zhang. He was refining the division of rank 9. This allowed martial artists to have a clearer understanding of their own position and where they should work hard. As for the golden body ranking, it was also no longer differentiated by middle, and upper stages. Instead, it adopted the ancient name of golden body ranks to differentiate. Fang Ping also speculated that such a change might be to let more martial artists know that the golden body was not just limited to 6th refinement. There were higher refinements. When the situation in Sino-Nation eased, it was not as urgent as before when people were promoted. At this time, it was probably old Zhang's intention to let some golden body powerhouses continue to settle down and break through to 7th refinement golden body. Back then, the human situation was tense and far from the catacombs. Entering rank 9 could at least increase combat strength rapidly and achieve Origin Dao quickly. However, in this way, these rank 9 powerhouses were actually not that strong. Many of them were early-stage 6th refinement golden body. After comprehending Origin Dao, they advanced quickly without stopping. The result of this was that when some rank 9 powerhouses fought with the catacombs martial artists, although they had an advantage, it was not a crushing victory in terms of strength. Instead, it was their determination to fight to the death to make the human rank 9 stronger. In terms of combat strength, in terms of foundation, humans were not necessarily stronger than the catacombs. Mekmao. Fang Ping, who had just come out of seclusion, did not look at anything else but the top talents list. He was very bold. What was the meaning of the Martial Arts Association making this list this time? Old Zhang, what was it for? To show off. Actually, it was not necessary. King martial artists were invincible. They knew what they should know and did not need to know. If that was the case, was the existence of the top talents list purely to inspire people? On the top talents list, there was a preamble. A rank 9 martial artist's vitality is comparable to a regular rank 9's 800,000 calories strength. This is the peak. The peak of martial arts. 800,000 calories. This was compared to a regular rank 9. The weakest peak had a basic vitality of 200,000 calories. After doubling, it reached 400,000 calories. A peak's qualitative change doubled, which was equivalent to 800,000 calories. This was a weak peak, the weakest kind. However, no matter how weak it was still much stronger than a top-notch rank 9. Before reaching the peak, if the vitality did not double, no matter how strong a regular martial artist was, no matter how strong their foundation was, 400,000 calories was their limit. Such a huge gap. This was the difference between a peak and a non-peak. The ranking of the top talents list had no order and no unnecessary introduction. However, Fang Ping glanced at it and could not help but laugh. This list was not necessarily without order. Garrison King, Li Xianxia Martial King, Zhang Tao War King, Jiang Tianming Hell King, Li Zhen Sword King, Su Jian, Moon King, Nan Yinhui King Ding, Chen Yaozu Spear King, Zhang Weiyu. A total of 17 peak powerhouses were all listed. Zhang Weiyu was ranked last. Chen Yaozu was second to last. The battle for the North and South Spear Kings had come to an end. Sino Nation had 2 Spear Kings, North and South. Now, the Spear King of the peak was taken by Zhang Weiyu. Even if the North Spear King Wan Yu achieved the peak in the future, he would have to change his name. List all the peak powerhouses in Star City. Does this mean that the top talents list has officially come to the forefront? The top talents had been guarding Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years and had never appeared in front of anyone. Even Shen Haoyan and Shen Gaiyang, although they were on the list, almost no one had seen them before. Today, however, the 17 peak powerhouses were separated and each of them was on the list. Fang Ping did not know whether it meant that Star City had officially come into the world or that the peak powerhouses had come to the forefront. Perhaps it was both. After the top talents list was the origin list. Similarly, there was a preamble: step out of the origin path. 100 meters is a section, and the origin is divided into 10 sections. 0 to 100 meters was a section, and it increased progressively. When it was above 900 meters, it would be a true rank 9 10th origin powerhouse. First place, Kong Lingyuan, 10th origin. The first person on the origin list was not Wu Chuan and the others, but Kong Lingyuan, who had been seriously injured and had yet to recover. 1. Against 12, even with the help of the Wildcat, Kong Lingyuan had displayed a truly invincible momentum in the previous battle. He was the strongest powerhouse on the origin path. Second place, Zhao Xingwu, 10th origin. Zhao Xingwu had entered the catacombs, and there had been no news of him until now. This time, he was still ranked second on the origin list. Third place, Su Yunfei, Sword King's son, 10th origin. Fourth place, Wu Quishan, 8th origin. Fifth place, Wu Chuan, 8th origin. Sixth place, Jing Yuehua, Jing family's patriarch's son, 9th origin. Seventh place, Zhou Xinghe, Zhou family's patriarch's son, 9th origin. Eighth place. This time, there were many more powerhouses on the origin list, unfamiliar powerhouses. There were powerhouses guarding Mount Imperial Sea, powerhouses guarding the boundaries, powerhouses from the central government. All the rank 9 powerhouses in Star City, without exception, were on the list. Almost all the powerhouses had shown up in the Magic City Catacombs battle. Even the powerhouses guarding Mount Imperial Sea. First Ma Tianfu appeared, then Jing Tao fought to the death. These seniors who had been guarding Mount Imperial Sea for many years were on the list, telling the world that Sino Nation had not forgotten these people. They had names, they were powerhouses, they had made great contributions to mankind, and they deserved to be remembered by everyone, including some second-generation elders from the boundaries. One after another, they were on the list. Previously, Fang Ping already knew that most of the 8 boundaries in Sino Nation were guarded by people. Many of those people were the direct descendants of the patriarchs. This time, these people were on the list too. Moreover, these second-generation elders were not weak. There were even powerhouses at 10th origin, which meant that they were not far from the absolute peak. As for Qin Yaozu, before this, he was actually not too strong. After all, his father was not too strong either. Back then, Qin Yaozu had only walked about 700 meters, probably around 7th to 8th origin. And this time, Qin Yaozu directly reached the top of the absolute talent list. Unfamiliar powerhouses, one after another, were ranked in the top 10. Wu Quishan and Wu Chuan, with the strength of 8th origin, were ranked 4th and 5th. Fang Ping almost wanted to laugh when he saw this. Wuchuan. Tragedy, the people who were ranked in front of him, one after another, had become the absolute peak. After Zhang Weiyu became the absolute peak, according to the original situation, he should be ranked first. In the end, the authenticity of this list this time, Fang Ping felt that it was much more reliable. It should be like this. After Old Wu survived one after another absolute peak, he did not even enter the top 3, once again being thrown to the 5th place, and was even surpassed by Wu Quishan. Fang Ping was thinking now, if Wu Chuan saw this list, would he go and kill people? What a great disgrace, to think that he had previously shouted that he was the first person below the absolute peak. Now, he had lost a lot of face. However, with the strength of 8th origin, the two of them overpowered a few 9th origin powerhouses. It was enough to prove themselves. This time, the list was rearranged. The weak rank 9s were all 1st origin, they were also all in the list. And this time, Sino Nation had more powerhouses on the origin list. The list went all the way to the 82 ND place. Fang Ping knew before that Imperial Sea Mountain had about 15 seniors, Land of Boundaries had about 10, Land of Kings also had 5 or 6, and the central government also had 4 or 5 people who were not on the list. Warlord said that below the absolute peak in Sino Nation, there were about 80 rank 9s. After that, Elvision appeared, and recently, there were people who broke through. This time all the rank 9 powerhouses were out, as high as 82 people. It was not surprising. Including the desperate peak, it was exactly 99 people, Sino Nation rank 9s, one more to break through 100 people. The origin list was ranked 82nd, and the Golden Body list also had more people than before. First, Li Chongqing, rank 88 refinements. Second, Fang Ping, rank 88 refinements. Third, the 2 rank 88 refinements powerhouses were especially eye-catching. There was no one else but the 3rd powerhouse, rank 86 refinements. The top 10 were almost all rank 86 refinements. Only after these 2 people, there was a gap, no rank 87 refinements powerhouses. In the neo-martial era, there was a gap in martial arts. Rank 87 refinements were rarely seen. Today, there was no 7 refinements, but there were 2 more 8 refinements powerhouses. It also surprised and shocked many people. The release of the new list also caused a stir. It was almost the first time most of the martial artists below the pinnacle rank had found out that rank 9 actually had such a distinction. Many people even felt that rank 9 could not be considered a rank 9, minimum 800,000 calories vitality. When this number was released, countless martial artists were shocked. Peak rank 3 martial artists, vitality 1,000 calories. Peak rank 6 martial artists, vitality 10,000 calories. As for rank 1 martial artists, the lowest was 800,000 calories. Such a difference was like heaven and earth. From 400,000 to 800,000, this was the difference between the strongest and rank 10 origin powerhouses. There was also a qualitative difference between them. But rank 9 was still considered a rank 9. At this moment, even Fang Ping was puzzled. How big was the difference between the Emperor realm and the Desperation realm? If the difference was not big, then there was no need to care too much about whether it was the Emperor realm or not. The top rank 10, like old Zhang, probably had more than 1,000,000 cal vitality. This was rank 9 vitality, comparable to more than 2,000,000 calories. Could it be that this wasn't a qualitative transformation? Fang Ping did not think too much about the changes in the Emperor realm. It was still far from him. At this moment, Fang Ping was more concerned about the changes in his strength, wealth, 31 million points vitality, 123,600 calories, 126,800 calories, mentality, 6,125 Hz, 8,099 Hz, destructive power, 63 yuan, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time vitality has exceeded 120,000 calories, destructive power has reached 63 yuan. Fang Ping looked at the new data, his mind turning. If one could master the destructive power 100%, that would be a destructive power of 315,000 calories. A powerhouse like that would be considered a top-notch elemental Dao powerhouse. Being at origin level 10 did not mean that one could unleash such powerful strength. The strongest rank 10 origin Fang Ping had seen was Qi Huanyu. That guy's basic vitality was probably 200,000 calories, not lower than a weak rank 9. This guy had stayed in rank 9 for hundreds of years, honing his physique to the extreme. He was not weaker than a normal peak golden body 8th refinement or even 9th refinement. For an expert like him, his origin Dao had also reached the limit. Apart from not having the qualitative change like the absolute peak, he was a true monarch expert. After the enhancement, Qi Huanyu's own strength could reach 400,000 calories, but he could not achieve a 100% outburst. However, he had lived for too long, so he could probably reach 90%. A vitality outburst of 360,000 calories. This was probably the strength of the strongest rank 9 in both realms. Of course, divine weapons and absolute arts also had amplification effects. If Qi Huanyu was proficient in controlling the divine weapon and had a powerful ultimate art, he might be able to reach the 400,000 mark. 400,000, this was the limit of strength that was not at the absolute peak. Fang Ping looked at the ranking list for a while and felt his new strength. He was satisfied, but not completely satisfied. He was still not strong enough. His control over his power had always been his weakness. Advancing too quickly was a bitter consequence. The 8th refinement golden body should be able to offset the boost from quintessence Dao. I should have the strength of at least level 5 quintessence Dao, but I don't. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. Right now, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious if he were to battle a martial artist below level 3 of origin Dao. However, if it was above level 3, it would depend on the situation. Under normal circumstances, when an origin Dao had reached 300 meters, his control over his power would not be too low. Moreover, everyone had their own ultimate art. Even if they did not have an absolute peak ultimate art, they would have their own unique ultimate art. It's normal that everyone has lived for so many years. I have to keep a normal heart. Fang Ping comforted himself. Old Manly was considered young. He had just passed 60 years old, and he was only 61 years old now. He was 40 years older than him. After 10 years, Fang Ping would be 21 years old now. Old Zhang should be 86 years old this year, right? Fang Ping complained in his heart. Old Zhang might be considered young among the absolute peak, but he was still an old man, almost 90 years old. Li Zhen seemed to be a few years older than old Zhang. He was also an old man. Nan Yingyue was even older, more than 90 years old. I'm still young, I'm still young. Old antiques like Old Cat are thousands of years old. I'm not in a hurry, I'm not in a hurry. Fang Ping suppressed his restless thoughts. At his stage, if there were no wars, it would not be difficult to live 1,000 years. He had only walked 1/50th of his life. What was there to be anxious about? MCMAU. After the war, MCMAU was still a little chaotic. Now, people came and went, very lively. The current MCMAU could directly connect to the Magic City catacombs. There were no underground passageways. There was a direct path to the vortex. On Fang Ping's way to the combat techniques room, greetings were endless. Vice-Chancellor Fang was now Vice-Chancellor Fang in name only. After the war in Magic City, Zhang Tao and the others' prestige among the powerhouses had reached the peak. Fang Ping's prestige had also reached the peak among MCMAU instructors and students. In November, Huang Jing and the others died in battle. Fang Ping planned the war in Magic City and conquered the catacombs in one battle. In less than 2 months, the Magic City catacombs that weighed on the hearts of Magic City martial artists no longer had any hidden dangers. It had completely become Sino Nation's territory, including the forbidden areas. When he thought of the forbidden areas, Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. His mentality fluctuated rapidly, and he asked, Iron Head, where are the Phoenix and the Rat? They were temporarily escorted into the catacombs to prevent them from rioting. Vice-Chancellor Gua and the other 2 are watching over them now. Oh, I'll go back and take a look. This time, the divine weapons are more damaged. In the distance, Li Hanzong's figure appeared. When he heard this, he broke into a smile. Did Fang Ping have his eyes on those 2 monsters? Li Hanzong's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him and asked, 8th level? How do you feel? It's SOSO. Not enough. Fang Ping smiled as he walked. You're not bad too. Rank 8 second level, not bad. Li Hansong looked embarrassed. Was rank 8 second level only not bad? He had just entered rank 8 a few days ago. Currently, his mentality was only enough for him to advance to rank 8 third level. Even rank 8 fourth level would be difficult. I'll go to the combat techniques room to take a look. Old Zhang and the others left their ultimate study in the combat techniques room. They're not the average kind of bold. Aren't they afraid of being robbed? Li Hansong chuckled. Who dares to come to MCMAU to rob? It's about time the ultimate came. That's true. Fang Ping walked for a while and said, I'll bring you guys to see Cat later. This guy might know something. Maybe he can help you guys further. That Cat. You better take it easy. Solve your own problem first. Fang Ping smiled. My problem? I'm fine with it. Maybe Cat knows something, maybe not. You don't have to care too much about it. Li Hansong nodded and said nothing more. Then, he grinned. Have you seen the golden body ranking? There's a total of 147 people. I'm ranked 31st with my rank 8 second level ability. I'm ranked higher than many rank 8 4th or 5th level powerhouses. Nonsense. You have the divine armor. Even Origin Dao can't kill you. Is it surprising that you're ranked higher? As Fang Ping said that, he asked, how strong is your vitality now? More than 50,000 calories, close to 60,000 calories. Reaching 60,000 calories meant that he had stepped into rank 8 third level. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, does your skull still increase your strength? In the past, everyone's vitality was much higher than the average martial artist's. Now, it seemed to be even. Fang Ping was the same. Li Hansong thought for a while before saying, a little, but not much. Maybe a few thousand cal more. From rank 1 to rank 8 third level, I have about 60,000 calories. When I enter golden body 6th level, I should be able to reach 100,000 calories vitality. The increase isn't big. Fang Ping continued walking and asked again, how's your strength control? About 60%. It's a little weak. Fang Ping lamented, we're improving fast, but we need to solve this flaw as soon as possible. Veteran powerhouses usually have strength control above 70%. In this battle, I'm fine. You're just a shield. You can't do anything. Li Hansong smiled bitterly. At least he was still a shield for a rank 9. It was not bad. His improvement had actually exceeded his imagination. Fang Ping was still not satisfied. This guy was really ambitious. Seeing that he did not speak, Fang Ping chuckled. We're the main characters of this era. Old Zhang and the others are old. When they're old, it's time to retire. It's time to enjoy the rest of their lives. The previous battle had allowed him to be in the limelight. Do you want to watch the show forever? No. Then we have to become stronger. There will be many opportunities to become stronger. Purple Cap Mountain and the Battle King's Land might be opportunities for us to become stronger. Little Fatty said that when he reached rank 8, the Battle Kings found an opportunity for him. If there's a chance, we have to join in too. Fang Ping chuckled. I want to enter 9th refinement. You also have to hone your golden body as soon as possible and reach the high forging state. Only then will you have the ability to fight head-on. Now that the Paragon and True Kings have not appeared, this is actually our chance. After the matter of the Battle King's Land ends, I think the True Kings of the Catacombs will probably be completely dormant, waiting for the final battle to arrive. And this time difference is our last chance to rise. Now, 107 passageways had been opened. Just a few days ago, the 107th passageway had been opened. At this moment, only the last passageway had not been opened. It was within Sino Nation's borders. When the last passageway was opened, there might be earth-shattering changes. After nearly 1,000 years, all the passageways had finally been completely opened. Fang Ping knew that the great battle was coming. Li Hansong's expression was solemn. He nodded. Understood. Don't worry, we will improve as soon as possible. We won't be a burden to you. Oh right, that kid Qin Fengqing has some secrets. This guy has been preparing recently. It seems like he's preparing to go on a long journey. I suspect that this guy has found some opportunity and is preparing to seize it. Everyone has their own opportunity. Don't worry too much. Fang Ping smiled. Last time, he confidently said that he would catch up to me sooner or later. He must have found something. However, even if there is an opportunity, it's nothing more than those treasures and the like. It might be useful to him, but it might not be useful to us. Qin Fengqing was still a middle stage rank 7, just a little away from upper stage. What was useful to him might not be useful to Fang Ping. As they spoke, Fang Ping had already walked to the door of the combat techniques room. Once at the door, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. Instructor Song, you're not guarding the energy room anymore, but the combat techniques room instead? At the door, Song Yingji shot him a look. He said helplessly, Grandmaster powerhouses like you don't do this. There's something special in the combat techniques room now. If we don't guard it, will you? He had also entered the mentality-vitality fusion realm, but his mentality was still a distance away from materialization. He was afraid that he would still be at this stage in the short term. In MCMAU nowadays, those who had not entered the Grandmaster level were not considered powerhouses. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not say much. He asked quickly, why did the minister and the others leave their secret techniques here? Song Yingji chuckled. Do you really think that they left it for you? Consider it as leaving it for the fated. Some people's paths are similar to the minister and the others. It's worth it to learn their secret techniques. They left it here for everyone to try. If the compatibility is really high, you can learn it too. After you learn it, you'll have nothing left. Fang Ping knew that an ultimate secret technique would shatter immediately after learning it once. He did not expect the two paragons to have such intentions. He had thought that old Zhang was a good person, leaving an ultimate technique for him. It turned out that he had prepared it for everyone else. Old Zhang said that he would give it to me. I'm taking it. How old are you guys? Go and create it yourselves. We juniors are the ones who have to walk the path of our predecessors. Fang Ping was straightforward. He immediately took the ultimate technique for himself. Song Yingji did not know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't say that I won't give it to you. Why did you snatch it? Everyone tried it. The compatibility isn't high. It might not be as useful as your own. But since you've taken it, don't waste it. Old Song, this is not the tone you should use when talking to the Vice-Chancellor. You should respect the Vice-Chancellor. Song Yingji was speechless. He ignored him. Respect my ass. Kid, you're only strong now. If you're weak, I'll give you a beating every 3 days. Fang Ping and Song Yingji joked around for a while. Soon, they entered the combat techniques room. On the highest floor of the combat techniques room, 2 crystal books floated in the air. One book, Sword Aura soaring to the sky. The other book, Gentle Aura. Without guessing, Fang Ping knew which one was old Zhang's. He was curious about old Zhang's ultimate technique. He had never heard of its name, but he knew Li Zhen's void-piercing swordsmanship technique. Old Manly had learned it. His combat strength was strong, and the compatibility was extremely high. This was what Li Zhen meant at the beginning. If he died in battle, Old Manly would take his place. However, after Old Manly left, he no longer had the chance to do so. There were no words on the crystal books, but that was invisible to the naked eye. Fang Ping's mentality fluctuated. Very soon, words appeared on both crystal books. Void-piercing swordsmanship technique. Fang Ping took a look at Li Zhen's ultimate technique and ignored it. Old Zhang's. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Zhang Tao's education log. What the hell? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. This was the name of an ultimate technique. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Li Hansong's face was red from holding back his laughter. He huffed and puffed, trying not to laugh. It's a little similar to your 10,000 teacher square ping technique. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Come on, I'm not as direct as him. I'm directly calling it Zhang Tao's education log. If anyone learns his ultimate technique, who can stand it when they unleash a move and shout Zhang Tao's education log? Look at Old Man Li and the others. Every move they unleashed would be void-piercing roars. If he learned old Zhang's ultimate technique in the future, would he also have to shout Zhang Tao's education log in such a shameful manner? He would not have the face to shout it. Shouting the ultimate technique's name was to increase one's aura. Once the battle started, martial artists would give it their all. Sometimes, they would feel flustered when holding back, and they would feel uncomfortable if they did not shout it. However, Fang Ping swore that even if he learned this ultimate technique, he would never shout it like that. After watching for a while, Fang Ping frowned slightly. It doesn't seem to be suitable for me. Old Zhang's is slightly better. It doesn't seem to repel me too much. However, Commander Li's aura isolates me. I'm afraid it'll be a waste if I learn it. Li Zhen's ultimate technique was murderous and unparalleled. This kind of ultimate technique did not seem to be suitable for Fang Ping. Moreover, it used a sword. Fang Ping had almost never held a sword before. It's mainly for reference. Li Hansong said immediately, ultimate techniques are the way energy is arranged. I'll let you see how peerless powerhouses arrange their energy. However, the arrangement of the absolute martial arts energy was complementary to their Tao of origin. That's why I said that ultimate techniques are also a manifestation of origin path. The two ministers really value you. Of course. Fang Ping chuckled. I'm prepared to become sworn brothers with them when I'm a peerless expert. We're family, let's not talk nonsense. Li Hansong rolled his eyes. Don't think that when I wasn't around that day, you wanted to acknowledge old Zhang as your godfather. Now that you're going to become sworn brothers, are you going to become their godfather tomorrow? Fang Ping continued to smile. Why? Do you have an opinion? Think about it. A peerless expert can live for thousands of years without dying. Is there a difference between us being 20 years old and 100 years old? We're considered the same generation, right? Same generation, then becoming sworn brothers won't be a problem. Fang Ping broke into a grin and kept the two manuals into his arms. He had to figure out these two ultimate techniques carefully. However, this was not urgent. He still had other things to do here. He had to settle the matter with Old Cat as soon as possible. After settling the matter with Old Cat, it would not be too late for him to study it slowly. He could also go to the catacombs and settle his gains this time. His wealth points were now depleted. He did not have many wealth points even if he wanted to cultivate. Besides, when Old Cat killed King Pine earlier, he could not open his ring. King Pine was dead, but his storage ring seemed to be sealed. This made Fang Ping very helpless. Old Zhang and the others left quickly. Fang Ping suspected that only a desperate realm powerhouse could break the seal of King Pine's remaining mentality. He would try looking for Old Cat. As for Old Cat, it was most likely not worth his attention. If he did, he would not have watched Fang Ping pick it up last time. A true king's storage ring must have a lot of good stuff. It's a pity it's not mine yet. If I could get a few unique fruits, that would be great. Fang Ping really did not think about himself this time. Right now, many rank 9s were still unconscious. Even the imperishable substance was useless. Zheng Tao, Kong Lingyuan, Wang Qinghai, Nan Yunyue, and Tian Mu were also seriously injured and on the verge of death. Tian Mu was slightly better. The other 4 were taken away this time. Even if he could not save them, he could at least heal Tian Mu. As the top of the Heavenly Plant's royal court, it was not surprising that King Pine had a rank 9 monster plant. The true kings of the Heavenly Plant's royal court, King Pine, and the others were not plant spirits but catacombs humans. However, their titles and surnames were almost all named after plants. This was not a coincidence. Almost all of them had accompanying monster plants following them, from when they were weak all the way until they reached true king realm. For example, there was a powerful maple monster plant in the Maple King region. Peak rank 9, it was stronger than Feng Jiuqing. Plant monster plants lived for a long time. Some were passed down from generation to generation. Rumor had it that this maple tree in the Maple King region had followed King Maple's father and even grandfather before following King Maple. Therefore, the reason why King Maple had a treasure like the maple fruit was because of this monster plant. Fang Ping guessed that King Pine should also have a pine monster plant following him. It was difficult for monster plants to become true kings. Usually, they would stay at rank 9 for thousands of years. After such a long time, they might have spent time and energy to bear a divine fruit similar to rose flowers. That was a treasure that could let rank 9 powerhouses come back to life after their mentality had been extinguished. Back then, Lord Rose City's condition was similar to Wang Qinghai and the others today. Since it could let Lord Rose City live, it could also let them recover. In the past, Fang Ping did not really understand the preciousness of these treasures. Now, he truly understood how difficult it was to let a rank 9 monster plant bear only fruit, at the cost of a decline in ability. It even contained some of its own origin path. Essence, spirit, and soul were exhausted. Huge amounts of resources, including vitality, were consumed just to bear only fruit. Once in a lifetime, one fruit at a time, not every monster plant could produce such a fruit. Or rather, it was almost invisible. Rose flower, at this moment, Fang Ping was a little distracted. A monster plant that had fallen in love. It was unbelievable. I don't know if King Song has these things. If he does, it'll be much easier. These true kings also know the preciousness of the only fruit. They might force rank 9 monster plants to do it. It might not be voluntary, but it was hard to say if its life was in danger. Let's go. Call old Wang and old Jiao. Let's go see Big Cat. Fang Ping did not think about this anymore. He called Ironhead and laughed. Old Jiao, this guy, might be able to get some opportunities this time. Old Cat and Gong Juanzi have been around for so many years. Old Jiao is a southern sect powerhouse who has been resurrected. In my opinion, he might really be able to get some benefits this time. Li Hansong said with a look of anticipation, which realm do you think is the northern sect's grotto heaven? I think Xuanda Grotto Heaven and Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven might not be the northern sects. Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven might be. It felt hostile toward old Jiao, but it couldn't enter last time. Also, Fang Ping, do you think the few of us are the masters of the Grotto Heaven? Fang Ping glanced at him and chuckled. Master of the Grotto Heaven? You're the general of the Northern Expedition. As he said this, Li Hansong said gloomily, General of the Northern Expedition? In the past, it's nothing. But now, you're saying that the Northern Sect powerhouses are the ones who are going to conquer myself? This time, he could not pretend to be deaf and mute. This title would not do. How could he, the Northern Sect powerhouses, conquer the North? This was not right. Fang Ping helped to explain, you don't think it's good? You can just take it as a title, or you can be the general of the Northern Expedition. How about this? This is not bad. Li Hansong nodded in satisfaction. This could be done. Northern Expedition was not bad. Both of them did not mention the Heavenly Emperor was fake at all now. Anyway, they were just fooling around like this. It was enough. Their friendship and bond had come about through this in the beginning. Old brothers reunited. If the truth was exposed now, it would not be good. It would make them look stupid. It was better not to mention it. No matter what Fang Ping's identity was, he was the Heavenly Emperor now. Even if the true Heavenly Emperor came, it would not do. Fang Ping glanced at Li Hansong and sighed helplessly. Forget it. You can entertain yourself. If you say you're the Northern Expedition Emperor, I don't have any objections. Ignoring Ironhead, Fang Ping took the lost art and walked out, looking for someone to ask for cat food. He had to meet this cat and see if there was a chance to pet the cat's head. He had never touched a cat this big in his life. P.S. Pushing a new book. Don't Soar by Gentle Words to Wine Boss is about to be published. Brothers, if you like it, please support it. Thank you. At the beginning of February, Old Eagle said that he would take first place in the monthly votes. He was brimming with confidence and fighting spirit. His dreams were beautiful, but the results were not so beautiful. There were so many things to take care of in February, and everyone felt dizzy. As for the problem of not updating, there was no need for brothers to remind me again. I missed 5 updates for the basic updates, but I won't make up for the one I missed on the day of the healthcare, and I won't make up for it when I officially applied for leave. I will make up for it after 5 updates. I owe countless rewards and updates. Old Eagle doesn't dare to mention this, but I still dare to talk about the basic updates that I owe. Of course, as for when exactly, it would be better to wait for my current state to be slightly better. I was actually in a daze for the entire February. Although Old Eagle's state wasn't good, he still took first place this month. I still have to thank all of you brothers for your support. Thank you all so much. In February, I fought for first place and said that I would win the Great God Pact. Cough cough, it's about time. In a few months, I might be able to call myself Eagle God. Allow me to laugh for a moment. I still have to thank all of you brothers for your support along the way. After struggling for so many years, I couldn't have gotten to this point without everyone's support. I won't say any more pleasantries. I would like to express my thanks once again. In March, let's vote for a guaranteed monthly vote. I don't want to lose sight of the monthly vote rankings right after taking first place. Old Eagle is also a person who cares about his reputation. Brothers, we have to support him. Thanks. Global High Martial Arts became the champion in February. Asking for a guaranteed monthly vote in March. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Magic City Catacombs. Hope City had completely disappeared. The tall mountain that Song Mao had moved here had also been flattened by experts. The original Hope City was now a barren wasteland. However, there was still a large number of martial artists stationed here to prevent some catacombs martial artists from escaping to the human world. When Fong Ping and the others entered, the martial artist stationed there roared excitedly, Vice-Chancellor. Even the surname was omitted. Fong Ping took a look. The martial artist stationed there was from MCMAU. He looked familiar, but he could not remember if he was a junior or senior. You guys have worked hard. Fong Ping smiled and said a few words of condolence. Good for you. You have a bright future. I'll remember you. He, Fong Ping, was considered a big shot now. In his past life, his status now would probably be higher than some of the feudal officials. It wasn't easy. In 3 years' time, he had actually reached this step. The heavens really had eyes. Fong Ping smiled smugly. Beside him, Wang Jinyang and the others were speechless. Was there a need to be so happy? He was already a person with rank 9 combat strength, yet he did not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He did not have the slightest bit of willpower. But soon, they all had smiles on their faces. Hello, Principal Wang, Principal Yao, and Dean Li. Li Hansong grinned from ear to ear, and soon, he suddenly transmitted his voice. No, I want to be the vice principal. I always feel a level lower than you guys. Since everyone else was the headmaster, he was the dean. Old Yao was now the vice principal of the top military academy. If Nan Yunping couldn't recover from her injuries, Old Yao might even become the principal. Of course, the two schools were currently discussing a merger. FMS might enter MCMAU and be stationed in the Magic City Catacombs. Fong Ping could not be bothered with him. You want to be the vice-chancellor? Isn't that the same level as me? How could that be? Li Hansong was still depressed. At the side, Qin Fengqing, who had snuck in, had a green face. I'm a big soldier. No position at all. For a master-level expert to end up like this, it was really too miserable. At most, he would call him Grandmaster Qin. Fong Ping ignored them and asked about the catacombs for a while. Soon, he said, go to the Forbidden Sea. That cat should be in the Forbidden Sea area. To humans and catacombs powerhouses, the Forbidden Sea was a forbidden land. However, Fong Ping felt that the cat had swum in the Forbidden Sea a lot and had probably fished a lot in the past. At the edge of the Forbidden Sea, this catacombs number 1 forbidden area was always dead silent, without any signs of life. Brother cat. Fong Ping's mentality fluctuated, wandering in the air above the Forbidden Sea. Very soon, his mentality began to overflow and was absorbed by the seawater. Fong Ping's mentality fluctuated for a while. His gaze flickered slightly. What do you guys think the Forbidden Sea seawater is? This thing was terrifyingly corrosive, corrode everything, both his psychic energy and physical body would be corroded. Including the hopeless abyss, however, once the seawater left the Forbidden Sea, it would lose its effect. It was very special. However, the demons seemed to be able to adapt. When demons entered the sea, they would not be able to adapt in the early stages, but they would be able to withstand the invasion of the seawater in the later stages. The Forbidden Sea was the territory of the demon race. In the truest sense, it was the territory of the demon race. However, Fang Ping felt that the Ash Cat was still a little special. Other demons might be able to enter the Forbidden Sea, but it would definitely not be as easy as the Ash Cat. The Jiao and the other demons were still somewhat fearful of the Forbidden Sea. The aquatic demons might be able to adapt to it, but the land demons were quite fearful of the Forbidden Sea. They would also be tortured if they went down there. Wang Jinyang looked around. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a handful of seawater. The moment his palm entered the water, it began to sizzle. However, when he grabbed the seawater and left the surface of the seawater no longer corroded his flesh. Looking at the seemingly harmless seawater in his hand, Wang Jinyang did not care about the corrosive injury. He opened his mouth and said, "The seawater only has a special effect in the sea." This means that the special effect might not come from the seawater itself. It might be caused by something underwater. Fang Ping nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Old Zhang seems to know some powerful demons in the Forbidden Sea. He should have been here before." Fang Ping remembered that in the previous absolute combat strength ranking, the 8th place was a Forbidden Sea Demon King. It was even specially marked as being 10,000 miles away. This meant that Old Zhang had gone at least 10,000 miles deep into the Forbidden Sea. How big was the Forbidden Sea exactly? No one knew about this. Fang Ping and the others only knew that the periphery of the 108 outer territories was all the Forbidden Sea. It was boundless. Other than the sea, there was only more sea. In such a vast sea, there were probably countless demons. The Forbidden Sea surrounded the entire catacombs. At this moment, Qin Fengqing suddenly said, "Fang Ping, do you remember those books that we found when we went to the nest? Are you talking about that wolf commander-in-chief? The rank 7 commander-in-chief that he thought was incomparably powerful in the past." Now, Fang Ping almost could not remember its name. This time, that commander-level powerhouse was probably dead, right? In the previous battle at the Sky Gate, the other party did not appear. In this chaotic battle, there were too many powerhouses who participated in the battle. Fang Ping was also not sure if the other party was dead or not. However, there were no high ranks in the catacombs in Magic City catacombs now. If the other party did not escape from the catacombs, then he was definitely dead. Qin Fengqing nodded, chuckling. Demon Emperor Calendar Year 3882, a great war broke out. The heavens fell and the earth split. The Forbidden Sea appeared. The two kings brought the remnants of their troops and fled to the desolate border. This was the historical record in a book at that time. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. "I haven't forgotten." However, many of the books in the outer territories are actually rumors, hearsay. This is similar to us. It's considered unofficial history and may not be trustworthy. According to the records in the book, Demon Emperor Calendar Year 4895, the Resurrection Passageway opened. Now, it's year 1000 of the Divine Continent Calendar. At the end of the Demon Emperor Calendar, it was still the two kings who ruled the catacombs. As for the two kings who went into hibernation, it was at least 2000 years ago. Does this mean that before the Divine Continent Calendar, there should be another era, or did the Demon Emperor Calendar continue on? Fang Ping shook his head. The matters of the catacombs are very complicated. Some of the old antiques have lived for thousands of years and know a lot of things. However, these people are also unwilling to say anything. Qin Fengqing grinned. "I'm not talking about these problems with the era. The last part about fleeing to the desolate border, what does it mean?" Fang Ping smiled. "I know what you want to say, but I think the possibility is not high. How big is the catacombs? Could it be that back then it was only considered a desolate border area?" "Not necessarily." Qin Fengqing laughed again. "I think it should be similar to Earth. The catacombs are actually mainly the ocean. However, back then, there was a main continental plate that sank in the end during a great war. The catacombs might have been a continental plate similar to South America back then. The sinking of Divine Continent, this is also recorded. Don't you remember? Therefore, it might not be impossible. When they were reading the books back then, they did not pay much attention to this. This was because at that time, these legends of the Demon Emperor were too far away from them. That was the first time Fang Ping knew that Magic City catacombs were 7 southern territory. At that time, he only had the strength of a rank 3 or 4. In reality, it had not been that long. Fang Ping recalled for a while. It was probably at the end of 2009. Just about a year ago. Fang Ping thought about this and said, let's not care so much. The Forbidden Sea is still not a place for us to set foot in. If there's a chance in the future, we can explore it. Do you guys want to go fishing? Fang Ping had just finished speaking when a big cat's head suddenly popped out. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He was almost scared to death. Could this cat not appear and disappear like a ghost? He did not notice it at all. The cat's big head popped out. It was shiny and did not get stained by the seawater. The cat's face lit up. It said happily, "Where's the cat food? Do you guys want to go fishing too? But it's not easy to fish these days. The island I mentioned before has been occupied by a big bird." The cat was suddenly annoyed. It said unhappily, "That big bird occupied my island. That's the place with the most fish. Now it has taken all the fish and won't let me fish anymore." The cat was unhappy. Very unhappy, a bird had snatched its territory. Fang Ping's heart stirred slightly when he heard that. He said, 10,000 miles away? More or less. The cat scratched its head with its paws. It was still unhappy. There was a hint of anger on its big face. That bird is quite powerful. It's almost as powerful as that big snake last time. It's so annoying. It had promised the puppy to bring it fishing. But now, its fishing spot was occupied by someone else, and it was a powerful true god monster. The cat did not want to fight. It could only be angry alone now. The Demon King of the Forbidden Sea? Fang Ping thought. The cat said it was very powerful, comparable to the myriad Demon King, and it was only 10,000 miles away from the coast of the Forbidden Sea. That should be the Forbidden Sea Demon King that Xianxia mentioned, right? Otherwise, how could there be such powerful monsters everywhere? A powerhouse comparable to the myriad Demon King was a top-notch powerhouse even in ancient times. Fang Ping thought about it and asked, "Brother Cat, you don't know that big bird?" Logically, powerhouses in the catacombs have cultivated for at least thousands of years to reach this level. "Brother Cat, you haven't seen it before you entered the grotto heaven?" The cat looked up at the sky. After a while, it said, "I don't remember." That's right. It has the strength of a titled true god. It must have been very powerful in the past. Could it be the big crow that ate our fishbone? The cat was a little suspicious. Its paws started scratching its head. Was it it? It did not pay much attention to it. When it was fishing there in the past, there were indeed some birds that ate the fish they caught. However, it had the strength of a desperate realm. It could not remember how many years it had been. Back then, it was already at the peak. Why would it care about some weak, unpalatable, and seemingly unappetizing monsters? The cat thought for a while. It was no longer conflicted. It muttered, "I don't care anymore, I don't care anymore. That big bird might know me. When it saw me, it wanted to fly away, but it didn't. Humph, I remember now. I must have poked it before." The cat snorted. If he did not poke it, why did it want to fly away when it saw him? Later, it stopped running. It probably felt that its strength had increased and it did not need to be afraid of this cat anymore. Forget it. It was too lazy to care about it. It did not like to eat bird meat and crow meat. It tasted terrible. Fang Ping saw it snorting. The fat on its neck was trembling. Fang Ping suddenly wanted to pinch it and play with it. After thinking about it, he immediately dismissed the suicidal idea. The cat was too big. It was not easy to pinch. It was also too strong. If he pinched it until it went crazy, even old Zhang might not be able to save him. But then again, this cat was really fat. Fang Ping sighed. What breed was the cat? An orange cat? It's longer than an orange cat's tail. Orange cats were usually short-tailed cats. The cat's tail was not short, but who knew? When it reached the peak, it could change however it wanted. Besides, it was a cat from countless years ago. Who knew what breed it was? Thief, what are you thinking about? Just as Fong Ping was thinking about this, the cat suddenly looked alert. It shook the flesh on its neck. You want to poke me? Fong Ping smiled. Why do you say that, brother cat? I didn't mean that. Also, just call me Fong Ping. Bad guy. The cat muttered. Not a good guy. How dare you want to poke me? Ignoring Fong Ping, the cat immediately remembered business and asked impatiently, where's my cat food? I brought the cat food, but let's talk while we eat. Also, about building a cat palace, I need brother cat to tell me your requirements. There's no rush. Fong Ping smiled brightly. Let's talk slowly and interact more. Since the cat palace was going to be built, it was a chance to interact more. As he said that, Fong Ping suddenly blasted a big hole in the ground. He said, brother cat, bring some water from the forbidden sea here. But there are no true kings here, so we can talk directly outside. Let's sit down and talk about what kind of cat palace to fit brother cat's taste. As soon as he said that, the cat suddenly conjured a beautiful building that looked like a celestial palace. It said casually, this one. Fong Ping glanced at it and laughed. Okay. But we still have to talk about it in detail. For example, the standard, the size, the geographical location. Brother cat, don't be anxious. As the strongest absolute venerable cat since the beginning of time, if the place you live in is bad, it will be a disgrace to brother cat. If old acquaintances see this, won't it be a joke? So, brother cat, be patient. It will happen very soon. Fong Ping doesn't want to delay brother cat's fishing time, but I can't fool brother cat, right? The cat looked at him, then at the few people beside him. It muttered, he's up to no good. There's no such thing. Liar. Absolutely not. Brother cat, please don't misunderstand. The cat wanted to poke him to death, but gave up after thinking about it. Forget it. Let's talk about my cat palace. After guiding some seawater into the hole that Fong Ping blasted, the cat crawled into the big hole. Fong Ping was delighted. This was good. They could talk slowly. Otherwise, it would be hard to talk if the cat stayed in the sea all the time. After the cat entered the hole, Fong Ping and the others also sat down around it. Fong Ping took out a lot of cat food from the storage space. It was not cat food. It was not the kind of rigid granular stuff. It was all kinds of fresh food, canned food, and other miscellaneous things. It included all kinds of snacks, chocolates, and candy. It was food. As long as it was edible and tasty. He did not know what the cat's taste was. Maybe it would like it if he got more. The others at the side were speechless. This fellow Fong Ping was really something. He had managed to get all sorts of random things. The ash cat was also dazzled by the sight. Were there so many of them? What a weird look. Was this what cat food was like? All cats liked it? That was not all. A barbecue rack suddenly appeared in front of Fong Ping, filled with energy stones. Fong Ping had a lot of barbecue skewers in his hands. He smiled. Also, to thank brother cat for your help earlier, we specially prepared some delicious, fresh, and hot food for you. Let's talk while we eat. Oh right, I also brought some wine. It tastes good too. Beer, white wine, red wine, rice wine, yellow wine. Fong Ping had no idea how many boxes there were in front of him. The cat was dumbfounded. Wine? I don't drink wine, but this wine seemed to be different from the ones before. As he spoke, Fong Ping started the grill and called out, don't just stand there. You guys come and help me. Let's talk while we eat. Qing Fong Qing, you'll be the cartographer. Later, write down all of Brother Cat's requests, organize them into a book, and draw a picture of the cat palace. Qing Fong Qing quickly smiled and said hurriedly, no problem. This was a peerless cat, and a rich one at that. He had to serve it well. Qing Fong Qing was also very straightforward. He immediately got a small table from Fong Ping and started laying out the blueprint. He was ready to go all out and show off his skills to the cat. Not to mention, it looked like it was the real deal. The cat looked for a while, a little curious. Was it so troublesome to build a cat palace? At this time, a large number of building photos appeared in Fang Ping's hands. There was the Forbidden City, the Bird's Nest, the Science and Technology Museum, the skyscrapers. There was everything. Fang Ping threw the huge book to the cat and smiled. "Brother Cat, these are some modern buildings. You can take a look. What's the difference between them and what you had back then? We can choose based on merit." Fang Ping smiled brightly. "I only know one thing. When people have too many choices, they will hesitate and think too much." The cat wanted to leave in a hurry. "How could that be? If I show you thousands of buildings, which one will you choose? If you keep looking, then we can look, eat, and talk." The cat was dazzled, its eyes widened. "What is this? What is this?" The cat flipped through the book with its paws. The cat was stunned. There were so many, thinking back to where it had slept for thousands of years, the cat suddenly felt very inferior. "I can't tell them that I have been sleeping on barren land for thousands of years, sometimes even in lakes." The cat looked at it while manipulating the snacks, wanting to stuff them into its mouth. Fang Ping said hurriedly, "That's the packaging. You have to remove it." As he said that, Fang Ping helped with the operation with a smile. The cat watched him work curiously. It had probably learned how to do it. It opened a bag of fries and watched for a long time. The fries floated into its mouth. After chewing a few times, the cat looked a little conflicted. It did not taste too good. However, after learning how to operate it, the cat started working on its own again. It got a can of fish and opened it to eat. This bite. It was so delicious, it was quite delicious, the big cat's eyes narrowed. Not bad, not bad. As a cat that had eaten countless good things, it was getting sick of eating monster meat. It was only when it first came out that it ate everything. However, after eating a little more, it started getting sick of it again. Now, although there was no energy in these things, it did not eat for energy. As Fang Ping said, it just wanted to eat for the taste and freshness. Not bad. The cat was quite satisfied. It said happily, 170 bags. Are all these yours? Fang Ping laughed. They are all yours, brother cat. If you like them, we can collect more. These things are not worth much, but they are very difficult to collect. Brother cat, you know that martial artists don't care about these things, so the more common things are, the rarer they are, aha. The cat nodded. This made sense. Energy stones, monster meat, and the like were indeed everywhere, but the more common things were, the rarer they were. Seeing that it agreed, Fang Ping smiled so widely that his teeth were almost shining. It was very common. He did not say it was precious. If he said it was precious, then he would be treating the cat as a fool. But powerhouses like us can't collect common things. We don't make them. Big cat, do you know? Wang Jingyang and the others were about to explode. Fang Ping, this bastard, was starting to trick the cat. He might as well get a few buckets of food additives and feed it to the cat. It won't kill it anyway. When the cat opened the can of fish, they smelled an extremely rich aroma. This black-hearted guy, how many things did he add into it? Fang Ping asked while grilling, Brother cat, where's Jiao? Has it eaten? Jiao? You mean the puppy? The cat gobbled down the canned food with relish. As it flipped through the book, it replied, the puppy is learning how to swim, so I threw it into the sea. When it swims back, it can accompany me to go fishing. Swim? Fang Ping glanced at the forbidden sea and shuddered. Poor Jiao. Did the cat throw it into the depths of the forbidden sea? There were a lot of monsters in the sea. Could it have been eaten by the monsters? Fang Ping ignored the Jiao. The cat probably would not kill it. If it did, it would have smacked it to death. Puppy, Fang Ping muttered in his heart, but he did not ask. Was the Jiao related to the big dog that the cat mentioned? Brother cat, do you remember these people? Fang Ping pointed at old Jiao and the others, gesturing with his eyes for them to show their divine weapons. Old Yao's spear appeared, Wang Jingyang's blood-red longbow, and Li Hansong's divine armor all appeared. The cat glanced at them. Like an old pedant, its big eyes rolled up. It was still looking at the picture book. All that was missing was a pair of reading glasses. It glanced at them from the corner of its eyes. It seemed to be recalling something. After a while, it said, "It's a little familiar." But they said they don't remember. "I think it's Emperor Armor, God of War Bow, God Destroyer." "Probably." The cat muttered, "With these divine weapons, they should be very strong, right? It's been too long, I don't really remember. When did I see them? With divine weapons, it should be when the Emperor was still around, right? Gong Juanzi. I didn't see you guys at that time. I'm not too familiar with you guys. Otherwise, I would have an impression when I just woke up, that little fatty, I only remember one thing. You guys, familiar, but I don't remember." The cat muttered to itself. It still had some impression of little fatty. Including the guy who came with little sword. It had some impression of him too. However, it only remembered that it had seen these divine weapons before. It was not too familiar with the people. Its casual words stirred waves in everyone's hearts. Not during Gong Juanzi's time, when the emperor was still around, human emperors had almost never appeared. They only existed in legends, unlike demon emperors, who were known to all powerhouses in both realms. Who were Old Yao and the others? Fang Ping's heart was full of doubts. He felt a little regretful. If that was the case, Old Yao and the others might not have any corpses left in the battlefield. Did that mean that they could not have the ultimate combat strength in advance? Delicious. The cat looked very satisfied. It even opened the can of beer and took a sip. Perhaps it was not used to it, though, so it spat it out quickly. It did not like this. If it did not like beer, it would drink something else. It had no love for alcohol, but it was satisfied when it came to drinks. Delicious, the cat's big eyes narrowed into slits. It was the right choice to come out this time, good food, good drinks, and a beautiful cat palace. This was the life of a cat. This was what a cat should do. As for fighting and becoming an emperor, what did that have to do with it? I'm just a cat. Is there a difference between an Elvis and an empress? The cat was open-minded and easily satisfied. Fang Ping was happy. This cat was easy to deal with. A few snacks were enough to satisfy it. It was a pity that the cat's memory was not very good. It did not care much about anything. As it ate and drank, Fang Ping actually had a lot of questions to ask, but this cat was not very patient sometimes. It would get angry if he asked too many questions. Fang Ping could only choose the important ones. Brother cat, they used to be very strong. Now they want to regain their previous strength. Is there any good way? The cat pointed at the album with its paws and said, "I want this style." Fang Ping was troubled. "I'm asking questions. Why are you looking at the album? Also, these albums are just to fool you. Can they really make you into a pair of pants?" Fang Ping said perfunctorily, "Qin Feng Qing, write it down. Actually, I think you can make it look like Brother Cat. People will know it's Brother Cat's territory at first glance." Huh. The cat's eyes widened. That made sense, people will know it's my home at first glance. This is good, this is good. Make it look like me? The cat's big eyes narrowed again and said happily, "They want to become strong. They can't go the same way as you guys. They have to go another way." Fang Ping did not know if the cat was playing dumb or did not remember anything without benefits. At this moment, its logic was clear. It could not hide the smile on its face. They used to be very strong. Now they seem to be recultivating martial arts. There's actually a shortcut. I'm thinking about how to go. The cat was lost in its memories. It thought as it ate. It looked up at the sky and said, "Right. I think it's going the opposite way? I don't know if it's right. Ask them to go the other way." Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. "How do we go from the other side?" The cat was a little distressed. "I don't really remember, but it should be related to the door. Back then, when someone blocked the road, it was actually a door for the road. You could have gone from behind the door, as you might have done if you had gone before. Then we'll start walking from the door. Whatever, let's just walk together. As we walk, we'll use our strength together. Maybe we'll be able to open the door." Fang Ping and the others trembled. A door, Sanjiao Gate, someone blocking the road to the Great Way is actually a door. Is the door sealed? But, how to go? How do I take a detour? How do I go from both sides and break this door? Fang Ping could not hold it in. Just as he was about to ask, the cat said gloomily, "Don't ask, I really don't remember." There were some things that could not be said. If he said it, there would be big trouble. There were some really powerful fellows who might not have really been stabbed to death yet. Besides, if they find out, they'll cause trouble for me. The cat felt wronged, muttering, "You guys can try it yourselves. I've never gone through it, how would I know so much?" It was Big Dog who said it. Big Dog saw it that year, it didn't say it clearly, how would I remember? Besides, I don't have a door, they didn't block my way. Fang Ping was stunned again. What did it mean? Swallowing his saliva, Fang Ping whispered, "What Brother Cat means is that your emperor path is actually not blocked." The cat looked at him strangely. "Yes, why did they block my way?" "Then you, why didn't you become an emperor?" Fang Ping continued to stare blankly. "Why didn't you become an emperor?" The cat was even more surprised than him. "I want to sleep. Cultivation is so tiring. The more I walk, the more tired I get. After becoming stronger, I still have to fight with others. Even if you don't fight them, they'll still fight you. But if I don't become an emperor, they won't fight me anymore." Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the reason why you didn't cultivate, this was the reason why you were still at the top after so many years, while everyone was fighting to become a monarch realm expert, and everyone was working hard, fighting, killing, and scheming for the sake of attaining the monarch realm. A cat told them that cultivation meant fighting, so they didn't want to cultivate anymore. Go to sleep, if it did not become an emperor, no one would fight with it anymore. It was a leisurely, happy cat life. Fang Ping suddenly did not know what to say. He was suddenly a little envious of the cat. What did this mean? What was the point of fighting and fighting? Everyone wanted to become an emperor. The people in the catacombs wanted it, the people on Earth wanted it too, the demons wanted it, the humans wanted it, the old antiques of the sects all wanted it, only this cat did not want it. It did not fight, so it lived until now. It did not fight, so it could sleep and enjoy its cat life. Fang Ping could imagine some things. Back then, a group of powerhouses, or a powerhouse, blocked someone else's path. When he saw this cat was sleeping, sleeping lazily, sleeping contentedly. That person, or that group of powerhouses, when they saw this scene, probably laughed and shook their heads, choosing to ignore this cat in the end. Who would care about a cat that did not fight and only wanted to eat and sleep and eat? It couldn't even be bothered to cultivate. As for how it got into such a state, perhaps it was purely from eating and drinking. Martial arts must fight. This was the neo-martial era, because this was an era where not fighting would lead to death, not fighting would lead to the extinction of mankind. But what did the extinction of mankind have to do with this cat? The era it lived in might not have had this concept at all. Fight. Don't fight. At this moment, Fang Ping's aura fluctuated a little. Not only Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang and the others also fluctuated a little. Conflict of ideals. A cat that was unwilling to fight met a group of martial artists that must fight. At this moment, there were some differences in ideals. Fang Ping felt this struggle and conflict for the first time. If it was a weakling, then it was nothing. But this was a peak, an old antique peak. Whether it was a human or a demon, when it said this, it would cause a great impact to people. In the crowd, Yao Qingjun took a deep look at the cat, suddenly turned around and left. It was not suitable for him to stay with this cat. If he spent too much time with this cat, it might erase some things in him. He could not accept that. Yao Qingjun did not look back, leaving quickly. Wang Jinyang's expression fluctuated, but he did not say a word. Qin Fengqing mumbled, "Who cares if he fights or not? There's no harm in becoming stronger. If you're not strong, people will kill you. This is the way of the world." The cat did not seem to realize anything, but it still glanced at Yao Qingjun who was leaving and muttered, "He's leaving. Strong mentality is sensitive. Even I'm not as generous as this cat." Fang Ping gradually regained his composure. He smiled and said, "Brother Cat, don't bother with him. He's a soldier. Sometimes he's a little stubborn. I'm not bothered." The cat did not care much about this. It resumed its big smile, pointed at the atlas with its paw and said, I want this place. Bring it to eat. Okay. Fong Ping agreed readily and continued, Brother Cat, you really don't remember how to walk the opposite path? I don't remember. You guys try it. That's not right. The cat suddenly said, they can try it. You, and this person, stop trying. As it said that, it pointed at Qin Feng Qing. If you guys haven't done it before, you can't. It's very troublesome. As the cat said that, it glanced at Qin Feng Qing again. Suddenly, it said strangely, you're in trouble. Qin Feng Qing's expression did not change. He was still smiling. Brother Cat, did you see wrongly? I didn't. The cat looked at him and scratched its head with its paw. It said strangely, you. You seem to have come into contact with someone. It feels like someone familiar. Eh? Why did I come into contact with you? The cat fell into deep thought again. Fong Ping, on the other hand, glanced at Qin Feng Qing and frowned slightly. Who did this guy come into contact with, F***ck, he never mentioned this. Didn't he know that some old antiques were very cunning? Could it be that the opportunity he mentioned was related to this? Fong Ping said in a low voice, Brother Cat, who did he come into contact with? Is he in danger? Qin Feng Qing laughed dryly. Just as he was about to speak, Fong Ping's gaze sharpened. He growled, you shut up. Qin Feng Qing was embarrassed. He lowered his head and started drawing, not uttering a word. The cat scratched its ears and cheeks, feeling a little irritated. However, when Fong Ping used his mentality to control the can and sent it to its mouth, the cat swallowed it in one gulp. It was no longer irritated. Its memory seemed to have improved too. It opened its mouth and said, I don't remember who it is. Looking for him, to be a fighter? The cat did not quite understand. It guessed casually, I don't know if it's him. Probably something like that, Fong Ping laughed. He's only rank 7. Looking for him to be a fighter, he's not qualified, right? If you feed him, he'll become stronger. The cat said matter-of-factly. He's the same kind of person as Big Dog and Little Sword. I remember Big Dog said that dogs like him should fight heaven and earth and become a dog emperor. Little Sword wasn't like that at first, but after being provoked, he became like that too. He feels that way too. Those who know Big Dog and Little Sword probably think that he can become stronger too. Maybe he's the next Big Dog. Fong Ping was initially a little gloomy. At this moment, he suddenly felt like laughing. Qin Feng Qing's expression darkened. You're the dog, not me, you're the next big dog. No, this fellow is a cat. It's useless to scold him. Li Hansong huffed and puffed, his mouth moving. Big Dog Qin, Fong Ping regained his smile. You're saying that someone thinks he'll be the next big dog or unquestionable sword, so they're grooming him? I don't know. I didn't do it. How would I know? The cat was too lazy to say more. It was just a random guess. Don't make me use my brain anymore. It's tiring. But he's a person with his own thoughts. Aren't other people afraid that their efforts will be in vain? The cat was about to fly into a rage again. Fong Ping continued to feed him. The cat calmed down, eating until his mouth was full of fragrance. He said vaguely, maybe there's a way. For example, Little Sword. Many years ago, Little Sword was very good. He fished with me and went sightseeing everywhere. At that time, Little Sword was great. But he got married. The cat was suddenly a little disappointed. Little Sword found someone else and wanted to give birth to Little Sword. Then he ignored me, then something happened. Someone beat Little Sword's wife to death. Then Little Sword changed. The cat was helpless. He said gloomily, some people are very bad. They knew Little Sword would fly into a rage, so they beat her to death. Little Sword flew into a rage, and then there was chaos. Fong Ping was silent for a moment. He asked again, so Unquestionable Sword triggered the war that year? Was Unquestionable Sword the mastermind behind the war with the Catacombs 2 Kings? I don't know. I was asleep at that time. The cat shook his head. Little Sword came out when I was asleep. But when I wasn't asleep, he didn't appear. I couldn't find him either. He didn't want to fish anymore. He only wanted to stab those bad guys to death. Brother Cat, what you mean is that the person who contacted Qin Fengqing secretly wanted to repeat this scene. After Qin Fengqing became stronger, he did something to provoke him so that he would become the next variable? The cat licked his paws. His paws were too fragrant. He could not hold it in and stole a glance at Fang Ping and the rest. Seeing that they did not care, he continued, probably. Some bad guys are very bad. Gong Juanzi said that humans have the worst hearts. He doesn't need to control you. You just need to do what he wants to see. That's enough. Having said that, he pointed at Qin Fengqing and said, this guy is the same as Big Dog and Little Sword. He's very easily provoked. When the time comes, he'll go crazy. Yes, that's it. Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing and said in a low voice, did you hear that? Yes. Qin Fengqing said helplessly, Fang Ping, there's no such thing. It's really an opportunity. But it's useless to you guys. Stop talking nonsense. When we go back, tell me everything in detail. Fang Ping gave him a deep look and smiled. Brother Cat, how should we fight back when we meet this kind of antique? The cat widened his eyes and looked at him. He did not speak for a moment. Fang Ping smiled. What's wrong? They're true gods. Are true gods as strong as the emperor? Fang Ping chuckled. In our era, the emperor's job is to help us solve our problems. If there's trouble, we can look for the emperor to solve it. Brother Cat, you've seen it too. I was the one who led the battle earlier. The emperor and the other true gods joined the battle in the end. This is the neo-martial era. In this era, we're not afraid of being schemed against. We may be weak, but we're united. Our powerhouses will give back to the weak. Our weak will respect the powerhouses. When we become stronger, we'll also give back to the weak. This is the passing of the torch. Generations of neo-martial artists limped along, supporting each other. That's how we got to where we are today. At this moment, Fang Ping was extremely proud. He laughed loudly and said, 100 years ago, there wasn't a single rank 9 martial artist in Sino Nation. Only Star Town had some rank 9s. As for Sino Nation, there wasn't a single one. 100 years later, Sino Nation's rank 9s emerged endlessly. True gods kept appearing too. In less than 100 years, we have 4 million martial artists. And now, this number is still rising. Brother Cat, are you shocked? The ancient martial era, the apatheicized era, the era of sex, have there ever been such a grand occasion? This is neo-martial era. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is, it's no longer difficult. When the sky collapses, the powerhouses will be crushed first. Only the weak will survive until the end. This is neo-martial era. A neo-martial era that was enough to make people fight for their entire lives, even if they bled, even if they sacrificed themselves, even if they could not see any hope. However, the martial artists of this era, even if they could not see any hope, they never stopped. They were all moving forward. No one was in despair. No one was pessimistic. Perhaps there were, but those people were all thrown out by some powerhouses, thrown into the evil sects, thrown into the garbage dump. Therefore, in less than 100 years, there were newly promoted Paragon Martial Kings, Hades King, Moon King, Spear King. The cat's eyes widened as he listened. After a long time, he scratched his ears and said, is that so? It seems different from before. The pseudo-human emperor is very strong. The one that this whoever meets, might not be as strong as the pseudo-human emperor. Then it's simple. When they feed this whoever to peak pseudo-god, you guys can go and stab him to death together. It's best if he doesn't get fed to true god. It's very troublesome. If he gets fed to true god, if he sees your Tao, he might end up like that whoever, and be taken away by someone. The cat was a little confused, but Fang Ping understood. He smiled and said, are you talking about that Ji Huanyu? That's him. The cat did not care about the name. He said, when you walk out of the origin Tao, your Tao is still short, so he might not necessarily look at you. But when you're about to become a true god, he might have a way to peek at you. Maybe he thinks that your Tao is very strong? The cat was not too sure. Then, he said with some certainty, maybe so. Big Dog and Small Sword are both very strong. Some bad guys can't walk their own Dao, so they want to walk it again. They're also afraid that if they walk too short, they won't be able to reach the Dao, so they want to find someone with a strong Dao to walk on, as the cat spoke. He looked at Qin Fengqing again. This whoever hasn't walked the Dao yet. That bad guy who's in hiding might let him walk the Dao he wants to walk. Big Dog and Small Sword's Dao are actually similar. They both walked very, very far away. I don't know if he can do it, but maybe he can. Qin Fengqing grinned. Of course. You have a discerning eye, Brother Cat has a good eye. The cat was dumbfounded. You're really similar to Big Dog. Big Dog can't be like humans too. Qin Fengqing did not react at first. In the next moment, his face darkened. What did he mean? Li Hansong and Fang Ping could not hold back their laughter. Fang Ping asked with a smile, could he be Big Dog's reincarnation? The cat suddenly said with some sadness, no, Big Dog and Small Sword won't reincarnate. They're either stabbed to death or still alive. They'll only live as themselves, not as others. I don't know what happened to Small Sword, but Big Dog definitely won't. He'll only fight until he dies. The cat was a little disappointed, his mood suddenly downcast. Heavenly Dog would not reincarnate. He had been fighting all his life, fighting until the last moment of his life without stopping. He would either become an emperor or die in battle. When he left that year, he said that he wouldn't come back until he became an emperor. He really didn't come back. The cat suddenly burst into big tears. After living for so many years, those who were close to him were all dead. All dead. At this moment, some memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. The cat shook his big head and muttered, don't forget, don't remember. In the next moment, the cat returned to normal. There was only happiness on its face. It was as if the one who cried just now was not this cat. Fang Ping looked at it strangely. This cat did not really have Alzheimer's, it did not have amnesia, it seemed to be forgetting some things. Fang Ping did not know what to say for a moment. Did cats have emotions too? It was forgetting some unhappy and sad things. The cat ate happily again, as if the sadness from before was all an illusion. It did not happen at all. Fang Ping took a deep breath and asked, one last question, Brother Cat. Everyone says that chaos is coming, and everything is for the seed of rebirth. The seed of rebirth has the hope of letting people become emperors. What is the seed of rebirth? The seed of rebirth? The cat said doubtfully, I don't know. I've never heard of it. Not at all. The cat confirmed. He had no impression of it at all. Fang Ping frowned and said, maybe it's called differently since ancient times. I heard from the emperor that the seed of rebirth may be something to continue the path. Does Brother Cat know? Continue the path? The cat scratched its head and said, are you talking about the key to the door? Someone installed a door. I don't know if there's a key. Maybe there is, but I don't have a door, so I don't care. Key? Fang Ping frowned and said, if there's a key, what kind of key is it? Also, who was the one who blocked this path? Who has the ability to cut off the future of martial artists in the world? I don't know. The cat seemed to have run out of patience. It said perfunctorily, who remembers who blocked it? Maybe it's those few very powerful people. Then, are you going to ask why they blocked the path? The cat had an I'm very smart expression and said happily, I know this. Big Dog said that it's because people are afraid that it will become stronger and eat them. Little Sword said that it's because the emperors think that these roads are already roads. If they continue to walk, it's still the original road. They want people to open the road themselves. That old man Gong Juanzi said that it's because the emperors are afraid that a few more emperors will steal their positions. Also, some people said that if the emperors are too strong, they will shatter heaven and earth, so don't let people become emperors anymore. Anyway, they've all said it. I've actually thought about it too. Maybe they're going to sleep and are afraid that people will become too strong and stab them to death. So they block the road first and don't let people become stronger and stab them to death. Fang Ping noted them down one by one, including the old cat's conjecture. Although he thought it was funny, it was rare for this cat to think on its own. He still had to remember it. The last question, no, you said the last question just now. The cat was dissatisfied. You said you won't ask any more. Definitely the last one. Brother cat, eat more. The prototype of the cat palace has just been drawn. Fang Ping laughed. Brother cat, are you still lending out your divine weapon? Does Purple Cap Mountain harbor hostility toward humans? Does Unquestionable Sword harbor hostility toward humans? If he's alive, is he definitely in Purple Cap Mountain? He said that he's an abandoned disciple of Purple Cap Mountain. Why was he abandoned by Purple Cap Mountain? Are there still emperors alive? How did the Forbidden Sea come about? Is there an existence in the sea that can threaten humans? Fang Ping said it was one question, but he threw out dozens of questions at once. The cat's eyes widened as it listened. Was this considered a question? Under Fang Ping's expectant gaze, the cat slowly put away all the snacks and hid them somewhere. Fang Ping saw this and instantly understood what it wanted to do. He said hurriedly, then help me open the ring first. Fang Ping hurriedly took out the ring. This cat was going to run away. As expected, in the next second, the cat's speed was so fast that Fang Ping could not see it at all. It disappeared with a whoosh. Before it left, a voice left behind, I've opened it. Don't ask me any more, it's so annoying. That one with a lot of HP, whose mentality was pulled by someone, doesn't seem to be Xiaojian. He looks familiar. Xiaojian's master? I don't remember. You guys call the fake human emperor along. The cat seemed to have noticed something long ago, but it did not want to answer, or perhaps it did not want to remember. After saying a few words, the cat's figure was nowhere to be seen. Fang Ping said quickly, then I'll send cat food for brother cat next time. Next time I'll get the puppy to take it. The cat was smart for once. Fang Ping said again, don't you want to go to Purple Cap Mountain to take a look? No, Xiaojian probably isn't there. Even if he is, I won't go. If he doesn't come to see me, I won't go to see him either. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. This cat was interesting, and a little tsundere. Unquestionable Jian did not come to see it, and it did not go to Unquestionable Jian either. It seemed like it was very angry. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. He had gained something. He did not have to be too eager for his first in-depth contact. There would be opportunities in the future. Now, however, Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing and said in an unfriendly tone, let's go. Go back to Hope City first and tell me the truth. You're very impressive. You've come into contact with ancient figures, but you didn't even let on. Are you afraid that we'll take away your opportunity? Qin Fengqing was embarrassed and said gloomily, no, I really didn't meet anyone. It's good stuff, but it's useless to you. You're already in this realm, you won't be interested in it. Fang Ping glanced at him, too lazy to say more. He would interrogate him when he got back. Someone had actually stretched their hands and feet into MCMAU. Fang Ping did not care that he was making a move. Qin Fengqing, this fellow, had been promoted by himself with a lot of resources. Although he was only rank 7 now, wasn't the money he spent still money? Someone actually wanted to steal my peaches. Fang Ping did not care whether the other party was an old antique or not. When he got back, he would ask Old Zhang and the rest and confiscate his possessions and exterminate his entire clan. MCMAU was his territory. Sino Nation was Old Zhang's territory. If they dared to do anything in our territory, we would break their limbs. Right now, Fang Ping could not care about anything else. As he flew toward Hope City, he checked the ring that had just been opened by the cat. The moment the ring was opened, Fang Ping's wealth instantly increased by 800 million points. It was worth 8 trillion. Fang Ping did not know whether to be happy or disappointed. Was this all a true king powerhouse had? After all, when he got Feng Miaxing's storage ring, it had added 300 million wealth points to him. Is King Pine that poor bastard really that poor? Fang Ping was helpless, but he was still very curious about the things in the storage ring. Soon, Fang Ping used his mentality to explore it. The storage space was not small, at least 50 cubic meters. This was the biggest storage ring Fang Ping had ever seen. Among Ji Yao and the rest storage rings, Ji Yao's storage ring was the biggest, but it was only about 10 cubic meters. Fang Ping did not know about the other true kings. This was the first true king storage ring he had gotten. The storage ring has 50 cubic meters. According to the previous value, 1 cubic meter is worth 50 billion. This is not considering the difficulty of having a large space. This is already worth 2.5 trillion. In other words, King Pine's other things were actually worth more than 500 billion. However, Fang Ping was soon surprised. King Pine's storage ring was almost empty. He did not see any energy stones, energy liquids, or life essences. These things were what Fang Ping obtained the most wealth points from each time. This time, however, there was not a single thing. At the true king's level, energy recovery was not a problem. They did not need to use this. The storage ring was not small, but it was empty. It was not completely empty either. There were some crystal boxes floating in the space. There were not many. Fang Ping counted. There were 8 boxes in total. 8 boxes, worth more than 500 billion? Fang Ping was not disappointed now. The fewer the items, the better. The fewer the items, the higher the value. After all, the Sky Elm's holy fruit was only worth 1 trillion each. If that was the case, the items in these boxes would not be much worse than the holy fruit. It was not just 1 or 2, but a total of 8. What would a true king store? In Fang Ping's opinion, at the true king's level, ordinary treasures would not be interested. For example, he had pitifully few items in the space now. He would not carry anything because he had no use for it. Fang Ping wasted no time. He quickly took out the first crystal box and opened it. Wang Jinyang and the others were still deep in thought when they saw him opening the crystal box. This looks familiar. The moment Fang Ping opened the box, a wave of dense energy seeped out. Before his eyes, a peach-like fruit appeared. He did not recognize the others, but he had been to the Palace of 100 Kings and seen their treasure illustrations. After looking at the peach for a while, he suddenly said, "I remember now. I think it's the longevity peach." Longevity peach? Li Hansong asked curiously, "What's it for?" "I feel like there's a lot of energy. It's not very useful." "It's not very useful to us." Fang Ping smiled. "This is also a holy fruit born by a true king monster plant. It's used to replenish vitality. Actually, it's an enhanced version of life essence. When vitality is greatly damaged, even a rank 9 can recover instantly." Of course, vitality was actually lifespan. However, be it humans or the catacombs powerhouses, they did not really care much about the issue of lifespan. Once one reached the golden body realm, living for 1,000 years wouldn't be a problem. But now, there were almost no 1,000-year golden bodies. Humans did not exist. If the catacombs had lived for 1,000 years or a golden body, they might have been beaten to death. As for those below rank 6, before the Sanjiao Gate was sealed, there was a limit to their lifespan. They could live for 1 or 200 years. But their life and death? Not many people cared. If their cultivation was not up to par, then so be it if they died of old age. Humans did not have this kind of martial artist either, because after a few decades, almost all of them had died in battle. As for the catacombs, no one cared about the life and death of these martial artists below high ranks. Therefore, in this era, although there were powerhouses who pursued an unlimited lifespan, they had not reached this stage yet. The longevity peach's effect of replenishing vitality was not as important as healing injuries. This can be given to Dean Chen and the rest. Fang Ping smiled. This is the most suitable for powerhouses who cultivate infinite Dao. Their vitality depletes quickly. Even if they can use vitality to replenish the loss of vitality now, it's still extremely fast. If this peach is given to them, it's enough to replenish their consumption many times. 1 bite can probably last for a month. No wonder King Song kept this. Under the situation of energy isolation, even if a true king swallowed this peach, he could recover more than half of his strength. True kings could absorb void energy to replenish their consumption. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. However, once they entered the space battlefield, the energy was actually isolated. The more they fought, the weaker they became. King Song brought this thing with him to prevent the situation from happening. Unfortunately, he did not use it. He was directly hooked to death by the cat. Longevity peach. I hope it's not all this stuff. Fang Ping shook his head. It was not bad, but it was not suitable for him. Soon, Fang Ping continued to open the boxes. 8 boxes. This was only the first one. Pine cones? I think so. King Song really has this thing. Pine cones don't seem to strengthen mentality, but they are helpful for strengthening the body. It's an upgraded version of the golden body fruit. Pine cones again. King Song is a piece of trash. A true king actually brought 3 pine cones. Don't tell me his golden body is not as strong as mine? Fang Ping ridiculed, weak. He was still using pine cones when he reached the true king realm. This fellow had entered the true king realm at most when he was at the early stage of rank 8 6th refinement. No wonder he was so weak. The value of pine cones is at most comparable to the maple fruit. Let's say 20 billion for one. 3 of them will be 600 billion. One longevity peach is slightly more expensive. Let's say 500 billion. That's it. This is 1 trillion. Fang Ping was suddenly not angry anymore. This was good news, 4 boxes were only slightly more than 1 trillion. That meant that the remaining 4 boxes were worth at least 4 trillion and above. If you have the guts, give me 3 more pine cones. Fang Ping continued to ridicule. If you give me 3 more, I'll consider you powerful. That meant that there were 4 boxes. One of them was worth close to 4 trillion. It was a few times more valuable than the holy fruit. This is, Fang Ping opened the 5th box. Suddenly, he frowned. After a while, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Holy fruit. Heavenly Elm's holy fruit. F*CK, King Song actually has this? Holy fruit? As soon as he said that, the others became interested. Qin Fengqing was about to speak when Fang Ping glared at him and said, "You shut up." Qin Fengqing was helpless. I haven't even said anything. Old Wang laughed and said, Heavenly Elm's holy fruit. The one that improves mentality? That's right. Fang Ping laughed. I didn't expect King Song to have it. Looks like he obtained it in the past. This guy kept it for himself. Under normal circumstances, he would give it to his descendants. Fang Ping continued, this thing's effect is not bad. The weaker your mentality, the better. I've taken 3. If I take more, the effect will be average. My mentality is now more than 8,000 hertz. I'm afraid I can't reach 9,000 hertz, you guys. Fang Ping glanced at Old Wang. After some thought, he said, give it to Tai Tu. Tai Tu is now a golden body 2nd refinement. His mentality isn't strong enough. I'm afraid his mentality will be shackled when he reaches 3rd refinement. Wang Jinyang laughed. You don't have to give it to me. I don't need it now. Li Hansong scratched his head and laughed dryly. That. I won't stand on ceremony then. The holy fruit was extremely valuable. It was as high as 1 trillion, however, he really needed it now. He did not have mentality as strong as Old Yao. Although his physique was strong, his mentality could not improve. He would definitely stop when he reached rank 8 3rd refinement. Now, only by improving his mentality could he quickly advance to 4th refinement or even 5th refinement. Fang Ping did not say much. He continued looking. This, the 6th box. Fang Ping was surprised again. There seemed to be a crystal door in the box. Fang Ping looked at it for a while. Suddenly, a crystal door appeared in his hand, King Pine's crystal door. According to Tsang Mao, this was King Pine's Tao of origin. The aura was very similar. This is King Pine's descendant's Tao of origin? A rank 9's Tao of origin? Fang Ping's gaze changed instantly. Li Hansong quickly regained his composure. He said solemnly, how ruthless. This fellow killed his descendant, didn't he? Using a method similar to Tsang Mao's, stripping away his descendant's Tao of origin. He wants to walk on a second path? A rank 9's Tao of origin could still be spied on. Old Wu had spied on the Rose City Lord before. Of course, that was after she died. With the true king's ability, there was still some hope of killing a descendant and seizing the other party's Tao of origin. This fellow's death is not to be regretted. I'm afraid it's his descendant. No wonder I've never heard of him having a strong descendant. Even the true king residence doesn't have any descendants. I'm a little curious now. What special method does Life King have to spy on others? And he's still alive. This point, Fong Ping could do it. Song Mao's divine peeking mirror seemed to be able to do it too. However, now that it was broken, he did not know if it would work. How did Life King do it? Without thinking further, Fong Ping glanced at the miniature version of the crystal door. He shook his head and said, "It's only useful for peak rank 8 martial artists as a reference. It can help people understand themselves and walk on their own path. King Pine is useless. He probably wants to walk on his own path first. Has this fellow walked 2,000 meters? He can't wait to kill his descendant and seize the other party's path. This thing was a one-time use. Fong Ping was too lazy to use it. He could look at it whenever he wanted. However, the others did not have this ability. It was indeed a great help to peak rank 8 powerhouses. Fong Ping kept it. Looking at it again, in MCMAU, only Lu Polu had hope of using it now. However, even though Lu Polu had improved rapidly until now, he was only at rank 8 third refinement. He was still a long way from peak. Chen Yaoting might be able to use it. Fong Ping thought of Chen Yaoting, the former number 1 rank 7 powerhouse. After achieving rank 8, he improved rapidly. Now he seemed to be at rank 8 4th refinement. It had not been that long. Perhaps it would not be long before he could achieve rank 8 6th refinement. He had stayed at peak rank 7 for many years. His mentality was very strong. It was not something that people like Fong Ping and Li Hansong, who advanced rapidly, could compare to. A rough estimate was that his mentality was probably no less than 5,000 Hz. Lu Polu was about the same. However, because old Lu was stuck at the stage of honing his skull, his mentality did not grow as fast as Chen Yaoting. This was probably the only advantage that these older martial artists had now. They had been stuck at a rank for many years. Due to the lack of resources, they could not advance quickly. Now that they had sufficient resources, their advancement speed was very fast. 1 trillion. The crystal door isn't worth much. Fong Ping's heart moved slightly. 6 boxes were only worth this much. Were the remaining 2 worth more than 3 trillion? When he opened the 7th box, a powerful wave of energy rose instantly. An energy cloud appeared in the void. What is this? Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. He looked at a human-shaped object in the box. Was it a ginseng fruit? He was stunned. Old Wang and the others were also stunned. Ginseng fruit? This thing that looked like a doll. It was not too much to call it a ginseng fruit, right? Li Hansong said hurriedly. You don't know? I've never seen it before. How would I know? Fong Ping was speechless. At this time, a wave of mentality suddenly fluctuated and spread rapidly. The cat's voice rang in his ears. What a familiar smell. It was also attracted by this wave of energy. Fong Ping was speechless. Did these top powerhouses all have this kind of hobby? The cat was not eavesdropping, was it? The cat really did not have this kind of hobby. It was too tired. It had no choice but to release its mentality. At this moment, the cat was a little anxious. Can you give it to me? This is delicious. After eating it, I'll sleep. I'll sleep very comfortably. Fong Ping said hurriedly, what is this? What's its use? This is a cat fruit. The cat's words almost made Fong Ping vomit blood. Don't tease me, this cat was very interested in food. It's really a cat fruit. I planted it before. Too bad the cat tree ran away. When I was asleep, it ran away. How annoying. Yes, the cat tree is not dead yet. This is what it grew. Humph, I'll catch it sooner or later. How dare it run away? I don't even have a cat fruit to eat when I wake up. The cat was angry again. This was really planted by it. It was specially planted to grow fruits to eat. In the end, it fell asleep and the other party ran away. It used to have a lot of good things and was too lazy to look for them. However, it was poor now. It had not eaten cat fruits for a long time and wanted to eat them now. look, isn't the fruit it grew a small cat? It's not a human. After the cat said that, Fang Ping and the others looked at it hurriedly. Sure enough, it looked like a human at first glance, but now, it really looked like a cat, a chubby cat. Cat tree. Fang Ping's expression suddenly became a little strange. He murmured, guardian of the royal court. I heard that there's a monster plant that became a true king. No, it's a veteran true king powerhouse. It has disappeared for a long time. It's said that 1,000 years ago, before Tianyu, it was the guardian of the sky plant royal court, cat fruit. Cat tree. Could it be the same tree? It had disappeared for a long time. 1,000 years ago, when Tianyu came, it disappeared. Fang Ping did not know if it was the same tree. As for where the Pine King's cat fruit came from, Fang Ping was also not sure. Maybe, it had really appeared again, or was it left behind in the past? The cat did not care about this. In the void, a big cat's virtual image appeared, saying pitifully, give it to me. I really haven't eaten it for a long time. Can eating it increase my mentality? It can't. The cat's projection shook its head. It can't increase mentality, and it can't strengthen the flesh. Fang Ping was speechless. No way, wouldn't that be useless? The cat fruit is used to stabilize the origin space. When I fall asleep, I play in the origin space. Sometimes, when the space is about to collapse, I eat the cat fruit. When I wake up, it's fine. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He coughed dryly. If that's the case, it can actually help. With the recovery of origin path injuries? I think so. Is the origin space the origin path? No. The cat explained, it's the dark house in front of your origin path. Fang Ping understood. Stepping into rank 9, the dark void outside the path, so this was the origin space. The cat actually liked to play in here? Thief, can you stop asking me questions? The cat said bitterly, give me the cat fruit. I want to eat it. Brother cat. Fang Ping said with a solemn expression, this belongs to Brother Cat in the first place. It's only right that I give it to you. But Brother Cat also knows that in the previous battle, many human powerhouses suffered serious damage to their origin paths. They are still unconscious. If this cat fruit can save them, then whether it's the Emperor or the Netherworld Lord, including us, we will remember Brother Cat's kindness. Brother Cat is for eating. We need it to save lives. If Brother Cat is willing, I will give Brother Cat some cat food next time. The cat was a little regretful. It muttered, is that so? Alright then, since the cat tree is still alive. Actually, I can eat it sooner or later. How annoying, it's still alive and doesn't continue to bear fruit. When I'm done training the puppy, I'll let the puppy catch it. The cat said this again and again, kicking the task to Jiao. It did not want to find it, it was too troublesome. Fang Ping, however, was tempted. Brother Cat, if we encounter this tree next time, is there any way to deal with it? The cat said happily, there is. Do you want to catch it for me? It's most afraid of the big dog. The big dog often wants it to bear fruit to eat. As long as you mention the big dog, it will be scared to death. Just mentioning it will make it tremble. You can conjure the big dog's appearance. It will be even more scared. As he said that, an incomparably huge golden dog appeared in the void. It was a real big dog. Fang Ping and the rest looked at it and suddenly felt their hearts stop. This was not a dog. This was obviously an emperor. The huge golden dog raised its head slightly, staring at the sky. Even if it was just a phantom, it gave off an extremely domineering feeling, as if it would break through the sky and break the sky in the next moment. The emperor of dogs, no, the emperor of demons. In the blink of an eye, the phantom disappeared. The cat said, this is it. Scare the cat tree to death and let it sneak away. But the opponent is a true god, it's okay. This is the flaw of its origin path. It's afraid of the big dog. It's so afraid that when it walks on the origin path, it almost collapsed a few times when it saw the big dog. That tree was afraid of the skyhound to the core. It was so afraid that even if it walked on the origin path, it could not be erased, leaving a clear flaw. Of course, this matter was probably only known by the cat and the skyhound. Fang Ping's gaze was a little strange. I actually inadvertently discovered the flaw of an antique true king monster plant. This was a super big secret. If it was used well, it might be able to easily kill a true king monster plant. However, this was the cat's tree. Whether it was killed or not would depend on it. If he told old Zhang, he might still be able to get it back. Since the cat was here, Fang Ping quickly opened the last box. If it was something that he did not recognize, perhaps the cat would. As soon as the box was opened, the cat indeed recognized it. Looking at the black and swarthy stone in the box, he said quickly, "This is the heaven-breaking stone. In the past, when our fish hooks were broken, we used this to repair them. Some big fish are too strong. When they pull the hook and break it, we need to repair it." Fang Ping was tempted. This is used to forge a divine weapon? It can be used to forge a divine weapon like the fishing rod? It can't be. The fishing rod is. I forgot how to forge it. This can only be used to repair fish hooks. However, if you smear a little on the blade, it will be very sharp. It can stab a true god. Fang Ping was instantly tempted. It could hurt the peak. Damn, this treasure. Too bad it was too small. Fang Ping weighed it. Was it half a caddy? This could only be smeared on the blade. No, perhaps it could be used to forge a dagger. No, I want to forge it into a needle. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. If this thing was forged into a needle and placed in the house of gold, it might be of great use. Out of the 8 treasures, this was the only one that was useful to him. As for the others, Fang Ping felt that the cat fruit might be the most valuable. However, this heaven-breaking stone might not be cheap either. These 2 items looked like they were worth 3.4 trillion. They were not ordinary treasures. Seeing that Fang Ping had no intention of giving it the cat fruit, the cat felt a little regretful. It said no more and the projection shattered in the blink of an eye. After its projection shattered, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. The cat is easy to talk to. It deserves to live for so long. It was the one who killed King Pine. The cat tree belonged to it. In the end, when Fang Ping took the fruit, it begged Fang Ping to give it to it pitifully. Fang Ping did not give it to it. It did not even have the intention to snatch it away. It just left. Just for this, when Fang Ping's strength increased in the future, could he ignore the cat in danger? Wang Jinyang also sighed. It's quite interesting and cute, although it doesn't fit its identity as a peak. However, it could live until now. Maybe this is also its way of life. A peak heaven cat that might have lived the longest and was still active in front of people did not die in a few big battles. This was probably not purely due to luck and strength. It said that its divine weapon had been borrowed by many people. Did the people who borrowed its divine weapon not care about their relationship at all? If the cat was willing to borrow it, those who were qualified to borrow from it must at least have the strength of a titled true god, right? When these people were alive, they were probably protecting this cat. It was the same now. Old Zhang borrowed its divine weapon. How could he not remember the favor? Fang Ping chuckled. This cat really knows how to invest. This is the real case of great wisdom appearing stupid. It has invested in a few of the most outstanding talents of this era. Yes, they can continue to live. Li Hansong glanced at him. Were you talking about old Zhang or yourself? I keep feeling like you're talking about yourself. Fang Ping laughed heartily. That's right. I'm talking about myself. What's wrong? Can't I? Wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll surpass old Zhang and beat him up. The harvest this time was not bad. Not only did he have more than 800 million wealth points, he also got some good stuff. Let's go and collect the spoils, then go back to cultivate. This time, I want to take advantage of old Zhang's absence and lead the way. Fang Ping laughed. Combat techniques, weapons, cultivation, strength control. If he did all these well, his combat strength would increase greatly. When that time came, he could also become an invincible rank 9 for fun. Billions of wealth points were waiting for him to collect. It was better to get them into his pocket as soon as possible. P.S. The plot is over. The Magic City battle has come to an end. Brothers, don't talk about it anymore. There must be some foreshadowing from one plot to the next. These few chapters are actually foreshadowing and explaining the background. Coming out of Hope City, Fang Ping took a look at his wealth again. He was indescribably satisfied. Wealth, 6, 820 billion points. Vitality, 121,000 calories, 126,800 calories. Mentality, 7,125 Hz, 8,099 Hz. Destruction power, 63 yuan, 63 yuan. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time. Getting rich in one battle. Fang Ping's heart was filled with endless emotions. This was still his wealth. There were also 5 mineral veins, all in one piece. Fang Ping did not ask for anything this time. He had gained a lot from the Magic City catacombs, but to save time, he did not care so much and only asked for 5 mineral veins. There were about 100 tons of rank 9 energy stones, 200,000 caddies. The value was exactly the same as his share, worth 60 trillion. Cultivation room. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to ask Qin Fengqing, nor was he in a hurry to discuss other things with old Wang and the rest. At this time, Fang Ping finally had the mood to sort out his gains and martial arts path after obtaining his wealth. 100 tons of rank 9 energy stones, True King Origin Path Crystal Door, rank 9 Origin Path Crystal Door, Cat Fruit, Heaven Shattering Stone. This was Fang Ping's current wealth. He had given the other holy fruits and whatnot to others. The holy fruit was given to Li Hansong. Fang Ping gave the 3 pine cones that enhanced his physique to Yao Qingjun. As for the vitality peaches, he gave them to Qin Zhenhua and the rest. A rank 9 Changdao, a pair of rank 9 combat boots, a set of rank 8 divine armor. This was Fang Ping's weapon. 2 peerless unique skills. This was combat techniques. Fang Ping suddenly realized that he really did not lack anything now. Combat techniques, weapons, resources. I have everything. The only thing I lack is experience. This is my only shackle now. It might not be easy to achieve golden body 8th refinement to 9th refinement. There might be other restrictions. At rank 9, one could actually forge a golden body, but it was very difficult. Old Zhang advanced from peak 7th refinement. At rank 9, he forged his golden body to peak 8th refinement before the peak. That was why old Zhang's foundation was extremely strong, unlike the average true king. However, old Zhang was still unable to reach the 9th refinement, and this was most likely not an issue with his spiritual power. I'm not in a hurry to reach the 9th refinement. I've only just reached the 8th refinement, so I can try to comprehend my own Tao. However, the stronger the foundation, the easier it will be to comprehend. Fang Ping did not panic at all when it came to Origin Tao. Over at Hope City, 4 catacombs rank 9 powerhouses were still imprisoned. Among them, there were 3 Origin Tao experts that he could observe. Let's take a look at the battle technique first. Let's see if it's of any help to me. Very quickly, 2 crystal books appeared in Fang Ping's hands. After reading for a while, Fang Ping set his eyes on the void-piercing technique. Li Zhen's book was read first. He felt that old Zhang had left behind 2 absolute arts, and Li Zhen's was probably just for him to read. As for old Zhang himself, it might be of some help to Fang Ping. Otherwise, there was no need for Zhang Tao to leave this for him. Void-piercing sword technique, I've heard a lot about you. Fang Ping chuckled. He had indeed heard of this lost art a long time ago. And it was indeed very powerful. Powerhouses like Li Chongqing and Li Daong who had learned sword techniques were all murderous and extremely powerful when they fought. Fang Ping calmed himself down. A paragon powerhouse could selflessly provide the lost art to everyone, especially when this paragon was still alive. Other than the few paragons of the neo-martial arts era, no other era's paragon powerhouses could do this. Top paragons like Zhang Tao and Li Zhen could give their lost arts to others. This was something that the catacombs' true king could not do, such a heavy murderous aura. When Fang Ping started reading the lost art, his consciousness entered an empty space in the next moment. As soon as he entered, Fang Ping felt his consciousness being cut apart. Murderous aura, sword aura. In the empty space, sword aura was crisscrossing, extremely swift and fierce. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about how to learn the lost art, a phantom appeared in the next moment. Sword aura soar. Commander Li. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Then, realization dawned on him. This was a paragon's lost art. It was actually considered a mentality space. It was normal for a paragon to leave a projection of his consciousness in it. When martial arts powerhouses fight and kill, their overall strength depends on whether their foundation is solid, whether their experience is sufficient, whether their outburst is strong enough, whether their willpower is strong enough. The so-called difference in realms only provides a foundation. Experience lies in combat. Willpower lies in oneself. Only the strength of outburst lies in the lost art and the control of power. Combat techniques are a kind of recombination of energy. There are millions of martial artists. Everyone has a combat technique that is most compatible with them. The slightest difference can lead to a huge difference. My combat techniques are the most suitable for me. Perhaps I might not be able to unleash my full strength, but the void-piercing swordsmanship is the combat technique that can unleash my strength the most out of the millions of recombination methods that I've tried over the years. In the empty space, Li Zhen's voice was deafening. Fang Ping did not speak. He knew that this was only a remnant of Li Zhen's mentality. It was not a clone and did not possess self-awareness. At this moment, Fang Ping began to listen attentively. The strength of martial arts powerhouses depended on what Li Zhen said. Combat techniques were very important, but they were just so. It depended on whether one could find the one that was most compatible with oneself in the process of recombination of countless types of energy. My path is not the path of the sword. It's the path of killing. Li Zhen's voice grew louder, his voice solemn. Stopping killing by killing is my path. Killing to achieve eternal peace. I don't care about the process, I only care about the result. The core of the void-piercing swordsmanship is to kill. The energy combination may not be suitable for everyone, but the sword must be used to kill the enemy. This is the power of willpower. Not only the sword, you can use sabers, spears, fists. What is void-piercing? Void-piercing is not void-piercing, but breaking the enemy's golden body's weak points. The sword breaks the void, cuts the golden body, and destroys the spirit. That is void-piercing. Martial arts powerhouses with a rank 8 golden body are known to be immortal. But why are there 9 refinements of the golden body? The human body is mysterious, and it is humanity's greatest treasure. The deeper the golden body is forged, the fewer the weak points. The lower the forging, the more the weak points. The eyes, throat, heart, genitals, bai hui, are they all invincible golden bodies, immortal? Li Zhen, who usually did not speak much, was now in class. Fang Ping did not know if Li Zhen came to class specifically for him, or if all the ultimate arts were like this. At this time, however, Fang Ping still listened attentively. It was worth paying attention to a top powerhouse telling him these things. A golden body powerhouse was a manifestation of a martial artist's physical strength being developed to the extreme. At this stage, it was difficult for a martial artist to die. However, since the golden body was divided into 9 refinements, naturally there was a reason for them. Although a first refinement golden body powerhouse also had a golden body, the golden body was not dense enough, and there were gaps that were almost invisible to ordinary people. At this moment, the powerhouse's golden body collapsed. Why did it collapse? Because it was broken by energy, breaking the golden body's defense. According to Li Zhen, a true golden body powerhouse was invincible. I have a golden body. No matter how strong you are, no matter how powerful your attack, you can't break my golden body's defense. With a golden body, your energy can't break it, can't invade inside. Even if you can't beat others, others can't kill you. This is a true golden body powerhouse. This is true immortality. However, this kind of existence only existed in theory. Since ancient times, no one had achieved this step. During the ancient martial era, the first-generation martial artists created the cultivation system, and the golden body was the limit. At that time, there was no such thing as the origin path. Beginner martial artists were all developing their bodies, developing their own potential. Li Zhen was clearly explaining combat techniques, but he changed the topic and talked about the legendary ancient martial era. At that time, the first-generation martial artists were still exploring. They did not know about the origin path and were all developing their bodies. The golden body forging was also the most common during that period. the origin path may not be the right path. The origin path is about borrowing power. Where does the borrowed power come from? Some people say that the source of the origin path borrowing power still comes from oneself. A kind of eruption of one's own potential. Unfortunately, we can't detect the source of this power. That's why we can only borrow power and not truly control the origin path. The first-generation martial artists persisted in developing themselves. Did they find the source of power and control this power? Did they really transform the origin path into their own use? Li Zhen was still talking. Fang Ping said helplessly, "Commander Li, stop babbling. Just talk about combat techniques and how to reorganize power." "Shut up." Fang Ping was stunned. "You are alive." Li Zhen was still expressionless, but he continued, "Zhang Tao asked me to say these words. He guessed that you would interrupt. Now shut up." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Was this a program? Enough, all of you. Continue listening. Li Zhen's projection did not look at Fang Ping. He continued to talk, from the development of the body to the changes in the origin path. It seemed like he was not just teaching combat techniques but also helping Fang Ping sort out his martial arts. Fang Ping understood now. Perhaps old Zhang's ultimate technique was the same. Both of them knew Fang Ping's flaws and were now helping him sort out his entire martial arts system. Li Zhen talked for a long time before he began to teach his origin path's ultimate technique officially. The void-piercing swordsmanship's energy recombination method. Fang Ping listened for a while and suddenly frowned. Ultimate technique. In the past, he was still wondering why ultimate techniques could enhance one's body. Now he suddenly understood, ultimate techniques could also borrow power. A martial artist's own energy was limited. The outburst was also limited. However, after the ultimate technique recombined energy, it could actually cause external energy to resonate. Breaking the martial artist's own limits? Fang Ping was suddenly a little interested. According to Li Zhen, if the power you mastered was compatible with the energy of heaven and earth, when you slashed with your sword, the original 100,000 calories vitality destructive power might cause the nearby energy to resonate and join in to kill the enemy, causing the outburst to be even more powerful. This was an ultimate technique. Not only did it allow one to unleash their strongest power, but it could also attract some external energy to join in and make one stronger. Why were ultimate techniques related to origin path? This was also the reason. The ultimate technique was not only compatible with external energy but also with one's origin path. The way it recombined energy could possibly cause the martial artist's origin path to resonate. Once the enemy mastered it and analyzed the ultimate technique's energy recombination method, they could possibly use the same recombination method during battle to induce the martial artist's origin path to lose control. I see. At this moment, Fang Ping really understood why martial artists cared so much about their own ultimate techniques, especially origin path powerhouses. They really cared too much about their own ultimate techniques. They cared so much that they were in the catacombs that they almost did not teach it to their children. When the enemy was familiar with your energy recombination method and simulated it, it could actually cause the powerhouse's origin path to lose control. This was something Fang Ping did not expect. Moreover, if your energy recombination method was compatible with your origin path, then the enemy could also analyze the direction of your origin path. Everyone's origin path source was different. There were countless types of energy. In the origin space, it was actually possible to explore origin path through different origin path's energy and trigger a resonance. What do you mean? When he heard Li Zhen's words, Fang Ping suddenly realized something. How to walk on someone else's origin path, mastering the other party's ultimate technique and knowing their energy recombination method. When one's consciousness entered the origin space, one could actually discover that origin path through the guidance and resonance of this energy. Fang Ping was shocked. If that's the case, origin path is actually not just a personal product. It exists in everyone's consciousness. When I master a person's ultimate technique and know their energy recombination method, then I can enter their origin path in the origin space? In an instant, Fang Ping sorted out a lot of things. How to walk on someone else's path, how to observe someone else's path. There was actually a way without relying on the system. Could it be that the system observes someone else's path like this? Actually, by simulating the other party's energy recombination method, then entering the other party's origin path? Fang Ping suddenly understood the system's principle. At this moment, Li Zhen also began to teach him the energy recombination method. It was very complicated. It was so complicated that Fang Ping finally understood why it was necessary to impart the ultimate technique in this way. In the consciousness space, martial artists could speak more clearly and demonstrate more clearly. Li Zhen divided his vitality energy into close to 300,000 portions. This was his basic strength. His basic vitality was as high as 300,000 cal. This was something Fang Ping did not expect. According to old Zhang, if Li Zhen walked on 2 paths now, the increment would probably be 1.7 times. If that was the case, after the origin path's increment, Li Zhen's vitality strength had reached 800,000 cal, or was it the absolute peak of 800,000 cal? Old Zhang had mentioned the titled true gods before. When the absolute peak of vitality reached 1 million cal, one would probably have the ability of a titled true god. If that was the case, Li Zhen was actually not too far away from 1 million cal. According to old Zhang, after the Life King's increment, it was only above 800,000 cal. It seemed to be less than 900,000 cal. Doesn't this mean that Li Zhen's ability is actually similar to the Life King's? Li Zhen is not as strong as the Life King, right? Or could it be that old Zhang underestimated the Life King, and Commander Li actually did not reach the point of 1.7 times? Many thoughts surfaced in Fang Ping's mind. After the absolute peak of the increment, the weakest absolute peak had the absolute peak vitality strength of 400,000 cal. People like Li Zhen were much stronger than the weakest absolute peak. After the absolute peak, the stronger the foundation, the higher the increment, and the more obvious the increase in ability. Li Zhen's basic vitality is as high as 300,000 cal. Is it because of the high level of golden body forging? Fang Ping thought to himself, not delaying him from watching Li Zhen's demonstration. 300,000 vitality units were recombined. Fang Ping could not imagine how many possibilities there were to recombine 300,000 units. There were countless possibilities, but he could not calculate them all. According to the arrangement and combination, even if only 10 different units were recombined without order, there would be millions of possibilities, and the combination of 11 units, according to the factorial method, would be tens of millions of possibilities. 300,000 vitality units were recombined. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. How many possibilities were there? He could not calculate them all. Previously, when Li Zhen said that he had tried millions of arrangements, Fang Ping thought he was bragging. Now, he was not bragging. Fang Ping even thought that it was too little. There were so many methods, but Li Zhen had only tried millions of energy combinations. The void-piercing swordsmanship might not be the combat technique that suited him the best. Is this how powerhouses create their own ultimate arts? This is not talent, this is hard work. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Finding the most suitable one among the countless possibilities was not even as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. If he wanted to create his own ultimate art, would he not have to try countless times? He might not be able to find the most suitable one in his lifetime. No wonder every powerhouse values their own ultimate art so much. So that's how it is. Moreover, the stronger one is, the harder it is to find the most suitable one. 1,000 cal vitality, if the degree of disassembly is not high and it is split into 10 parts, it will be much easier to find. Fang Ping also realized that Li Zhen might not be able to disassemble his strength into 300,000 parts in reality. However, in the willpower space, he could do it. Fang Ping looked for a while and suddenly laughed. I can probably disassemble it into 3 cal per unit, 100,000 parts, but not to the extent of 1 cal per unit. Li Zhen was very prideful. He purposely made it seem like he had disassembled it into 300,000 parts, but Fang Ping realized that most of them were composed of 3 cal vitality as a whole unit. Still, 3 cal was very strong, at Li Zhen's level. To be able to disassemble it to this extent, his strength control was definitely not lower than 70%. As for Li Zhen, it had not been many years since he advanced to the absolute peak, and he was still growing stronger. With a vitality strength of 810,000 calories, 70% control, he could unleash a vitality strength of about 570,000 calories, which was equivalent to more than 1 million cal under the absolute peak. If the ultimate art had an amplification, then it would be even stronger. With this conversion, Fang Ping realized that if Li Zhen fought a rank 9, he could probably kill one with one punch. Qi Huanyu might not be an exception. Li Zhen was still reassembling his strength. To demonstrate to Fang Ping, he reassembled it very slowly. Fang Ping watched carefully. Only martial artists had sharp ears and eyes, strong mentality, and strong memory. Otherwise, he would not be able to tell who was who just by looking at these hundreds of thousands of strength units. In this case, there was no need to talk about the strength combination. The final result of every vitality unit's recombination is different. If the combination is wrong, it might even cause the collapse of one's own strength. That's why combat techniques are divided into strong and weak. For me, once I use the void-piercing swordsmanship, there will be an increase of about 5% on the original strength. As for ordinary martial artists, if they don't have their own ultimate art and learn from others, they can unleash 70% of their own strength. This means that the compatibility is already extremely high. Fang Ping listened with great interest in the willpower space. He also watched with great interest. He even began to try to combine his own strength. Learn from Li Zhen, even if the powerhouse's strength combination was not compatible with martial artists, he could still learn something from it. Fang Ping tried to follow Li Zhen's method. His vitality was not as strong as Li Zhen's, a little more than 120,000 calories. The current Fang Ping could only disassemble it into 5 calories units, a little more than 20,000 vitality units. According to Li Zhen's combination method, Fang Ping performed the recombination with a ratio of 5:1. Li Zhen disassembled it into about 100,000 units. Fang Ping only needed to reduce his vitality units by 5 times and then recombine them. Energy recombination was very difficult, and ultimate art could not be learned just by watching it once. Fang Ping kept learning in the willpower space, but his strength kept collapsing. He still needed to try to change some of the arrangements to make it more suitable for him. Fang Ping felt that he did not learn for long. Outside. Mekmao. Li Hansong came out of closed-door cultivation again. He lamented, "It's been half a month. This guy has been in closed-door cultivation for the longest time, right?" A whole half a month, Fang Ping was immersed in the pleasure of energy recombination and could not extricate himself. He also began to try to recombine his strength. The countless arrangements made Fang Ping a little addicted. The ultimate art seemed to have opened a window for Fang Ping. For the first time, he did not think about anything and was immersed in cultivation. The powerhouses were in closed-door cultivation. The Fang Ping in the past might not know why they were in closed-door cultivation for so long. Some people in closed-door cultivation would take decades or even centuries. If Fang Ping came out of closed-door cultivation at this time, he would probably understand. Wang Jinyang had returned to Nanjiang and rushed over again. He nodded when he heard that. It's indeed long. This guy has no intention of coming out of closed-door cultivation at all. If this goes on, he won't be in closed-door cultivation until the big war, right? They looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Everyone was surprised by Fang Ping's speed in closed-door cultivation and coming out of closed-door cultivation. Now that he was immersed in it for half a month, everyone felt that it would be troublesome if he did not come out soon. Do we need to call him out? Li Hansong was hesitant. For people like them, long-term closed-door cultivation was not a good thing. It was necessary to tidy up the martial arts path and sort it out appropriately. However, it was not long before the all-out war. Fang Ping had not come out of closed-door cultivation. Everyone was worried that he would really sink into it and could not extricate himself. Before the end of the month, Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, "If he still hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation by the end of the month, then think of a way to get him out. When he comes out this time, I think his strength will improve greatly. We all have to work hard." Fang Ping's talent was not bad. Even if he had unlimited resources, to be able to cultivate to this stage in a short time was also a sign of talent and intelligence. If he immersed himself in it for so long, the gains would not be small. It's almost the new year. Li Hansong suddenly said, a little emotional. He then smiled and said, even if he comes out of closed-door cultivation, he probably won't do anything before the new year. It seems like we haven't been home for a long time. Let's all go back for the new year. Fang Ping's coming out of closed-door cultivation would probably be at the end of the year. This year, they did not seem to have relaxed for more than a few days. Fang Ping probably would not go out at this time. It's almost the new year? Wang Jinyang was also a little absent-minded. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time last year, Fang Ping was almost killed by the evil sect martial artists. At that time, he only had rank 5 strength. In the blink of an eye, he had rank 9 combat strength. We'll talk about it when he comes out. Is Qin Fengqing still around? Yes. He's still preparing recently. It seems like he's going on a long journey. He won't say anything even when we asked. I don't know how he came into contact with the other party. Let's ask Fang Ping when he comes out of closed-door cultivation. Wang Jinyang heard that and smiled. He nodded and said nothing. Qin Fengqing ignored them. However, if Fang Ping asked, that guy would probably tell him. Everyone was still curious about how he came into contact with that old antique. Thinking of this, Wang Jinyang suddenly looked at a figure outside the cultivation room. He raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. Chen Yunqi is almost at rank 7, right? Soon. Li Hansong nodded and chuckled. How's that child bride of yours now? Wang Jinyang's face darkened instantly. He glared at him. Don't think that you're so great just because you have the divine armor now. If you piss me off, I'll still hammer you to death. As the two of them talked and laughed, in the next moment, a wave of energy suddenly dispersed. The cultivation room suddenly trembled. A loud laugh was heard. Fang Ping had come out of closed-door cultivation. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Dean Li, do you dare to fight me? The moment Fang Ping exited closed-door cultivation, a loud roar reverberated through the clouds. In the next moment, Li Chongqing rose into the air and chuckled. You've become arrogant? Ha ha ha. Today, I want to take the first place in rank 8. Teacher, the catacombs or the sea? It's on the sea. Old Man Li was straightforward. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this brat actually challenged him as soon as he came out of seclusion. On the other side, Fang Ping was grinning from ear to ear. His initial goals had been surpassed one by one, yet Old Man Li was still standing strong, persevering until now. Now, he was still occupying the first place in rank 8, refusing to budge. If he gave him a good beating, the first place would be his, right? Thinking about him, Fang Ping, ever since he ascended to the top as a rank 3, when was he not first and invincible? Now that the old man was occupying the first place, what was the meaning of this? The smell of gunpowder was thick between the two of them. In the next second, the two of them broke through the air and headed straight for the southern district's ocean. This was the first time Fang Ping challenged Li Chongqing, an invincible powerhouse of the same rank in 3 years. Everyone was saying that Li Chongqing was invincible among his peers. No one said that Fang Ping was invincible among those of the same rank. Even if he appeared to be invincible, no one said that this fellow had too many messy tricks up his sleeves and was impure. The two of them were extremely fast, heading straight for the sea. At the same time, within the school, silhouettes emerged one after another. All of MCMAU's high-ranked powerhouses had come out. Wu Quishan had already left. Li Chongqing was MCMAU's #1 powerhouse. Even if Guo Xingquan and the other two had stepped into the origin path, they were still far from his level. As for Fang Ping, he had also defeated the origin path in the previous battle in the catacombs. Between Fang Ping and Guo Xingquan's group, everyone had a rough idea of who was stronger. Now, after Wu Quishan's departure, MCMAU's 2 strongest powerhouses were about to fight to determine the first and second rank 8. Everyone was overflowing with interest. Between the two of them, who was truly invincible among his peers? Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, Lu Polu, these people were all extremely fast. Many of them had looks of anticipation on their faces. They wanted to get rid of Li Chongqing. It was a disgrace for a person to be surpassed. It would be much better if there were only 2 of them. When everyone at the same level had been surpassed, and there was still a mutant that had not been surpassed, it was not good. Old Man Li was an anomaly. He was considered a late bloomer. Everyone had seen Fang Ping's rapid advancement, but very few people were surprised by Li Chongqing. It was as if they thought it was only natural. However, he had forgotten that when the Nanjiang catacombs opened, Li Chongqing was only a rank 6. Today, killing a rank 9 was like slaughtering a dog. He had killed more rank 9s than Fang Ping, but no one seemed to care about this. Come to think of it, Li Chongqing was the real monster. At the age of 60, he burst out with a second spring, surpassing all his peers in the blink of an eye. At this moment, it was not just the high-ranked powerhouses. Suddenly, a dense crowd of people appeared in the sky. There were powerhouses in the flight stance. A large number of them were middle-ranked powerhouses. Let's go and watch the battle. At the front of the crowd, Zhang Yu shouted excitedly. Let's go watch the battle. MCMAU's own people were fighting for first and second place. They were the most powerful group of people in this era. This was MCMAU's glory. No matter who won or lost, it was the same. In the crowd, Fang Yuan was swaying. She watched the others fly extremely fast while she was slow. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. Sister Yunqi, pull me, pull me. She was rank 4. During the days when Fang Ping was in closed-door cultivation, she had finished the martial arts university championship. Although she was abused dozens of times, she had finally broken through in the end. During the finals, she had completed the state of collective fist force, built 2 heavens and earth, and stepped into rank 4. However, she had just entered rank 4. At this moment, Fang Yuan had used the flight stance several times and almost fell. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Big Brother had come out of closed-door cultivation. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he challenged the longevity sword that killed rank 9s like dogs. She also wanted to watch the battle, but with her speed, it would probably be over by flying there. The most important thing was the sea. She would probably fall into the sea when she was halfway there. In front, Chen Yunqi could not help but laugh. With a wave of her hand, she grabbed Fang Yuan and soared into the sky. At the mentality-vitality-unity realm, her speed was not much slower than the average rank 7. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people flew toward the depths of the sea. In an instant, the entire Magic City heard the news and moved. MCMAU is going to war again? At this moment, MCMAU was indeed discussing it. The word again was said very naturally, as if they were used to it. Nowadays, ordinary people also knew about the existence of the catacombs. They also knew that martial artists were fighting in the foreign land, risking their lives. However, among them, MCMAU was the most eye-catching. They had fought frequently. Just this year alone, they knew that MCMAU had a few large-scale battles. The Battle of Sky Gate, the last Magic City battle, this time the Fixed Catacombs battle. MCMAU often sent thousands of people to battle. Very soon, news came. Someone used the flight stance and shouted, Devil King Fang Ping is fighting longevity sword Li Chongqing for the first place in rank 8. Big news. Golden body powerhouses are fighting. Everyone, MCMAU instructors and students are going to watch the battle. Go quickly. A top-notch golden body duel is too rare. Hurry. In the city, some powerhouses shouted one after another. They were calling friends. These were not ordinary powerhouses. Both of them had leapfrogged ranks and defeated rank 9 powerhouses when they were rank 8. This kind of battle between invincible powerhouses of the same rank, and also in the form of a duel, was more worthy of everyone watching and learning. Moreover, the so-called invincible in the same rank, naturally, there could only be one person at a time. Now, Fang Ping and Li Chongqing were both known to be invincible in the same rank. So, who was the real invincible? Everyone was interested. They also wanted to know whether the older generation powerhouse Li Chongqing was stronger or the new generation powerhouse Fang Ping was stronger. In the blink of an eye, in Magic City, there were also many middle-ranked martial artists who used the flight stance. Some low-ranked martial artists watched with envy. Ordinary people were even more envious. This was a true immortal, this was only the middle ranks. It was said that those high-ranked martial artists could destroy heaven and earth. On earth, they were still somewhat restrained. In the catacombs, they had destroyed countless giant cities and even broken space. This was unimaginable to ordinary people. What was the concept of space? They did not know, they only knew that martial arts powerhouses could break the void. This was a myth. In the sky above the city, someone carried a camera and could not wait, shouting, "Hurry, hurry! Any later and we won't be able to film it." Lou Dolly, who had not seen him for a long time, called his companions to hurry and film. A battle between rank 8 golden body powerhouses. In the past, he had filmed it before. However, he did not know much at that time. He was foolish and daring, secretly filming for a while across a mountain. At that time, most people did not know what rank 8 meant. Now, everyone understood. Rank 8 golden body, immortal and indestructible. Fang Ping and Li Changxing were also the top-notch kind. It was said that they had killed countless strong enemies in the catacombs. Of course, such a battle between top-notch powerhouses had to be filmed. One by one, martial artists rushed to the sea. Middle-ranked martial artists were not fast. Flight stance was slow too. When they were still moving, Fang Ping and Old Man Li had already flight stance hundreds of miles away from Magic City. On the boundless sea. Fang Ping chuckled. "Instructor, although you are old, you are still my elder. However, martial arts must fight. Invincible in the same rank, I will definitely get it." A toad is yawning. Old Man Li stood in the air. His long hair fluttered, his hands behind his back. He smiled faintly. "Fang Ping, if you can defeat this old man, then you are really something. But do you have the ability?" "Of course I do." Fang Ping laughed heartily. "Instructor and I are both at rank 8 8th level. Instructor is walking the path of unification. Theoretically, this is not a fair fight. However, I can recover my imperishable substance. If I use it to fight, then it is fair. I won't bully you, Instructor. Although I have repaired the golden house, I will not use it to bully you." Old Man Li sneered. "You can try. This old man will pierce it with a sword. Let's see how arrogant you can be." "Pierce it with a sword?" Fang Ping sighed. "Then, won't my 100,000 yuan of imperishable substance be wasted?" The corner of Old Man Li's mouth twitched. "How much? 100,000 yuan, Motherf asterisk cur." This kid's words made people feel hopeless. How much imperishable substance did a rank 8 martial artist have? This kid did not waste so much in the past. Opposite him, Fang Ping smiled brightly. Rich and willful, it was only 100,000 yuan, only 1 billion points. What was this? If Old Man Li could break it with a sword, then he was good. "Don't worry, Instructor. I won't use the golden house to bully you." "Humph." Old Man Li snorted softly, pretending to be calm. "So what if it's the golden house? Even if you use it, so what? You are not my opponent in close combat. It was just trapping the enemy." "So what if he was trapped?" This old man was invincible in close combat. Fang Ping laughed. He cracked his neck, took a deep breath and said, "Instructor, do you have a combat armor? If you don't blame me for not reminding you when you embarrass yourself later." "I have one. I won't beat you until you run around naked." Old Man Li's eyebrows twitched, cursing in his heart. Where did he get a combat armor? Would it really turn out like this later? This kid's tone indicated that he was going to fight him to the end. He was full of confidence. As the two of them spoke, a large group of powerhouses arrived from behind. Lu Fengru shouted from afar, "Why do you two have so much nonsense to say? We are here. Hurry up and start." The two of them were dawdling. Were they not waiting for someone to come? Now that they were here, why not start? Fang Ping smiled and said, "Instructor, there is no hurry. My spar with Instructor Li belongs to the pinnacle battle below the pinnacle of humanity. It is necessary for everyone to watch. As MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor, this is also my duty." Everyone was speechless. What a big tone. This kid Fang Ping's tone had changed after half a month of closed-door cultivation. It seemed like he had gained a lot this time. As they spoke, some rank 6 martial artists who were faster had also arrived. "Do we need to clear the area?" Lu Polu asked with a smile. Fang Ping smiled and said, "There is no need." Clearing the area was when powerhouses could not control the overflow of the residual force. As for him, that could definitely be done. It was a spar with Old Man Li. Moreover, there were so many powerhouses watching. A little residual force could be blocked. There were more and more people. Old Man Li's long hair fluttered in the wind. His hands were behind his back, looking very dashing. Fang Ping was also holding his saber with both hands. His combat boots were shiny. He was full of energy. Both of them had not made a move yet. Their oars were drawn. The sea was turbulent, wave after wave. Some middle-ranked martial artists who had just arrived were almost all rank 6. At this moment, everyone's expression was solemn. So strong, next to Fang Ping and Old Man Li, black cracks appeared. On Earth, the Earth's space was not as stable as the catacombs. However, that would require a 100,000 calories vitality outburst. This meant that both of them were actually already in a battle of auras. The area between them had also been hit, creating streaks of black cracks. Among the crowd, Guo sighed suddenly. Strong. We are inferior. Purely from the clash of auras, he had dealt a 100,000 calories vitality damage. Even if he had entered Origin Path, his vitality was currently at 120,000 calories. One stage out of Origin Path, the increase was close to 0. 1 times. His theoretical outburst strength was more than 130,000 calories. However, that was only in theory. A rank 9 powerhouse's control was generally only 70%. In other words, even on Earth, if he did not wear a divine weapon, he could not actually create a space rift. If he used a divine weapon, there was still hope. A long time ago, when Li Chongqing killed the Yang family's Yang He with a sword, he had slashed a space rift. This was the longevity sword. Guo Xingquan lamented. Elvision also said with a look of agreement, that's why I've decided, I'll still do research. I won't fight with these martial artists. After coming out from the bounded zone this time, he had been dealt a heavy blow. Previously, when he participated in the battle, he was just a bystander, and he was almost killed. Now, these two fellows' auras were overflowing, and he actually felt like he could not stand it. I'm a rank 9, after all, this is too sad. Who will win? At this time, Li Hansong also looked interested. Fang Ping had arranged a battle with Old Man Li as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation. He was full of confidence, and it seemed like he had a chance of winning. Wang Jinyang pondered, saying, Fang Ping probably has some confidence, but I think it's uncertain. Instructor Li's vitality is more than 120,000 calories. According to 240,000 calories, with the enhancement of the ultimate technique, at least 5%, that would be more than 250,000. Also, if Instructor Li uses the longevity sword, his combat strength will be even stronger, at least 260,000 calories. As for his strength control, I see that Instructor Li has been familiarizing himself with his strength recently. I'm afraid it won't be low, at least 70%. No matter how you calculate it, his strongest outburst will not be lower than 180,000 calories. The battle between Fang Ping and Instructor Li, it's uncertain. Li Hansong chuckled. It's hard to say. Don't forget Instructor Li's title, One-Sword Hero. This is not a battle of life and death. In a battle of life and death, Instructor Li's sword would either kill or cripple the opponent. However, this is a battle to learn from each other. Can he really kill Fang Ping with one sword? If he doesn't kill Fang Ping with one sword, haha, that'll be fun. Wang Jinyang sneered. Fang Ping might not recover. You already said it's a battle. If he really does that, even if he wins, it'll be hard to believe. That's true. As he said that, Li Hansong suddenly sighed. He can already fight with Instructor Li. He's improving too fast. Old Wang, we've really been left behind. About the reversal of the origin path, do you think it's reliable? We'll talk about it when the time comes. As the two of them spoke, a thunderous roar sounded in front of them. The waves were monstrous. Bang, Fang Ping and Old Man Li exchanged blows. In the instant they exchanged blows, both of them did not use divine weapons or ultimate techniques. It was just a simple exchange of punches and kicks. Fang Ping wielded his saber with one hand. His right hand pierced through space directly, as if he had teleported. His palm slapped onto Old Man Li's fist. Old Man Li was also calm and relaxed. His footsteps cracked the void, and a punch blasted out. Cracks appeared near his fist and palm. Just this? Old Manly shook his head. This isn't enough. Instructor, why are you in such a hurry? I'm just trying my hand. Fang Ping chuckled and kicked sideways. Old Manly did not seem to mind, blocking with his arm. Rumble, another thunderous sound was heard. The golden bodies collided. The bodies of the two top-notch golden body powerhouses were incomparably tough. The moment they collided, cracks cut both of them again. Black space cracks appeared again and again where the two of them exchanged blows. Fang Ping was still fine, but Old Man Li's clothes were cut off in the blink of an eye. From the robe earlier, it had become the short robe now. Fang Ping chuckled. Instructor, it's better if you wear the short robe. The long robe is a hindrance. You talk too much nonsense. Old Manly let out a humph. With a low growl, he suddenly punched and kicked at the same time. He fought close to Fang Ping, his speed as fast as lightning. The longevity sword was not just for a swordsman. If I make a move, everything can be a sword. Without a sword in hand, the sword aura still soared to the sky. In the sky, a white cloud was obliterated by the sword aura in the blink of an eye. Rain fell. Before it could fall, it disappeared completely, evaporated by vitality. Both of them exchanged blows. The aftermath was not too strong. The waves beneath their feet rose and fell, but there was no tsunami. The aftermath was not strong. Compared to the fight with the evil sect powerhouses last time, they did not seem to be serious. However, the onlookers looked solemn. Both of them did not use any external objects. Right now, they were only fighting with their physiques. They were using basic fist techniques and basic leg techniques. The aftermath was not strong, but both of them were almost engulfed by the black space cracks. The space cracks were extremely destructive. Of course, different places had different destructive powers. Earth's side was slightly weaker. Even so, if a normal rank 9 was touched, their limbs would be cut into pieces. However, for these two people, their golden bodies were being cut with a crunching sound. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, only streaks of blood were left. Rank 88 refinements. Many of them were shocked and sighed. Was this rank 88 refinements, an existence with vitality exceeding 120,000 cal? Many rank 9, if they did not go too far on the origin path and did not continue to hone their physiques, they might not even have 120,000 calories vitality. The weaker rank 9 only had 100,000 calories. In reality, both of their vitality were already close to 130,000 calories. Right now, both of them were exchanging punches and kicks. It seemed easy, but in reality, almost every move had a destruction degree of about 150,000 calories. Fang Ping did not absorb energy. Old Manly was like a black hole. In the surrounding waters, countless energy swarmed toward him and began to be absorbed by him. It was extremely fast, just as both of them were exchanging blows. Very soon, a figure appeared high in the sky, a few thousand meters away from them. The next moment, a few more figures appeared. The newcomer saw Wu Chuan in front of him. Someone laughed and said, "Guardian Wu, how do you feel?" Wu Chuan turned his head and took a look. He humphed, "Why are you here?" The newcomer grinned and said, "Can't I come? I'm here to see the strength of these two shameless people." Just in time to confirm the accuracy of the ranking. The few people who came later were rank 8s and rank 9s. The one who spoke was a rank 9 powerhouse. He was all smiles, very happy. However, Wu Chuan said scornfully, "Can you tell? A weak rank 9 who has just entered rank 9 can casually blow you up. Can you tell the difference in strength?" The old man's expression was dark. He snorted. Wu Chuan's expression was even darker than his. He sneered and said, "I'm the 5th rank 9? Others aside, Wu Quishan is my opponent. Lin Xiaoman, a weak rank 9 like you has quite the guts." The old man was a man. When he heard Wu Quishan calling his name directly, he said unhappily, "Call me president." "Get lost." Wu Chuan cursed. "I insist on calling you by your name. Are you unhappy?" Beside him, Vice President Lu looked calm. "Rank 9's matters will be settled by rank 9's. I finally don't have to care about it anymore. The president has broken through to rank 9. Now the president is in charge of the origin ranking. I only need to care about the other rankings. The president is asking for a beating. This is Magic City. Don't be arrogant. On MCMAU's side, there were a lot of rank 9s and origin path. The two fellows who were fighting, even if they were on the origin ranking, were probably above level 5 origin path. The president was a level 1 origin path. He should keep a low profile. Obviously, President Lin did not have this awareness. Ever since he broke through to rank 9, he was full of confidence. I'm going to rank you, Wu Quishan, 5th. What can you do? I'm not afraid of you. Ignoring Wu Quishan, the old man took a step forward and looked into the distance. When he saw the black cracks appearing, the two figures could only see golden afterimages. He could not help but change his expression. This is rank 8 refinements? Wu Chuan looked at him disdainfully. What do you think? Rank 8 refinements is 2 refinements higher than a normal rank 8. Actually, you can see them as a level 2 origin martial artist. Moreover, both of them are prodigies. They have many tricks up their sleeves. One is myriad Dao unification, the other uses destruction matter to fight. Can you treat them as normal level 2 origin path? President Lin nodded slightly. He said, they're still testing the waters, right? Guardian Wu, who do you think will win? It depends. But I think Li Chongqing is in danger. It can't be that bad, right? Void-piercing sword art. Swordsmanship powerhouses are all about the heart to kill. Chongqing has no killing intent. He doesn't dare to fight to the death. This way, his combat strength will be reduced by 30%. Martial artists don't dare to press forward. In this aspect, he will lose. Wu Chuan shook his head. Li Chongqing could not summon any killing intent against the other party. Without killing intent, his longevity sword's combat strength would be greatly reduced. Fang Ping, this kid, could be considered an all-rounder martial artist. He could spar, he could also fight. He could deal with different opponents in different ways. Right now, this kid was neither arrogant nor rash. It seemed like Li Chongqing had a slight advantage. However, even if Fang Ping did not recover quickly, in a situation where it was not a fight to the death, Li Chongqing might not be able to defeat him. President Lin murmured, are they really going to change the rankings? If he surpasses Li Chongqing now, then next time. As he said that, he glanced at Wu Chuan. Next time, it's going to be you. Wu Chuan did not bat an eyelid, but he secretly gritted his teeth. What are you looking at me for? This kid is a rank 9. I'm at the top, the dignified guardian of the South, one of the 7 leaders of the 3 departments and 4 residences. I can't afford to lose this face. Out of the 7 leaders, the other 6 were all at the top. Thinking about it, he still shot a glance at President Lin, humphed and said, you're here just for the ranking? Bulge * T, both of them fought all of a sudden. How could President Lin and his entourage come from capital city so quickly? President Lin chuckled and said, it's not just for the ranking. There's something else. Something else. Wu Chuan seemed to have thought of something. He nodded slightly and said, I understand. These 2 fellows are suitable, but, forget it. Let's see what they think. He said no more and continued to watch the battle. His gaze became more and more peculiar. Damn it, did these 2 fellows have no bottom line? They were getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, above the surface of the sea, the cracks had already begun to expand. These 2 bastards seemed to have the intention of creating a space battlefield on Earth. Could it be that they were going to enter the space battlefield to fight? There was a space battlefield in the catacombs that was not cut by the cracks. Earth actually had one too. No one knew how this thing appeared. When a battle reached a certain stage, it would automatically appear. When fighting on the battlefield, it would not be affected by the cracks. However, in the catacombs, creating a space battlefield was the exclusive property of the top. On Earth, a typical 5th or 6th stage origin could not do it, right? It's more than 150,000 calories. Wu Chuan exhaled softly. Unleashing the strongest explosive force of 150,000 calories was an existence that could tear space in the catacombs. This kind of origin was also the kind of top in the catacombs. And now, both of them had done it. This was also a symbolic division, moreover, this was not the limit of both of them. Li Chongqing could understand. Fang Ping. This brat had previously created a crack in the catacombs with all his might. Now, he looked like he was doing it with ease. Did he still have energy left? President Lin's expression was solemn, but he was cursing in his heart. What was the use of my rank 9? Initially, he thought that he would not be threatened by these fellows anymore. But now, these two fellows could probably kill him easily. Damn it, that brat Fang Ping had threatened him many times. Now that he had come knocking on his door, he would not beat him up, would he? Teacher, are you done playing? On the surface of the sea, Fang Ping was incomparably domineering. His Chongdao had long disappeared. His hands tore through space, as if he had teleported, appearing in front of old man Li in the blink of an eye. He clenched his fists and hammered down. Behind him, the cracks cut the rank 8 golden armor, and the golden armor began to crack. Old man Li swept his leg and snorted, what a waste. Was this brat using an 8th grade divine armor as a fig leaf? If this went on, a few more times, his divine armor would be cut into pieces. It was only on Earth. If they did this to the catacombs, they would have been sliced into pieces long ago. Fang Ping laughed. It's a waste, but I can't be as shameless as my teacher. Old man Li gritted his teeth. You've angered me. Bastard, you broke my clothes, just you wait. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red glow erupted from old man Li's body. His vitality soared to the sky. At this moment, the eyes of many of the spectating cultivators turned red. Tears flowed from their eyes as they were stung by the pain. Seeing this, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. The old man was still the strongest. Under the eruption, he could feel a sharp aura locking onto him, as if it could strike him at any time. Fang Ping was alarmed, but he smiled and said, not enough. Since I can't use it here, why don't I go in and try? Through the rift, Fang Ping could already see what looked like a black battlefield. The space battlefield had appeared. It was fine if the two of them didn't go in. They could fight freely. However, once he completely let loose, he would not be able to control himself. The surrounding cultivators would probably be in trouble. All right. Old man Li agreed without hesitation. He struck the void with his bare hands, and a huge crack appeared. Without another word, he stepped into the crack. Seeing that, Fang Ping let out a loud laugh and entered instantly. The two of them entered the crack, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, many people were stunned. Where is he? Many people didn't know about the space battlefield, so when they saw the two of them disappear, they were dumbfounded. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared. The two figures seemed to appear in another void. Someone in the crowd burst into laughter. It was these two fellows who tore open the crack themselves to let others watch the battle. Otherwise, if they hid inside and fought, others probably wouldn't be able to watch the battle. In the crack of the void. On the black battlefield. The two of them moved so fast that it was impossible to tell who was who. However, old man Li used vitality force, which was mostly blood red. Fang Ping used destruction force, which was mostly gold. They could only see 2 flashes of light, and a faint rumbling sound rang in everyone's ears. Outside, Guo Xingquan saw that many people were confused. He thought for a moment and said, "This is a space battlefield. Exclusive to top-notch experts. When an expert's destructive power exceeds the limits of the world, a space battlefield will appear, and they will enter another void to fight." Spatial battlefield. Another void? Many people were shocked to the extreme. He even created another space? Someone couldn't hold it in any longer and whispered, "Principal Gua, can you explain the situation to us? We don't really understand it." Everyone came to watch the battle. One reason was to watch the show, and the other was that they really hoped to gain something. But at this time, the level of the two had exceeded everyone's understanding. When Wu Xingquan heard that, he smiled and said, "Principal Fang and Dean Li are still fighting barehanded, using basic combat techniques as the foundation. There's no amplification from Origin Dao, no amplification from Ultimate Arts and Divine Weapons. Right now, these two are relying purely on the foundation of their physiques to tear apart the space. They are both top-notch rank 8 powerhouses. Right now, the destructive power of a single move is as high as 150 calories and above. Everyone was stunned again. In the crowd, Fang Yuan, who had rushed over with Xianxia, was dumbfounded. 150 explosive power of a single move, what kind of concept was that? Her vitality was just slightly over 1,000 calories now, and one punch was 150 square meters. Sister Yunqi, is my brother that strong now? Xianxia smiled and nodded. She said, your brother is a real top-notch powerhouse now. Although he and Instructor Li are both on the rank 8 ranking, if their real strength enters the rank 9 ranking, they can at least enter the top 20. Both of them had the strength of at least rank 5 origin and above. It was still possible for them to enter the top 20. Other than the 17 paragons in Sino Nation, there were not many rank 9 people who could defeat them. Fang Yuan was stunned. Was he that strong? His brother had really become the overlord of the martial arts world. The outside world was abuzz with discussion. Guo Xingquan began to explain. In the space battlefield, Fang Ping and Old Man Li were not interested in looking at the pitch-black space. They could not see anything. It was just like a cage battlefield. Once both of them entered the battlefield, they gave it their all in an instant, without using divine weapons and ultimate arts. Both of their physical strength had been unleashed to the extreme. Close to 40 yuan. Old Man Li suddenly shouted, his eyes bursting with sharp sword light. You've really gained a lot, kid. It's similar to the void-piercing swordsmanship. Your strength control has reached close to 70%. Fang Ping laughed. 70%? Not yet, almost. My destructive power is as high as 63 yuan. If it's 70%, it should reach 44 yuan and above. It shouldn't be difficult to defeat Instructor. Although it was only a difference of a few yuan, it was a difference of tens of thousands of cal. Old Man Li snorted softly. Dream on. Do you really think I'm scared? I'll beat you up first, kid. Void piercing. Old Man Li growled. He did not draw his sword, but his palm was like a sword, slashing toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping raised his fist and punched. Boom, crack. Old Man Li's palm was incomparably sharp, cutting Fang Ping's right fist in an instant, leaving a huge scar. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. A rank 8/8 refinement golden body could not block the old man's palm sword. The palm sword just now probably had more than 180,000 calories of destructive power. That's it? Fang Ping had just finished speaking when Old Man Li's laughter rang in his ear. That's it. Crack, Old Man Li's figure was like a ghost, appearing above Fang Ping's head in the blink of an eye, slamming his palm down. Fang Ping tilted his head, evading Bai Hui. Boom, there was a loud explosion. The palm sword hit Fang Ping until he saw stars. Fang Ping took the opportunity to hang upside down, flipped and kicked backward, the tip of his foot jabbing into Old Man Li's palm. Crack, it was as if something had shattered. Old Man Li swung his palm, tossing out a smear of blood. He laughed. Your reflexes aren't slow. Of course. Fang Ping shook his head. I participated in so many battles, after all. How can I be so weak? Kid, I don't have your ability to shield energy in the space battlefield. I don't have enough energy reserves. I'm going to go all out now. Old Man Li was getting anxious after failing to take him down a few times. In a war of attrition, the chances of him being killed were as high as 99%. He could not afford to waste time. After a few times, he had unleashed his full strength. Although he was absorbing energy as he fought, after entering the space battlefield, there was no more energy left to absorb. If he unleashed his strength like this a few more times, he would run out of energy and fight with his body. When that happened, there was a high chance that he would be beaten up by Fang Ping. Then I'll go all out. Fang Ping laughed loudly. A Changdao appeared in his hand. As soon as the Changdao appeared, the old man opposite him also had a longsword appear instantly. With a longsword in hand, Old Man Li's aura changed completely. It was incomparably fierce. Kill. The old man's murderous aura flared up instantly. He slashed with his sword. Before the sword reached him, a clear cut appeared on Fang Ping's forehead. All right. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. The old man had actually unleashed his murderous intent. He was going to fight with his life. I'll beat you to death. Crack. This was Fang Ping's shout. With a roar, the saber glow illuminated the entire space battlefield. You can do it, so can I. You're showing off in front of an expert. Old Man Li sneered. Before Fang Ping's Chongdao landed, Old Man Li's silhouette flickered suddenly, and the longsword had already landed. Pooh, creak, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Fang Ping's skull was sliced open directly. A sword mark almost split him into two halves. Fang Ping's saber had also landed on Old Man Li's left shoulder. The saber cut into the bone, and the sound of golden bone cracking could be heard. Both of them took a step back at the same time. Fang Ping's skull that had been sliced open recovered instantly. He scolded, "Old man, are you going to kill me? Cut the crap. Aren't you the same? You won't die." Old Man Li said, then said, "Give me a few thousand yuan of imperishable substance first. I'll fight while I recover." What you? Hurry up, or I won't fight anymore. You, hurry up. Old Man Li was very arrogant. Hurry up and give me, or I won't fight with you anymore. Your injury recovers so quickly. How am I supposed to fight? Fang Ping gritted his teeth, but he tossed out a ball of imperishable substance. Old Man Li swallowed it instantly, and the injury on his right shoulder healed in the blink of an eye. Only then did he laugh. You can't do it. Remember, the enemy isn't a dead person. I can't beat you, but can't I just avoid it? As he said that, he closed in again. The longsword appeared and disappeared like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, it broke through Fang Ping's defense, and the sword pierced Fang Ping's throat. Pooh, pierced, Old Man Li's sword pierced through Fang Ping's throat. Fang Ping's throat gurgled, and blood gushed out. However, it shot out like a sharp arrow, shooting toward Old Man Li in an instant. Insignificant skill. You think, Old Man Li was very arrogant. He thought that Fang Ping was going to use this to fight back. Just as he said that, his vision suddenly went black. Fang Ping's blood instantly turned into a huge screen. It did not attack him. Instead, it blocked his line of sight and diverted his attention. At this moment, Fang Ping's left hand grabbed the long sword that had pierced through his throat. His right hand held the saber, and as fast as lightning, he slashed at Old Man Li's right arm that was holding the sword. The fast Old Man Li was still preparing to receive his blood arrow. Rumble, flesh and blood splattered. Old Man Li pulled the sword out and retreated. At this moment, the upper half of his right arm was completely devoid of flesh and blood. A clear saber mark was left on his bones. Brat, you've learned to play dirty. Old Man Li laughed. Not bad, but it's a pity that you didn't manage to chop off my right arm. Looks like you're still not good enough. Fang Ping touched his throat and humphed. I see that you're old. I'm just afraid that you'll look bad if you lose your arm. That's all you've got. Old Man Li laughed. His expression turned serious in an instant. Heart. Hum, the sound of a sword's hum shook the void. Fang Ping's eardrums suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt dizzy and his mentality was affected. A piercing pain in his heart told him that Old Man Li was really piercing his heart. You can't pierce through my flesh. Fang Ping roared. His Chongdao pierced through the air and slashed at his right arm again. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Old Man Li's sword pierced his heart, but his expression changed. He cursed loudly, Mother Asterisk cur, you bastard. Rumble, crack, the bones of his right arm were sliced in half. As for Fang Ping, there was a hole in his chest, but his heart could not be seen. The next moment, Fang Ping's body swayed. His heart suddenly moved from the right side of his chest to the left, returning to its original position. Fang Ping said scornfully, "Do you think I'm that stupid?" At his level, his control over his flesh was too high. His heart felt pressure, so he moved it immediately. The old man must be stupid. Although he was a rank 8 powerhouse and his heart had turned into a golden body, if it was really broken, the energy would still leak out, and the pain would be unbearable. This was the opportunity for the opponent to kill you. However, Fang Ping only allowed the longsword to pierce his chest. It did not hurt any vital parts. Instead, it was only a small injury. However, when he slashed with his saber, Old Man Li's right arm was really fractured. The golden bone was almost completely broken. Ah. As the two of them fought, outside, Fang Yuan waited for them to stop, and suddenly screamed. In the blink of an eye, Old Man Li had chopped off Fang Ping's skull, pierced through his throat, and pierced through his chest. For a middle-ranked martial artist, such injuries would definitely kill him. It was Fang Yuan's first time seeing such a scene. He did not see it clearly before, but when the two of them stopped and saw it clearly, he could not help but scream. The old man wanted to kill Big Bro. This was too ruthless. The others knew more or less. They also knew that a rank 8 powerhouse would not die so easily. However, at this moment, their hearts stopped, and they felt like they could not breathe. Soon, someone exhaled and said, "So fast. So strong. Vice-Chancellor Fang is no match for Dean Li." Fang Ping's defeat was too obvious. His skull, throat, and heart were all pierced through. The disadvantage was obvious. However, among the crowd, a few rank 9 powerhouses gathered at this moment looked solemn. Wu Chuan said in a low voice, "I'm afraid Chongqing is going to suffer a setback." Fang Ping looked like he was seriously injured, but his bones were not hurt. It was just a flesh wound. Fang Ping continuously slashed at Old Man Li's right arm, but he had really chopped off the golden bone of his right arm. Li Chongqing held the sword in his right hand. Although at his level, he did not need to hold the sword in his hand, but this was the difference between powerhouses. Fang Ping used a flesh wound in exchange for chopping off the golden bone of his right arm. If this went on, Li Chongqing's first place among rank 8 might really be a little uncertain. Guo Xingquan also said with a strange expression, "Vice-Chancellor Feng's closed-door cultivation this time has really gained a lot. Not only is his strength control close to 70%, but I see that his current battle seems to be more orderly than before. Advancing step by step, constantly weakening Dean Li's advantage. At the cost of injuries, he chopped off his golden bone. This is not luck." In the past, when Fang Ping fought, there was only one word, reckless. Anyway, he did not lack energy, he was not afraid of injuries. As long as he could not kill him, he would just force himself on you. However, this time, when Fang Ping fought, advancing step by step, it seemed like he did not recover much. The number of times he used his recovery ability had decreased, and he was still paying more attention to strategy during the battle. Li Chongqing seemed to have not adapted to Fang Ping's new fighting style, unexpectedly falling into his trap for a while. The few of them looked at each other, a little surprised. If this went on, Li Chongqing might really be dragged to death by this kid. It was not that his recovery was dragging, but Li Chongqing's injuries were slightly more serious than Fang Ping's. Even if both sides were at the same level and had similar combat strength, in the end, based on injuries, Old Man Li would probably lose, unable to outlast Fang Ping. Wu Chuan suddenly cursed under his breath. "You're so young, why are you learning combat experience, combat tactics? Just continue to be reckless. You're not reckless anymore, you're starting to learn from us old guys, it's very stressful." Before this, everyone still had an advantage in front of Fang Ping. No matter how high your rank is, how much strength do you control? When you fight, do you have any order to speak of? Other than recovering yourself and dragging others to death, what else do you know? That sense of superiority, although envious and jealous of Fang Ping's recovery ability, we also have an advantage, the advantage of age. You young people won't understand. But now, we're done for. This bastard is starting to walk the path of a proper martial artist. If this goes on, the next time we meet, we will really be hung up and beaten by this kid. At the side, President Lin chuckled, looking at Wu Chuan again. 8-stage origin, basic vitality 150,000 calories, 0. 8 times increase, 80% strength control, 5% divine weapon, antique art, combat strength at full power, peak outburst close to 220,000 calories vitality strength. Guardian Wu, a powerhouse ranked 5th in the origin realm. If it was before, even if Fang Ping's outburst was stronger than yours, he might not be your opponent. But now, ha ha ha. If Fang Ping went on like this, he would not lack combat experience, he would also have a method to fight. At the same level of outburst, if his physique was stronger than Wu Chuan's, when that time came, he would probably beat Wu Chuan up. And this, it seemed like it was not far away, right? Now, Fang Ping's peak outburst seemed to be close to 200,000 calories vitality strength. Wu Chuan humphed. Combat strength only depends on this? Did I get these few decades of combat experience for nothing? What a joke. No matter how many times Fang Ping entered the catacombs, how many times had he fought, did he know what prediction was? When you slash, I already knew and dodged. Do you think you can hit me? No matter how strong an outburst is, what's the use? Just as they were talking, in the next second, in the space battlefield, Fang Ping suddenly stepped into the air. The moment he stepped into the air, a long sword appeared abruptly at the place he left. Old Manly let out a huh, then laughed. Prediction? No, combat instinct. Fang Ping laughed. This is talent. In the past, I just disdained it, not that I can't. I just disdained dodging. What are you bragging about? Old Manly cursed. Did you think I didn't know you? But this kid improved really fast. Fang Ping laughed again. I'm not bragging. I'm a genius. I'm serious. God, Old Manly wanted to curse, but he quickly shut his mouth. Motherf asterisk cur, he could not curse. He was really a genius. 21 years old, practicing martial arts for less than 3 years. At this stage, if you said that Fang Ping was not a genius, then these old guys would really be trash. Both of them chatted, but it did not delay the battle. After all, Old Manly was rich in combat experience. At this moment, he was much more alert. After many attacks, Fang Ping's injuries also increased. He became alert. Fang Ping was also holding back his naughtiness. From the beginning to the end, he only did one thing, and that was to break your right arm. Old Manly's right arm was chopped again and again. Finally, with a crack, it broke completely, his right arm fell. This time, Fang Ping chopped off his right arm. The moment his right arm fell, Old Manly suddenly held the sword in his left hand and cursed, "Little bastard, do you really think I'm a right-handed swordsman?" Before he finished speaking, Old Manly held the sword and slashed down. This slash was so fast that almost no one could see it clearly. Fang Ping did not see it clearly either. Rumble, crack, Fang Ping's skull was severely injured. Before he could rejoice over chopping off Old Manly's right arm, his skull was severely injured. In the next second, Old Manly stabbed with his sword almost continuously. Fang Ping had nowhere to evade this stab. Old Manly's sword pierced his throat once again, sending him flying backward and nailing him to the battlefield. Fang Ping was just about to leap up and fight again when in the next second, Old Manly suddenly appeared outside the crevice. Outside the crevice. Old Manly was calm and collected. He reattached his right arm and recovered in the blink of an eye. He smiled faintly. This guy is not weak. It will be a little difficult to defeat him. As he said that, he shook his head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Fang Ping broke through the air and scolded, "Old bastard. I'm so angry." What Old Manly did just now was the final radiance of the setting sun. Although it looked like Fang Ping was at a disadvantage, with his skull smashed and his throat nailed to the ground, Fang Ping's injuries were not bad. The old man, on the other hand, was now exhausted. If he did not recover, Fang Ping could definitely beat him until he hugged his head and cried. But the old man was too cunning. He nailed Fang Ping to the battlefield in a domineering manner and then ran away. He did not want to fight anymore. Shameless. Fang Ping's face was full of grief and indignation. This was the battle that made me famous. But now, looking at the martial artists around him, it was obvious that they did not think the same way. These guys might not have understood anything. They only knew that Fang Ping was brutally beaten by Xianxia. His skull was smashed and he was nailed to the ground by a longsword. It was too tragic. As for Xianxia, his only injury was a broken arm. To them, having an arm to beat Fang Ping to this state was obviously a great advantage. In the crowd, Fang Yuan saw that her brother seemed to be very angry and quickly shouted, "Brother, you're the best. You fought with Dean Li like this. Even though you lost, you're still very strong." Fang Ping almost wanted to pinch her to death. "Are you my sister? If you don't have a good eye, don't talk nonsense. When you say that, those who don't know might really think that I lost." As expected, the next moment, someone in the crowd said, "Vice-Chancellor Fang is already very strong. He can actually fight with longevity sword to this extent and even cut off one of his arms. He's really strong." Yeah, Dean Li is in existence who once killed a rank 9 with 3 swords. This time, he actually defeated Vice-Chancellor Fang after 1,000 moves and even cut off an arm. The crowd discussed animatedly. Fang Ping felt wronged. You bastards, if you don't have the ability, don't pretend to know everything. Okay, I'm going to win. Fang Ping suddenly looked at Wu Chuan, his face full of anticipation. You guys must know. Hurry up and say it, tell everyone, I actually won. Wu Chuan ignored him. President Lin looked around and did not seem to see him. You lost, we won't let you surpass Li Chongqing now. Otherwise, we'll lose our cover. No one understood it anyway. Who said that Li Chongqing lost? Asked the people here. Do they believe it? Guo Shunquan wanted to say something but stopped. Wu Chuan winked at him. Don't talk nonsense. Fang Ping lost. If he knocked Li Chongqing down, this guy's ego would soar to the sky. Guo Shunquan laughed dryly. The next moment, Wu Chuan telepathically said to Fang Ping, don't be indignant. He didn't use a killer move. Otherwise, do you really think you can win him? Fang Ping was gloomy. Nonsense. I was sparring, I have a killer move too. Did I self-destruct the House of Gold? Really, the old man lost, so be it. He wanted to save his face. In the end, he ruined my face. Am I shameless? How humiliating. There were so many people watching the battle. Initially, he wanted to get the first place after coming out of closed-door cultivation. Now it's great. Second place is secured. No one will believe me if I say I'm strong. Forget it. Fang Ping sighed helplessly. He had to save some face for the old man. He could leave the rank 8 first place to him. The next time we fight for the rank 9 first place, you won't be as fast as me, right? Everyone, disperse. Fang Ping shouted and laughed. It's just sparring. Don't take it seriously. January 22nd. Fang Ping came out of closed-door cultivation and fought Li Chongqing. They entered the space battlefield and lost. The Devil King was no match for the longevity sword. However, after the battle, the South Guardian commented that both of them had the strength of the top 20 in Origin Path. Both were true invincible rank 8 powerhouses. As one of Sino Nation's leaders, Wu Chuan's comment was highly credible. Everyone agreed with this point. Both of them really had the strength of the top 20 in rank 9. This year, Fang Ping was 21 years old. Li Chongqing was 61 years old. From the ranking list, Fang Ping was the youngest. Old Man Li was the second youngest. A battle between two young people, this news spread rapidly. Not long after Fang Ping and the rest returned to MCMAU, the topic of a battle between two young people became a hot topic. Fang Ping suddenly did not feel wronged anymore. He only had the urge to laugh. A battle between two young people? This topic was good. In the big conference hall, Wu Chuan arrived a step later. Old Man Li had already returned to normal. He glanced at Wu Chuan, snorted softly and said nothing. Comment my ass, you're the young one. The news spread extremely fast. Everyone had just returned to MCMAU when the outside world started spreading it. It was all because of Wu Chuan, the shameless bastard, talking nonsense in front of the reporters who rushed there. Wu Chuan looked indifferent. As the Guardian, what's wrong with me commenting on you guys? He found a place to sit, minding his own business. Fang Ping had also returned to normal. President Lin and the others were also seated. When Wu Chuan arrived, President Lin smiled and said, "Congratulations, Vice-Chancellor Fang." In this battle, although Fang Ping and Li Chongqing were just sparring, after this battle, Fang Ping had also truly demonstrated the strength of Origin Path. It was his own combat strength that had reached the Origin Path level, not relying on external objects or methods like self-detonation. Fang Ping was still in a good mood. He chuckled and said, "Congratulations to you too. I haven't had the time to congratulate the president for entering rank 9. President Lin smiled bitterly helplessly. Don't congratulate me. If I did, where would I hide my face?" Wu Chuan interrupted, "Old Lin, you didn't have this attitude before. I remember that when you first arrived, the first thing you said was that two shameless bastards were competing. You're here to see the shameless bastard." As soon as he said that, President Liu, who was seated at the side, shrunk his body. This had nothing to do with him. The dignified guardian was starting to sow discord. If the president was beaten to the ground, he would not care. I've only just entered rank 8. President Liu, who used to think that rank 8 was out of reach, now really felt that rank 8 was only. This kid Fang Ping, a few times, said that he wanted to sneak up on me. You rank 9 powerhouses, go ahead and chat, pretend that I don't exist. President Lin's smiling face stiffened. Why is Wu Chuan so talkative? You're a guardian, after all. Why are you so narrow-minded? What's wrong with Sino Nation? From top to bottom, there's not a single good person. It's fine if I don't quit this stupid president. I've been in charge of the ranking for the past 2 years. Everyone was dissatisfied with my ranking. I thought that a rank 9 would be able to withstand the pressure. Now it seems, maybe it's better for me to resign. President Lin glanced at Wu Chuan, then at Fang Ping and Li Chongqing, who seemed to be smiling. He coughed dryly and said that. Let's get down to business. Let's talk business. Let's cut to the chase. This time, we came to Shanghai for something. President Lin regained his smile and acted as if he hadn't heard those words. He quickly said, Principal Fang, Dean Li, Elder Lin, there's something wrong with the way you address me. Old Man Li seemed to be picking a fight on purpose. He grinned and said, I'm still this kid's teacher and senior. You're such a snob. Just because he's young and has a higher position than me, you're calling him that? Isn't that inappropriate? A long sword appeared in Old Man Li's hand. He caressed the long sword as if he was polishing it. He sighed, the human heart is not what it used to be. President Lin's head was about to explode. F***ck, he had fallen into a thief's lair. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Suppressing his desire to fight this guy one-on-one, President Lin coughed again and said, Li, just as he was about to continue addressing Fang Ping, he saw that Fang Ping was also rubbing his palms together. He was so angry that his face turned green. Fine, I won't address you anymore. Let's get down to business. This is what happened. President Lin went straight to the point and said quickly, the World Martial Arts Association contacted all parties this time and invited peak rank 8 powerhouses from various countries and holy lands, as well as some rank 9s who have yet to officially enter the origin path for a meeting. The main thing is to discuss the matter of the King Battleground. It just so happens that MCMAU's rank 8 number 1 and number 2 are both here. Lu Zhen is also a powerhouse who has yet to enter the origin path. When it came to business, President Lin became much more serious. He put on an attitude that said, if you dare interrupt, I won't talk anymore, forcing everyone to forget what happened just now. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He said quickly, President, continue. Gathering peak rank 8 and weak rank 9 martial artists to discuss the matter of the King Battleground? If that's the case, the various countries and holy lands still want a piece of the pie in the King Battleground? President Lin nodded and said, I'm afraid that's what they're thinking. Right now, the King Battleground has yet to be completely destroyed. Powerhouses who have officially entered the origin path are still unable to enter. This matter concerns the 2 kings of the catacombs. All the holy lands have been exploring the King Battleground all these years. Now that it's the final stage, no one will give up easily. Fang Ping asked curiously, why is this matter managed by the Martial Arts Association? President Lin looked at him in surprise. After a while, he said, the Martial Arts Association. You can actually understand it as the Foreign Affairs Department. We're a link between martial arts powerhouses from various countries and the Holy Lands. This fellow Fang Ping, other than knowing the ranking, did he care about anything else? The existence of the Martial Arts Association was to coordinate matters between martial artists from various countries. This fellow actually asked why they were in charge. Nonsense, it's not our business. How did you participate in the youth competition previously? President Lin cursed in his heart, but he put on a smile on his face. Forget it. He could not beat this kid, so he should just resign himself to fate. Old Man Li did not care about this. Instead, he said slightly solemnly, the 2 kings of the King Battleground have awakened. They're all top-notch powerhouses among the true kings. At this time, all the Holy Lands actually want a piece of the pie? Isn't this valuing money over life? Old Man Li was slightly displeased. It was extremely dangerous inside now. If a rank 8 or 9 powerhouse went in now, it would be no different from sending themselves to death. President Lin thought for a while before saying, "This news has just come from the World Martial Arts Association. Minister Zhang and the rest are not here now. I've asked Deputy Minister Wu and Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li. They said that we can participate. Whether we go or not will be discussed later." What Wu Quishan and Li Dayan meant was that they should join first to take a look, just in case they missed out on any important information. As for whether they could enter or not, that would be discussed later. Beside him, Wu Chuan asked, "What does Star Town mean?" The reply from Star Town's side is that they want to participate. Moreover, it's best if they can lead this operation. President Lin laughed. "You guys know that Star Town has been exploring the King Battleground for 100 years. They've always been fighting in the King Battleground. At this time, at the last moment, they won't give up." "That's true." Wu Chuan nodded. He was not surprised. Star Town's high-ranked martial artists were almost all fighting in the King Battleground. Now that the two kings had really appeared, they would definitely not give up. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "What exactly is inside the King Battleground? If it's for the two kings, it's useless for us to go in. The Catacombs' true kings are also thinking of joining forces to break through the King Battleground. I don't think it's too difficult. But with so many people scheming, could it be that they're all trying to seize the two kings' Dao?" President Lin laughed. "I'm really not too sure about this, but all the Holy Lands should know. I don't think it's just for the two kings. Of course, maybe it's also because of that. All of you know that the two kings are actually powerhouses under the Demon Emperor's command. They've experienced the Emperor era. They knew too much, and it even included some secrets related to the monarch realm. Also, the key point is," President Lin's tone was solemn, "they might know what the Seed of Rebirth is. According to the information from the catacombs, the Seed of Rebirth appeared after the Demon Emperor's demise. This means that the two kings have experienced this scene. How long have the two kings lived? They might have lived longer than the bounded boundaries. During the Demon Emperor era, the bounded boundaries didn't seem to have appeared. These two old antiques are indeed very important. They might be insiders back then. Maybe they'll have some clues." Fang Ping shook his head. "That's not something we can participate in. The two kings' combat strength is comparable to the suppressing Heavenly King. They belong to the top true king powerhouses. People like us are considered strong in the eyes of ordinary martial artists. When we're in front of them, they can kill us with a single blow." Wu Chuan said thoughtfully, "The two kings might not have completely recovered now, or they might not be able to make a move. The most troublesome thing about the King Battleground is the massive chaotic origin path. It's incomparably powerful. Now all the Holy Lands suddenly want to gather everyone for a discussion. I think they might know that the two kings are restricted and want to use this opportunity to achieve some goals." Fang Ping looked at him strangely. Wu Chuan was a little annoyed by the stare. He raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" "That. Senior Wu, you're one of the 7 leaders of Sino Nation. Why do I feel like you're guessing everything? Don't you have any right to know?" The entire hall fell silent. Wu Chuan's expression was very pleasant. What did he mean? After a while, Wu Chuan huffed and puffed. "I only care about the southern catacombs. Everything else has nothing to do with me. That's what it is, understand? I don't care about anything else." Cough, cough. "There's nothing I can do about it." As the least experienced guardian of the southern catacombs, he lacked strength, experience, and was the youngest. Among the 7 leaders, he indeed had the least right to know. Moreover, this concerned the Holy Lands of Star City. He had never come into contact with Star City before. Those fellows would only look for the 3 departments to solve their problems when they came out. They would not look for him. Fang Ping saw that his words had made old Wu's face darken. He hurriedly gestured with his fists and held back his laughter. He continued, "Let's not talk about Senior Wu for now. President Lin, now all the parties mean to let the peak rank 8 and the weak rank 9 meet first. Don't tell me they want all of us to enter the King Battleground? Gathering us in advance is to discuss how to profit? I'm not sure about this for now. This time, the convener is the pantheon of gods. President Lin explained, this time, most of the peak rank 8 and Star City have left with a few ministers. The pantheon of gods is currently the strongest. They also have the god of war, the sun god, and a few others, so this time, they're the leaders. The World Martial Arts Association wants to gather first. We'll discuss the specifics when we arrive. What's the location? It's not decided yet. The time is almost after the new year. Now, all the parties are seeking the opinions of peak rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists to see how many they can gather. President Lin explained once again. At the level of peak rank 8, they could not be gathered with just a summons. Take MCMAU for example, he personally came to invite them. In the era when the peak rank 8 did not appear, these people were the overlords of a region. Sino Nation was slightly better. In some countries, a weak rank 9 was already the ruler of a country. Without personally inviting them, it was almost impossible to expect them to come with just a few words. Pantheon of Gods, Fong Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Speaking of Pantheon of Gods, I thought of someone. Zayli Caro returned to Pantheon of Gods last time. How is he now? That evil sect's third elder was not a real evil sect member. Li Zhu's pawn, Fong Ping had also told old Zhang. He did not know how old Zhang arranged it. Zayli Caro. I know about this. Wu Chuan finally knew about it this time. He smiled and said, Zayli Caro is still in Pantheon of Gods. There are some things that the ministers have arranged. He is Li Zhu's pawn. As for us, we still have some common goals with Li Zhu. Before the all-out war starts, Zayli Caro is not a threat but an important link. That's why we can't kill him now. Li Zhu. Speaking of Li Zhu, Fong Ping frowned. This time Andes and Totem City lost 2 peak rank 8 powerhouses. Although our relationship with the other Holy Lands is average, everyone's goal is still the same. There are not many human peak rank 8 to begin with. 2 of them fell at once, and it's all because of Li Zhu. This guy hides at the back and takes all the advantages. Can't we let him suffer a big loss? He was very vigilant towards Li Zhu. This guy is either stupid, or he's truly ambitious. After a few incidents, Fong Ping felt that this guy was even more cunning than old Zhang. He was one of the chess players that Fong Ping knew on the surface. This guy had led a few major events and caused the death of many true kings. Mystic Jade True King, 2 of the human peak rank 8, the deaths of these people were all related to him. A guy who did not show any strength, hiding at the back and casually manipulating things, caused a huge impact. This matter depends on the peak rank 8's opinion. Wu Chuan laughed. No matter how angry you are, it's useless. He hides in the depths of the catacombs. You can't do anything to him. President Lin was not very clear about these things, and did not want to talk about these things. He said again, Vice-Chancellor Fong, then I've informed your side. When the specific time and place are arranged, you can go and participate, Fong Ping said directly, I won't go overseas. It's fine in the country. There are peak rank 8 powerhouses overseas who can threaten my life. The catacombs arrest warrant is still there. I'm not at ease. In the country, he was not afraid of anything. However, when he was overseas, in someone else's territory, as long as there were peak rank 8 who thought that taking him down would benefit them, he would not be able to resist. Fong Ping said again, it's not just me, Instructor Li too. Dean Lu too. The suppression cannon he created was seen by many people this time, including some powerhouses from the 5 Holy Lands. If he goes overseas, what if those people want to obtain the manufacturing method of the suppression cannon and force him to tell them? President Lin, you should communicate with the World Martial Arts Association about this. It's best to hold it in Sino Nation. President Lin pondered for a moment, then said, all right, then I'll go back and communicate with all parties. The Pantheon of Gods wants to go to Europe. This time, their peak rank 8 might appear. If it's in Sino Nation, their peak rank 8 might not come, let's discuss it first. We'll inform everyone when there's a decision. All right. Fong Ping nodded, but he was calculating in his heart. This time, the human parties had ideas about the King Battleground. Ji Yao also had ideas about Destiny Royal Court. In that case, maybe they could really work together this time. Will they send people in too? Fang Ping was slightly doubtful. Would it be useful to go in now, even if the two kings were restricted and could not fight in the king battleground? What else was there that was worth the peak rank 8's attention? Since martial artists below the origin path were allowed to enter, it might not be for the two kings themselves. All these years, these people have been letting martial artists explore the king battleground. The ruins are only one aspect, there's probably another purpose. Others might not know, but Warlord and the others should know. Fang Ping was sure that the peak rank 8 of Star City might know why. The peak rank 8 of the 6th grade Holy Lands should know, otherwise, they would not let their descendants enter the king battleground for so many years, especially the rank 9. Some people deliberately did not walk out of the origin path just to stay in the king battleground. I'll probably know after asking the people in Star Town. Fang Ping did not think about this anymore. Whether to go to the king battleground or not, it was up to him. The two kings were inside. If he was not 100% sure that these two fellows would not attack, Fang Ping would not step in easily. At his current level, Fang Ping was not too afraid even if it was a top-notch origin path unless he was a powerhouse. Although there was a high probability that he would not be a match for the other party, it would not be easy for the other party to kill him. However, he was too far away from the true king realm. He was not a match for them. After discussing these matters for a while, President Lin said, "There's one more thing I want to remind Vice-Chancellor Fang. The World Martial Arts Association also wants to trade some resources with you this time." They specifically mentioned it once. President Lin smiled and said, "Everyone knows about your reputation as a treasure of many treasures. Actually, we can still give it a try. These holy lands have also guarded the catacombs for many years. The North, South, East, and West territories are slightly different. Some things are specialties of each territory. Some of these holy lands' peaks have lived for a long time. They don't always guard Mount Royal Sea. If you trade, you might be able to exchange for something that will help you." Fang Ping nodded slightly. This can be done. Multi-party exchanges are beneficial to the improvement of martial arts. The trading platform I set up previously was actually for this purpose. However, there are not many powerhouses in each country. The Holy Lands are not involved. These fellows are self-sufficient. They don't seem to have any intention of participating, so I gave up. Fang Ping said with a smile, "Since they have this idea, then we can try. However, I don't have anything good on hand now." "I'll see." Fang Ping was not in a hurry. It was okay if he did not have anything good on hand. If he really wanted to barter, if he saw something good and the other party did not want the energy stones, he could also go into the catacombs to look and get something back to trade. After discussing these, Fang Ping looked at Wu Chuan and asked with a smile, "President Lin is here for this. Senior Wu, you're not here just to watch the battle, are you?" Wu Chuan came very quickly. The Southern House of Guardians was not in Magic City. It was somewhere else. He came so quickly. He was probably not here to watch the battle. Wu Chuan answered, "I'm here this time for two things. First, to borrow troops." Wu Chuan laughed. Currently, Magic City's catacombs have been defeated. A large number of powerhouses in MCMAU are idle. However, there are many catacombs in the south. Now, there is some pressure in other places. Therefore, my idea is to see if some of MCMAU's powerhouses can go to the other catacombs in the south to fight. Dinshin Zhenhua and the others need to fight now. They need to improve in battle. It's not a good idea to stay in MCMAU all the time. As soon as he said this, Old Manly said directly, "This is not a problem." Actually, they've also prepared for this. Since the crisis in Magic City has been eliminated, other than a portion of those who stayed behind, the rest can go on expeditions everywhere. That's good. Wu Chuan was also quite happy. With a combat strength like MCMAU, the pressure on the catacombs in the south would be greatly reduced. However, which side MCMAU would support would depend on the wishes of MCMAU's powerhouses. Fortunately, the other bosses of the 3 departments and 4 houses had all left. He was still here now. Moreover, he was from MCMAU. It was like the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Second, it's related to Feng Ping. Wu Chuan thought for a while before saying, actually, it's about senior brother Tian. Senior brother Tian was seriously injured in this battle. Now, he's almost crippled. Although he's different from the others and didn't faint, his mentality is almost dead now. He can't even walk the origin path anymore. I heard that previously, Feng Ping sent a holy fruit that might be able to heal injuries over to MCMAU. In the end, it was rejected by senior brother Tian. I'm also a little selfish. My idea is that since the others have been taken away by the few ministers, it's better to give the thing to senior brother Tian first. Wu Chuan sighed softly. Honestly, if injuries can really be healed, of course, it would be better to give it to old Kong. If he recovers, his combat strength will be extremely strong. It will be more helpful to Sino Nation. That's probably what senior brother Tian is thinking. But, this time, I really want to be selfish for once. Old Kong and the others are miserable, but senior brother Tian has been worse all these years. His entire family, old and young, have died in battle. Now that he's a cripple, what should we do? His whole life, he's been fighting in the catacombs. Now that he's a cripple, are you going to let him retire? This isn't retirement, this is waiting for death. His essence, qi, and spirit are all gone. Wu Chuan sighed. I went to see him once. His condition is very bad. His hair is snow white. He's old in one night. My heart doesn't feel good. His mentality is even more serious than when Chongqing was injured. I'm afraid this isn't something that can be healed by ordinary things. All of you know that when I was in school, I actually stayed for many years. Before I became the Guardian of the South, I spent most of my time in MCMAU. Back then, senior brother Tian even taught me for a period of time. He's considered half a teacher to me. His lover, children, and grandchildren have all died in battle. He's the only one left in his family, old and young. Now that even he's like this, he might as well have died in battle in the catacombs. Wu Chuan felt bad as he spoke. He sighed again. Since he's not dead, Feng Ping seems to have obtained a treasure that can heal injuries. That's why I still want to mention this. Feng Ping felt bad too. He said helplessly, previously, I sent someone to send it to senior brother Tian. He refused no matter what. He said he's a weak rank 9. If he's crippled, then so be it. When the minister and the rest are back, try to pick a stronger one to heal him. Senior brother Tian's personality is also a man of his word. It's not that I don't want to agree to this. I have no choice. Feng Ping had his own selfish motives too. Of course, he also wanted to save these powerhouses who were injured this time. Moreover, this old man was indeed very miserable. He had been fighting all his life. The Tian family, old and young, had all died in battle in the catacombs. Now, he himself was also a cripple. However, Tian Mu felt that his ability was weak. It did not matter whether he recovered or not, so he rejected directly. That, Wu Chuan was a little embarrassed. Even his voice was much weaker. He said a little hoarsely, what I mean is, it's not just that healing holy fruit, that Pine King's origin Dao. He could not even say this out loud. What he meant was that Feng Ping should give that to Tian Mu too. But this was a true King's origin Dao. Even some top rank 9s would be jealous of this item. If Feng Ping was willing to sell it, perhaps those rank 9s would trample over the threshold. However, if he agreed to give this to Tian Mu too, perhaps Tian Mu could take this opportunity to walk on Pine King's origin Dao and quickly become a top powerhouse in the origin Dao. Perhaps he could not enter the absolute peak, but he would definitely not be too weak. When that time came, Tian Mu would have this kind of ability. He would not feel that he was a cripple anymore. As soon as he said this, Old Man Li glanced at Feng Ping. He coughed softly and said that. Feng Ping, actually, if there is no suitable candidate, I think senior brother Tian is quite suitable. You probably won't walk on Pine King's Dao. You can only choose one from some peak rank 8s or weak rank 9s. It'll be too wasteful if you leave him idle. Of course, this is a true King's origin Dao after all, even he could not say for sure at this time. Back then, in order to take back what belonged to their ancestor, the Yang family was willing to sacrifice their rank 9s. Even if the Yang family was destroyed, they would not hesitate. From this, it could be seen how important the true king's Dao was. Even the absolute peak would covet it. Perhaps the absolute peak could take the opportunity to walk on a second path. Even if this path might not be very long, it would not matter. Killing a true king, Zhang Tao and the rest could do it. However, killing a true king and leaving behind his origin Dao was not just a path that was converted from an ultimate technique. Instead, it was a path that was truly stripped from a true king. This thing was really luck, heaven-defying luck. Only the cat had fished Pine King out, knocked him unconscious, and stripped him. Otherwise, it was almost impossible for other powerhouses to do it. When Fang Ping heard what they said, he could not help but laugh. You are all my seniors. Why are you so embarrassed? I think the vice-chancellor is not embarrassed at all. How thick-skinned is he? He did not even mention the mystic Jade True King's ultimate technique. After teasing Wu Quishan for a while, Fang Ping continued, if you didn't mention it, I actually didn't think so much. As for me, I have always felt that the catacombs True King's path is too weak. He was influenced by old Zhang. He always felt that the catacombs True King's path was too weak. In his opinion, King Pine's origin Dao should be given to a rank 9 powerhouse who had no hope of reaching the absolute peak. However, now that they mentioned it, Fang Ping suddenly realized that this thing was really precious. Although Tianmu had always given him the feeling that he was very strong and very determined, did Tianmu have any hope of reaching the absolute peak? That might not be the case. Moreover, the old man was dying now. Fang Ping said quickly, then I will make a trip later. As for High Grandmaster Kong and the rest, I will think of something. Wu Chuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he could not help but laugh. You think of something? Why do I feel that you really think of yourself as a minister now? This kid. A few top-notch High Grandmasters were injured, and the absolute peak could do nothing about it. He said that he would think of something. He really did have the demeanor of a minister. Fang Ping smiled. In his heart, however, he thought of the cat tree. If the cat fruit could really heal the origin Dao's injuries, he could try looking for this tree. Could the recovery of Li Zhu's origin Dao's injuries be related to the cat fruit? Fang Ping suddenly had this thought. He did not know if it was right. Looks like I still have to go to the catacombs. Relying on old Zhang and the rest might not be reliable. Fang Ping lamented. Humans, when they became stronger, they would have to bear greater responsibilities. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. It was still too early for martial arts powerhouses from various countries to hold a meeting. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to go over to Tianmu's matter. After sending off the people from the Martial Arts Association, Fang Ping could not care less about their suspicious expressions. The most important thing now was to settle Qin Fengqing's matter. Qin Fengqing's Grandmaster Tower. Fang Ping, Li Hansong, and Wang Jinyang blocked this guy in the tower. Fang Ping was too lazy to talk nonsense. Once the three of them arrived, Fang Ping went straight to the point, shouting, unleash your mentality and crush this thing. Are you playing hide-and-seek with me? As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them unleashed their mentality, intimidating the Grandmaster Tower. Their mentality intertwined, crushing the Grandmaster Tower until it began to deform. Inside the tower, Qin Fengqing was so depressed he wanted to vomit blood. Who was playing hide-and-seek? Wasn't he here? These bastards, picking a fight whenever they wanted, they just had to find an excuse. Their mentality was stronger than his, especially Fang Ping, whose mentality was comparable to a rank 9. Once he unleashed his mentality, Qin Fengqing wanted to vomit. That's about it. Qin Fengqing shuffled his feet, opened the window in the tower, and swore, don't pick a fight. I'm here, I haven't left. What's there to squash? You're still alive? Fang Ping looked indifferent, as if he had just noticed him. I thought you'd been possessed and died. Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes. I'm not as good as you at lying through your teeth. Fang Ping snorted and did not say anything else. He leaped into the air and entered through the window. As soon as he entered, Fang Ping's gaze flickered, and he snorted, where did you steal the ores? The MCWU ores have been used up, and the catacombs haven't been excavated. Where did you get them? The energy concentration in this guy's Grandmaster Tower was extremely high. Qin Fengqin was so depressed he wanted to vomit blood. He said impatiently, "You don't use them yourself, and you're not letting me use them? There are spoils of war after conquering the Magic City catacombs this time. We've all gotten quite a bit. Not everyone is like you who doesn't use these things." "Is that so?" Fang Ping glanced at Li Hansong. Li Hansong nodded slightly, then chuckled and said, "But, a rank 7 like him shouldn't be able to get so much, right? The energy here is so dense that I thought I was in the pool of life." "Don't talk nonsense," Qin Fengqin said impatiently. "If you have something to say, say it." Fang Ping, ignore him. Fang Ping huffed. "I won't believe you if you say you didn't ask for more." Ignoring this, Fang Ping looked around and glanced at his bedroom. He cursed under his breath, "Pauper." Qin Fengqin rolled his eyes again. "Damn it, are you looking for an opportunity to beat me up today? Did I offend you?" His bedroom didn't even have a bed, just a fur cushion. Although it was called a bedroom, it was even cleaner than a cultivation room. "Don't talk nonsense, ask whatever you want to ask, let's find a place to sit down and chat." Fang Ping could not stand his place. There was not even a stool, let alone a bed. "You only met me. Look at you, you don't even have a friend. They don't even have a dining table or a chair at home. How do they survive? You didn't even prepare to entertain the guests, did you?" Qin Fengqin said indifferently, "I'm so busy, who has the time to entertain others?" Li Hansong pulled the rug out from under him. "It's because no one comes to visit, you don't need to. You're the one who doesn't come." Qin Fengqin said smugly, "Girls come to me often, I just can't be bothered." "You? Forget it." Li Hansong snorted. The two of them exchanged a few words. Fang Ping ignored them and performed flight step, flying toward his Grandmaster Tower. His place was better, although he did not spend much time there. In the living room, Fang Ping sat down on a chair made of rank 8 monster plants, gesturing for Li Hansong and the rest to sit down. Qin Fengqin glanced at it and asked curiously, 3 chairs? There's none for me. You sit on the table. Looking at the few of them surrounding him, like they were interrogating him, Qin Fengqin sighed helplessly. He sat on the floor and said, "Ask whatever you want to ask. Say it yourself." Fang Ping's expression was unfriendly. He said bluntly, "If you dare to hide anything, I'll deal with you as a spy." Coincidentally, Zhao Xingwu is now in the catacombs as the left commander. How about I send you there to keep him company? Qin Fengqin sighed again, looking gloomy. After a moment of silence, he said, "Actually, this matter. How should I put it? Do you remember I told you before that I used to like to dig up ruins everywhere?" "Ruins?" Fang Ping frowned slightly. "You mean the sect ruins?" Fang Ping remembered this guy saying that he had been to many sects in the past, working with sect disciples to dig together, to see if they could dig up any treasures. Could it be related to this? Yes. Qin Fengqin nodded. It's a long story, but it's indeed related to the sect ruins. Especially when I know that the bounded boundaries are related to the sects, and that the myths might be real, I'm even more concerned about these. Qin Fengqin thought for a while, organized his words, and said, "I'd dug up many sects in the past, but I found nothing. Ever since I found out that the bounded boundaries are the blessed grotto heaven, I feel that some of the sects today might not have been passed down from that period." "So, the last time I went to Star City," Fang Ping interrupted, "the last time?" Qin Fengqin explained, "When I broke through rank 7, didn't you ask me to go to Star City to ask Fatty for the warlord's split body? Didn't I go out for a few days that time?" Fang Ping's gaze was unfriendly. "It's been so many days, and you're very tight-lipped." Wang Jinyang said with a headache, "Fang Ping, let him speak. First. Don't interrupt him." These 2 guys were enough to give him a headache. "Continue." Fang Ping humphed. Qin Fengqin pursed his lips and continued, "It was that time. On the way back from Star City after getting the split body, I passed through Dongshan province. Isn't there Mount Tai on Dongshan? This is the origin of the myths and legends. One of the Taoists' 36 grotto heaven, Pengxian grotto heaven, is also here. At that time I didn't think much of it. I just wanted to take a look. At this point, Qin Fengqing paused and said, in the end, when I got there, I passed by Queen Mother's pool. I thought that this is the legendary Jade Pool, and legend has it that many immortals have come here before. There are immortal palaces, temples, and nunneries everywhere. At this moment, Qin Fengqing seemed a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and said, I thought that there might be some treasures hidden here that no one else has discovered. So, that day, I was also carried out on a whim. I went to dig a little. Li Hansong's expression was blank. After a while, he said, I remember. I remember there was a news report a few days ago that some places near Queen Mother's pool were damaged by people. The news even said that it was done by a tourist. Lowly. You did it? Qin Fengqing said sheepishly, I don't think so. I didn't dig at the same place. I changed a place and dug from underground. Logically, no one would find out, right? Get to the point. Wang Jinyang growled again. Enough, I'm going to flip out if you interrupt me again. Li Hansong shut up immediately. Qin Fengqing said again, that day, I was really just digging randomly. I don't know what happened, but as I was digging, I seemed to have entered another small world. Qin Fengqing's gaze was a little strange. It's really the kind of another world, not like the boundary wall in Star City. Actually, I can still sense it. That day, when I dug a little, I suddenly changed to another world, as if I was in another place. Let's put it this way. It's like we suddenly entered the catacombs, from one world to another. Fang Ping could not care less about old Wang's tantrum now. He said in a low voice, what you mean is, you actually met such a powerhouse on Earth? I don't know if it was on Earth. Qin Fengqing shook his head. Anyway, I entered from Earth. It's hard to say whether it was on Earth or not. Later, I guessed that it might be the kind of passageway, similar to the catacombs passageway. Actually, I've already reached the catacombs. Qin Fengqing took a deep breath and continued, you know, I'm most interested in this kind of arcane land. When I dug in, I thought I found a treasure, so I didn't retreat at that time. I went in. After I went in, it was actually not a big place. What I saw was actually a fruit forest. I thought I'd reached the Saturn Peach Garden. Qin Fengqing laughed at this moment, a little envious. It was really a fruit forest, so many kinds of fruits. When I saw it, it seemed like they were all energy fruits, all kinds of them. At that time, I wanted to pick some fruits, but, Qin Fengqing frowned slightly. But it seemed like someone was guarding it. Seemed? Fang Ping said impatiently, did you meet anyone or not? I really didn't. Qin Fengqing explained, when I wanted to go to the fruit forest, halfway there, I felt like someone was staring at me. You know, I'm still more sensitive to these kinds of things. Someone is observing me in the dark. At that time, I was ready to leave, but very soon, that gaze seemed to have noticed Warlord's split body, and then the gaze disappeared. At that time, anyway, I wasn't really afraid, so I didn't leave. I continued walking forward, ready to go to the fruit forest to pick fruits. In the end, when I reached the fruit forest, I realized that there was a boundary wall. This time, there was really a barrier, I couldn't enter. I attacked it for a long time, but I couldn't open it. At that time, weren't you besieged by the evil sect? I was in a hurry to send the split body back. After attacking for a long time, it didn't open, so I was about to leave. In the end, when I left, it seemed like, Qin Fengqing repeated with emphasis, it seemed like someone sent me a voice transmission. Anyway, the voice was very vague, asking me to come alone next time, then I could open the barrier. Actually, I'm alone. I suspect that the voice was talking about Warlord's split body. That's it? Fang Ping frowned. That's it? That's it. Qin Fengqing shrugged. That's it. Really? But there's one more thing. When I came out, I looked back. It's gone. The world entrance is gone. I can't find it. Qin Fengqing said helplessly, this passageway seems to be controlled by someone. I think, I probably opened it by accident. If I want to open it again, I'm afraid I can only go in alone. That voice said one person, the last time I wanted to go in, I couldn't. It probably rejected Warlord's split body, so I didn't try again. Are you an idiot? Fang Ping's eyes were cold and stern. It's fine if you didn't say anything about this, but since you knew someone might be there, and you deliberately rejected Warlord's split body, it's obvious that you have some reservations. I told you to go alone, and you really went alone? You didn't even mention it. Are you afraid that I'll snatch your opportunity? I didn't mean that. Qin Fengqing was speechless. I know there might be danger, I'm not an idiot. But since I was fine the first time I went in, the other party might be wary of Warlord's split body, but they probably don't want to kill me. Didn't you guys also meet the old antiques in the bounded zone? Didn't they not die? The last time I entered the bounded zone with Iron Head, we were both thrown out in the end. I'm guessing that a place might have certain restrictions. If some people go in, then the opportunity is gone. Since there's a living person, and he specifically told me to go alone, then I think he might have some arrangements or something. You also know that these old antiques are not easy to fool. If I bring you guys along, I might not be able to go in. Then you shouldn't have said nothing. It's not like that. I'm only rank 7. Qin Fengqing said gloomily, I'm just worried that these old antiques have many tricks up their sleeves. They can use mentality to probe some things. Once I say it, he might find out. I thought I'll go in alone and try again. If there's really a huge benefit, then we'll talk about it when I come back. Fang Ping humphed. How dare you? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to come back? What's there to be afraid of? Qin Fengqing said indifferently, as long as the benefit is big enough, then it's worth the gamble. Won't you guys be in danger when you go to the bounded zone? When you guys went to the Xishan catacombs last time, you guys went in. If that old antique had evil intentions, didn't you guys die too? Just bet on your luck. Since these fellows have appeared now, I'm afraid they're not here to kill a rank 7 martial artist, right? If they were exposed so easily, then they wouldn't have hidden. Fang Ping frowned. After a while, he said, there's a big problem. They're actually people who appeared on Earth. I thought you met them in the catacombs. You know, Sino Nation has old Zhang and the rest, and they've almost dug 3 feet deep. Their mentality is incomparably strong, and they've explored many places. Do you think that Paragon really didn't investigate these at all? We all know to go to the blessed grotto heaven in reality to take a look. Not just them, even Warlord and the rest have checked many times. Old Zhang has checked 100%, but he found nothing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that these people are all old turtles, hiding in their shells and not coming out. Fang Ping frowned. You actually entered a new world on Earth. If that's the case, then there's an 80 to 90% chance that it's not like the one in Star City. If it's really like that, we would have been discovered long ago. Old Zhang said before that some sects on Earth have a small space similar to Star City's barrier. Some sects rank 7 and 8 powerhouses usually hide in there. Some of the fellows inside are still alive. However, it can't be hidden from old Zhang. He has investigated almost all of them and grasped some of the situations inside clearly before he let it go. But now, Dongshan is not far from Capital City. Right under his nose, an old antique has appeared. This is a very serious problem. You actually didn't tell me. Qin Fengqing mumbled, it's okay. They won't dare to come out now. Don't I have plans? This time, I plan to go take a look first. If I don't come back, 10 days later, the 3 departments and 4 houses, including MCMAU, will receive a fixed mail. When the time comes, you will naturally know. I've written down the address clearly. You will know when you go back and check. Easy for you to say. Fang Ping let out a humph. Li Hansong continued, when Fang Ping was preparing to counterattack Magic City's catacombs, he also thought about whether the blessed grotto heaven in reality has a passageway to the catacombs. Fang Ping had mentioned this to Jiang Chao before. Li Hansong had also heard about it. At this time, he muttered, could it be that you went to a grotto heaven? For example, Pengxian Grotto Heaven? The person you met was the master of Pengxian Grotto Heaven? Fang Ping opened his mouth and said, Pengxian Grotto Heaven is not among the 8 territories in Sino Nation. They are Quechang Mountain, Purple Cap Mountain, Wangwu Mountain, Weiyu Mountain, Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, Xuanda Grotto Heaven, Donyang Mountain, and Luofu Mountain. This was the data on the combat strength ranking given by Old Zhang. The 8 Grotto Heaven masters were all on the ranking. Fang Ping suspected that Old Zhang had probably confirmed that the person was still alive and had investigated at Imperial Sea Mountain before. That was why he had given the ranking. If that was the case, then the 8 territories in Sino Nation had a master. As for the other 3 territories, Fang Ping did not know if there were undamaged territories or if Old Zhang had not been there before. Anyway, there were no Grotto Heaven masters in other places on the ranking. If that was the case, then it meant that only Sino Nation had 8 territories that were intact. The Pingxian Grotto Heaven where Mount Tai was had no record. He did not know whether it did not exist or did not exist at all. 10 major Grotto Heavens, 36 small Grotto Heavens, and 72 blessed lands. Those were just legends. It did not mean that these places definitely existed. After hearing what he said, Qin Fengqing thought for a while before saying, "Actually, it doesn't really look like a territory. It's not like I haven't been to a territory before. That Sky Palace is the most obvious." Fang Ping said disdainfully, "Idiot, you went in from Earth. It could also be inside the Sky Palace. The fruit forest you saw might be on the Sky Palace. It's not impossible. I've only eliminated the possibility of it being Pengxian Grotto Heaven, but it might be another Grotto Heaven." According to the records, there was only one Pengxian Grotto Heaven in the eastern mountains. However, the Grotto Heavens in the nearby provinces could also have passages in these regions. For example, Mount Wangwu is actually in the West Mountain area. As the legendary number 1 Grotto Heaven, it may not be impossible to open a passage on Earth. It is understandable that the passage is in the East Mountain. East Mountain and West Mountain were adjacent to each other. Wangwu Mountain, one of the 8 great caves, still existed, so it was possible that the passageway was there. Qin Fengqing scratched his head and thought for a moment before saying, "Why don't I go take a look first? Didn't the old cat say that the other party might be using me? But if they want to use me, they should at least give me some benefits. Let me get to rank 9 first. As for whether or not I'll be using him, it's hard to say who'll be using whom when I reach rank 9. Fang Ping frowned. All you know is the benefits. Once they do something to you when you're advancing to level 9, you'll die. Didn't you hear what the cat said about the cat tree? He was very clear about the flaws in the other party's Tao of Quintessence. It was fine if they didn't know, but if they did, even if they reached the peak, it would still be extremely dangerous. If you want to mess around until you reach rank 9, or even Paragon, do you think others are idiots? Didn't the other party have any control methods? Let's not talk about anything else. If they catch hold of the flaw in your source Tao, you'll be under their control for the rest of your life. Qin Fengqing said sheepishly, "Then I'll go and mess around until I reach peak rank 8. After I reach peak rank 8, I won't go anymore. Isn't that enough? Get lost." Fang Ping scolded, "You think I don't know you? Will you be able to hold it in? This wasn't the first time you gambled on your luck. You were full of confidence and felt that you were invincible. Would you be afraid of others scheming against you? But in reality, you are nothing. When you reach peak rank 8, can you resist the temptation?" Many level 9 experts were extremely confident when they stepped into the Quintessence Tao. The few Catacombs origin path I've met, when they were rank 9, thought that a true king was nothing much. They thought that they were invincible, that they could break the sky with one punch, but in the end, they all hesitated, and they all died. Fang Ping cursed for a while before saying solemnly, "There really is a passageway on Earth." Furthermore, it was still unknown where it would lead to. Whether it was the catacombs or not, it was very troublesome. A hidden old antique was hiding in the human world, the kind that could still come out from the looks of it. This kind of old antique doesn't know good and evil, the most troublesome. I must inform old Zhang about this. Fang Ping's considerations were much more than Qin Fengqing's. This fellow only knew how to become stronger, but he did not think about what would happen if the other party came out. Qin Fengqing saw that Fang Ping was deeply worried and said gloomily, "Fang Ping, this is not the first time the passageway has appeared. Maybe it has existed since ancient times. You think that others are a threat, others might think that we are occupying their territory. If the passageway has really existed for countless years, then the surface was also their territory back then. They haven't come out for so many years. Do you need to be so worried now? What do you know? Fang Ping scolded, no matter whose territory Earth was back then, it's ours now. Do you understand? These fellows didn't appear when humans were in danger, didn't stand up to help, then I don't care if they live or die. Right now, they are a threat. Just like the catacombs' two kings, the true king in the catacombs simply wants to get rid of the two kings. Although we won't go that far, since they don't care if Earth lives or dies, then don't even think about returning to Earth now. Fang Ping continued, the 8 major realms are still on the surface, after all. I'm afraid that some of Star Town's top powerhouses are also from these places. They're all contributing. That's why even though old Xiang is furious, he didn't really lay a hand on the realms. These old antiques on the surface probably had the same idea when they sent people out back then. But those in the dark, no matter who they are all enemies. Although Zhang Tao was dissatisfied with the territories, he did not hate them to the point of insanity. Needless to say, a part of Stellar Sky City's top experts came from there. That was their sincerity. Perhaps it was not shown to future generations, but more or less they had contributed. Those in the dark, then there was no humanity to speak of at all. Quokang Mountain did not contribute before, but Old Cat coming out this time could be considered to have contributed. Why did old Zhang choose Quokang Mountain as his first target? It was most likely because no one had appeared at Quokang Mountain before. Gong Juanzi had to thank Old Cat for giving up later. Otherwise, during the battle in Magic City previously, old Zhang would definitely break the territories and force this guy out. I'll inform old Zhang later and ask him to come back and think of a way. You have to settle this as soon as possible. This is the top priority. Fang Ping was more nervous about this than he was about the king's battleground, a direct passageway to Earth. No one knew that it could pass through. Just this point alone, he had to find out the truth. If old Zhang knew, he probably would not sit still. Someone had dug a hole and was hiding right under his nose. It would be strange if he didn't find the culprit, Qin Fengqing said sheepishly, up to you. But once old Zhang comes out, the other party might hide completely. Fang Ping, if that's the case, then I might not be able to go in. How about this, I'll go in first, and you guys can look. Do you want money more than your life? Fang Ping scolded. Must you seek death? Sigh. Qin Fengqing sighed. There was no other way. Back then, he said that he could surpass them when he reached rank 7. In the end, when he reached rank 7, he realized that rank 7 was nothing. It was useless to go on like this. Now, he could only take the risk. Danger. It was not like he did not know. This kind of place was definitely dangerous. It was normal to not be able to come out after going in. But if he did not try, how would he know? He was only rank 7 anyway. It did not matter if he had more or less. If he really died in there, then it was nothing. It proved that the other party did have evil intentions. When the email was sent, they could go and look for him again. Fang Ping ignored him. A crystal chip appeared in his hand. Old Zhang had cut a little bit of mentality on it. Once it was broken, old Zhang could sense it and rush back quickly. Qin Fengqing saw that and sighed again. Alright, this time his preparation was for nothing. He sighed. When Fang Ping broke the crystal chip, he scolded, short-sighted fellow. How much can you take if you go in? Is it for your own good, or is it better to just take it all? If this fellow has bad intentions, let old Zhang and the others join forces to take him. Not only will the things be ours, even his origin and Dao, even his bones will be mine. Fang Ping was incomparably savage. Sino Nation had already been reserved by him. It was his territory. Now that someone dared to dig a hole in Sino Nation's territory, he would kill him. Everyone listened with their mouths agape. You're amazing. This fellow had always treated these opportunities like this, taking them all. Now he was preparing to take the nest. Just as Fang Ping summoned old Zhang back, the catacombs. Destiny City. Ji Yao stood in the middle of an enormous palace, looking up at Ji Hong. She was looking at Ji Hong with her head tilted up. Ji Hong sat on his throne, his voice loud and emotionless. Do you really have the ability to support the royal court? I don't know. Ji Yao said slowly, the royal ancestor and father are still in the royal court. They can teach me. Ji Hong was silent for a moment. You want to join the Heavenly Lion Battalion? Yao wants to go out and gain some experience, participate in more battles, and make more friends. Ji Yao said loudly, I don't have enough prestige right now, but if I can gain some achievements at the border and gain the recognition of some true kings, I will inherit the position of Lord of the Ji family. The border is very chaotic. Ji Hong said solemnly, the demons of the myriad demon royal court are unruly and often violate the borders. There are demons guarding the royal court. Some greater demons think that they are traitors and often attack the royal court. Over there, once you die in battle, not even your bones will be left. Those demons will eat you alive. Ji Yao had never left the Ji family's protection. The first time she had left Destiny City was at the royal court's battlefield. She had been at peak rank 6 then and was ready to ascend. That was why she had taken the risk. Ji Hong thought that it hadn't been that long. Now, his daughter wanted to go to the border and participate in the war against the myriad demon royal court. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists participated in the royal court's battles. There were countless powerhouses. The myriad demon royal court had the largest territory and countless powerhouses. Demons often led troops into the war. Some of the true monarchs might even take action. This was not the Outland, the true king reborn had stopped them in the Outland. That was why there was a rule that true kings could not participate. This was not happening. True kings were invincible powerhouses. They would not be restricted by others. They were just a bunch of ants. It was up to the true king whether to kill them or not. There had been cases of true kings slaughtering large numbers of martial artists. Ji Yao said solemnly, millions of royal court soldiers are fighting at the border. If they dare, I won't back down. I felt a lot during the 7 Southern Regions battle. Ji Yao's emotions fluctuated as she said, I see the faith of the revived martial artists who dare to face death. I saw 2 quasi-true kings reach the true king realm in 1 step. I even saw the true king of God Continent and the god generals of God Continent. They didn't dare to die, but in the end, they died a tragic death. The more you fear death, the more you will die. True monarchs and divine generals are all lofty existences, but it's also because of this that they've long since forgotten how they got stronger through cultivation. Ji Yao said coldly, that's why Yao won't repeat the same mistake. Rather than dying like this in the future, why not give it your all now? Take King Li Zhu for example. Making friends with a group of like-minded people in the army, at least. When you go out to battle one day, you will have comrades. No one will stab you in the back. Ji Yao was straightforward. She raised her head and said loudly, back then, King Li Zhu went to war against the Nether King. Both his left and right generals died. Father, this is what Yao wants to do. A king lord had subdued 2 experts of the same cultivation level, the most powerful experts of all. For the great cause of the royal court, he was willing to fight to the death, even though that battle ended in tragedy. Even today, the right general is still protecting King Li Zhu. Yao wants to become a king lord like him too. Ji Hong's expression changed when he heard this. As the princess of Heaven Fate royal court, Ji Yao was the daughter of the king lord, the daughter of Ji Hong, the daughter of a true monarch. The Ji family controlled Heaven Fate royal court and was famous everywhere, but now, his daughter worshipped the king lord of another royal court. To Ji Hong, this was tantamount to saying that he was a failure as a king lord. Ji Hong mocked himself and smiled faintly, Li Zhu? Yao, some people are different. Li Zhu could only do this. That was his fate. Li Zhu started from nothing and he had to fight. If he didn't, he would have died a long time ago. But my Ji family is different. We have 2 true monarchs. You, the king lord, are the strongest in the royal court. Ji Hong shook his head, fate is different, so the process is different. And the result was different as well. Now that I'm a true monarch, of the 3 divine generals, 1 is dead, 1 is crippled, and 1 is injured. Yao, the Ji family doesn't need to learn from Li Zhu. Ji Yao lowered her head and said in a complicated tone, Father, is the Ji family really that strong? Ji Hong subconsciously wanted to scold her. But in the next moment, he stopped. Ji Yao didn't raise her head. She bowed and said, yes, the king lord is the strongest, But compared to Heavenly King Zhen, King Wu, King Qian, and the myriad demon king, how does the King Lord compare? King Ancestor, can you really sweep away the troubles of the world alone? Father, I've always thought that since the Ji family is so powerful, why should I work hard? Why should I cultivate and become a monarch and emperor? 2 years ago, I never thought that I would one day become the King Lord. I have a true monarch realm grandfather, a King Lord father, a divine Dao realm uncle, and countless divine generals of the Ji family. Do I still need to work hard for such a powerful Ji family? Do I still need Yao to become the next King Lord? Ji Yao shook her head and said in a complicated tone, back then, I never thought that this day would come. But now, I understand. Father, sometimes, you can only rely on yourself for some things. Ji Hong frowned. Ji Yao continued, also, Fang Ping said that the King Lord of Lizhu wasn't crippled. Instead, he became stronger. Father, the reason why the King Lord of Lizhu hid himself is because he has great ambitions. The Ji family wants to unify the God continent. Can the King Lord and Father really do it? Ji Hong frowned. Even though Lizhu hid himself, he was indeed a divine general 10 years ago and not a true monarch. In such a short time, even if he became a true monarch, his strength is still limited. Father. Ji Yao interrupted Ji Hong. That might not be the case. How long has it been since King Wu and King of Hell became true monarchs? However, they had been able to kill a true king with ease. King Wu is so powerful that even the King Lord, can he really take down King Wu? Ji Yao said something very disrespectful. During the battle that day, she was escaping and didn't see the true monarchs fight. But after that, she knew everything. King Wu was the first to fight. He fought the myriad demon king and the King Lord alone. If King Wu was only powerful, it would be fine. The royal court could fight him, but King Wu wasn't powerful alone. What was more powerful was that he could make the resurrected true monarch fight with him to the death. King Wu was like that. He was the leader of the land of rebirth. Li Zhu was the same. Ji Yao thought of the mystic jade true monarch's death. The Skyplant's royal court's true monarch was ordered by Li Zhu. And in the battle in the north region, many true monarchs attacked and killed 2 true monarchs from the land of rebirth. Who was the leader? Ji Hong and the rest didn't know. Or rather, they didn't want to admit it. They didn't think it was Li Zhu. But Ji Yao felt that it was very likely that it was the sickly Li Zhu. This was the real King Lord. This was a powerhouse who could control his own fate. Perhaps they might not be as powerful as the King Lord, but they could control their own lives. They could do what they wanted. They had the support of others who were willing to die for them. This was why Ji Yao felt they were powerful. As for her father and her King Lord, could they really let the true monarchs die for the Ji family? Ji Yao had mixed feelings. Ji Hong was silent for a while. After a while, he sighed. In just a few years, you've changed so much that I can't recognize you. Never mind, chaos is coming. Maybe this is your fate. Go. Bring Ji Nan with you to the Heavenly Lion Army. I want to go alone. Ji Yao said, with Uncle King around, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to fight. If I really die at the border, King Lord, just pretend that I don't have a daughter like Yao. Ji Hong was speechless for a while. After a while, he said, up to you. Then, Yao shall leave. Ji Yao bowed. After thinking for a while, she said, when the king's battleground opens, Yao would like to participate if I have the chance. The 2 kings have revived, and everyone is making their moves. Even if Yao can't see everything clearly, I want to enter the game and learn from these true powerhouses. Ji Hong looked at her deeply. True powerhouses, was his daughter, saying that he wasn't a true powerhouse. This was his daughter. Why did she look so unfamiliar? Ji Hong mocked himself in his heart. It seemed like his daughter looked down on him. After a long while, Ji Hong waved his hand and said, go first. Okay, I'll go to the border now. Ji Yao did not delay and left the hall in the blink of an eye. After she left, a figure appeared in the hall. Fate King frowned slightly as he watched his granddaughter leave. After a long while, he said, Yao has changed a lot. I don't know if it's good or bad. Father, Ji Hong called out softly and said in a low voice, now, King Wu is powerful, Li Zhu is in hibernation, King Qian is enduring, Myriad Goblin King and Heavenly Goblin King are in hiding. Should we? He wanted to ask if his father was too ostentatious. Now, the only powerhouse who was active in the open was Fate King. The matter of the king's battleground was also led by his father. This might not be a good thing, Fate King said in a low voice. I know what you want to say. However, I have no choice. Among the 4 palace masters, I became a true king the latest. King Qian and the others were all true kings in the early years. Some of them even participated in the war against the demon emperor. Hundreds of years ago, the palace master of the majestic court died. I also became the palace master of the true king palace by chance. However, no one knew how the palace master died back then. Someone is playing a game of chess, a very big game of chess. As for me, I might be their chess piece. Why did King Wu fight? Why did he attack so frequently? Because he was also a chess piece. However, he wanted to jump out of this game of chess. Father is the same. Fate King's eyes were deep as he looked into the distance. He said in a faint voice, therefore, the only thing I can do is fight. If they want to use me as a chess piece, they have to see if they are qualified. After I kill the 2 kings, perhaps, they will be my chess pieces. After cultivating to the realm of Fate King, he would not be stupid. It was not that he did not know some things. He just followed the flow. King Feng had been active in Imperial Sea Mountain all these years. Why, he was fighting too. If he did not fight, he might not be able to take the second path. In the end, those true kings who did not fight in the catacombs might become abandoned instead of chess pieces. Ji Hong's tone was complicated. He was also a little upset. Father, who is the leader of this game of chess? Who? Fate King chuckled. Many people. The demon emperor might be the biggest chess player. This includes some powerhouses from the land of rebirth, those from the land of rebirth, as well as the 2 kings, the demon emperor, King Qian. These people might all be chess players. They might have been from the beginning, or they might have joined halfway. If you play chess, then I play chess too. After thousands of years, it has become very complicated now. Fate King shook his head. Not only them, he was also planning. As he said that, he said, there are also the demons. Guarding the majestic court all these years, it seems like they are showing weakness by contributing to both sides. However, is that really the case? Do you know what these demons are thinking? There were many powerhouses among these guarding demons. Most of the rank 9 in the outer territory were demon powerhouses. The celestial demon king who guarded the majestic court was also extremely mysterious. He rarely appeared. Legend had it that during the battle where the demon emperor attacked, the celestial demon king had already achieved true king level. Would such a demon king do something that harmed others without benefiting itself? What was it thinking by sending a large number of demons into the too majestic court? No one knew. Fate King's emotions fluctuated. He quickly said, don't worry about this. Since Yaoer wants to go to the military to train, let her go. When she comes back from the military and has merits, you can abdicate. Okay. Ji Hong did not hesitate. Now that King 100 Mountain was dead, there was much less resistance in the majestic court. However, with King 100 Mountain's death, his father would probably be under a lot of pressure. At this moment, Ji Hong could not help but ask, Father, why did Heavenly King Garrison kill King 100 Mountain that day? All these years, Heavenly King Garrison would only kill someone who wanted to enter the first grotto heaven. At other times, he mainly used intimidation and did not take the initiative to kill a true king. Fate King hesitated for a moment and said slowly, maybe he is buying time. It might be related to the king battlefield. After killing King 100 Mountain, I will be questioned by the other true kings. In the short term, the king battlefield matter will not be able to proceed smoothly. He might be giving the 2 kings more time. Ji Hong's expression changed. Buying time for the 2 kings? Why? Fate King's eyes were deep. He said indifferently, he might know the 2 kings. Who can say for sure about these things? These people have lived for generations. There is me in you and you in me. Their relationship is very complicated. Fate King shook his head. Among the current top-notch experts, excluding the few new top-notch experts in the land of rebirth, he was actually the most inexperienced. He attained Tao after the demon emperor attacked 1,000 years ago. Many humans and demons had attained Tao 1,000 years ago. In the God continent, it was hard to say if there were any true kings who had participated in the king battlefield battle. Many true kings were extremely mysterious. Although it was known that they were true kings, one might not know when they attained Tao. Forget about the true kings of the same generation. Those who were not true kings had never seen them, or those who knew them were all dead. When they suddenly appeared midway and joined the true king hall, one would not know where they came from or what their past was. God continent was huge, the big ones could hide at will and one would not be able to find them. There was also the existence of the Forbidden Sea and some secret places. Fate King thought about these things and suddenly murmured, "This is the only time I want to truly get rid of all these." The king battlefield, it was very important. Heavenly King Zhen seemed to want to delay his footsteps. Why? You want to delay, but not a martial king. Fate King suddenly laughed. Perhaps he could try. At the same time, in a secret place, Xianxia frowned and cursed softly. This kid had only been here for a few days and he was already in trouble. He was looking for him now. Beside him, Li Zhen looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Fang Ping is looking for me for something urgent." Li Zhen was speechless and said helplessly, "Just a few days, right? Didn't I give him the secret art to comprehend before he left? He should be able to immerse himself in it for a few months, right?" Listening to what he said, the secret art was given to Fang Ping to let that guy rest for a few days. Not far away, Warlord chuckled and said, "Maybe your secret art is too simple and he learned it in a few days." "That's right, after all, you guys have only reached the peak for a few years." Zhang Tao stood up and said with a smile, "Senior, since you think our secret art is not good, why don't you be generous and leave us a secret art too so that this kid can immerse himself in it and rest for a while?" Warlord chuckled and said, "He can't learn mine. It's too complicated." Zhang Tao despised him in his heart. Who would believe him? "You guys continue here. I'll go back and take a look." Zhang Tao said, "Try to get it done quickly. Once the king battlefield ends, the catacombs' true king will probably continue to be active. We don't have much time." Everyone agreed. Zhang Tao did not say anything else. With a move of his body, he disappeared without a trace. Seeing that, Warlord sighed and said, "This guy, he's really getting stronger. He has to admit that he's getting old." Breaking space, locating the passageway. "I think one day, he'll be able to break space directly and appear in the catacombs at any time." Li Zhen heard that and thought for a while. "Patriarch Jiang, are the catacombs and Earth really one? If Zhang Tao can really break space, can he tear the barrier between the two worlds?" Warlord chuckled and said, "I don't know about that, but it's very possible. I remember that guy from the evil sect said that with blood sacrifice, using the life force of billions of people as the energy source, he might be able to break this barrier." Who is the Grand Pope, really? Li Zhen was going crazy. Since the patriarchs have come into contact with him, did they really not discover his identity? Warlord pondered for a while and said, "It's hard to tell, but he's not weak. I can't be sure with just a glance. Years ago, he came from Mount Royal Sea and persuaded us to sacrifice all lives, break the barrier, and get rid of the shackles of guarding Mount Royal Sea. This guy is quite eloquent. According to him, as long as we sacrifice billions of people, we don't have to care about Mount Royal Sea anymore. From now on, we can go anywhere in the world." Li Zhen took a deep breath and said, "So, the Grand Pope isn't the Patriarch?" The Patriarch he mentioned was not Warlord. Warlord knew what he meant and said with a smile, "It shouldn't be that old geezer from your family. That old geezer tricked us into guarding Mount Royal Sea. If he wanted us to give up, he would have just let us guard it. He made it so troublesome, guarding it and not guarding it at the same time, unless he's a psychopath. Doesn't Patriarch Jiang have any clues at all?" Li Zhen said in a low voice, "If we don't ferret this guy out, he'll be a disaster sooner or later." "Actually, you don't have to worry too much," Warlord said with a smile. "His goal is to break the barrier between the two worlds in advance. That was 100 years ago, and there weren't many passageways opened back then, so he had the idea. But now, it's about to be completely opened, and there's not much use for him to show up now. It's only a matter of time, can't he wait for a year or two? The Pope's goal was to break the barrier between the two worlds in advance, so that true kings could come and go at will. Of course, that was not the main goal. Warlord said again, that guy probably wanted to trigger a war in advance, maybe solve some mysteries, or simply let the seed of rebirth appear in advance. But he failed. All these years, he didn't care much about the evil sect, or else it wouldn't have been so easy to destroy it. The seed of rebirth again. Li Zhen snorted. He hated this thing now, afraid to hear its name. Everything stemmed from this. Warlord was too lazy to say anything else. After so many years, he was tired of hearing about the seed of rebirth. Mekmao. The space fluctuated slightly, and the next moment, Zhang Tao's figure appeared in the sky above MCMAU. Zhang Tao exhaled. It was not easy for him. Breaking space and traveling through space was still a little difficult for him. However, he cultivated the Emperor path, and could vaguely locate the human powerhouse's aura. That was how he caught a trace of aura and rushed here. If it were someone else, it might not be possible. Even someone as strong as the subduing Heavenly King might not be able to do it. Once lost in the darkness, there might be no way to get out. It's good if there are more powerhouses in Sino Nation. Zhang Tao laughed suddenly. He wanted to lock onto the aura. Without a rank 9, it was almost impossible to sense. If there were more powerhouses, if there were rank 9s everywhere, maybe he could really teleport. As he was thinking, Zhang Tao's expression changed. The next moment, he appeared in Fang Ping's Grandmaster Tower. Fang Ping, who was waiting, was surprised to see old Zhang suddenly appear. Minister, don't tell me you're hiding in MCMAU? You've appeared in 23 seconds. This speed was unparalleled. Did he not say that he was not in Sino Nation anymore, but wasn't this too fast? Zhang Tao could not be bothered with him. He said quickly, have you learned the ultimate technique? I left you 810,000 energy combinations that might be suitable for you. Logically speaking, you should still be trying to figure them out. How did you get out of closed-door cultivation so soon? Fang Ping was stunned. How many? Luckily, he did not look. Fang Ping suddenly felt lucky. Old Zhang was trying to trick him. Luckily, he was smart enough to look at Li Zhen's ultimate technique first. Otherwise, 810,000. Fang Ping shuddered. He was going to trap himself to death. Old Zhang's heart was really evil. Fang Ping did not waste any more time. He quickly told him what had happened. Zhang Tao frowned. He said quickly, it's not too surprising. There are some powerhouses hiding on Earth. I've guessed it before, but they're hidden very well. Plus, those useless old fellows in Star Town don't know how to do this. They only know how to make a big shell to hide. I've never thought about how to crack it. Now it seems that there are some unexpected gains. He was not too worried about this. Although these people were annoying, they would not appear in the near future. However, these fellows had special methods. He did not really understand these methods from the ancient martial arts period or the sex period, so he could not crack it. The elders in Star Town only knew how to make some barriers to protect Star Town. They could not do this. He did not have any experience to learn from. Now it was great, he had actually discovered one. Old Zhang suddenly laughed. Good news. Maybe we can catch him alive. Motherf asterisk Kerr, there's finally some progress. This time, we'll think of a way to catch this old tortoise and get rid of him. Good news. As soon as he said this, Wang Jinyang and the others looked at him and Fang Ping strangely. The two of you really did not discuss this beforehand. Old Zhang really did not eavesdrop. They would not believe it even if he said it. Inside the Grandmaster Tower, Zhang Tao was in a good mood. He said something similar to what Fang Ping had said. Soon, he touched his chin. His beard was gone. It was gone during the last war. While touching his chin, he muttered, the entrance is around Mount Tai. The cat is familiar but doesn't remember. Thinking, Zhang Tao raised his eyebrows. Is it a powerhouse from the apatheicized era or the sect era? Fang Ping continued, in the history of martial arts, how many super wars have happened? Fang Ping added, as far as I know, the appearance of the Forbidden Sea was caused by a war. This should be the war at the end of the Demon Emperor era. At that time, humans were probably in the apatheicized era. The second was the war between the two kings and the old antiques of the bounded domain. The third was when unquestionable Jian led the powerhouses from Earth into the catacombs. This was the end of the sect era. The third war, this was what Fang Ping knew so far. The first time, the Forbidden Sea appeared. The second time, the battlefield of the Demon Emperor era and the current broken bounded domain appeared. The third time, however, did not seem to affect much. There were not many relics left, as if the war did not affect anything. Zhang Tao laughed. There should be one more time, but that was too early. It might have happened before the Demon Emperor era. The Demon Emperor should have existed through both the ancient martial era and the apatheicized era. The disappearance of the ancient emperors might have something to do with the war. Of course, this is my guess. The emperors might have disappeared during the war at the Forbidden Sea. This is not clear yet. Zhang Tao knew what Fang Ping meant. He denied, this guy who is hiding shouldn't be someone before the Demon Emperor era. Of course, it's very possible that he's not from the bounded domain. I guess he might be an antique left behind from the apatheicized era. Everyone was surprised. Qin Fengqing said quickly, an antique from the apatheicized era? It can't be that old, right? If he's from the bounded domain, the antiques from the other bounded domain would have shown up. The other party wouldn't have hidden so deeply. Also, the bounded domain. Zhang Tao laughed. Those antiques from the bounded domain don't seem to know how to do this either. Based on what you're saying, the other party is trying to hide the small world that he's in. This is not something an ordinary person can do. If those fellows from the bounded domain could do it, they would have hidden the bounded domain a long time ago. Fang Ping came to a sudden realization and said hurriedly, that's right. If the domain lands really have this ability, I don't think they should put the domain lands in front of everyone. The bounded domain was dangerous, but the target was clear. If it were not for the humans and the catacombs powerhouses holding it back, it would have been breached long ago. If he really had such an ability, the more secluded his hiding place, the better. Fang Ping said excitedly, a powerhouse who's still in front of the sect. Minister, we've earned big this time. If one of them were to be caught, he might be able to reap an incomparably huge harvest. Zhang Tao glanced at him and laughed in spite of himself. You're more confident than me. If that guy was really a survivor of that era, do you think he would be weak? However, since the other party lured Qin Fengqing and acted so sneakily, even the Battle King's clone was wary of him. I'm afraid he might not have recovered. As he spoke, Zhang Tao said, let's go and take a look and we'll know. Minister, aren't you going to prepare? Fang Ping was surprised. Was he not even prepared for this? What's there to prepare? Zhang Tao said indifferently, if we can catch him, then catch him. If we can't, then forget it. We'll just chase him away. If we can't, then seal the entrance to the small world. I'm afraid the other party won't dare to fight with me now. He said it confidently. The other party had hidden for so many years. Even if he still had his combat strength now, he might not dare to fight him. He would go and take a look. If he was weak, then he would catch him and take a look. An old antique who had lived for thousands of years. Other than that cat, he had never seen a real person. As for people like Heavenly King Subduing and the others, who knew how old they were. Zhang Tao was extremely decisive. He did what he said. In the blink of an eye, he brought Fang Ping and the others and rushed toward Dongshan. In reality, it was fine not to bring them. Bringing them would be a bit of a burden. However, Zhang Tao had some guesses in his heart. If he went, he might not be able to find the entrance. Maybe he would have to rely on Qin Fengqing. Tarzan. Queen Mother Pool. High up in the sky, Fang Ping and the others emerged from the black passageway. They were all a little shocked. Hurrying through space. What kind of move was this? This was beyond the scope of martial arts, wasn't it? Zhang Tao did not say much. His mentality began to investigate quickly. Very quickly, his eyes moved slightly. In the next moment, they appeared underground as if they had been here all along. There was a pit underground. It was dug out quite wide. Fang Ping and the others glanced at Qin Fengqing. There was no need to ask. this guy dug it. Qin Fengqing looked around and said quickly, it's at the end in front. When we were digging, we were no longer on Earth. Zhang Tao did not say much. He strode forward. After walking for a while, there was a sealed stone wall in front. Fang Ping used his mentality to investigate and frowned slightly. There was nothing behind the stone wall. It was still soil and gravel. Fang Ping used his mentality to investigate. Very quickly, he shook his head and said, I didn't find anything unusual. Could it be that it can be moved? If it was possible, then it would be terrifying. Zhang Tao laughed. Probably not. The passageway is indeed nearby. There are traces of space tearing around here. Shattered space would more or less leave behind some traces. Zhang Tao sensed carefully. Very quickly, he smiled faintly. It's very vigilant. It doesn't seem to welcome me. As soon as he said that, everyone felt a little strange. Had the other party discovered Zhang Tao? At this moment, Zhang Tao said calmly, since Senior is still alive, why don't you show yourself? I have a lot of doubts that I would like Senior to clear up. Silence. No matter what era Senior is from, you should be an Earthling. Since you haven't done anything evil on Earth all these years, I don't want to be your enemy. However, the situation is not stable now. A person like Senior is hiding in the hinterland of Sino Nation. I have to be vigilant. Zhang Tao waited for a moment. Then, he smiled again. If Senior doesn't come out, then forget it. However, this time, I'm afraid you have your own motives for luring the juniors in. Forget it. Since you don't want to show yourself, how about this? Zhang Tao seemed to be thinking about something. He smiled. Let these juniors in. Senior, give them some opportunities. Take it as a favor. Still silence. At this moment, Zhang Tao's smile was gone. He said indifferently, you don't want face? I gave you a chance, but you don't cherish it? I said I'm asking you to give them opportunities. I'm asking you to pay for the passage. 1 hour. Let them in. Let them return satisfied. Otherwise, I'll break this shell today and let you have nowhere to hide. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping and the others had a strange look on their faces. This? Old Zhang was arrogant, Fang Ping was a little doubtful. Could he really find the place? If he could, with old Zhang's personality, would he talk so much nonsense with the other party? Before he came, he said he would capture them directly. The next moment, Zhang Tao's voice rang in everyone's ears. Think of a way to sneak in first. This is the first time I've seen this. I don't really understand the principle. The overlapping space around here is more complicated. Once you guys go in, I can locate the other party's location. I'll break the space directly and capture them. Don't worry. It won't be too dangerous. Old Zhang was still very confident. He had discovered some abnormalities, but he could not clearly sense the other party's location. After sending Fang Ping and the others in, he could locate the other party's space. Then, he could descend directly and break this tortoise shell. Having said that, Zhang Tao suddenly said telepathically, hurry up. Hide your aura. I'll make you look like an early stage rank 8. Fang Ping's gaze flickered. Was he going to set someone up? However, would it be too late to hide in front of the other party's house? Zhang Tao seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled and said telepathically, it's okay. The other party won't dare to probe near me. I'm here. Once the other party probes, I'll definitely find out. Of course, we can't exclude the possibility that the other party has some means to see us here. However, they probably won't be able to distinguish your strength. As he said that, Zhang Tao continued, later, I'll retreat a little. You guys go in. If there's no danger, then you can follow him and deal with him first. If there's danger, Fang Ping will immediately reveal his aura. With your strength, I can break the space and descend instantly if you reveal your aura. That's good too. Diplomacy before force. He's a senior, after all. It's not very polite to break the space and drag him out of the coffin directly. Fang Ping could not stop complaining. Polite? Forget it, you threatened the other party to pay for the passage the moment you arrived. How was that polite? Remember, only reveal your aura when there's danger. Otherwise, you can coax some benefits out of him first. Otherwise, if you attack and kill the other party, some good stuff will go to waste. Zhang Tao was also calculative. He calculated, keep some of the good stuff first. You can communicate with the other party, gossip, and ask about the situation. These things can still be asked now. After we kill the other party later, there won't be any more questions. Actually, it was not worth it to kill someone. Old Zhang felt that there was a need to cultivate a relationship with the other party. As for the other party's schemes, what a joke, he was already here. If the other party could still scheme against everyone, then would he, Zhang Tao, still have any dignity left? Fang Ping transmitted his voice. Will the other party let us in? Don't worry, they will. Old Zhang laughed heartily. Suddenly, his mentality fluctuated. Fang Ping and the others did not notice anything at first. Soon, however, everyone felt that something was wrong. The space was trembling, no, it was twisting. Zhang Tao placed his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. He did not make a sound. However, the surrounding space began to distort, like a mirror that had been smashed. After a while, Zhang Tao said again, 1 minute. I don't care if you understand or not. I can only wait this long. Let them go in and give me some good stuff. Otherwise, I won't be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao threw a punch. Crack, the void shattered. As this punch was thrown, no one knew where the fist force traveled to. A faint, ear-piercing friction sound was heard. 30 seconds left. Boom, another punch. After this punch, Zhang Tao chuckled. Do you think I don't have the ability to find your location? It might be hard to find. But don't force me to shatter all the space nearby so that you have nowhere to hide. 20 seconds. Boom, another punch. 10 seconds. Fang Ping and the others' eyelids twitched. Old Zhang was the biggest robber since ancient times. His attitude was as if he would raid the house if they did not pay for the passage. Overbearing, at this moment, a sigh came from somewhere. Is the emperor of today a guest like this? Guest? Zhang Tao's mentality probed around. He smiled faintly. No guest. This is my territory. You are the guests. No matter what happened in the past, since you gave up and left, now you have a new master. You are the guests, the evil guests hiding in the master's house. After saying that, he said again, I'll give you one last chance. Let them in and show enough sincerity. Otherwise, I will destroy your hiding place today. This is not the way of the human sovereign, the ethereal voice sounded again, but the source of the voice was still undetectable. Human emperor? Zhang Tao sneered and said, you are wrong. I am not a human sovereign. I don't care what happens to the human emperor. I have my own way of doing things. Enough nonsense, I'll leave this place and bring them in. If the benefits aren't enough, I'll bring a few titled true gods over to properly entertain. Senior. After saying that, Zhang Tao disappeared from where he was. With him here, the other party probably wouldn't dare to open the passage. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others were only displaying the strength of rank 7 or 8, not rank 9. Even if the other party knew the means of a Ren Huang, he might not think that he could pinpoint the specific location of the space. Before Zhang Tao left, he cursed in his heart, drink the water I used to wash my feet. This kid Fang Ping had a golden body at 8th refinement, his chi was stronger than a rank 9. As long as the explosion was not concealed, he would immediately be able to sense the specific location, even if they were separated by space. Peaceful measures before resorting to force. I've done it right. Old Zhang sighed in his heart. I'm quite easy to talk to. I didn't even attack directly. Old Zhang left as soon as he said that, leaving Fang Ping and the others behind. They looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. How domineering. It seemed to be the first time Qin Fengqin felt old Zhang's domineering. Even his gaze was different. This, arrogance, when others wanted opportunities and met senior martial artists, they would beg in every way possible. Old Zhang, on the other hand, was straightforward. If you wanted to give it, you had to give it. As soon as Zhang Tao left, the old voice in the void spoke again, Junior, that day, I saw that you had extraordinary perseverance and wanted to give you a chance. Sigh. I didn't expect that an unwelcome guest would come today. This generation's emperor is not as generous as the emperor. Qin Fengqing was all smiles and said hurriedly, Senior, don't misunderstand. I was prepared to come by myself. But Senior, you don't know what's happening now. Minister, the emperor monitors the world and is everywhere. I was discovered as soon as I moved. Senior, I had no choice. Qin Fengqing felt wronged and said innocently, these few people beside me all have powerful backgrounds. They are all the emperor's direct descendants. I can't not bring them. Senior, I really didn't betray you. Qin Fengqing was so wronged that he was about to cry. He said again, Senior, if it really doesn't work, you can just give us some benefits and send us off. The voice did not come out again. Fang Ping said with a smile, Senior, the current emperor has a bad temper. He always speaks like this. Actually, he doesn't mean any harm. People like us are easy to satisfy. Senior, just give us some opportunities will do. But we are really curious about where you are. Actually, the emperor wants us to go in mainly to confirm if there are any threats. Fang Ping also seemed to be straightforward. Now that humans and the catacombs are at war, the catacombs, is God's land, or a different world? I don't know if Senior knows. We are also worried that Senior is related to the catacombs. As long as we go in and don't find anything unusual, that emperor will not deliberately make you an enemy. We humans are weak, so we can only protect ourselves like this. If Senior refuses to let us in now, then some things have to be done. It's not that the emperor is overbearing, it's just that the situation is like this, forcing everyone to do this. After Fang Ping finished speaking, his face was full of helplessness and sorrow. There's nothing wrong with what I said, right? I just want to confirm if you are hostile. This is reasonable. If you can't distinguish between friend and foe, then humans have no choice but to make a move. This time, the other party seemed to be thinking, remaining silent. After a while, the old voice sounded again. Forget it, forget it. This old man really doesn't mean any harm. You all are also promising talents. Then come in. As soon as the voice fell, Fang Ping and the rest's vision went black. The space distorted. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot. As soon as they disappeared, Zhang Tao appeared instantly. Looking at a black hole that flashed and disappeared, Zhang Tao's expression did not change. He said indifferently, Senior, don't hurt them. These few are the most outstanding prodigies among us humans. Silence, Zhang Tao did not care. He did not speak any more, as if he had become a fossil. He stood still on the spot, closing his eyes and resting. On the other side, Fang Ping and the rest's vision went black. In the next moment, they appeared by a small lake. Beside the lake, trees grew. Fang Ping even saw a few small animals running and playing by the lakeside. Fang Ping looked up at the sky subconsciously. Then, he frowned. Not the catacombs, there was no huge sun, no, there was no sun, although this place was white, it seemed like it was white and not caused by the refraction of sunlight. There were even white clouds floating in the sky. They stood by the shore. In front of them was a lake. It was an ordinary lake, not the eternal lake. The lake was in the center, surrounded by trees. Fang Ping saw some fruits on some trees, but he could not sense any energy. No, it was because his mentality could not detect the other side. Is this the world where the other party is? Fang Ping wondered. Was this the catacombs, or was it like the Hall of Myriad Origins, a storage space hidden in a spatial rift? Theoretically, this was possible. If the Hall of Myriad Origins was sturdy enough, a powerhouse could shatter the space and stuff the Hall of Myriad Origins inside. Actually, it was possible for people to survive. However, Fang Ping suspected that the Hall of Myriad Origins might not be able to do it. The cutting power of the spatial rift was extremely strong. Even Li Hansong's divine armor would be cut into pieces. This was only for a short period of time. If it was left in the spatial rift for a long time, even the strongest weapon would be cut into pieces. Just as he was thinking about this, in the next moment, someone suddenly chuckled behind him. Young masters, sorry to disturb you. Fang Ping turned his head and looked. His brows twitched slightly. Rank 8? Fang Ping was surprised. A rank 8 powerhouse, an old man who looked very old, dressed in an ancient robe, bowed slightly and looked at them with a smile. Fang Ping's attention was attracted earlier. He did not notice the other party's existence for a while. You are, Fang Ping looked puzzled. He asked hesitantly, aren't you the senior just now? Master is still cultivating in seclusion. Please follow me. The old man was all smiles. Fang Ping asked calmly, there's someone else here? There was actually more than one person. Things were getting more and more interesting. Now that chaos was coming, even ghosts and monsters were coming out. Not only did top-notch powerhouses show their figures, but there were also some ancient humans. What did this mean? Were there any living people in the heavenly palace in the bounded domain? Although he had been to the Xuande Grotto, he really did not know if there were other living people there. As for Elvision, who had been to Quokang Mountain, he went to the Lake of Eternal. He stayed there for a few years and almost never went to other areas. The heavenly palace stretched for thousands of miles. The place was incomparably huge. The Lake of Eternal was only a small area, like a small corner of a city. It was hard to say whether there were people in other places. Rank 8 ancient humans, Fang Ping's heart rippled. Were these real ancient humans or the descendants of some ancient people here? Could it be that these people will also appear in the future? Fang Ping fell into deep thought for a while. Beside him, Qin Fengqing smiled and said, Senior, I didn't see you the last time I came. Have you always been living here? In front, the old man's tone was slightly different from modern humans. He smiled and said, I've always been here. Young friend, you trespassed here by mistake last time. Initially, I wanted to chase you away, but the master said that you have great perseverance. So he let you stay here for a while. The last time, the master was still in closed-door cultivation. He only sensed your arrival slightly. Initially, he planned to meet you again the next time you come, but I didn't expect. The old man shook his head slightly, a little regretful. He glanced at Fang Ping and the rest, smiled and said nothing. It was as if their opportunity was ruined by these few people. Fang Ping was sober now. He smiled faintly and said, Old sir, he has great perseverance? Where did you see that from? When it comes to perseverance, I don't think we're any worse than him. We'll only be stronger than him. He's just a rank 7 martial artist. Fang Ping said proudly, I'm a rank 8 golden body. I'm younger than him. Logically, if the master of this place really values someone, it should be me. Fang Ping's pride was overflowing with words. Beside him, Li Hansong's golden body was also shining. He chuckled and said, Me too. Qin Fengqing isn't considered strong, right? Senior, you said he has great perseverance, but he's not as strong as us, right? Ha ha ha. Li Hansong was also laughing heartily. Qin Fengqing looked sullen. He did not say a word. He lowered his head and did not speak. The old man sighed. Very quickly, he smiled and said, Young masters, please follow me. He led the way in front. Fang Ping did not send a voice transmission. He looked at Old Wang and Iron Head, raised his eyebrows slightly, and gestured at them quietly. Not a good thing. They actually wanted to sow discord, although what the other party said seemed to be the truth. Was it appropriate to say this the first time they met? These guys seem to be deliberately making Qin Fengqing hostile toward us. What are they plotting? Fang Ping was puzzled. He looked at Qin Fengqing again. With a look of contempt, he sent a voice transmission, Qin Fengqing, you useless thing. Even if the opportunity falls into your hands, it's a waste. You don't have a true god to back you up. It's already good enough that I brought you here this time. If you didn't help me run errands to ask for a true god clone last time, would you be able to come to this place? If you dare to be dissatisfied, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson when we get out. Fang Ping's arrogance was overflowing with words. Qin Fengqing clenched his fists tightly. Without saying a word, he followed the old man in front of him quietly, walking toward the orchard together. In front of him, the old man walked forward with his back bent. Fang Ping sent a telepathic message to Qin Fengqing. At this time, he looked around. While inspecting the environment, he smiled and said, I forgot to ask for senior's title. The old man did not turn his head and said slowly, Wu Ding. Wang Jinyang chuckled. Senior Wu Ding. Your name reminds me of some of the customs of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Fang Ping's thoughts were stirred. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, especially the Shang dynasty, there were many people named after A, B, C, and D. Being named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches was not something that ordinary people could enjoy. Only people with status would do that. The heavenly stems and earthly branches were extremely important during that period. Wu Ding smiled but did not reply. Fang Ping glanced at him. Wu Ding, was the master of this place really someone from the Shang and Zhou dynasties? According to the calendar, the Shang and Zhou dynasties could be traced back to 3,000 years ago. This person was only a rank 8. A rank 8 golden body could not even live to 3,000 years old, right? Unless someone imprisoned him or forced him into a deep slumber, causing his psyche to be on the brink of extinction. Only now has he awoken. Otherwise, there's no way he could be from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Not many rank 8 martial artists could live that long, but as a rank 8 powerhouse, Fang Ping had a general idea. It shouldn't be a problem for him to live for 1,000 years. However, that might not be the case for those over 1,000 years old. Senior Wu Ding, where exactly is this place? Other than Senior and that true god Senior, is there anyone else here? Wu Ding seemed to hesitate slightly. At this moment, Fang Ping's mentality was slightly rippling. Someone was transmitting his voice. In any case, his mental strength was comparable to a level 9 expert. Being so close to him, he could still feel it. In the next moment, Wu Ding said slowly, "This is Xianming Gonghua Heaven, there are still some survivors." Wang Jinyang's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Fang Ping and said softly, 33 heavens. Fang Ping looked calm. He was already used to it. In the ancient myths, it was not true that the tide came from the cave. However, the so-called 33 heavens, 10 major heavens, and 36 minor heavens, these legends were actually developed from Taoism. According to records, Taoism originated from the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. Logically speaking, if this person really lived in the Shang and Zhou dynasties, he wouldn't have such a concept. However, Fang Ping did not care. It was very likely that Taoism was organized and formed in the later period, with some additional fabrications. That was why these systems were formed. In that era, it was very normal for martial arts experts to call themselves gods. 33 heavens? Wu Ding repeated, as if he wasn't sure. Obviously, he did not have such a concept. Fang Ping did not explain. Taoism was divided into 33 levels of heaven. This place was actually one of the legendary places. This was not what Fang Ping was interested in. In the next moment, he said with a face full of smiles, "Senior Wu Ding, according to our understanding, there are a total of 33 such worlds. Could it be that there are 32 other places similar to Xianming Gonghua Heaven?" Wu Ding remained silent. Fang Ping said mildly, "After all, Emperor is still out there. There are some things that we still want to understand. Senior, what do you think?" Using old Zhang as a deterrent, since the other party had let them in, it was obvious that they were still afraid of old Zhang. Since that was the case, Fang Ping did not mind acting as a playboy until the end. At this moment, he was also full of confidence, his tone slightly aggressive. Wu Ding seemed to be thinking about proof or listening to something. Very quickly, he said, "There is no such thing as 33 heavens. Back then, there were still some places similar to Xianming Gonghua Heaven. However, this place has been sealed for a long time. We don't understand the matters of other worlds. Senior, can you tell me why the apatheicized era declined?" The apatheicized era, Wu Ding seemed to be in a trance. He said softly, "I don't know. I was just a disciple back then. During the chaos, I had already fallen into a deep sleep. The owner of this place should know, right? The owner has come out of closed-door cultivation. Honorable guest, you can ask." Wu Ding laughed, as if he was unwilling to say anything more. However, Fang Ping already felt that he had gained a lot. Whether he was willing or not, he smiled and said, "Senior, how many people are there in Xianming Gonghua Heaven in total?" "Very few." "How many is very few?" Fang Ping pressed on, a little overbearing. A notebook appeared in his hand. With a smile on his face, he said, Senior, please don't misunderstand. Recently, the Emperor wants to tally up the strength of all parties. Previously, a few territories have been breached. Perhaps Elder does not know what kind of place the domain is. Even some of the huge sects and holy lands established in the catacombs also have some experts within. We have already calculated the strength of some domains. After all, the situation now is different, and we also hope to know some information. Wu Ding suddenly said, Sect's sacred grounds? Could you tell me more about it? Fang Ping saw him turn around and smiled. Don't you know, Senior? Could it be that after so many years, Senior has never left? Fang Ping continued, it was built by some powerhouses during the apotheosized period. I don't know if you know them, Senior. Like Gong Zhuanzi or something. Wu Ding's expression changed slightly, but he did not speak again. After continuing forward for a while, Wu Ding suddenly said, Honored guest, you don't have to probe this. Wu Ding is just a disciple, and I have indeed not gone out in all these years. This realm suffered a great calamity previously, and the realm gate was sealed, so I was unable to go out. It's only recently that the realm gate has loosened and Master is able to open it a little. Fang Ping laughed and ignored him. Are you kidding me? Being sealed and unable to go out, that was probably true. Probably for some time. However, to say that they had been sealed for thousands of years and had never gone out, he did not believe it. Not only did he not believe it, Fang Ping felt that the other party was treating him as a fool. There was no other reason. He had already seen a hall in front of him, and it was actually paved with glazed tiles. A few thousand years ago, was the architectural style of the apotheosized period like this. According to the records, society had just started at that time. Even martial arts powerhouses would not know the architectural style of a few thousand years later, right? If you were to say that it was like the domain, piling up a large number of monster plant trunks and using precious metals to pave the way, then Fang Ping had no idea. The Sky Palace in the domain, the last time he went to the Imperial Road, they were all built by piling up energy crystals. Of course, it was done as grandly as possible. However, this place, Fang Ping glanced at it. The glazed tiles seemed to be the ordinary kind. What kind of joke was this? This was baked a few thousand years ago. These people may have restrictions, but they have definitely gone out. Fang Ping was certain in his heart that they had definitely gone out. Other things aside, the architectural style of the hall in front was similar to the style of the Ming and Qing dynasties. In other words, they must have gone out a few hundred years ago. Fang Ping ignored him, bringing up the old topic again. Senior, if it's convenient, why don't you tell me how many people are here? This time, Wu Ding did not turn around. His tone seemed a little unhappy as he said slowly, more than 500 people, so many? Fang Ping had the intention to use his mentality to explore, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He did not even know how big this place was and what the situation was like. Passing through the fruit forest, Fang Ping had also observed a lot of things. The fruit forest here seemed to have a lot of energy fruits, probably the ones that Qin Fengqing mentioned. However, Fang Ping felt that they were not too rich, and they did not seem too good either. However, there were some places that he did not explore. He did not know if there were good things hidden in the depths. Moreover, there was a barrier blocking them, so it was not good for him to explore forcefully. How many true god powerhouses are there? Fang Ping asked again, smiling. I forgot to ask. In Senior's era, what was the title for powerhouses? Was it the mighty, golden body, false god, true god realms? False god? Wu Ding hesitated for a moment before saying, Are you talking about the origin realm? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Back then, was it called the origin realm? Did that cat not keep calling it false god? False god? Fang Ping suddenly realized that the cat seemed to like to call it that way. For example, old Zhang's false emperor. In that case, back then, it was actually the origin realm and not the false god realm. Yes, that's it. Looks like it's more or less the same. Senior, can you clear up my doubts? Wu Ding sighed. This realm has been sealed for many years. The survivors are getting fewer and fewer. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are unavoidable even for us. In terms of strength, honorable guest, you don't have to worry about it. In this place, the true God is only master. There are only a few people at the origin realm, but there are a few dozen at the golden body realm, Fang Ping smiled. Senior, without achieving the golden body, those people probably can't live for long. In that case, many of the people here were born later? However, according to some of our observations during the neo-martial arts era, when a place is sealed off and the population is sparse, long-term inbreeding will actually give birth to fools. More than 500 people. That's not a small number. Fang Ping said casually, all these years, could it be that seniors have a way to replenish the foreign population? He said it calmly, but in his heart, he was certain. If these more than 500 people were all old antiques, all rank 8 and above, then he would not think much of it. They might be remnants from the past. However, if they were not rank 8, how did they survive until now, not to mention hibernating? Without the golden body, your flesh would rot straight away in hibernation. Just wait for death. Therefore, these people were definitely born later. In a sealed small world, there were many humans who had not reached rank 8. In a few thousand years, unless there were hundreds of thousands of people reproducing here back then, it would be about the same. If there were really hundreds of thousands, it might have become hundreds of millions by now. However, if the population was small, then close relatives would continue to breed and reproduce. These people who were left now would all become idiots. However, Fang Ping did not think that these people were idiots. In that case, these fellows had gone out and brought people in. Wu Ding fell silent again. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. He did not expect this young man to say so much in just a few sentences. Fang Ping asked again, how big is Shanming Gonghua Heaven? Can you tell me, senior? Heaven is boundless. Just as Wu Ding said this, Fang Ping coughed dryly and said, Senior, in our neo-martial era, what we pursue is truth. Can you tell me in general so that I can make a record? What boundless, limitless? Fang Ping could not be bothered to listen to these things. Wu Ding seemed to be stumped for a moment. This was the first time someone asked how big the sky was. Heaven was boundless. This was what they thought. However, after a moment, Wu Ding still opened his mouth and said, 10,000 steps long and wide. Beside him, Old Wang said quickly, according to the Zhou system, 1 step is about 6 feet. According to the Zhou system, 1 foot is about 20 centimeters, 1 step is about 2 meters. 10,000 steps, then the area of this place is about 140 square kilometers. Fang Ping understood, a smile on his face. This was the sky, such a small sky. Some small towns in Sino Nation were bigger than this place. It did not sound too small, but it was a square of about 10,000 meters long and wide. For martial artists, with Fang Ping's ability, he could go from one end to the other in the blink of an eye. However, small was small. To be able to hide in space, this was not easy. This was the ability. Fang Ping could more or less understand why it was so small. It was not easy to build this place. The bigger it was, the more troublesome it would be. To be able to build a territory of about 200,000 mu in space was not easy. As they were talking, in front of them, in the temple, someone suddenly poked her head out. She looked at them and hurriedly retracted her head. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. There was a young man, the person who just poked her head out. Seemed to be a woman. She was not old, about 15 or 16 years old. This place was definitely not unconnected to the outside world. Maybe there were not many people in the past. Later on, there were only about 500 people. Wu Ding did not seem to see her. He had no intention of introducing her. In the temple, someone seemed to be scolding and quickly closed the door of the building. Around the building, Fang Ping also saw things that looked like rice fields. There were some golden plants planted in the fields. They looked like rice, but not really. Fang Ping glanced at them and asked, Senior Wu Ding, is this food? I feel that the energy is quite abundant. Where does the energy come from? You mean heaven and earth spirit? Wu Ding asked. Fang Ping was speechless. Whatever you say. These people really thought of themselves as immortals. A paragon, leading a group of martial artists, opened up a hiding place, and dared to call himself a god. Based on this situation, Fang Ping suddenly became interested. If that's the case, I can also be a god. One day when I have nothing to do, I'll ask old Zhang to open up a space too. Later on, I'll capture some catacombs humans and put them in. I'll call myself a creator god. However, when he thought of old Zhang, who was stronger than a god, acting like a bandit, Fang Ping instantly lost interest in a god. This was a god. No, old Zhang was a guy who specialized in beating up a true god. That guy was living a free life as a bandit. He did not even want to be a human emperor. He just wanted to be a bandit. Clearly, this profession was more awesome than a god. While he was letting his imagination run wild, Wu Ding said, "This spirit energy is transformed from the void energy that this realm automatically absorbs. Is this place in the catacombs? Or is it on Earth?" Fang Ping added, "Senior, you should know about the catacombs, right? It's the place with the Forbidden Sea and Mount Imperial Sea." "You mean," as expected, Wu Ding knew. His eyes flickered and he quickly said, "This realm is attached to the human world and the catacombs. It is located between the heavenly and mortal world walls. Back then, Master created this world so that it would be easier to travel between the two worlds. So, this place is actually a large transit passage?" Fang Ping understood now. This was the passageway to the catacombs. It was just bigger and longer. What, 33 heavens? It was just a transit station. "Why are you acting so mysteriously?" However, Fang Ping was still slightly vigilant. As expected, this place could really connect the catacombs and Earth. Back then, this group of powerhouses probably did not want to use those public passageways. They wanted to stand out from the crowd, so they opened up these places. After understanding the general situation, Fang Ping saw that Wu Ding was still leading them forward. He could not help but ask, "Senior, where are we going now?" Since the human sovereign has a request, Master has already agreed to open the 10,000 Techniques Pagoda. Honored guests, you may take a look at the Divine Tao. Techniques cannot be easily passed down. Master's techniques can be used to seal gods. Today, the human sovereign has arrived, so Master specially instructed us to open the pagoda. Fang Ping almost yawned. Battle techniques, cultivation method, no matter what technique it was, he was not interested. Old Zhang, that fellow, was still waiting for him with 810,000 types of energy recombination methods. How would he have the time to learn these? Besides, it was not that he looked down on these old antiques, but reality had proven that these old antiques had cultivated for thousands of years, and now they might not even be as strong as old Zhang. He was blocked at the door, asking for benefits, and if he did not give, he would be beaten. Did he want to learn this kind of technique? It was not easy to make this trip. He, Fang Ping, was busy every day. Even old Zhang was called over. Was it just for this? 10,000 Techniques Pagoda? Fang Ping chuckled. I've learned the human sovereign's techniques and a few titled True God's techniques. I've even observed the True God Tao. Senior, what's so special about these techniques? Can they be leapfrogged to battle? Fang Ping's smile was bright, even with a hint of disdain. He said with some pride, I don't know just one or two true God powerhouses. Counting them, there are still dozens of them. The human sovereign said that meeting a senior from the apatheicized period this time was my good fortune. That's why when I heard that Qin Fengqing discovered the whereabouts of the owner of this place, the human sovereign immediately brought me here, thinking that there's something here that can help me. I thought I came in this time. That kind of unique fruit like the true God monster plant is everywhere here. Fang Ping coughed softly. Do you know about the demon clan, senior? The kind where big trees and small flowers turn into monsters. Some true God demon clans only bear one fruit in their lifetime. That thing tastes alright. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Li Hansong. Do you still have that elm fruit of yours? Last time, that Tianyu guy didn't put in any effort and bore a mess of things. It's not very useful. Li Hansong did not waste any time either. A fruit appeared in his hand and he tossed it to Fang Ping. Fang Ping tossed it, saying with some disdain, I've eaten a few of these before. My mentality hasn't grown after eating them. It's not very useful anymore. The fruits that those Origin Realm monster plants bear are all very unpalatable. Oh right, the unique fruit that Origin Realm monster plants bear is quite effective. The last time I ate one, my mentality actually recovered. Following Fang Ping's words, Wu Ding's expression was already extremely stiff. If he spoke blindly without any evidence, he would think that this person was bragging. However, when the holy fruit appeared, when he saw the few of them wearing spatial rings, when he saw him casually tossing the true God fruit like it was trash, Wu Ding suddenly felt that there might be some trouble this time. How could the outside world be like this? 100 years ago, he had gone out before. Back then, the outside world's martial arts were almost extinct. When golden body powerhouses appeared, they were almost invincible existences. Forget about the true God fruit, he had never even seen a low-grade immortal fruit, true God method, 100 years ago, when he went out. Forget about true God method in the outside world, even the self-created methods of a group of low-ranked martial artists were treasures. This time, the outside world's top powerhouses came. His master opened the myriad Dharma tower. Even he was a little envious. Initially, he thought that these people would be happy and excited. However, at this moment, Wu Ding suddenly realized. He might have really thought wrong. The 4 people in front of him were young, but they were actually all at an advanced realm, 2 God conduits, 2 golden bodies. Wu Ding suddenly said, "Sir, how old are you?" Fang Ping found it funny and said, "Senior, don't be so courteous. I should be 21 years old this year." Li Hansong said sheepishly, "I'm 3 years older than you." He was the oldest. Qin Fengqing was 1 year younger than him. Old Wang was 22. Among them, Li Hansong was the oldest. Once 11 years were up, he would be 24 years old. However, his words made Wu Ding, who was in front of him, pause slightly. It was difficult to tell how old a martial artist was. Especially for people like Fang Ping, whose bones could not be seen much. Broken bones had been reborn several times. He drank life essence often, so his life qi was extremely rich. Initially, Wu Ding did not think too much about it. These people might be young, but he went out 100 years ago. Maybe they were powerhouses born in the recent 70 or 80 years. That was also possible. Even powerhouses who had walked out of the secret place that he had sensed back then. However, when he heard that these people were only in their early 20s, Wu Ding felt that this time it was really bad. At this age, they had cultivated to the golden body realm, not to mention this era. Did they have it in their era? At this moment, he believed everything that Fang Ping said. This was definitely a person who ate the true God fruit like it was a meal. Otherwise, no matter how much of a genius he was, he would not have progressed so quickly. Thinking of this, Wu Ding glanced at Qin Fengqing from the corner of his eyes. If that was the case, this person was actually not that old. Master valued this person because he had seen his age last time. Was that why he felt that he was a promising talent? Actually, if he did not look at Fang Ping and the others, when he first saw Qin Fengqing, such a young illuminating god martial artist, he would also think that he was a genius, one of the most talented people in this era. However, a few stronger and younger ones had appeared in front of him. At this moment, Wu Ding did not know what his master was thinking. However, in recent years, his master had spied on the outside world. Perhaps he knew something, and it might not be what he imagined. Wu Ding thought to himself and quickly said, "If that's the case, esteemed guests, please go to Myriad Dharma Loft and rest for a while." There are still some differences between ancient and modern methods. At this moment, Wu Ding could only settle Fang Ping and the others down first before thinking of a solution. In the beginning, he had thought that Myriad Dharma Loft was enough. However, now it was difficult. Powerhouses like Emperor had actually passed on true methods. It was simply unbelievable. Wu Ding even felt a little inferior. He had served his master for many years, yet he had never learned true God methods. Actually, Myriad Dharma Loft did not have true God methods, but they had a few origin methods. In his opinion, this was already a peerless method, but now, he did not think so. Fang Ping glanced at him, smiled and nodded, not rejecting him. Did he want to use a few worthless combat techniques to get rid of him? Dream on. However, it was good to go take a look. Actually, compared to combat techniques, he wanted to read some historical records more. Anecdotes and gossip magazines were better than combat techniques. When mentality cultivation methods were introduced to the human world, Fang Ping was not very interested in these antique methods. Unless that paragon passed on his own origin method, Fang Ping felt that he might be able to take the opportunity to pry into the paragon's origin method. As they walked, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Senior Wu Ding, you don't have to care too much about what we think. If you have divine weapons or whatnot, you can just give us a few. For example, Heavenly King's Seal, Divine Peaking Mirror, and the like. I've seen them before, their power is still considerable, divine weapon. Wu Ding's expression changed completely, this person had even seen divine weapons before, how was it possible? With the vicissitudes of time, divine weapons had long disappeared, lost in the long river of history, how could it possibly appear? Not only Wu Ding, at this moment, the void trembled slightly. The owner of this place was also shocked. A divine weapon had appeared, Fang Ping did not seem to sense it, saying casually, "Oh right, there's also a divine weapon that's similar to a fishing rod. That's powerful too, it's not difficult to catch a true god." The void trembled again, Fang Ping continued, "Last time, there was a cat that called itself Tsang Mao and used it. It even caught a true god, insisting on eating a true god with me no matter what. How can I eat that thing?" Fang Ping said helplessly, "Senior, have you heard of Tsang Mao?" Tsang Mao. Wu Ding's expression changed again and again, a little sluggish from the shock. He muttered, "Tsang Mao and Ting Mao, two true gods are still alive." Fang Ping smiled. "Ting Mao doesn't know, but Tsang Mao is still around. Recently, he called me to go fishing at the Forbidden Sea, but I didn't go. There are so many things to worry about, where would I find the time?" Fang Ping said helplessly, "Previously, I fished a true god. He insisted on stripping the true god's Tao source for me, saying that it was a souvenir. However, I'm too lazy to take that kind of weak true god's path even if he gave it to me." Having said that, a cat-like fruit appeared in Fang Ping's hand. He smiled. "There's also cat fruit. He said he would give it to me to eat. It tastes good. I ate a few, but it's just so. Cat fruit." At this moment, it was not Wu Ding who spoke, but the mentality fluctuation that spoke. The owner of this place could not sit still anymore, even his favorite cat fruit was given away by Tsang Mao. Also, he actually fished up a true god, stripping off his Tao and giving it to this person. This person, who was he? The emperor sent him here. Tsang Mao was his companion, and he had even eaten a true god's demon plant fruit before, even he did not have such treatment. What kind of noble status did he have to do this? There was actually such a person in the human world. Whose descendant was he? At this moment, this old antique was at a loss. All his previous plans fell through in an instant. After that, he was furious. Under such circumstances, the emperor wanted him to give a satisfactory benefit. How could he give it to him? Also, the current emperor seemed to be stronger. What was going on? In the past, the owner of this place had also spied on the human world. He had also discovered Zhang Tao, who was not yet the emperor back then, but at that time, the other party had just walked the path of the emperor. No, it was not considered the path of the emperor. It was just a mutated path of the emperor, and many people walked together. At that time, he did not care too much about these things. But now, the current emperor was terrifyingly strong. What had happened in the past few decades? No, what had happened in the past few decades? Ever since Zhang Tao achieved the pinnacle, he no longer spied. There was a true god in the human world nearby. He was afraid of being discovered, so he no longer spied and sealed everything. In the end, in just a few decades, in the blink of an eye, everything was completely different. The old antique was inexplicably shocked. He suddenly felt an immense pressure and threat. As for Fang Ping, he felt the mentality fluctuation of this pinnacle, as well as that faint voice. He could not help but smile. This was the effect that he wanted. Ordinary things couldn't get rid of him. Now, let's see what you can do. If there was nothing good, he would immediately unleash his qi and let old Zhang appear to deal with him. When this guy came into contact with Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping felt that he was not a good person. Since he dared to take advantage of him, then he would not be polite. Although he was not an opponent of the pinnacle, as long as old Zhang dealt with the old antique, Fang Ping felt that it would not be a problem for him to destroy this so-called 33 heavens. Was this still the world of immortals? At this moment, Fang Ping had no interest in these myths at all. P.S. There are only 2 updates today. I'm so tired recently. I haven't returned the updates that I owe, and I owe one more update. Sorry. Please take a rest. If you have any doubts, you can ask Wu Xian. Fang Ping's boast shocked the owner of this place. After recovering from his shock, Wu Ding led everyone to a huge library and prepared to leave. Fang Ping knew that Wu Ding was probably going to meet his master. He did not say anything and looked at Wu Xian who Wu Ding was talking about. This was the guardian of Myriad Dharma Tower. The other party had a strong physique, different from Wu Ding's old appearance. He still looked like a middle-aged man. Wu Xian had long hair that was simply tied up with an unknown rope. He wore a narrow-sleeved shirt and leather boots that looked like they were made of monster fur. He had a mixed style. Wu Xian also had rank 8 strength. However, Fang Ping sensed that the other party was probably only rank 4 or 5, while Wu Ding was at least at rank 8-6. Senior, feel free. We will stay here for a while. Don't mind us. Fang Ping chuckled and let Wu Ding leave. As soon as Wu Ding left, the middle-aged man, Wu Xian, saluted them. Wu Xian greets the princes. The strong man was very polite, more polite than Wu Ding. Fang Ping said with a smile, Princes? Senior Wu Xian, can you tell us? The outside world is different from back then. Some titles have changed too. Wu Xian said hurriedly, the descendants and heirs of the emperors are all princes. Princes were not sons or grandsons. Princes were not exclusive to the children and grandsons of the emperors. This was a respectful title. Emperors, Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He walked into the huge Myriad Dharma Tower. He looked around and smiled. Emperors, are they the true gods that old cat mentioned? Although Wu Xian was a rank 8 powerhouse, he followed behind him respectfully. The title of true god that the emperor mentioned is the emperor, he said immediately. Were there many emperor powerhouses in your era? Fang Ping asked casually, pretending to be unintentional. This, Wu Xian smiled. Wu Xian is only Xian Mingtian's disciple. I don't know much about emperors. However, there were some emperors who were good friends with my master. They came to Black Light Continent before. I only know 5 emperors. Your master is also an emperor-level powerhouse? Wu Xian was slightly proud. He bowed slightly and said, Master is also an emperor-level powerhouse. I realized that Overlord tier isn't that valuable. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, Wu Xian's expression changed. He looked like he wanted to say something but held it in. Fang Ping ignored him and continued, I seem to know quite a few titled true gods. Sino Nation has 8 grotto heavens now, and the masters of the grotto heavens are all titled true gods. It was the same for the human emperor and heavenly king Zhen. Other than that, over at the catacombs, the Skyplant King, the Destiny King, the Qian King, the Myriad Demon King, the Heavenly Demon King, and a big crow in the Forbidden Ocean were all there, even Fate Kings, although they haven't reached this level yet, they seem to have some tricks up their sleeves. Fang Ping counted with his fingers and said with a smile, more than 2 hands. I know so many of them, and there are still many that I know and have never seen before, such as seniors like your esteemed master. If that's the case, I was right when I said that there were too many great emperors, right? Fang Ping smiled indifferently, as if a great emperor was nothing more than this. In reality, the people he was talking about were the most outstanding group of people from the 2 realms in the past several thousand years. They were the most elite group of people. This was not the accumulation of 1,000 years, but countless years, and it could not even be pushed forward. From one era to another, the most powerful warriors had survived. That was why there were so many titled battle pet warriors in that era. However, Wu Xian's expression changed slightly. This person in front of him had actually seen so many emperor-level powerhouses. Even during the apatheosized era, emperor-level powerhouses were also the most elite type, very rare. True gods were actually not considered rare in that era. In the grotto heavens, each family had 8 or 9 true gods. This was very normal. As for the blessed grotto heavens, it was actually after the apatheosized era. Therefore, during the apatheosized era, there were actually quite a number of true gods, but when they reached emperor level and had emperor titles, there were not many. Seeing that he did not speak, Fang Ping laughed again. The master of this place might not really have the strength of a titled. Fang Ping felt that perhaps his strength had not reached the peak. If he really had the strength of a titled, old Zhang would not be so arrogant. In fact, it was not only the old antiques in this place. Those old antiques that had been revived today had not reached the peak, and they seemed to be in the recovery period. This was the main reason for old Zhang's arrogance. He was confident that he could take down the other party. If the other party really had the strength of Heavenly King subduing, then this time when old Zhang came, his attitude would definitely not be like this. If it was necessary to curry favor, then it was necessary to admit defeat. This was inevitable. Fang Ping did not continue this topic. He took a look at the huge staircase that led upstairs, smiling. Are there any books related to strange and unusual things here? I've read too many cultivation methods and things like that, so I'm not very interested. I'm a little interested in those, though. Yes. Wu Xian immediately said, Princes, please follow me. As he said that, he began to lead the way forward. As they walked, Fang Ping asked again, Senior Wu Xian, do you know the unquestionable sword? Wu Xian looked doubtful. He pondered for a moment and said, I don't know. Do you know Xianxia? I don't know. Then what about Heavenly King subduing and Devil Emperor? Wu Xian shook his head again, a little embarrassed, and said hurriedly, Wu Xian has lived in Black Heaven for many years, and rarely goes out, so I don't know much about the outside world. If it's not a powerhouse with a great reputation, it's difficult for Wu Xian to know. Then do you know Gong Juanzi and these people? This time, Wu Xian did not say that he did not know them. He quickly answered, I know, the North Sea Emperor. Before he became an emperor, he was known as the North Sea Immortal Duke. At this point, Wu Xian seemed a little embarrassed on Fang Ping's behalf. He coughed softly and said, the North Sea Emperor's real name is no longer known. It's not Gong Juanzi. He called himself Juanzi, and previously he was known as the North Sea Immortal Duke. Those who call the North Sea Emperor that, cough, I think only a few powerhouses call him that. He did not elaborate. Those who called Gong Juanzi were actually other people. This was not the other party's real name and title. He felt that Fang Ping calling him that was a little strange. Fang Ping looked indifferent, unconcerned. He smiled. So, Gong Juanzi is a senior of the same generation as you? I dare not be on the same level as the North Sea Emperor. Wu Xian hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, the Emperor is not someone we can compare to. Before Wu Xian went into hibernation, the North Sea Emperor was already famous in the Three Realms. The North Sea Emperor, Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, if I may ask, how should I address your esteemed master? Wu Xian said respectfully, Master's name is Wu Xian. I dare not speak nonsense. Prince, you can just call me Heavenly Emperor Xianming. As soon as this was said, Li Hansong's eyebrows twitched. Heavenly Emperor? He was still more sensitive to this. Once he heard this title, he felt that it was not good. Wu Xian said softly, Master is the master of black brightness. The masters of the other heavens are all heavenly emperors. As soon as this explanation came out, Li Hansong immediately curled his lips. Fang Ping's heavenly emperor status was suddenly lowered. Look, listen, everyone was a heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor that you mentioned before was not a big deal after all. Fang Ping also glanced at Li Hansong. What was Ironhead thinking? Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He said again, when you were in hibernation, did the sect appear? It was the current blessed grotto heaven. It did not appear. Wu Xian shook his head. However, there were some signs back then. The North Sea Emperor and a few other emperors had come to Black Brightness and discussed this with Master. Wu Xian does not know what happened in the end, but Master did not create a grotto heaven. Gong Juanzi had come here in the past. The people of Black Brightness would remember the arrival of such a big shot for life. Wu Xian said again, what happened after that, Wu Xian does not know. Then why did Gong Juanzi and the others want to create a grotto heaven back then? Why did you all hibernate? Fang Ping saw his hesitation and laughed again. It can't be that you want to hibernate for thousands of years for no reason, right? Wu Xian shook his head again, bowed and said, Wu Xian does not know what the emperor is asking. The hibernation was also arranged by Master. We do not know. There were some things that they really did not know. A rank 8 was not considered weak. Even in the Apotheosis era, a golden body powerhouse was also in existence that deterred an area. However, when it came to powerhouses like true gods and emperors, they did not have any right to know. They did not know anything. Fang Ping originally wanted to get some information, but now he was not in the mood. He stepped up the white jade stairs and walked straight to the library. It was useless to ask. He did not know if Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness would appear later. Also, Fang Ping was thinking about a question. This guy. Did he know Li Hansong and the others? The old antiques in the bounded domain seemed familiar, but Fang Ping had not really come into contact with them until now. He had never asked about them. However, from the actions of the Xuanda Grotto Heaven's owner that day, he might know Li Hansong and the others' identity. As for whether the owner of this place knew, Fang Ping could not judge. This Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness seemed to have hibernated before the bounded domain appeared. He might not know about these. Just as Fang Ping entered the 10,000 Dharma Tower. In the sky above Black Brightness. Above the white clouds. A building that looked like a heavenly palace was suspended in the air. Naturally, the body of a great emperor would not be like ordinary martial artists, living underground in groups, even if Black Brightness was a land of immortals in many people's eyes. At this moment, in front of the imperial palace. On the imperial road, Wu Ding bowed and waited. After a moment, a majestic voice said, "Come in." Wu Ding did not dare to delay and immediately stepped into the imperial palace. As soon as he entered the main hall, a middle-aged man wearing an emperor's crown appeared in front of Wu Ding in the center of the main hall. The man was not sitting but standing on the high platform, hands behind his back, looking down at Black Brightness. On both sides of the man, there were also some powerhouses. Seeing Wu Ding enter, without waiting for Black Brightness's Heavenly Emperor to ask, an old man immediately asked, "Wu Ding, did you find anything?" Wu Ding bowed and said, Wu Ding couldn't see anything. "I only know that these people are extremely young." He was still speaking when in the main hall, a fierce powerhouse holding a battle axe took a step forward and said loudly, "Heavenly Emperor, how can we let these mortals tarnish Black Brightness? 10,000 Dharma Tower is the Emperor's trove, it cannot be opened to outsiders easily." When he said this, Wu Ding lowered his head, not saying a word. This person probably did not hear the conversation below, right? Emperor's trove? These descendants did not care at all. No, they looked down on them, when sending them to 10,000 Dharma Tower. Forget about being excited, the leader even felt a little bored, looking like he was just going to take a look. Emperor's trove? Although Wu Ding thought so, he did not dare to say anything. This place was the central area of Black Brightness. A golden body powerhouse like him did not have much say. In Black Brightness, Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness reigned supreme. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor even commanded several true gods. But later on, the true gods died in battle, and the Heavenly Emperor returned with heavy injuries. Now, there were no true gods anymore. There were only a few Source Realm powerhouses who did not go to battle back then. The few people who spoke just now were all Source Realm. On the high platform, Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness did not seem to hear these words and continued to be silent. In front of the crowd, that old man who spoke just now slowly said, "Heavenly Emperor, has the strength of the current human emperor really reached emperor rank already? Why would Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness open up Black Brightness and let those people enter? Wasn't it still because of the threat of the human emperor outside?" Some of the words previously, even if they all heard it, Zhang Tao's words shook the space. This side could still sense it. The moment these words came out, the axe-wielding powerhouse scolded angrily, "Boy! Human emperor? Human emperor has long perished. Just a fake emperor. Even if it's the human emperor, it's also just the human realm's emperor. How can it stand above Heavenly Emperor?" The axe-wielding powerhouse's words seemed to have aroused the other few people's resonance. A delicate and pretty woman also said softly, "Heavenly Emperor, Black Brightness transcends beyond and isn't restricted by the three realms. This generation's human emperor doesn't seem to be a true human emperor powerhouse. How can he stand side by side with Black Brightness?" A powerhouse who walked something similar to the human emperor path did not mean that he was a human emperor. Even if he was a true human emperor, that was also a human realm sovereign. What qualifications did he have to interfere with their affairs? But now, the current human emperor spoke impertinently, forcefully forcing Heavenly Emperor to open up Black Brightness. This made these people extremely dissatisfied. Everyone was dissatisfied, but Heavenly Emperor Blackbright looked around, his eyes somewhat helpless. So what if he didn't open it? Now, it was not like back then. Heaven and earth changed drastically, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. Some true god powerhouses in the past died one after another. Back then, Black Brightness Gonghua Heaven was also an overlord faction of a region, transcending heaven and earth, unfettered, who dared to come here and behave atrociously, but the true gods under his command died one after another. He also just exited seclusion not long ago. Several thousand years passed, the path of the great Tao of Source was hard to walk, virtually not advancing an inch. But the human emperors in the outside world advanced by leaps and bounds, their strength increasing explosively. Under such circumstances, how to deal with it? Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness's tone carried a dignified intent as he slowly said, "This generation's human emperor is indeed a false emperor." Back then, the great Tao had a change, the three realms had no emperor. Before the emperor died, he once said that heaven and earth returned to one, the great Tao continuing the path of the emperor. Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness said softly, "Although the false emperor in the outside world is a false Tao, now that we've come into being, we need this person's help." Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness first said this sentence, following that, his voice changed, his tone awe-inspiring as he said, "But the false emperor humiliated us like this, he deserves death. If not for this emperor's injuries having yet to recover, how could I be threatened like this?" An exalted great emperor-level powerhouse actually had people come knocking on his door. Humiliation, even in the god investiture era. He, Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness, was also a first-rate major figure, ruling over Black Brightness and not subject to anyone's jurisdiction. Forget about false emperors, even if the true emperors had yet to die out, those sovereigns would not criticize them, these emperor-level powerhouses either. But now, with the vicissitudes of time, the human realm's latecomers actually humiliated an emperor-level powerhouse like this. This was a tremendous humiliation. Harsh words were harsh words. Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness recovered to normal very quickly and said in a weathered tone, "I'll allow the false emperor to be awe-inspiring for a moment, but if you want this emperor to give a lucky chance, fate can't be easily given." Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness said coolly, "The false emperor thinks that everything is under control, laughable." Done talking, he slowly said, "Come, men, take out the origin armor, profound brightness divine pill, and heaven realm remnant map that this emperor collected back then." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed one after another. Below, the axe-wielding powerhouse revealed a look of indignation and hurriedly said, "Great Emperor, how can you do this? These things were all too precious. Ever since Black Brightness was sealed off, there were actually not many good things already. And these three items were all the great emperor's treasures. To be able to make an emperor-level powerhouse collect them for several thousand years, it could be imagined how precious they were. But now, the great emperor actually took them all out." Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness said coolly, "No worries. These are already useless to this emperor. In addition, fate, it's all obtained by those who are fated. There are only 3 treasures, but there are 4 people who came. Wu Ding, go down and ask them if they're willing to accept the test. 4 people, only 3 people can obtain the treasures." Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness had a smile on his face. 3 people obtained lucky chances, but 1 person gained nothing. And originally, all of this should have been his, but now, it was all taken away by others, and he did not get anything. These treasures, even he valued them greatly back then. But a deity realm martial artist helplessly watched as the treasures fell into the hands of others. What would he think? What the false emperor wanted, he would just give it to him. 3 treasures were enough. Wu Ding hurriedly bowed when he heard that and said, "As you command." Seeing that Wu Ding was about to leave, Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness thought about it and said, "In addition, I'll ask again, can you bring some subjects out of Black Brightness?" The moment these words came out, everyone was surprised once more. "Great Emperor, this is, heaven and earth are about to become one. This emperor has already sensed the omens." Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness said coolly, "Some old friends from back then are probably going to come into being today. Since the false emperor is coming, it's a calamity and also a lucky chance. Everything in the outside world is changing too quickly now. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for us to come into being. Let some people come out of Black Brightness to gather the information that this emperor needs." If he went out, that would not be too convenient. Moreover, if an exalted emperor-level powerhouse had to take action himself to gather some intelligence, wouldn't that be a joke, just nice, taking advantage of now to let some people come into being, to prepare for his coming out later. It was fine if he did not come out, but coming out, he was still the great emperor back then, at the forefront of the crowd. That old man thought about it and opened his mouth to say, "Great emperor, the false emperor is likely extremely interested in the matters back then. Once he asks, what should we do?" The meaning of these words was clearly saying that he was going to come out of Black Brightness this time. Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness did not deny it either. The old man was currently the #1 powerhouse under his command. In the past, he had hopes of reaching the true God realm. But the great battle back then erupted too quickly. The old man did not have the chance to advance in the end and fell into a deep slumber. Coming into being now, when the great change arrived, when he came out of Black Brightness, perhaps a true God would also appear as a subordinate. What should be said, say it. What shouldn't be said need not be said. Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness said indifferently, how can future generations know everything back then? Whether it's true or false, how can it be verified? If this emperor doesn't come out, I reckon that the false emperor won't do anything to you guys. No matter how strong the human world is, a mere dozen years will not be enough to turn the world upside down. When you all come out of Black Brightness, you must not belittle yourselves. The old man nodded. Seeing this, the axe-wielding powerhouse also said, Great Emperor, this general is also willing to come out and clean up everything for the Great Emperor. Sure. Heavenly Emperor Black Brightness responded, disappearing from the main hall in the blink of an eye. The false emperor was still investigating Black Brightness's location. He had to make some preparations. Previously, luring that sole conduit martial artist to enter again, initially thinking that it was a secret. Such a fortuitous encounter, he expected that the other party would not tell others either. Unexpectedly, he actually provoked the false emperor to rush over. It was somewhat a miscalculation. Fortunately, it was not bad now. Seizing the opportunity to officially come into being, with the false emperor around, perhaps it would be more convenient. Inside Myriad Dharma Loft, Fong Ping looked at the bookshelves that were more than half empty. The bookshelves here were similar to those in the boundary zone. Some were crystal books, some were a special kind of bamboo slips. But at this moment, it was much emptier. There were very few left. Fong Ping casually picked up a crystal book, looked at it for a while, and frowned slightly. The other party seemed to have moved some of the key things away. What was left here were some useless things. Even if it was an anecdote, it was something that seemed useless. However, Fong Ping still saw some things that were more useful, of course, only on the surface. Fong Ping became illiterate once again. This time, not only him, but even old Wang and the rest looked a little illiterate, not understanding much. The words in the crystal books, including the words on the bamboo slips, were not really understood by everyone. Fong Ping held a crystal book in his hand. The reason why he found this book interesting was because there were pictures on it. Fong Ping looked at Wu Xian who was behind him, smiled and said, Senior Wu Xian, is this book a record of divine weapons? Wu Xian glanced at it and said quickly, yes, back then, there were some divine weapons that were famous in the 3 realms. Master has recorded them. 3 realms, Fong Ping glanced at him, smiled and said, is the 3 realms an illusion, or does the 3 realms really exist? Fong Ping did not wait for him to speak, added, you guys regard Earth as the human world, what about the catacombs? Wu Xian smiled awkwardly. Not saying a word. Fong Ping smiled again. Another question, do you guys know about the Forbidden Sea and Mount Royal Sea? When you guys were asleep, did these appear? Wu Xian said, yes, they have. How did they cause it? Do you guys know about the 2 kings of the catacombs? Wu Xian fell silent again. Fong Ping's gaze was a little unfriendly, it was still the same, these people were all like this, these old antiques, they did not know anything, even if they knew, they would not tell you, as if it was useless for you to know, or you were not qualified to know. Why, in the neo-martial era, billions of humans fought for hundreds of years to resist the invasion of the catacombs, there were countless deaths and injuries, generations of martial artists died generously, but now they did not even have the right to know the truth. Why, these people all hid, none of them willing to come out. All of them knew the inside story, but they did not tell you. You die, I hide. No matter how many people you killed, it did not matter to them. The peak was heartless. In the past, Fang Ping felt that the peak was heartless, but at this moment, Fang Ping suddenly realized that he was wrong. The peak was heartless, the true king was heartless, the true god was heartless, and the great emperor was heartless. Although they were all synonyms of the same realm, Fang Ping suddenly felt that there was a difference. The peak was the peak, a true god was a true god. Each of them had lived for thousands of years, living like a living fossil. How could there be any feelings? The great path was heartless. These people did not see themselves as humans a long time ago. Perhaps in their eyes, there was no difference between the catacombs humans and the earthlings. If they did not become true gods, they were all ants. They did not care whether they lived or died. I should have known. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Actually, he should not have had any hope. A long time ago, he had thought that when he reached the golden body realm, he was almost completely different from humans. Was it still necessary to see himself as a human? However, the martial artists of the neo-martial era all had concerns. Living in this era, everyone had me and you and me. They had long been inseparable from this era, unable to truly see themselves as gods and Buddhas, completely detached from everything. But these old antiques, most of the acquaintances from back then had long died. The world had changed, and even the world was different. Was it still necessary to see themselves as the same race? What human antiques, catacombs antiques? Actually, they are all the same. In their eyes, perhaps there is only a difference in strength, not a difference in race. This understanding chilled Fang Ping's heart. However, it turned out that perhaps this was right. In the eyes of the catacombs antiques, in the eyes of the human antiques, what they cared about was not the war between the two worlds, but the strength of the powerhouses. Perhaps in their eyes, only powerhouses of the same rank were truly the same kind of people, differentiating races. That was something only the weak would do. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt Zhang Tao's anger and sorrow that day at Mount Yuhai. What race war, what human survival? What did it have to do with them? Did Zhang Tao not know that these people were the surviving human powerhouses? Of course he knew. However, at that moment, the ones he hated the most were not the catacombs' true kings, but these fellows. These old fellows who hid in the dark, none of them willing to show themselves, only wanting to control everything at the last moment. They did not care about the life and death of mortals in their eyes. They were even colder than the catacombs' true kings. Some of the catacombs' true kings' powerhouses were cruel to humans, but some true kings were more amiable to their own people. As for these old antiques, they treated everyone the same. They could all die, but they could not. Sooner or later. I will break all of your turtle shells. I will drag you out and parade you on the streets. I will let you know that being the masterminds behind the scenes depends on whether we are willing or not. I will let everyone know that myths are lies. Gods and Buddhas are all heartless people. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly firmed up his belief. In this era, only the martial artists could be relied on. Humans in the neo-martial era could only rely on themselves. Counting on some external forces was not reliable. This included Xuan Grotto. Some of the old antiques might seem amiable to humans, but it might just be for the sake of setting up a trap. However, this kind of people had to be treated differently. Those who did not do evil to humans could be forgiven and cooperated. However, some people could not be forgiven. Fang Ping's thoughts fluctuated. When he sensed that many people had arrived outside, the corners of his eyes suddenly raised slightly. A good show was about to begin. Whether Xianming heaven was evil or good, perhaps this time it could be completely distinguished. However, a group of fellows who had been isolated for countless years, long abandoned by the times, could they really scheme against anyone? Fang Ping shook his head. A group of egomaniacs. Isolation, closed-door training? Did they really think that living longer made them smarter than others? Tortoises lived for a long time, but they did not seem smarter than humans to seize the world. Fang Ping casually kept the crystal book into the storage space, smiling. Senior Wu Ding is here. Let's go out. Wu Xian wanted to say something but stopped. He did not know what to say at that moment. The prince took away a book. Did he need to remind him about this? Inside the 10,000 Dharma Tower. Fang Ping was just about to go out when a group of people floated in. There were quite a lot of people. At a glance, there were more than 10 of them. There were old and young. Wu Ding, who had received Fang Ping earlier, was now standing behind the three. The three people in front were 2 men and a woman. One was an old man with white hair and a beard, the other was a brawny man with an axe, and the last one was an unusually cold woman. "Greetings, holy ambassadors." Wu Xian bowed in salute. The 3 powerhouses in front were all rank 9. The old man smiled and nodded slightly at Fang Ping and the rest. The brawny man was ferocious, glaring at them. The cold woman did not seem to see them, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Wu Ding hurried out, smiling. "Honorable guests, this is," Wu Ding introduced them. These 3 powerhouses were the strongest group of warriors left in the Dark Sky sect. Rank 9 in black light could be called holy ambassadors. Su Bing, Sua Jia, Tiao Kuei were the names of these 3. While they were introducing them, Wang Jinyang said telepathically, "Su, Sua, Tiao are the surnames of nobles in the early Shang dynasty. These people should be from that era." In fact, those who had surnames in that era were all nobles. Fang Ping was not surprised. How could a group of immortals not be nobles? Others did not have surnames, but could they not? The key thing was, these people, other than that old man Su Bing, were the others idiots? "I am a rank 8 golden body, the emperor's trusted aide, the emperor's direct descendant." No matter what era, they were still considered nobles, right? Yet, these guys were actually hostile toward him. "How did your door get opened? Don't you know, your emperor was forced to open the door by old Zhang and came in directly to ask for benefits. Don't you know, how dare you be hostile toward me with this?" Fang Ping glanced at the axe-wielding powerhouse on the left and made a slight judgment. Around rank 9-6 stage, walked more than 500 meters, should be about this. He has an ancient divine weapon in his hand. A tomahawk is comparable to a modern rank 9 divine weapon. His vitality is not weak, at least 150,000 calories and above, 160,000 calories. Origin of Dao increases by 0.5 times, 240,000 calories, adding on the enhancement of divine weapon and secret arts, it should not be too much, 20,000 calories at most, 260,000 calories in total. This kind of old antique should have good control over his power. After all, he's lived for so many years, so he should have at least 80% control. Fang Ping did a quick calculation. His explosive force was about 200,000 to 220,000 calories. As for a 100% eruption, that was something only a non-human could accomplish. Even old antiques might not be able to accomplish. He can fight. Fang Ping made a quick comparison. If this guy met him, he could fight him. It was hard to say who would win or lose, mainly because they were not familiar with the ancient people's fighting style, and they were also somewhat afraid that they might have some special methods. However, now that he had activated the House of Gold, even if he was no match for the other party would not be able to do anything to him. It was nothing. Among the 3 of them, the only one Fang Ping was wary of was Su Bing. This old man looked shaky, but the feeling he gave Fang Ping was at least on par with Wu Chuan's level. It could be considered the highest level of the Origin Dao. For now, Fang Ping was still helpless against this kind of powerhouse. In that case, even if old Zhang killed Heavenly Emperor Xianming, Fang Ping might not be able to defeat Xianming alone. Right now, Fang Ping's mind was filled with countless thoughts in the blink of an eye. To strangers, if they were hostile to him, he did not mind measuring their combat strength. If he could beat them, he would be arrogant. If he could not beat them, he would admit defeat. It was that simple. As Fang Ping was calculating, old man Su Bing was the first to speak. He smiled and said, "My young friends, my bad hospitality." Fang Ping chuckled and said, "You're too kind, sir." Su Bing was about to continue when the axe-wielding Sua Jia suddenly said, "How long has it been since you came to Xianming? You didn't even announce your names. How rude." Sua Jia was dissatisfied. Etiquette must not be abolished, rules must not be broken. Xianming was where the Heavenly Emperor resided. A few martial artists from the human world actually did not announce their names. This was rude. Fang Ping seemed to have just remembered this. He was not angry. He smiled and said, "I'm rude. My name is Fang Ping. They are Li Hansong." After introducing their names, Sua Jia frowned again and said, Could it be that the few of you only have your surnames? Where are you from? Fang Ping was all smiles and said, You are here to check our accounts? Xianxia did not quite understand, revealing a doubtful look. Fang Ping smiled again and said, We're from the human world, from the neo-martial era. We're disciples of the emperor. This should be enough, right? Wang Jingyang gave him a look. Fang Ping did not bat an eyelid and did not respond. It was only right for them to announce their origins. However, Fang Ping was unhappy with the other party's tone. Interrogate my ass. I'm asking you guys, but you don't know anything. Why do you have to say so much? Seeing this, Su Bing coughed softly and said, My young friends, please excuse us. He interjected to ease the atmosphere. Su Bing saw that everyone was waiting at Myriad Dharma Loft and said, This place is not suitable for guests. Wu Ding, lead the way. Wu Ding nodded hurriedly and said to Fang Ping and the rest, Honorable guests, please follow me. Fang Ping and the rest followed him. At this time, some of the younger ancients in the crowd looked at Fang Ping and the rest curiously. Especially their hair, some people saw their short hair and frowned slightly, but they did not say anything. Did the human world not even abide by this little rule nowadays? The young girl who revealed her head in the basilica earlier had also followed them. She was young and looked at them curiously. In the crowd, there were a few young boys and girls like this. They were all curious, and their curious expressions were unmistakable. Fang Ping initially had a bad feeling about this place, but when he saw these young people, the anger in his heart dissipated a little. When he thought about how these people did not show up even when humanity was in danger, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. However, when he thought about it, it was the problem of those old antiques. These young people did not understand these things, so he did not bother to vent his anger on them. These people did not seem to have any ulterior motives. Fang Ping was not surprised. In a world with only a few hundred people, most of them were still cultivating. What did these young people know? Their sky was only 140 square kilometers, their world only had more than 500 people. In their entire lives, they might only know about Black Heaven and not know anything else. This kind of people was actually pitiful, unlike the old antiques like Wu Ding, who might have gone out and experienced it in the past. These young people were really ignorant. Everyone came out of Myriad Dharma Loft. Su Bing smiled as he walked. My young friends, entering Black Heaven this time is also fate. The Emperor has prepared a few treasures for you. Even I am very tempted. Su Bing seemed very emotional. Xianxia said straightforwardly, the Emperor has prepared such precious things this time. They should not be given to people casually, let alone to human martial artists. Xianxia. Su Bing scolded softly, a little dissatisfied. With Xianxia's personality, did he not know that it was easy to offend people? Now was not the past. In the past, they, the Emperor's disciples, ran amok wherever they went. The human world allowed them to do whatever they wanted, high and mighty. Even the human emperors had to salute when they saw them. However, now was not the past. The Emperor had just revived not long ago. Black Heaven was also hibernating now. Although he had some understanding of the human world, in the blink of an eye, even Su Bing had not gone out for 100 years. The people who came from the human world this time were not weak. These young people were actually at the Soul Conduit and Golden Body realms. Obviously, they were also the descendants of powerhouses. It was not a good thing to say these things at this time. Moreover, the fake emperor was still outside Black Heaven. They were also preparing to take this opportunity to come out. There was no benefit in offending these people now. Su Bing scolded, but Fang Ping was not unhappy. He said with some excitement, Good treasure? Could it be a divine weapon? How is it compared to divine weapons like Heavenly King's Seal and Sky Destroyer Sword? Fang Ping laughed heartily, as if he really did not understand. The combat boots on his feet shone, the rank 9 Changdao appeared in his hand, and the battle armor appeared on his body. We modern martial artists don't really know how to refine weapons. Even I can only make these rubbish things as a substitute. There are really no good treasures. As Fang Ping said, another thing appeared in his hand. As soon as this thing appeared, everyone's expression changed. Black Heaven seemed to be trembling a little. A corpse that seemed to be still alive suddenly appeared. King Pine, that day, the old cat stripped King Pine's Tao of origin, shattering his Tao and destroying his mentality, but the other's golden body was not completely shattered. Fang Ping also put it away last time, putting it away as junk. The Tao of origin was taken away. The mentality was destroyed. As for the heart, brain nucleus, and the like, they were also shattered. The current King Pine was an empty shell. This thing was a treasure to the average person, but it was not very useful to Fang Ping. However, at this time, Fang Ping was smiling, casually carrying the corpse that was still earth-shaking even though it was dead, saying casually, "Seniors, do you have a way to refine this true god's corpse into a weapon? I killed it a few days ago, the corpse is still fresh. It's just that its strength is a little weak, it has just stepped into the Tao of origin not long ago. Are there any weapons among the treasures given by the great emperor? Can it slay a true god? If I get it, can I fight beyond ranks and slaughter a true god?" Fang Ping threw out a series of questions, the smile on his face still bright. "Don't talk, I want to extort. Fees. What fees? Residential fees. Since the black heaven these people were in was still on earth, they had to pay fees. The martial artists of the neo-martial era fought for hundreds of years, countless deaths and injuries, to protect the neo-martial artists, not people like you. You obviously have powerhouses, but you are unwilling to fight, then you have to pay fees today. You can't give less, can't give worse." Fang Ping wanted to pick a fight, yes, he wanted to pick a fight. If the things were not good enough later, he would flip the table and let old Zhang come in and do it. Sua Jia's attitude of giving them good things, it was a waste, it should not be done, made him extremely unhappy. "Do you think I have never seen good things?" Fang Ping welcomed them with a smile, while Wang Jinyang and the others did not say a word, but they were extremely vigilant. Fang Ping, this fellow seemed to be deliberately provoking these people. Later, these people might not be able to hold it in and really start fighting. Su Bing and the others looked solemn at this time. True God, these people actually carried the remains of a true god with them. One had to know that in any era, true gods were the top kind of powerhouses. True gods could only be killed by true gods. The probability of a true god's remains being left behind was also very low, unless it was killed by an emperor-level powerhouse, then there was only a slight hope of leaving the other party's remains. But now, a golden body powerhouse had it, not only that, but he also carried it with him. This was a true god powerhouse. Although the remains did not carry the aura of the Tao of origin, the structure of a true king powerhouse and the method of honing could actually be somewhat determined through the flesh. This was a great reference for them, however, with their status, they were absolutely not qualified to observe a true king's flesh. Sua Jia's expression changed for a while. This time, he finally calmed down a little. Not only the true king's remains, the weapons in the other party's hands, the combat boots on his feet, the battle armor on his body, in his opinion, were all treasures. But the other party was obviously somewhat disdainful. These few people, including Su Bing, were somewhat reserved and arrogant before. They were the disciples of a great emperor. Even a fake emperor might also be a great emperor powerhouse, but an old-school great emperor and a newly promoted great emperor, moreover, a great emperor that had only appeared in the human world, the two were still different. They were dignified, but those youths had already been completely crushed to the ground. Even if a true king was dead, there was still an existence of coercion. It did not have much effect on high ranks, but these youths' strength was not considered weak. It was normal for them to be rank 5 or 6. But facing the true king's remains, they still could not resist. Seeing that the few of them did not speak, Fang Ping's smile became even brighter, and he said again, "Seniors, this junior is a little looking forward to what kind of opportunity the great emperor will give us this time." He did not hide it at all, because the treasure this time was actually snatched by old Zhang. In that case, he wanted to see the treasure now. If it was really good, it meant that the owner of this place was not perfunctory. Consider whether to let old Zhang fight. If it was not good, then there was no sincerity. "We'll see what we can do. Young friend, please take back the true god's remains," Su Bing said. Fang Ping took back the Pine King's remains, glancing at Sua Jia, the sneer in his eyes obvious. "I'm just that petty. What can you do? If you dare to make a move, I'll unleash my full strength immediately. Whether I can kill you or not, then we'll talk about it later. Old Zhang can definitely come in." Sua Jia saw his gaze, anger flashing across his face. Su Bing pressed on his shoulder without batting an eyelid. He had to endure it. This person's identity was noble, countless treasures, obviously someone that the emperor valued. Maybe there were elders in his family who were true god powerhouses. It was best not to have a conflict. At least before the great emperor came out of seclusion, at this time, he should not provoke a strong enemy for the great emperor. Su Bing pressed Sua Jia down, recovered his smile, and said, "Young friend, you really have a lot of treasures. It seems that the emperor values you very much, but this time the treasures that the great emperor prepared for you will not be worse than these. Origin armor, the armor that the great emperor used in the past. Using the essence of heaven and earth, chaos chi, to forge it." The other party said a lot of inexplicable things. In Fang Ping's opinion, he was completely using nonsense to fool him. It was just a battle armor that a true god used in the origin realm, but it seemed to have a special function. It had something to do with the origin space. Ordinary divine weapons and battle armors were stored in the Sanjiao Gate, but the origin armor could be stored in the origin space. For martial artists who comprehended the origin Dao, battle armors could not only be used for protection, but also to stabilize the origin space. When ancient martial artists battled, they would often face powerhouses who were good at mentality. When such powerhouses battled, once they entered the origin space to fight, the stability of the origin space would be debatable. The origin armor also had a certain protective effect on the origin space. Fang Ping nodded slightly. It was not a bad thing, but modern martial artists almost did not fight like this. It could only be said to be somewhat useful. However, with the emergence of some ancient martial artists nowadays, it could be used. Xianming Divine Pill, this is a treasure. Su Bing said with a smile. The great emperor refined the Xianming Divine Pill for the prince back then. At that time it took a full 9 years to refine, and 3 pills were formed. This pill has no other function, its only function is to fuse. Fuse? Fang Ping revealed a doubtful look. Su Bing said with slight pride, yes, fuse. It allows mentality and flesh to be more harmonious, so that there is no imbalance. You might not know this, but in the past, many powerhouses had problems with their flesh and mentality not matching. There were martial artists who had a 7th refinement golden body, but their mentality was not strong. There were martial artists who had strong mentality, but their flesh was beyond what they could bear, and they could not unleash their full strength. And the Xianming Divine Pill can balance the two. Su Bing stroked his long beard lightly, smiled again, and said, "This is the Xianming Divine Pill." Back then, many great emperors came to ask for pills, but only 3 pills were formed. The prince once consumed 1, and the remaining 2, one was given to a friend of the great emperor. This is the last one. There was once a great emperor who asked for a pill for his descendant, but he did not give it to him. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly, asking, mentality and flesh are not compatible, but consuming this pill will make them compatible? Su Bing chuckled and said, this is the wonder of the Xianming Divine Pill. Just like the unification of 10,000 Daos and 10,000 techniques into one, it can allow the 2 forces to interconvert. Fang Ping generally understood. For example, if one's mentality was high, they could use this to convert a part of their mentality into their flesh strength, and vice versa. As for how to convert and why the pill could do it, Fang Ping did not understand the principle, and neither did Su Bing. However, this was indeed a godly elixir, at least for some of the ancient warriors. This even had the ability to balance the north and south sex. However, Fang Ping felt that it should not be that amazing. He thought for a while and asked, are there any restrictions? I heard that during the sex era, some powerhouses were in a state of imbalance. If the Xianming Divine Pill could balance, then there would not be a conflict between the north and south sex. As soon as he said this, Su Bing looked slightly strange, but he quickly recovered his smile and said, young friend, please understand. There are indeed some restrictions. It can only be used on martial artists who have not stepped into the origin path. Once the origin is formed, it will be difficult to balance. Sua Jia interrupted again, even if it is only effective on martial artists below the origin realm, it is still an extremely important treasure. This item has only been refined by the great emperor, and there were only 3 completed pills. Countless powerhouses coveted it, but now He wanted to get angry again, but he thought of something, frowned and did not say anything else. Back then, there were indeed many powerhouses who came to request for the Xianming divine pill. Even he wanted it very much back then, but he did not dare to ask, and the great emperor would not give it to him. Today, it was given to a martial artist from the human world. This made him extremely angry. Su Bing ignored him and continued, "This is the second item, and the third item is even more priceless." Su Bing said in a low voice, "The heavenly realm map fragment." Back then, heaven and earth were divided into three. The three realms of heaven, earth, and human each had their own duties. The human world still exists, but the earth realm, the heavenly realm was shattered, and the emperors died. Su Bing's expression was solemn, and he said solemnly, "After the heavenly realm was shattered, the great emperor invited many good friends and spent countless years to draw this item." When Fang Ping heard this, his expression suddenly became strange. The heavenly realm map fragment, the three realms of heaven, earth, and human. Earth was the human world, the catacombs. Could it be some land realm? As for the heavenly realm, don't tell me it was the divine continent recorded by the catacombs people. The divine continent was also shattered, the heavenly realm was also shattered. Such a coincidence? Also, when Heavenly Emperor Xianming gave this thing out, Fang Ping instantly felt a strong sense of malice. It was not targeted at him, but at old Zhang and the rest. Su Bing was still narrating. The heavenly realm was when the emperors were still around, the residence of the emperors. Maybe there is a way to continue the great Tao. Fang Ping smiled faintly. If that was the case, why did your master stay here for thousands of years? Do you take me for a fool, or do you take old Zhang and the rest for fools? But sometimes, even if the hope was not high, if the powerhouses really had nowhere else to go, they would still go. Just like those true kings in the catacombs. They did not even know what a seed of rebirth looked like, but each and every one of them rushed to it like a flock of ducks. They did not hesitate to start a war with humans, plotting for thousands of years, the residents of the emperors. There might be a way to continue the great Tao, even if there was only a glimmer of possibility. To some powerhouses, it was worth a try. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. His eyes narrowed, and he said, "Could the heavenly realm be in the Forbidden Sea?" Su Bing laughed. I'm not sure either. The remnant map drawn by the Heavenly Emperor can only be opened by Emperor-level powerhouses. This is also a congratulatory gift that the Heavenly Emperor gave to the Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was also extremely happy that the human world had another Emperor. If you are not an Emperor-level powerhouse, even if you found the way to continue the Great Tao, it would be useless. Therefore, if you get this item, you can pass it on to the Emperor. Fang Ping interrupted again. If I get it? What did he mean? Was there a possibility that he could not get it? Was he deliberately keeping him in suspense? Fang Ping felt that this thing was useless. If it was really in the Forbidden Sea, it would be luring people to their deaths. Heavenly Emperor Xianming definitely had bad intentions this time, but then again, if this thing was used well, it was also a treasure. Fang Ping thought of a problem almost instantly. They were all asking for the seed of rebirth. Great, if this map was thrown out, would it make some true kings in the catacombs go crazy? I'll send them all to the Forbidden Sea. I'll see how many come back alive. I'll say that it was given by Heavenly Emperor Xianming. I'll say that Heavenly Emperor Xianming was about to become an emperor. Thoughts emerged in Fang Ping's mind one by one. Anyway, he felt that Heavenly Emperor Xianming was not a good person now. He did not give anything but this thing. Fang Ping believed that old Zhang could restrain himself. He did not want to become an emperor that much. He wanted to become an emperor that was also to protect humans. However, going to the Forbidden Sea was a narrow escape. If he died in the Forbidden Sea, then everything would be for naught. In order not to take risks, after old Zhang achieved the peak, he almost did not go to some dangerous areas anymore. If he gave this map to old Zhang would probably just watch the fun. Not everyone was like old Zhang, others aside. Some Star Town's patriarch had stagnated for countless years. Back then, the Yang family's patriarch could not stand the fact that his realm could not be elevated. Hundreds of years passed like a day, and he went a little crazy, breaking into the bounded zone in a frenzy. If he had the map fragment at that time, Fang Ping had no doubt that the other party would also follow the map fragment to find opportunities. There were not just one or two such powerhouses. 3 treasures, mixed with the map fragment, Fang Ping calculated in his heart and glanced at Su Bing. Su Bing smiled and said, "Young friend, you don't know, but in this world, everything is determined. Fate cannot be passed on easily. If young friend takes the Emperor's treasures for no reason, I'm afraid that there will be great difficulties in the future if your fate is shallow. Therefore, there will be some tests." As he spoke, Qin Fengqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, "Just 3? And one is given to the Emperor, doesn't that mean there are only 2? Su Bing sighed and said, "Black Heaven has been closed for many years. There are not many Emperor's treasures left. Only these 3 treasures are useful to all of you." Suojia also said coldly, 3 treasures, even the Emperor will be tempted. Are all of you still not satisfied? Qin Fengqing ignored him, thought for a while and said, "I haven't reached rank 9 yet, I'm not in a hurry to get the origin armor. That Xianming divine pill. I think it's quite useful. Previously, the senior said that he would give me some opportunities." Su Bing sighed softly and said, "Everything has a cause and effect. This time, young friend, it's not that there's no chance. The Emperor will give all of you some tests. The treasures will be obtained by those who are fated." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping said indifferently, "I am fated. There's no need for tests, all 3 treasures belong to me." Having said that, he looked at Li Hansong and the rest, asking lightly, "Any objections?" Li Hansong laughed dryly and said, "Then. Up to you." Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, "Give me your rank 8 armor, and I won't fight for it." Seeing that, Qin Fengqing wanted to speak too, but Fang Ping's eyes sharpened, saying lightly, "Qin Fengqing, I'll give you some energy stones later. You don't need these now. When I become a true god, I'll give you some when I don't need them anymore." Qin Fengqing's expression changed slightly, but he looked at Su Bing. Su Bing also looked a little surprised. Half of it was acting, the other half was really surprised. This Fang Ping, where did he come from? 4 genius martial artists, the rest were not weak, but he wanted all of them. Could he be a descendant of the Emperor? Even so, this was too much, right? Fang Ping, on the other hand, said impatiently, "Seniors, you can give me the treasures now. As for the test, there's no need for it, right? In the human world, I don't need tests to get treasures. Forget about origin armor, divine pills, even if it's better treasures, no one will test me." He did not have the patience to play any tests with them. They would talk after getting the treasures. Get the treasures first, then everything else could be discussed. To fight or not to fight, to snatch or not to snatch, then judge according to the situation. "Young friend, this, senior, don't tell me you have no intention of giving it to us?" Fang Ping smiled and said, "Since you have the intention, then you're giving it to the 4 of us. Now that they don't want it, what's the point of testing? As for the cause and effect, I'll bear it. We, the neo-martial artists, don't believe in these things. Even if there is, we can break it with force, there's nothing to fear." While talking, everyone arrived at a new hall. Fang Ping glanced at it. It was just the kind that stayed in the living room, nothing special. At this moment, Fang Ping directly asked for the treasures. Su Bing pondered for a moment, looking at Wang Jinyang and the rest again, especially Qin Fengqing, saying slowly, "You guys really want to give up? The origin armor and the Xianming divine pill will be of great use to you." They were all silent. Fang Ping sat down directly, smiling faintly. "Of course we're giving up. Who dares to object?" As soon as he said that, the Black Light sect teenagers in the crowd were somewhat indignant. This human martial artist was so arrogant. This is an opportunity given by the Emperor. How can it be decided privately? Just as Fang Ping said this, Suojia really went into a rage. This was the Emperor's order, it was not something that belonged to you just because you said so. If that was the case, where would the Emperor's face go? Fang Ping looked at him. The fake smile was no longer on his face. He said coldly, "You're wrong. This is not a gift. To put it nicely, it's a gift. To put it bluntly, this is the law of the jungle." Fang Ping said mockingly, "You should believe in this very much. We are stronger than you, at least stronger than Xianming Tian. So, you have to hand over the treasures. Do you understand?" Fang Ping did not hide anymore. He said coldly, I'm giving you face. I'm being courteous. If I don't give you face, you have to give it. If you don't, fine. How can people like you hide in my bed? Now pack up and go as far as you can. Go to your catacombs, go to your heavenly realm. Earth doesn't need you. You are a threat to humanity, a tumor. I'll tell you this frankly. You've given away the treasures. I see that you still have good intentions. What test? If you talk nonsense again, I'll break your turtle shell. Insolence. Everyone was enraged. Fang Ping stood up abruptly. He said coldly, insolence? Wrong. This is the last tolerance. I've said that the situation is different now. We're fighting the catacombs powerhouses at the front line. We won't allow powerhouses who don't know the difference between friend and foe to cause trouble in our rear. If you find one, get rid of one. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Su Bing no longer smiled. He said coldly, is there no hierarchy in the human world now? Where the emperor is, a mere golden body martial artist dares to be so insolent? Fang Ping crossed his arms. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. He was not afraid at all. Cut the nonsense. Xianming Tian wants to show his attitude. Whether you're friend or foe, it's all up to you. If he's an enemy, then kill him. If he's a friend, then show him. Fang Ping said. Other than these treasures, Xianming Tian will have to pay the emperor a monthly fee. Regardless of grade, 1,000 energy fruits every month. That kind of rice was grown in the fields, and it was 10,000 caddies a month. In addition, the people of Dark Heaven sect are not allowed to appear on Earth without permission. Those who dare to leave without permission will be killed without mercy. Bastard! Xianxia was furious. A golden body martial artist actually dared to say such words in front of a great emperor. Fang Ping's expression was cold. He looked at him and said in a chilly tone, if you dare to say another word, I will kill you today. Martial artists like you who are hostile to humans deserve to die. He was very displeased with this fellow. His tone of speaking as if all martial artists in the mortal world were trash and trash had already made him extremely dissatisfied. This kind of person, no matter how strong he was, would not do anything for humanity. He would only fight for his great emperor and himself. He would never fight to protect some trash in his eyes. This was the ideology of a cult. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly realized something. The pope of an evil sect might be an old antique, only these people would think that everyone else was a burden, a piece of trash, and that it didn't matter if they died. Ordinary people and elites were two different classes, two different races. Therefore, the cult advocated the idea of keeping the elites and abandoning the ordinary people. As for the life and death of billions of people, what did it have to do with them? At this moment, Fang Ping completely understood these people's ideology, different ideology. If it was possible, he wanted to seek common ground while reserving differences and rope in some old antiques, but they were worth roping in. Some people were not worth it. Moreover, without strength, how could they seek common ground while reserving differences? Strength was the basis of confidence. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, establishing prestige, and demonstrating strength were all necessary. There must be both good and bad guys. Fang Ping's attitude that looked like he was about to kill Xianxia made everyone furious. At this time, Qin Fengqing suddenly said, Fang Ping, before the minister entered, he didn't ask us to be disrespectful to the seniors, right? The good guy was here. Fang Ping's gaze sharpened. He scolded, do you have the right to speak? I'm MCMAU's vice-chancellor, the real emperor's direct descendant. Who do you think you are? If you dare to interrupt again, I'll send you into the catacombs restricted area to fight. Qin Fengqing's gaze was unfriendly, but he did not speak again. Fang Ping snorted coldly. He looked at Xianxia and the others again, and said in an icy tone, I've said all that needs to be said and expressed all that needs to be expressed. All of you. It's time to show your sincerity. Don't think that sending us off with some junk is a sign of sincerity. I, Fang Ping, have seen many good things. Do you really think I'll care about this little thing? Su Bing said slowly, young friend, you're so domineering. You treat the emperor like nothing. This is not a sign of kindness. Fang Ping said calmly, we haven't distinguished the enemy yet. I've restrained myself enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said so much nonsense to all of you after coming in. Is it war or peace? Fang Ping asked loudly. Among the three of them, the only female rank 9, Xianxia suddenly said coldly, "How dare you ignore the emperor's power? That's disrespectful. Even if Black Sky Palace is not as good as it was in the past, you're not allowed to be presumptuous." Presumptuous? Fang Ping laughed suddenly. Then I'll be more presumptuous. We want to borrow the passage. This place is connected to the catacombs. We need to borrow the passage. At the crucial moment, you must give way and let us borrow the passage. Presumptuous enough, right? But this is necessary. A new passage, a passage that led to an unknown place in the catacombs. Fang Ping seriously suspected that it could lead to the restricted area. If that was the case, at the crucial moment, he could bring the top powerhouses into the restricted area and kill them all. Maybe there would be an earth-shattering victory. Nowadays, human powerhouses could only enter through the passage or the Imperial Sea Mountain Passage. But this was all limited. The catacombs was also watching. As long as they appeared, as long as they gathered, they would be discovered immediately. But a new passage, a passage that no one knew about. Even without Fang Ping's ability to conceal his aura, if he could move at the fastest speed, he might be able to kill many true king powerhouses. Not only that, Fang Ping could even think of a way to lure some true king powerhouses to appear outside the passage. At that time, he could let old Zhang and the rest hide in Dark Heaven sect. At the crucial moment, no one would know even if he killed them. The catacombs was too big. Unless he killed too many and the sky changed color, otherwise, no one would know if a true king died. The more he thought about it, the more important this place was. If Dark Heaven sect did not give a clear attitude today, then he would take the initiative to attack. Humans could do this. Fang Ping was actually more worried about the catacombs. After all, human powerhouses were all guarding Imperial Sea Mountain. If Dark Heaven sect's purpose was unclear, Fang Ping would not be surprised if they joined forces with the catacombs one day. Humans could kill the catacombs' true kings. Could the catacombs' true kings not kill human powerhouses? How many venerable ones were there on the ground? Once they were killed, not only would they be in danger, but all of humanity would be in danger. This was a big problem, a super big problem. Even if he forced these people to turn against him, Fang Ping felt that it was worth it to understand everything. He might even seize Dark Heaven sect and prepare for the humans' great counterattack. Junior, you want to borrow Dark Heaven sect? Su Bing did not even call him little friend anymore. He suppressed his anger, his expression ugly. If not for the Heavenly Emperor not speaking, he would have killed this person, too arrogant. That's right. Do you know that this is the Emperor realm? Even the ancient emperors did not. Don't talk about the ancient with me. Fang Ping regained his composure and said again, I'll ask one last time, is Dark Heaven sect a friend or a foe? If it's a friend, then we'll be friends. If it's an enemy, then we'll deal with it as an enemy. Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang opened his mouth at this time, saying softly, there's no need to make things so tense. Quickly apologize to the seniors. Before Minister came, he did not have the intention to be Heavenly Emperor Dark Heaven sect's enemy. They are all human powerhouses. Now that a great enemy is at our side, our own people are making a big fuss. Fang Ping said indifferently, our own people? That might not be the case. It's just a small request, but the other party is making excuses, not sincere at all. How do you expect me to believe that they are our own people? Heavenly Emperor Dark Heaven sect should have heard my words too. Fang Ping is not afraid of death. None of the martial artists of the neo-martial era are afraid of death. If the Heavenly Emperor feels that Fang Ping is going too far, just make a move. It's also good to use my blood to prove the Heavenly Emperor's friendliness. Fang Ping had the intention of if you kill me, the human powerhouses will immediately start a war with you. At this moment, there was not the slightest message from Heavenly Emperor Dark Heaven sect. As for Fang Ping, he had long prepared to erupt his aura instantly. Even if old Zhang said that he could rush over in time, he still had to be careful. It was really too easy for a titled powerhouse to kill him. At the same time, Suojia and the other two were communicating telepathically. Suojia said furiously, he deserves to die. This person deserves to die. Ignoring the Heavenly Emperor's prestige, daring to be impudent in Dark Heaven sect, Could it be that we can still tolerate him? Su Bing said swiftly, no. Since the Heavenly Emperor has not spoken, I'm afraid he has no intention of becoming enemies with the fake emperor now. This person is so rude. Once the great calamity arrives, he will die without a doubt. Xianxia, don't ruin the Heavenly Emperor's plans. Infuriating me to death. Xianxia was really too furious. The Emperor's prestige must not be offended. The human world's martial artists actually dared to offend the Heavenly Emperor. The crime was unforgivable. Yet, he could not flare up now. He held back his anger, but Fang Ping was deep in thought. He even tolerated this. It seemed like there really was some scheme. If the other party killed him, then it would definitely mean falling out. But he was so arrogant. In Fang Ping's opinion, if Heavenly Emperor Dark Heaven Sect really had no desires and was magnanimous, not to mention killing him, teaching him a big lesson was necessary. For example, seriously injuring him, or letting the powerhouses under him teach him a lesson if he did not show up, these were all necessary. But the other party did not. He was actually tolerating. According to Fang Ping's understanding of these powerhouses, sometimes face was really very important. But now, the other party ignored him, letting him scold him freely. This was not a good thing. The old fellow must have a plan. He probably doesn't dare to fall out now. But he's also not a good thing. Fang Ping snorted. Since that day at Mount Royal Sea, he did not see an ancient powerhouse make a move, and he was also unhappy. Could those people not come out? *T. If they could not come out, how did the cat come out? He did not see the cat come out and was struck to death by lightning. Fang Ping's respect for these ancient martial artists completely dissipated at this moment. That person in Xuanda Grotto Heaven might be considered friendly, at least Fang Ping thought so. The other Grotto Heavens did not have anything good. The Grotto Heaven was a little better. Luckily, some people from Star Town came from there. This so-called 33 Heavens powerhouse was even more despicable, sober, even entering the human world, knowing that humans were at war, knowing that humans were weak. None of the powerhouses said to come out, even if they did not participate in the war. Was it difficult to send some martial artists out to teach martial arts? Powerhouses like Su Bing would rather go into closed-door cultivation here than to go out and teach even one person. 100 years ago, Sino Nation really had to bear hardships. In this matter, Fang Ping had to admit that Star Town had a monstrous contribution. If it were not for Star Town's two elders who started the new martial arts era, there would not be today's grand occasion, and the human world might have been conquered by now. Star Town's contribution doesn't mean that other old antiques have it too. Fang Ping told himself again and again that he had to separate Star Town from the bounded domain area. These two could not really be regarded as one. Even if Warlord and the others came from the bounded domain area, he could not think that way. Taking another look at Xianxia and the others who were holding their breaths, Fang Ping sneered. The more they held back, the bigger the plot. He wanted to see what they were up to. The next moment, he knew. Su Bing suddenly sighed. Forget it, since you don't trust us so much, then I have no way to explain. I will ask the Emperor for permission to go to the human world to fight, to show Black Light Sect's sincerity. What do you think, young friend? Since you doubt us, then we will take the initiative to fight. Coincidentally, the Emperor just said that he wanted them to go out, and just now he was thinking that it might not be appropriate to take the initiative to go out. Now the opportunity was just right. Since you want us to show our sincerity, then let us powerhouses go out to fight. Is that enough? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Seniors, do you know that a war has broken out? Su Bing also frowned. This matter. Did Fang Ping mention it just now? He thought for a while and quickly said, we don't know about this, but didn't you mention it before, young friend? Is that so? Fang Ping said playfully, I think I did say that humans have a great enemy. Forget it, let's not talk about it. As expected, they knew all along. He did not mention in detail about the war, only that there was a great enemy. Su Bing's reaction was not slow, and he quickly said, young friend, you even took out the true king's remains. How could I not know? Both of them were at daggers drawn, but now the atmosphere had eased again. Fang Ping regained his smile and asked, Seniors, are you preparing to go out and fight? That's right. Su Bing said with emotion, we have been asleep for countless years, and Black Light Sect has only just opened the realm gate. We don't know what happened in the human world before, but since humans are in trouble, how can we ignore it? The situation right now is very dangerous. Forget about origin Tao, even the fall of true gods is not once or twice. Not long ago, there were just a large number of true gods who fell, 7 in a day. Seniors, are you really going out at this time? 7 true gods have fallen. Everyone was shocked. Suajia was no longer angry, his face full of shock. 7 true gods had fallen in a day. Had the war that broke out in the human world already reached such a degree, the next moment, everyone thought of something. Troubled times were coming, perhaps all parties were preparing. The more so, the more urgent time was, all the more they had to go out. Such a major event like 7 true gods falling, they were all not too clear. They were not clear, but some people still had some senses. In the sky, Heavenly Emperor Black Light revealed a hint of contemplation slightly. No wonder he felt that the great Tao had changed the last time. So that was the case. However, the information was still a little delayed. He only sensed it after the battle of true gods broke out. Now, it was not long before the great change, so he had to make arrangements in advance. The next moment, Heavenly Emperor Black Light transmitted, "Give him the treasure. This person's status should not be low, don't be an enemy for the time being." Having said that, he said again, "Qin. Qin Feng Qing, this person can be borrowed. After going out, borrow his power to get to the side of the fake emperor and these people as soon as possible. Tell Qin Feng Qing that the opportunity has been seized, there is still a chance. As long as he is willing to contribute, this emperor can lend him a helping hand." Heavenly Emperor Black Light transmitted for a moment, thought about it, and said again, after going out, "If we can borrow the emperor's power, that would be even better. Borrowing his power to kill some old friends, it might be more beneficial. Remember, you can reveal the realm where a few venerable emperors are, just don't know if these people are still alive. Those powerhouses in the blessed grotto heavens also have to try their best to grasp detailed information. Including some powerhouses in the land realm, also have to investigate clearly." He transmitted for a while, and very soon, Su Bing replied, "Heavenly Emperor, Qin Feng Qing, this person in the human world doesn't seem to be valued by the fake emperor. Why not take this opportunity to befriend Feng Ping?" Having said that, he said again, "Or the other 2? No. Those 2 people are a little off, this emperor feels that something is not right. As for Feng Ping, the fake emperor and many true gods have their own plans, there is too much karma, we can't interfere arbitrarily." He sensed some situations, Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang were not quite right. As for the sense of familiarity, there was a little, but not deep. He should not know them, of course, it was also possible that he had seen them before. However, these 2 people were indeed not right, it was best not to come into contact. As for Feng Ping, it was even more impossible. The other party could represent the fake emperor to enter Black Light, obviously his relationship with the fake emperor was quite deep. Although the fake emperor had not truly become an emperor, he also had emperor rank strength. Not to mention that the other party was also related to Ash Cat, that cat and dog. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Black Light suddenly thought of Heavenly Hound. Heavenly Hound was so powerful that even he was frightened. Heavenly Hound, what a pity! At this moment, scenes emerged in Heavenly Emperor Black Light's mind, emerged the final battle in the past, the scene of Heavenly Hound swallowing the sky and corroding the sun, incomparably domineering. At that time, Heavenly Hound was invincible in the world. Unfortunately, even so, he still could not break through the Emperor path, perishing on the spot. Ash Cat and Heavenly Hound. Heavenly Hound was already dead, Ash Cat was still alive. Since this cat was related to Feng Ping, then it was best not to come into contact with Feng Ping arbitrarily, it was easy to cause big trouble. Among the 4 people, Qin Feng Qing was still the most worthy of investment. Furthermore, it was also suitable. This person only has the desire to become strong in his heart, there is no heaven or earth, the only thing he lacks is an opportunity. This emperor will give him such an opportunity. Black Light said coolly, the stronger the better. The great chaos is coming, once this person achieves true God during the great chaos, he will be a variable. I originally thought that this person was related to the human world's true God and could be used. Looking at it now, that true God clone last time was not his thing. But no matter, fate is always similar, some people are destined to bloom their brilliance, just like in the past, just like those people. Black Light said vaguely. Very soon, he no longer transmitted his voice. What needed to be said had been said, since Black Light had already been discovered, then come into being, he should also prepare for the following matters. Heavenly Emperor Black Light's voice transmission ended. Su Bing also said with a sincere look, little friend, we also come from the human world. Now that the human world is facing a great disaster, even if we die, there is no harm. Fang Ping was like a different person from just now at this time, saying with a smile, seniors, are you really willing to go out and participate in the battle? Of course. That kid apologizes to all of you for what happened just now. Fang Ping bowed with his hands clasped in front, looking as if he had no choice just now, smiling bitterly, saying, seniors, please forgive me. Previously, I also could not hold it in for a while. Originally, I thought that seniors already knew that humans were facing a disaster, but you sat by and did not do anything. That was why my anger surged and I could not control it. But now that I think about it, it was probably really a misunderstanding. At this time, seniors are willing to go out to battle. How can they be that kind of heartless, people who are worse than animals? If they really knew that humans were facing a disaster, seniors might have come out to help long ago. These years, millions of people have died in battle in Sino Nation alone, countless powerhouses have been killed and injured. Fang Ping sighed, saying, when I think of those people dying in foreign lands, blood flowing like rivers, some people are like watching a show, sitting back and watching the ups and downs. It is clearly a disaster that they caused, but they do not care. That is really too disappointing. These people, they are really worse than animals. Fang Ping scolded loudly, who caused today's disaster. As he learned more, he had long seen through some things. The disaster of the catacombs was not caused by the people of the neo-martial era. If the old antiques were all dead, then it was nothing. They were all dead, of course, the disaster would be borne by the later generations. But they did not die. Not only did they not die, but they were also conscious, and they all knew what had happened, yet they did not care. Fang Ping scolded them animals, and that was scolding without any psychological burden. At this moment, his thoughts were the same as old Zhang's. Don't become an emperor, no, don't become an absolute peak. When you become an absolute peak, you can take care of these people, then take care of them one by one. As he scolded, Fang Ping looked at the teenagers who were still slightly frightened, laughing, saying, these people are really young. I think they probably have the same thoughts as me, don't you think so? Children, have you seen tens of millions of people die? Corpses are everywhere. Blood flows like rivers. If you have the ability to save people, will you save them? Fang Ping's tone was like he was teasing a child, laughing and saying, this time, seniors, if you are willing to go out, then bring some young people out to see the outside world. Don't worry, even if we die in battle, we will never let these young people go to the battlefield to die. As soon as he said that, Su Bing frowned immediately. Protons, however, very quickly, Su Bing laughed and said, that's what I was thinking. Since Black Heaven has opened, then it's reasonable to bring them out. As soon as he said that, not only were the teenagers not nervous, each of them was a little excited. Go to the human world. What was the human world like? Each of the young men and women had a longing look on their faces, a little expectant. Fang Ping saw the situation and laughed. This was good, a group of children who knew nothing. When they came to the human world, he could fool them however he wanted. It was difficult to deal with the old antiques, but it was not difficult for the young people. If Su Bing and the others really came to the human world, things would not go according to their ideas. When the time came, he would definitely arrange things for them properly. Fang Ping glanced at the teenagers with a face full of smiles, continuing, are the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Black Heaven still in Black Heaven? Fang Ping laughed and said, why don't you bring the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor out? Seniors are the leaders of humanity in the past. Once they appear, they will definitely inspire people and make humans more courageous to fight. However, the Heavenly Emperor probably can't go out, so it's the same for the descendants. To us, they are the leaders of ancient humans. This, Su Bing hesitated. Fang Ping's heart moved. There really was, Su Bing said quickly. The Imperial Prince has been in closed-door cultivation for many years. I'm afraid he can't leave. Young friend, please forgive him. That's such a pity. Fang Ping was a little regretful. All kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. After thinking for a while, he decided not to turn hostile now. However, he still had to locate old Zhang, at least let him know where Black Heaven was. He would think of a way when he left. If he erupted his aura now, it would easily attract Heavenly Emperor Black Heaven's attention. This time may also be an opportunity. Fang Ping suddenly felt that after this time, Black Heaven would definitely not be the only place to appear. Each of the old antiques was probably going to make a move. Before the last passageway opens? Fang Ping had some understanding, glancing at Su Bing and the others. They were all coming out. This era was really mixed with good people and bad people. The ancient martial artists who were almost invisible in the past were now starting to show up. However, they had to be managed well. If used well, it would be a help. If not, it would be a disaster. In a few words, both sides confirmed everything. As for the conflict just now, it was as if it had never happened. Su Bing began to bring Fang Ping to the treasure vault, preparing to retrieve the treasures. Qin Fengqing and the others had strange expressions. You guys are bringing him to the treasure vault? Are you crazy? You guys can just take out the 3 treasures and give them to him, but you still want to bring him to the treasure vault to retrieve them. Are you showing off or not caring, or are you really crazy? You guys can't really think that he won't be interested in those things, right? Wang Jinyang sighed softly. Would these guys be fooled by Fang Ping into believing it, thinking that this guy would not be interested in anything other than the treasures? It was very possible. Fang Ping's attitude just now was as if he did not care about the treasures that the Heavenly Emperor cared about. With this attitude, if the treasures in the treasure vault were not too high-end, Su Bing and the others would probably think that Fang Ping would not be interested. I hope there aren't too many things. Old Wang lamented in his heart. Too many words. Fang Ping's eyes turned red. Black Heaven would be waiting to be targeted by thieves, no, robbers. End of chapter 865. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.